Chapter 1. Sister, when shall we commence? Within the bustling city of Yuna, the broad streets were alive with a torrent of vehicles and a continuous stream of pedestrians. Two adorable children darted swiftly through the throngs, adding a splash of color to the cacophony of urban life. Sister Tian, when shall we commence? The young boy inquired of a girl beside him, who was evidently older. Do not fret, Xilingming. There are too many people here. We shall find a more secluded spot to begin. The girl's cheeks flushed with evident excitement. By the way, this matter must remain a secret between the two of us. No one must know, especially not Grandpa. She added with a hint of seriousness. Understood. The boy replied cheerfully, both brimming with anticipation as they hastened through the bustling crowd towards the city gate. Yi Lingming, the grandson of the Grandmaster of the Yuna City Magic Sanctuary, could hardly bear the fact that he was not a magician. To add to his frustration, Yi Lingxin, his elder, did not support Yi Lingming's desire to awaken his magical powers, insisting that there was no need for him to practice, as he could simply inherit the vast family fortune. At the age when dreams of becoming a great hero stirred within him, how could he accept such an arrangement? Thus, with the support of his sister Yi Lingtian, he resolved to attempt awakening his magical abilities. They conspired to venture into the legendary magic forest in search of fortune. The choice of the magic forest was deliberate, as it lay a distance from Yuna City, alleviating concerns of being discovered. Not only was the area replete with abundant spiritual energy, but it also served as a haven for magical creatures, making it an ideal location for attempting to awaken one's powers. Before long, the two arrived at the city gate. Before the gate stood a handsome figure clad in a robe of magic, surrounded by a pulsating aura of magical energy. With a wand in hand, he continuously performed healing spells, alleviating the fatigue of passing pedestrians. This act of kindness unexpectedly loosened a long-standing bottleneck that had plagued him for years, a revelation that brought him a measure of joy. Behind a stall near the gate, two small heads peeked out, observing the scene. What's he doing here? This is not good, Yi Lingtian murmured. What should we do now? Yi Lingming questioned. It seems I shall have to employ my new magic earlier than planned. With that, Yi Lingtian summoned her magical energy, preparing to cast a spell. Hey, you two little rascals, go play elsewhere and don't disturb my business. Driven away by the stall owner, the two had no choice but to leave in defeat. They sought another inconspicuous corner and peeked out once more. Sister Tian, does this count as an inauspicious start? Smack! Yi Lingtian playfully swatted Yi Lingming on the head. Do not speak such discouraging words, just follow my lead. Okay. With that, Yi Lingtian summoned her magic and began to cast her spell. Intermediate magic of a magician. Once the spell was cast, their bodies gradually became transparent, and Yi Lingtian chuckled with delight. We did it, Brother Zirue. A voice interrupted the contemplations of Hua Zirue at the city gate. Brother Zirue, what are you doing here? Yi Lingming called, tugging at Yi Lingtian as they ran. Xilingming, Xilingshan, how did you end up here? Does the Grandmaster know? These two children were none other than the mischievous grandchildren of the Grandmaster of the Yuna City Magic Sanctuary. Very well, off you go to play, but be mindful not to linger near the city gate, it is quite dangerous. Hua Zirue was taken aback when had these two little troublemakers become so obedient? Were these not the same two who nearly blew up the city lord's mansion? Had the Grandmaster's lessons finally sunk in? As he watched them gradually fade from view, he dismissed the thought after all. He had just grasped a fleeting inspiration and could not afford to lose it. With that, he raised his wand once more. Outside Yuna City, a surge of magical energy manifested as two figures appeared out of thin air. Stumbling slightly, they were none other than Yi Lingming and Yi Lingtian. Meanwhile, the two figures bouncing toward the city inside Hua Zui's line of sight gradually dissipated. Experiencing magic for the first time, Yi Lingming was brimming with excitement, this wondrous sensation only deepening his desire to become a magician. Wow, Sister Tian, your magic is incredible and so much fun. Are you alright, Sister Tian? Having cast the spell for the first time, Yi Lingtian appeared somewhat fatigued, panting for breath, yet her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. I'm fine. Do you realize we slipped past an intermediate magician? What a thrilling experience. I hadn't intended to demonstrate this magic to you so soon, but since we encountered Hua Zirue, I had to use it early. At last, we're out. Let us play. With this thought, Yi Lingshan's weariness was instantly replaced by joy. Wonderful! Yi Lingming exclaimed, bouncing and leaping as he ran. Filled with excitement, Yi Lingming marveled at the scenery outside the city. This was his first time beyond its walls, and he had snuck out. The boundless greenery, the songs of birds, and the fragrance of flowers brimmed with hope and life, leaving him feeling invigorated. Every element was a novelty to him, every blossom eliciting a sigh of wonder. Yet Yi Lingtian was acutely aware of the mission they had embarked upon. She had no time to admire the scenery, especially since she had brought Yi Lingming along on this escapade. Thus, Yi Lingtian conjured her wand and summoned her magic, propelling them forward in a sprint. Hey, Sister Tian, I haven't seen enough. That flower smells so good, I want to get closer and smell it. This is merely an ordinary plant. I will take you to see even more beautiful ones. Yi Lingming was whisked away by Yi Lingshan's swift pace, feeling the wind brush against his cheeks. Must we go so fast? And so, Yi Lingming was pulled along, unaware of how far they had run. Outside the magic forest of Yuna City, Yi Lingtian finally set Yi Lingming down. We've arrived. The magic forest. Yi Lingming, tidying his disheveled hair, was about to express his delight when he looked up to behold towering trees and an array of peculiar plants, instantly invigorated. The fragrance of nature was far fresher than the stone-built houses of Yuna City, where every structure was crafted from rock. Even the most beautifully constructed buildings could grow tiresome with time. Yi Lingtian observed her brother's wide-eyed wonder with a sense of pride. The flowers here are far more beautiful than those outside, and the plants even glow. Moreover, there are magical creatures within. Magical creatures? You mean fairies? There are fairies here? You should have mentioned it sooner. Let's hurry. Upon hearing about magical creatures, Yi Lingming's excitement surged. This time, it was he who tugged Yi Lingtian along as they raced towards the magic forest. At that moment, as spring warmed the land and life stirred anew, the awakened flora adorned the world, creating a breathtaking tableau with the two running children. Such a scene would leave anyone awestruck. Two children, without the company of a magician, dared to frolic in such a perilous place. Let alone magical creatures. Even a common wild beast could easily send them on their way with a single swipe. Yet these two were not afraid, rather. They conspired to venture inside. And without a second thought, they dove right in. Watching Yi Lingming's retreating figure, Yi Lingtian chuckled to herself. A companion wand and a companion magic space stone. And they say you cannot awaken your magical powers? Not a soul would believe that. Chapter 2. The Magic Forest. Wow, this place is like another world. Towering trees obscured the sun, allowing only faint shafts of light to filter through the gaps, dancing playfully among the swaying leaves. Although sunlight was scarce, darkness was hardly felt. Beneath these sky-high trees, an array of plants and creatures sparkled like stars in the night sky, each radiating its unique brilliance, transforming this place into a vibrant tapestry of colors. Various enchanting plants bore enticing fruits, filling the air with their sweet aroma. Every now and then, a small, unidentified creature flitted past, adding to the whimsical atmosphere. Some, lacking flying prowess, would collide with a tree mid-flight, sliding down the trunk. This place seemed to exist solely within the dreams of children. Once they entered the forest, the two moved in tandem, with Yi Lingtian forging the path ahead while Yi Lingming trailed behind, captivated by his surroundings. It was not a matter of losing direction, rather. Everything here was a novelty to Yi Lingming, compelling him to observe each detail, marveling as he went. Wow, so thick! Yi Lingming exclaimed. Look at this tree, it is even thicker than the stoutest one at our doorstep. Oh, trees, do not be so dramatic. Why not? No reason, ask again, and I shall tap your head with my wand. Okay. Wow, Sister Tanun, there are so many trees here, adorned with countless beautiful fruits. Oh, what is this? It looks so lovely, can we eat it? Yi Lingming pointed at a fruit that was translucent, pinkish red, with a thin skin and juicy flesh, seemingly ready to burst forth with sweetness at a mere poke. Do not ask, the answer is unknown, that if you truly wish to eat, I advise against indulging in the visually appealing ones. Typically, if you consume the ordinary, you might discover a thing or two. My healing magic can still keep you breathing, said Yi Lingtian with a shrug. Then, she tapped someone gently on the head with her wand. Dear sister, just because you're not allowed to eat it, you needn't speak so ominously or strike my head. Yet you bring me here to tempt me. As Yi Ling Ming complained, a small hand suddenly appeared on one of her ears. What are you saying? I have risked my life to bring you out to play, to show you my new magic. Others wish to see me, yet I deny them. I do not believe you. You are undoubtedly afraid of blowing up the Lord's mansion again. The hand that had just finished its intimate contact with one ear now ventured to the other. Ouch! 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 Sweet sister, I realize my mistake. Yi Ling Ming cried out in pain. Yi Ling Tian chuckled mischievously. Do not speak so recklessly. I was merely conducting an experiment. Do you understand? If it is an experiment, then failure is a possibility, and with failure comes various outcomes. If it were to explode, what could I do? By the way, you must stay close to me. Be wary of being snatched away by wolves. You currently require the protection of this magician. Yi Ling Tian kindly reminded her, adhering to the principle that a wise person does not suffer losses in front of their eyes. Yi Ling Ming sweetly replied, Sister Tian is the most formidable. Of course, I cannot blame my sister. In the future, when I become a magician, I shall protect you. Yi Ling Ming gazed at Yi Ling Tian with her big, watery eyes. Excellent. I look forward to that day. Observing Yi Ling Ming's innocent and adorable demeanor, Yi Ling Tian felt her heart melt. After pinching Yi Ling Ming's cheek, they continued on their journey, with Yi Ling Ming trailing behind like a curious child, peering around. Wow, so big! Yi Ling Ming exclaimed again. Look at this snake, it's larger than any I've encountered in the city. Oh, a snake, so what's so big about it? An elven beast. Yi Ling Tian was unperturbed by an ordinary snake, but this was the magical forest. With her wand aglow, Yi Ling Tian conjured a magical shield that enveloped them instantly. Quickly, she created another magical light shield, holding her wand defensively in front while pulling Yi Ling Ming back in a swift retreat. In the very moment they evaded, a massive blood-red mouth snapped where they had just stood, shattering the magical shield. Had they remained in place, the consequences would have been dire. With its attack thwarted, the great snake turned its gaze toward the two, flicking its tongue and fixating its eyes upon them. Clearly astonished that these young humans had managed to evade its strike. The creature's body was draped in purple, adorned with 2 pairs of wings on its large head and body, granting it incredible speed. Above its 2 emerald eyes, a third eye was forming, indicating that upon further evolution, it could unlock the dream eye, possessing the power of a supreme magician. Even though this creature had merely reached its 2nd evolutionary form, it was not to be underestimated. It wielded the strength of a height-year human magician. Yet Yi Ling Tian was merely a magician herself. The disparity between them was monumental. Sister Tian, its malicious, strike it swiftly. Silence. It will be fortunate if it does not attack us. Stay behind me. Do not speak. And do not move. Okay. The dream-eating serpent clearly had no intention of sparing them. Flicking its tongue as it launched another assault confrontation was inevitable. Come on. Let me demonstrate the might of life attribute magic attacks. Am I, a grand magician, to be intimidated by this mere worm? Magician's magic. Flying leaf blade. Yi Ling Tian raised her wand and unleashed an offensive spell. Countless blades of leaves soared toward the dream-eating serpent, striking it immediately. However, this spell, capable of transforming a cow into minced beef, merely sparked a few embers upon the serpent's scales. Such high defense? How can we contend with this? Yi Ling Tian gasped in astonishment. Overconfidence, considering the 2-tier difference. Yi Ling Tian lifted her wand once more, summoning a hexagram formation beneath her feet, chanting incantations in preparation for another spell. With a flourish of her wand, a magical light shield materialized. The dream-eating serpent, seeing yet another shield, disdainfully opted not to bite, instead smashing it with a swing of its tail. With the shield shattered, the serpent's momentum dissipated. That's precisely the pause I sought. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ling Tian pointed her wand at the ground. Intermediate magician spell. Bamboo shoot surge. Sharp bamboo shoots erupted from beneath the dream-eating serpent, growing rapidly and lifting it aloft. Such formidable defense, it merely inflicted surface wounds. This spell was precisely what Yi Ling Tian intended to showcase to Yi Ling Ming. Normally, it would pierce through an opponent's body, causing it to crack and explode, truly a divine technique. But at present, it seemed to merely scratch the surface. The bamboo shoots continued to grow into towering bamboo, gradually enveloping the serpent, before cracking and exploding. The splintered bamboo shards raged like blades. Should a cow have been present, it could have been wrapped like a dumpling. Gazing at her completed spell, Yi Ling Tian felt an immense swell of pride within her. Soon, the magic subsided, and the dream-eating serpent stood there, flicking its tongue. Though it bore several wounds from the bamboo explosion, its ferocity remained undiminished if there were any changes. It was merely that its scales gleamed more brilliantly. Initially startled to discover that the child before it was a magician capable of such a grand display of magic, the serpent had contemplated fleeing. Yet the spell's power assured it that these two children were entirely within its grasp. "All right, I concede." Yi Ling Tian raised her hands in a gesture of surrender, observing the serpent nearing its full strength, adopting an expression of acceptance. Seeing them devoid of resistance, the serpent opened its mouth wide and swallowed both Yi Ling Tian and Yi Ling Ming, along with a magical shield surrounding them. Chapter 3. The little grass ball. After the dream-eating serpent swallowed the two, it left, swaying its body with satisfaction. Meanwhile, at an unknown distance away, two figures appeared out of thin air. One stumbled and nearly fell. Indeed, it was Yi Ling Tian and Yi Ling Ming. "Sister Tian Tian, are you all right?" Yi Ling Ming asked anxiously. "This damned sense of DJVU," Yi Ling Tian silently complained. Although she grumbled internally, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Yi Ling Ming, of course, was oblivious to what was on Yi Ling Tian's mind and curiously inquired, "By the way, why did that giant snake want to eat us? Will it come after us?" Even though Yi Ling Ming was just a child with little awareness of danger, the sight of the enormous serpent intent on devouring them had frightened her momentarily. Such is the law of the jungle. The strong survive, while the weak are eliminated, with the latter destined to be food for the former. As for my magic, it is designed for escape, it is a retreat-specific spell, undetectable even to the pinnacle of high-level sorcerers, let alone this little serpent. It is likely still puzzled as to why it felt no sense of fullness after consuming us both. All right, please keep an eye out for any unusual occurrences while I replenish my magical energy. Using two intermediate spells in quick succession has taken quite a toll, Yi Ling Tian instructed Yi Ling Ming. "Oh, and do not stray from my magical shield. I am uncertain of our current location," Yi Ling Tian added. "Understood, Sister Tian Tian. I'll protect you," Yi Ling Ming declared confidently, thumping her chest, observing the resolute glimmer in Yi Ling Ming's eyes. Yi Ling Tian couldn't help but tease, "I didn't hear you expressing such bravado when we faced the dream-eating serpent." With that, Yi Ling Tian decisively summoned her contract spirit using her contract spirit stone. "Little grass ball, protect me and Ming Ming." "Meow meow." "Yes, master." Yi Ling Ming. "Can someone explain what this means? I'm waiting here, quite urgently." With the little grass ball deployed, Yi Ling Tian finally felt at ease enough to sit down and begin restoring her magical energy. Yi Ling Ming gazed at the various peculiar plants surrounding them but was unable to venture out, leaving her with nothing to do but idly watch the magical energy rising around Yi Ling Tian. Only the little grass ball remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Why, Yi Ling Ming turned her attention back to the little grass ball, instantly intrigued. Who wouldn't adore a little sprite with such a large head that could meow? Wow, it looks splendid. Its entire body a tender green, with two pointy ears and a pair of blinking little eyes, resembling a tiny kitten. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that it had 2 arms and 2 legs. How could such a small frame support such a large head? Wow! Yi Lingming's gaze drifted to the little grass ball's rear. That swaying large leaf couldn't possibly be its tail, could it? Sister Tiantian actually gave it such a mundane name. If I become a sorceress and have a spirit, I shall bestow upon it a magnificent and formidable name. Yet, this little grass ball truly was a sight to behold. How I longed to pinch and knead it. Yi Lingming's eyes sparkled with delight, her hands clasped in front of her chest, gazing at the little grass ball with unrestrained eagerness. Meow meow, what do you wish to do? The little grass ball, observing Yi Lingming's silly grin, felt slightly apprehensive. Of course, I want to need you, huh? You can talk? Meow meow meow. Well, I can't speak yet. Even with my master, it's just simple, huh? You can understand my meows? Clearly, I can, Yi Lingming replied, shrugging her shoulders. Although both the girl and the sprite were astonished by this revelation, they had no inclination to uncover the reason behind it, preferring to avoid overthinking. Looking at such an adorable little spirit, Yi Lingming began to formulate a plan at UM. She suddenly said seriously to the little grass ball, "I'm Tion's little brother, right? Meow, correct. My sister is your master, right? Meow, correct. So, that means I'm half your master? Meow, meow, meow. Yes, wait, is that how our relationship works? Hee hee, I don't care. Since you acknowledged it, I shall not be polite. Come here, let your master need you. Meow. No way. I want to let you suffer, since you're half my master. We'll only do half of it. No kneading, just a gentle rub." Thus, the little ball of Mew was subjected to an unknown duration of gentle torment. Afterward, Yi Lingming lay on the ground, panting heavily, her face radiating satisfaction. What a delight! I finally understand why Sister Tian is so fond of kneading my face. It's simply exhilarating. Yi Lingming was thoroughly pleased, leaving the little grass sprite in a state of disarray. Meow meow. I'm not clean anymore. I don't want to live. Yi Lingming stood up to comfort the little grass ball. Don't be sad. Since you've given me such joy, I shall take responsibility for you. The little grass ball replied, "Meow meow. Why don't you listen to what you just said? Do you recognize this? This is the magic space stone my grandfather gifted me. It's similar to my sister's stone, but it can only hold objects, not spirits, and my grandfather shared many coating fruits with both me and my sister. Did my sister eat all of yours? Meow meow meow. Coating fruit." The little grass ball's eyes sparkled. Those were magical fruits that could enhance a spirit's power when consumed. Calm down. I have a whole pile inside, but I'm not a sorcerer and don't have a spirit, so I can't take anything out. It's merely for display. Meow. The sound of the stone cracking echoed. I heard my grandfather say that as long as you infuse a bit of magical energy, you can extract the items inside. You should have magical energy, right? Yi Lingming asked the stone-bound sprite. Meow. Yes, yes. That's a true revelation. The little grass ball extended its tiny paw towards the magic space stone in Yi Lingming's hand, infusing it with magical energy. However, after a long while, the magic space stone remained unresponsive. Could it be broken? Yi Lingming pondered, gazing at the stone that showed no sign of reaction. Forget it. It might really be broken. I'll just throw it away. As soon as the word throw left her lips, the previously inert magic space stone suddenly trembled, and Yi Lingming realized she could now see the items stored within. This magical space was remarkably vast. Piles of coating fruits had formed small mountains within, along with various fruits far superior to coating fruits, as well as many beautiful stones, books, papers, and more. Yi Lingming generously took out a heap of coating fruits and placed them before the little grass ball. This time, the little grass ball's eyes sparkled with excitement, truly resembling a golden legend. Meow meow. Are you sure I can eat them freely? Of course. If I am your master, I guarantee you'll eat your fill. Yi Lingming proclaimed proudly. Meow meow. Since you're my master's brother, you're naturally my master as well. The little grass ball said, drooling and thumping its chest, wearing an expression of longing. Hey, then it's settled. Today, we feast. My treat. Meow. Long live the master. Thus, in that perilous jungle, one person and one sprite indulged in a feast, entirely forgetting Yi Lingtian's admonitions, even neglecting the presence of another individual. The little grass ball devoured coating fruits one after another, exclaiming, this is wonderful. I'm so satisfied. It's truly a match made in heaven. Yi Lingming, cradling a coating fruit in both hands, took large bites and, upon looking up, found the little grass ball's eating style utterly absurd. Wow, your body is almost all head. How can that tiny body possibly consume so much? Hey, if I remember correctly, those have seeds, right? Don't you spit them out? The little grass ball puffed out its cheeks. Meow meow, meow meow. Don't worry, master. I can eat as much of this as you want. I've never spat out seeds. Eating the seeds adds to the flavor. Oh, all right. Ha ha ha, just take your time. There's plenty more inside. Meow meow, master is so kind. Being with you is truly a blessing. What a good sprite. You shall stick with me from now on. Ha ha, just as one person and one sprite were enjoying their feast. An angry voice interrupted. Enough, you too. Have you had your fill of living? Chapter 4. The trial of the sorcerer ancestor Yi Lingtian had fully restored her magical energy and had been standing for quite some time when she realized that these two hadn't noticed her presence at all, leaving her utterly speechless. Did they think they were here for a picnic? However, Yi Lingtian remained silent, opting to observe what kind of antics they would conjure. As their conversation grew increasingly absurd, she felt a rising irritation. If she didn't intervene soon, they might just elope. I am here restoring my magical energy, not lying dead. I am fully aware of what you are doing beside me. Ah, little Ming Ming, you've really gone too far. Teasing my little grass ball and even tormenting it. My poor little grass ball. I could tolerate you tormenting it, but what have you two been up to? Claiming it as your master. You're going to take all the credit after eating your fill. Aren't you? And little grass ball, I have treated you so well, yet you so easily acknowledge another as your master. Just wait until I teach you a lesson, the little grass ball protested. Meow meow, meow meow meow. I struggled, but it offered too much. I simply can't finish it all. What did you just say? Seeing Yi Lingming hurriedly trying to smooth things over, Yi Lingtian interjected. Sister Tian, please don't hit it. It's my fault, I was just joking around with little grass ball. Please don't hit it anymore. Yi Lingtian glared at the little grass ball. Did you hear that? Little grass ball, take note. This is how you admit your mistakes. Since Mingming has said so, let us leave this matter aside. However, Yi Lingtian cast a mischievous glance at Yi Lingming. Kadingwo, share a bit, sister, Yi Lingming replied. Indeed. It seems I am the only one hurt in this world. A certain cat interjected. Meow. Why not take a look at my head? Yi Lingtian retorted. What are you meowing about? Didn't I give you all my Kadingwo in the end? I'm merely preparing your provisions, do you understand? Zayakakiyu and Yi Lingming chimed in. Ah, right. Contentedly, Yi Lingtian began to gather a large pile of Kadingwo, then turned her attention to their surroundings. No more jokes. Just now, we escaped from the dream-eating serpent, and we fled in a rush without knowing where we are now. Thus, we are in danger. Yi Lingming asked, so what do? We sneaked out. Grandpa won't punish us. Will he? Yi Lingtian began to analyze their current situation. Firstly, the vegetation here is evidently denser than when we first entered, indicating that we ran deeper into the forest while escaping the dream-eating serpent. Yi Lingming questioned, aren't you analyzing our current predicament? Yi Lingtian confirmed, yes, I am analyzing. Firstly, this is our current situation. Secondly, I can only deduce so much. We simply need to wander in a random direction. This magical forest isn't vast. As long as we head in one direction, we will surely find our way out. We came out to play after all. We just need to enjoy ourselves. Yi Lingming exclaimed, oh, that's true, by the way. Sister Tian, feel free to pick as many fruits as you like. My magical space stone can hold as much as you gather. Whether it's valuable or not doesn't matter. Mainly, Zayakakiyo loves to eat. Zayakakiyo added, meow. Indeed. These two little rascals, if anyone heard them, their worldview would surely shatter. Two children under the age of 15 casually mentioning being lost in a dense forest as if it were a game. Yi Lingtian commanded, Zayakakiyo, lead the way. Let us set off, meow. In Unicity, the magic sanctuary, how could the busy city lord find time to visit my sanctuary? Seated in the main position was Yi Lingming's grandfather. Yi Lingchen, the lord of the magic sanctuary, all stemmed from that child Rui's, who has been at the pinnacle of advanced magic for some time now yet shows no signs of breaking through. Which has me quite anxious. I hope the lord can offer some guidance, the city lord said with a smile as he sipped his tea. Yi Lingchen replied, you could say your father is neglectful. You specially came to see me today for Rui's. If you were diligent, your son wouldn't have been stuck at this bottleneck for so long. Under normal circumstances, he should have broken through by now. Aren't you worried he might suffer from it? Before the city lord could respond, Yi Lingchen continued, in fact, I have been monitoring Rui's situation for quite some time. For a magician to advance, two conditions must be met: external magical power and internal intent. The city lord inquired, could it be? Ha ha ha, Yi Lingchen chuckled. I believe you already have the answer in your heart, but are hesitant to confirm it. Indeed, there are two possibilities. One is insufficient aptitude. If both parents are ordinary, their child may accidentally awaken magical affinity and become a magician. However, such magicians often find it difficult to progress beyond a certain level. Clearly, Rui's is not in this category, which leads us to the second possibility. The The trial of the law ancestor. The city lord expressed a mix of astonishment and excitement. The trial of the law ancestor is a test that only gifted magicians can undertake. No one knows what the trial entails. If passed, one becomes a guardian without further hurdles. If failed, they remain stagnant for life. While the specifics of the trial are unknown, it invariably tests the magician's character. Allow me to congratulate you in advance. City Lord, I believe with Ruai's character, he shall undoubtedly pass this trial and become a guardian. Yi Lingqian said to the City Lord, who was caught in a whirlwind of emotions, in the magical forest. Xiaokakyu meandered ahead, while Yi Lingtian and Yi Lingming collected fruits with sparkling eyes. What is this fruit that resembles a star? Never mind. Let's take it all. Wow. This one is so beautiful. The aroma is delightful. I could sit here and smell it all day. This one looks familiar. Could it be wild Kadingwo? Let's take it all. The two adhered to the principle of taking everything regardless of value. Soon clearing the area of its fruits, Yi Lingming gazed at the bounty with delight. Wow, this fruit resembles the ones we usually eat. Yi Lingtian corrected, not resembles. It is. Yi Lingming, recognizing some familiar fruits. Suddenly enlightened. So this is how this fruit grows on trees. And this one, its tree is so beautiful. I've discovered a newfound love for learning. Yi Lingtian, observing Yi Lingming's earnest demeanor, couldn't help but tease. When Grandpa asked you to study at home, you never took it this seriously, Yi Lingming retorted. Oh, come on. Studying at home is just reading books, and even then, I have to memorize everything. I have no interest in those subjects. How could I possibly remember? Fair point, Yi Lingtian conceded, unsure of how to respond. Thus, the two continued their fruit-gathering spree. With the magical space stone in hand, Yi Lingming bounced with excitement, while Yi Lingtian pondered something. Suddenly, Xiaokakyu exclaimed, "Meow meow! I hear the sound of flowing water." Yi Lingtian's eyes brightened. She raised her staff, casting a magical shield to envelop both herself and Yi Lingming, and they ventured toward the sound of the water. Indeed, after passing through towering trees, a river came into view. The spacious river separated two massive trees, with sunlight cascading like a golden waterfall through the branches. The sunlight illuminated the water, turning it a golden hue. A gentle breeze rippled across the surface, making the river appear like a magnificent golden dragon. From a distance, it resembled poetry. Up close, it resembled a painting. Although the forest was filled with luminous plants providing high visibility, people preferred sunlight. The openness of the scene left both of them in awe. For Yi Lingming, who had never seen such a forest before, this sight was truly astonishing. Nature is marvelous. This scene is pure artistry. After the shock, excitement took over. Yi Lingming joyfully raced toward the water's edge. Being a child, he could not resist the allure of beauty and fun. However, before he could run far, a small hand made contact with his ear. Did Grandpa not teach you that children shouldn't play in water, especially near the river? Yi Lingtian playfully pinched Yi Lingming's ear, adopting a mock-serious tone. Yi Lingming rubbed his ear, pondering. No. Yi Lingtian paused, realizing he had a point. After all, Yi Lingming had never left Unicity, and hardly ventured outside his home. How could he have encountered such water? It was indeed normal that Grandpa had not mentioned it. But how could Yi Lingtian let Yi Lingming feel triumphant? With a glint in her eye, she declared, "Very well, I shall now inform you. Children mustn't play in water, especially not alone by the river. Understood?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingming felt a wave of dismay and nearly burst into tears. Before he could cry, Yi Lingtian quickly changed her tone. "However, since you are under my supervision, and I am a magician, today I shall let you witness the essential magic, the water avoidance spell." With a flick of her staff, she cast the spell. Water avoidance. A transparent magical shield was instantly enveloped in a layer of blue. After completing the spell, Yi Lingtian felt quite pleased. Now you can play by the river. You can even go into the water and it won't be an issue, but do not stray too far. I cannot spare an additional magical shield for you. I can only enlarge my shield to cover both of us. However, this would not only weaken the shield's defense, but also increase her magical consumption. But for you to enjoy yourself, I won't count the consumption today. Yi Lingming cheered. Hooray! Long live Sister Tiantian. Yi Lingming was obedient, but he didn't grasp how far not too far meant, so he took hold of Yi Lingtian's hand. This action left Yi Lingtian momentarily stunned, but upon regaining her composure, She tightened her grip on Yi Lingming's hand, and together they happily ran to the riverbank. Tio and Observer, they appeared to be enveloped in a large blue bubble. The two of them strolled slowly along the riverbank within this bubble, marveling at the enchanting scene before them, continuously expressing their wonder. Why, Yi Lingming asked, Sister Tian, can we really go into the water? We won't fall in, will we? Without a word, Yi Lingtian stood up, took Yi Lingming's hand, and walked toward the water. Her expression seemed to say, Are you doubting my abilities? This startled Yi Lingming. Upon touching the water's surface, Yi Lingming initially felt a bit scared, but seeing the magical shield securely enveloping them, he relaxed. The magical shield, upon contact with the water, transformed from a sphere into a semi-spherical shape floating on the surface. Yi Lingming found himself stepping on the water, feeling as if he were treading on a sponge soaked with water, yet softer and more resilient, akin to jelly. His footsteps caused the surface to dip slightly, and when he lifted his foot, it would return to its original state. Walking on it felt like a massage, an indescribable comfort. This sensation was simply marvelous. Wow, this feeling is so magical. Yi Lingming grasped Yi Lingtian's hand and dashed across the golden surface of the water, running in circles until exhaustion compelled them to lie down. Reclining on the soft water, basking under the golden sun, they felt utterly content. Yi Lingming exclaimed, Sister Tian, magic is simply delightful. As she lay on the water's surface, she playfully splashed the soft waves with her hands. Yi Lingtian waved her hand dismissively to, Oh, that's nothing. This is merely a basic form of the water-evading spell within the magical shield. There are far more advanced spells that can transform the water's surface into solid ground, allowing one to walk upon it. There are even spells that enable one to dive beneath the surface. Listening intently to Yi Lingtian's explanations, Yi Lingming became increasingly enamored and yearned to become a magician herself. But that's not the most impressive part, Yi Lingtian added. What? There's something even more powerful. Yi Lingming was utterly astonished. Yi Lingtian lifted her chin proudly. Indeed, the more advanced the magician, the more formidable the spells they can learn. High-level magicians can use the water-evading spell to plunge directly into the water without needing a bubble shield. However, evading water is merely the most fundamental of spells. In my opinion, the true marvel lies in the art of flight. A magician who can soar freely through the skies is the epitome of a true magician. Yi Lingtian remarked with great admiration. I don't understand why some magicians prefer to fly on broomsticks. Magical wings are far more elegant, not to mention visually stunning. Wow, that sounds incredible. Sister Tian, can you fly? Yi Lingming asked eagerly. I'm only a magician of a modest level. How could I possibly fly? Before she could finish her sentence, the magical shield, along with Yi Lingming and Yi Lingtian, soared into the air, trailing water that painted a beautiful arc in the sky. Like a colossal bubble, it shimmered beautifully under the sun's rays. The sudden lift thrilled Yi Lingming. Wow, Sister Tian, you're amazing. You've taken me flying. I knew you were modest, but I didn't realize you had hidden talents. Yi Lingtian was speechless. Flying is one thing, but there's something beneath the water. Don't elevate me too high. It'll hurt when we fall. Without hesitation, Yi Lingtian directed a flying leaf blade towards the depths below. Little grass ball. Hold it back. Yi Lingtian turned to grab Yi Lingming and safely descended towards the water's surface, stabilizing herself before sprinting towards the shore. She understood that any force capable of sending a magician flying would certainly be no match for her, and her only option was to escape swiftly. The little grass ball aimed at the entity lurking beneath the water. Its jelly-like hands shot out claws, attempting to seize it, with a loud screech. The claws caught the creature's head, producing a harsh scraping sound as its body was flung away. However, they caught a glimpse of the creature's form. A large fish, a meow spirit beast. The little grass ball trembled and meowed. If it were an ordinary fish, even if it were twice this size, it would have been cooked long ago with a single swipe. Clearly, this fish is a spirit beast and quite powerful. The little grass ball glanced back at Yi Lingtian and Yi Lingming, who were still racing towards the shore, and charged at the large black fish to buy them some time. The fish leapt from the water, its tail sending the little grass ball flying. Yet, seeing the expression in Yi Lingtian's eyes, it seemed to understand something, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the contract spirit stone. The fish, realizing the little grass ball had disappeared, shifted its focus towards the two girls sprinting towards the shore. With a mighty leap and a flick of its tail, it shattered Yi Lingtian's magical shield, sending Yi Lingming and her tumbling into the water. Chapter 6. Escaping the fish's mouth, only to enter the wolf's den on the shore. Yi Lingtian and Yi Lingming gazed at the water, where they had just been cast in, feeling a pang of fear. Their golden cicada escape technique had proven useful. Otherwise, they would have faced disaster twice today. Yi Lingtian, ever unreserved in praising herself, then shifted the conversation with palpable anger. Yi Lingming poked Yi Lingtian, who was still grumbling, and pointed in a certain direction. Sister Tian, look at those two large dogs discussing what to eat. Large dogs? Yi Lingtian responded, puzzled, as she turned to follow Yi Lingming's gaze. At that moment, two spirit wolves were lowering their heads, fixated on the girls, their mouths dripping with a translucent liquid. Confirming with a glance, they realized these were wolves they could not afford to provoke. Yi Lingtian seized Yi Lingming's hand and turned to fleet. Is this never-ending? Just escaped from a fish's mouth to fall into the jaws of wolves. The spirit wolves were equally bewildered. They had merely come to the riverbank for a drink when they saw a fish blowing bubbles, which were then shattered by two young creatures, presumably human children. Had it been any other creature, the wolves would have seized the opportunity to feast, but now they hesitated. Humans were not commonly found here. And even if they were, powerful magicians would surely be nearby to protect them. Yi Lingming overheard their hushed discussion. Can we eat them? It seems we can. Realizing they had been discovered, the wolves fled in terror, confirming that no magicians were protecting the children, at least not at that moment. Considering these two young humans, they thought them tender and succulent, and thus rose to give chase. As they ran, Yi Lingtian lamented. What wretched luck! The last time grandfather brought me here, I hardly saw any spirit beasts. Today, it's as if they're relentless. This time, it must be your good fortune, Sister Tian, Yi Lingming replied, while sprinting. Yi Lingtian cast spells behind her. Good fortune? You'll regret it when you find yourself in a wolf's belly. Yi Lingming, being pulled along, questioned, Sister, why aren't you attacking the two? Yi Lingtian stiffened mid-run, nearly colliding with a large tree. Can you guess why I'm running? In Yi Lingming's eyes, Yi Lingtian was an invincible being. As long as she stood in front, Yi Lingming felt an inexplicable sense of security. Yet now, Yi Lingtian sensed that the small hand she held was gradually becoming damp with sweat, indicating that their situation was indeed dire. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke to Yi Lingtian. Sister, do you have any powerful spells, or even one that merely appears formidable? I do. Why do you ask? Yi Lingming's face lit up with hope. Just now, those two large dogs didn't bite us directly because they thought we had the protection of a high-level magician. If you cast a formidable spell, it might scare them away. This isn't the time for jokes. A single misstep could cost us our lives. Really, the two large dogs said so themselves. Yi Lingtian looked incredulous. She had intended to believe a little, but now it seemed utterly untrustworthy. Nevertheless, she halted their escape, brandishing her staff as a hexagram formation rose beneath her feet. Intermediate magician spell, bamboo shoot eruption. Before Yi Lingtian, bamboo shoots erupted from the earth, sharp and growing taller, soon forming a dense bamboo grove. Will this deceive the two spirit wolves? This time, it was Yi Lingming who was astonished. Didn't you say you didn't believe? Yi Lingtian sighed in exasperation. Dio, you really think I can outrun two wolves while holding your hand? At our current speed, even ordinary wolves would outpace us, let alone spirit beasts. Now, I choose to believe you. Even if it sounds utterly absurd. Yi Lingming was taken aback by Yi Lingtian's trust in her. We will be fine. The howls of the wolves echoed ominously, signaling they were closing in. The bamboo summoned by Yi Lingtian was being shattered one by one. As the bamboo continued to fall, the silhouettes of the spirit wolves became increasingly visible, explode. All the bamboo detonated, each fragment slicing through the spirit wolves like blades. After casting the spell, Yi Lingtian appeared somewhat drained. This time, it was Yi Lingming who pulled Yi Lingtian along in a frantic escape. Having used multiple spells in succession, Yi Lingtian felt her strength waning. Ming, I never anticipated this place to be so perilous. I recklessly brought you along. If anything were to happen, would you blame me? Yi Lingming observed her sister's guilt-ridden expression, struggling to believe that this was the same fearless Tian she had always known. Contemplating these thoughts, she offered comfort. Yi Lingtian was touched by her younger sister's resilient mindset, despite the significant age gap. Sensing Yi Lingtian's spirits lifting, Yi Lingming felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Perhaps life unfolds this way, always shrouded in uncertainty. Just as we are oblivious to the dangers lurking within this beautiful forest, at that moment, how could they know they would be unable to escape? Yi Lingming recalled Yi Lingtian mentioning that the rivers of this magical forest connected to the moat of Yuna City. Thus, she pulled Yi Lingtian to follow the river in their flight. They had barely run for a minute when the effects of the bamboo shoot eruption spell concluded, evidently failing to harm the two spirit wolves. The wolves, now bewildered, recognized that such a loud spell should have been cast by a high-level magician. Yet, its negligible power was baffling. The two wolves exchanged glances, unwilling to let their meal slip away. They disregarded the possibility of high-level magical protection for the two human cubs, their minds consumed by a singular thought: to feast. Though Yi Lingming and Yi Lingtian had vanished from sight, their keen sense of smell quickly locked onto their trail. Yi Lingming and Yi Lingtian ran desperately, uncertain if they had eluded the two wolves. Yet they pressed on with all their might. Yet how could the little ones possibly comprehend that in the enchanted forest, one must not run amok, for one could never foresee what may lurk in the next moment. A thunderous bellow echoed through the air, a deafening sound that caused Yi Lingming and her companion to halt in their tracks. Yi Lingtian's face betrayed a sense of despair. Surely not. Upon hearing such a soul-stirring cry, Yi Lingming too was enveloped in fear. What creature could produce such a sound? Yi Lingtian remarked, "Do you recall when we first departed the city and you inquired about the prowess of high-level magicians? I mentioned that they could easily send a common elephant flying." Yi Lingming nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Lingtian continued, "A common elephant is merely an ordinary beast. However, should it be a spirit elephant, even a high-level magician would be powerless against it and could only flee. This cry reverberates through the very soul. It is unmistakably that of a spirit beast. I fear we have inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the spirit elephants." Yi Lingming was at a loss for words. Did the forest spirits intend for them to encounter every perilous creature? Should we circumvent it? She proposed. Yet before Yi Lingtian could respond, they noticed two spirit wolves had already detected their presence and were racing toward them with alarming speed. The situation was dire, with an elephant ahead and wolves behind. Truly a predicament of no escape. Yi Lingtian felt a wave of panic wash over her, uncertain of what to do. Her magical energy had been depleted from their earlier flight. And now even maintaining a magical shield seemed a daunting task. The silhouettes of the spirit wolves drew ever closer, poised to pounce upon them. All Yi Lingtian could do was flee. Yet, how could two mere children outrun wolves imbued with magic? Resigning herself to the inevitable, she cradled Yi Lingming in her arms, hoping her own body might shield her brother from harm. If the wolf were to consume her, perhaps her brother might survive. Or at least live a while longer. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Despite being a magician, she was still but a young girl. Years of diligent training had led her to become a magician. Yet she found herself unable to protect those she so dearly wished to shield. Overwhelmed with a sense of injustice and regret, she wept for her recklessness and impulsiveness. She never anticipated such an end to her life, nor the peril it would bring to her brother. Brother? Suddenly, Yi Lingtian realized that Yi Lingming was no longer in her embrace. "Where's my brother? Wasn't I just holding him?" Chapter 7. The magical diamond sword. Yi Lingming stared at the spirit wolf charging toward her. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloping her. Out of nowhere, a sudden impulse compelled her to evade Yi Lingtian's grasp. A sensation of clarity surged through her being, as though a connection had been forged between herself and the world around her. In that fleeting moment, the magical space stone upon her person erupted in radiant light. A powerful aura of life emanated forth, and at the same instant, a crisp, shattering sound resonated within her mind. Yi Lingming felt her thoughts and perceptions sharpened to an extraordinary degree, even enabling her to discern the form of the spirit elephant in the distance. She could vividly sense the ethereal energies that permeated the world around her. And with a mere thought, these energies flowed into her being. Waves of warmth coursed through her body, manifesting as strands of magic that began to weave and circulate within her. As the magical energy surged, a protective shield formed instinctively around her, radiating waves of power. Why Yi Lingming realized that with just a thought, she could command this magic. Even her magical space stone could alter its form in response to her will. This extraordinary sensation, could it be an awakening? Yi Lingming gasped in wonder. In other words, I am now a magician. With another surge of thought, Yi Lingming instinctively envisioned a sword. In an instant, the magical space stone transformed into a resplendent diamond sword, shimmering with hues of every color. Turning to her sister, Yi Lingming gripped the sword firmly and, with unwavering resolve, swung it at the spirit wolf, which towered over her by an immeasurable degree. With a thunderous clash, Yi Lingming was sent hurtling backward by the force of the explosion in Yi Lingtian's eyes. She had sought to embrace Yi Lingming, only for her to evade, a brilliant light flashing as Yi Lingming became enveloped in magic. The magical space stone had inexplicably morphed into a sword. Armed with this blade, Yi Lingming confronted the spirit wolves directly. Upon colliding with the diamond sword, the two spirit wolves, formidable enough to rival high-level magicians, momentarily froze, their eyes warily fixed upon Yi Lingming and her sister. Due to her inexperience in combat, Yi Lingming was flung away once more. The magical shield proved remarkably effective. Despite the impact, she felt no pain. Steadying herself, Yi Lingming rose again, sword held aloft, directing its point toward the two wolves. This time, neither side initiated an attack. They merely stood in tense silence, locked in a standoff. The diamond sword in Yi Lingming's hands continued to radiate waves of life energy, enveloping all within the vicinity. The flora, touched by this life force, seemed to come alive, growing rapidly as if infused with vigor. Yi Lingming could even sense the excited thoughts emanating from the plants. As the life energy from the diamond sword spread, it gradually enveloped the entire forest. The life force reached a secluded and tempestuous area of the forest, fraught with lightning. In the instant the energy swept through, a cacophony of thunder erupted, as if a beast had awakened, unleashing a storm of lightning and thunder. Yet at the heart of this terrifying tempest blossomed a peculiar flower, devoid of roots or leaves, possessing only a slender stem and a bud yet to bloom. As it absorbed the life energy, the strange bud began to grow and unfurl. With each petal that opened, the surrounding storm converged upon the flower. As it continuously absorbed life energy and the surrounding lightning, the flower finally bloomed fully, revealing its core, an arc of pure lightning. This lightning, imbued with life energy, began to solidify, as if pondering its origins. In the next moment, the entire flower, along with the surrounding lightning, flickered simultaneously. The bolts of lightning coalesced toward the flower's center, gradually forming and shooting forth in a singular direction. As the lightning departed, the original flower disintegrated, its petals dissolving into arcs of electricity that shrank and vanished into the earth. The once barren land surrounding the flower, long devoid of vitality, began to awaken under the nourishment of the life force, gradually turning green. Meanwhile, Yi Lingming remained locked in confrontation with the two wolves. They could clearly sense that Yi Lingming possessed only second-level magical energy, yet the life force radiating from the diamond sword instilled within them a profound sense of threat. After a brief moment of hesitation, they lunged forward once more. They understood well that consuming this child, who exuded such rich life energy, would significantly enhance their own magical prowess. Yi Lingming gripped her sword and charged toward them once more. Sister, this time, I will protect you. As the saying goes, a newborn calf knows no fear, and thus she charged at the two second-level spirit wolves. A cacophonous clash erupted as the wolf's claws met the diamond sword, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine. Drawing on her previous experience, Yi Lingming managed to step back a few paces without being thrown, though the magical shield shattered under the force of the blow. In this encounter, Yi Lingming began to grasp the overwhelming pressure her sister had felt when facing the dream-eating snake and the great black fish. It stemmed from an absolute suppression of higher levels. What she failed to notice was that the wolf claw that had collided with the diamond sword trembled ever so slightly. The injured spirit wolf, clearly enraged, lunged once more at Yi Lingming, aiming a massive paw at her head. Yi Lingming raised her sword in defense, while the other wolf charged at Yi Lingtian. No. Their simultaneous cries echoed, each rushing toward the other in a frantic bid to protect one another. Yi Lingming would rather face both spirit wolves than allow her sister to be harmed. Meanwhile, Yi Lingtian, having exhausted her magical energy, was powerless to fend off the impending strike. Yi Lingming was filled with indignation. She had awakened her magical power yet was still unable to protect those she cherished. Why? Yi Lingtian was filled with regret, questioning her own recklessness. Why had she insisted on bringing Yi Lingming to awaken her magic alone? The magic was awakened, but at what cost? This time, Yi Lingtian did not falter. She embraced Yi Lingming tightly. Why? Yi Lingming raised her sword high above their heads to shield them both. A powerful aura burst forth, forming a verdant barrier that sent the two wolves hurtling away. A tremendous energy emanated from the magical space stone, gradually revealing a shadowy figure, resembling a spirit beast. The figure pressed forward, manifesting a magical array. It raised a hand, conjuring a magical orb that flickered with green light, which surged toward the two wolves. With a resounding explosion, the orb detonated, incapacitating the wolves and leaving them in a state of unconsciousness. After neutralizing the threat of the two wolves, the shadowy figure turned its gaze toward the entwined forms of Yi Lingming and Yi Lingtian. Seemingly contemplating something profound, it pressed forward again, causing the magical array to expand exponentially. Looking skyward, the duo observed that every plant within the forest released a green light, swiftly converging toward the figure. With each point of light that merged, the shadow became more solid, gradually shrinking in size. As the light continued to flow in, the figure transformed from a majestic, towering presence into something smaller and more defined. When the final point of light melded into it, tranquility enveloped the scene, and the figure solidified into a tangible form. The air filled with a gentle melody, a harmonious resonance that seemed to convey understanding. In that moment, Yi Lingming and Yi Lingtian grasped something profound. Yet they could not articulate it. Their minds were filled with a singular thought. Are we truly alive? How wonderful it is to live. Experiencing life firsthand surpasses all teachings. One may falter in times of ease, yet in adversity they shall find their path. Having brushed against death, they now understood the preciousness of life. In that silence, they exchanged no words, uncertain of what to say. Yi Lingtian's exhaustion was significantly alleviated by the previous life energy. Her magical power restored to some degree. With renewed vigor, she wielded her staff, casting simple healing spells. Although Yi Lingming had not sustained any injuries, Lingtian still exerted herself to cast magic, as if attempting to atone for her previous errors. After calming her emotions for a moment, Yi Lingtian slowly spoke. Ming, congratulations on finally awakening your magical powers. Despite the unpleasant experiences you endured, you have achieved your goal and are still alive. You should be joyous. Indeed, I am now a magician. The feeling of rebirth after calamity is truly delightful. Yi Lingming reflected on the events that had transpired, growing increasingly fearful as a cascade of questions flooded her mind. How could your magical power awaken at a higher level than mine? How did you conjure a magic shield so effortlessly? And how did you dare confront two spirit wolves alone? Sweetie, I was wronged. At that moment, I had no idea what to do. I was merely following the instructions of that voice. What voice? Which instructions? I didn't hear anything. Chapter 8. Little spirit ball. It suddenly dawned on Yi Lingming that the guidance she received was not from a voice, but rather appeared directly in her mind. In her panic, she had failed to recognize the oddity. After pondering for a moment, she recalled the shadow that had obliterated the two wolves and turned to gaze at the spirit beast that had emerged from that shadow in disbelief. Could it be it? Yi Lingtian, curious, also looked at the spirit beast before them. Do you think it might have been it from before? After all, it did emerge from your magic space stone. That's a possibility. Beyond that, they could find no other explanation. Ing. The spirit beast blinked its large eyes, emitting only soft whimpers. Were it not for witnessing its transformation from a shadow, they would never have made the connection. Wait, why can't I understand its whimpers? I could understand the spirit beasts I encountered previously. Yi Lingming felt perplexed. However, to avoid overthinking, she chose to disregard the reason. Wow, how adorable! At that moment, Yi Lingming realized that the spirit beast was exceedingly cute. With a head larger than a small grass ball, it stood on all fours, resembling a big-headed puppy, its entire body a tender green, slightly greener than the small grass ball. Particularly charming were its large, twinkling eyes, which were simply irresistible. Yi Lingming gazed at the spirit beast, drooling at the prospect of having her own spirit now that her magical powers had awakened. Tentatively, She extended her hand towards the little darling. Would you like to be my spirit? Upon hearing Yi Lingming's offer, the spirit beast eagerly nodded in agreement. However, due to the exertion, its small body lost balance and it tumbled to the ground. Its 4 legs flailing, eephed, ha 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 ha. The spirit beast's clumsiness elicited hearty laughter from the two, yet, when it came to acquiring a spirit, Yi Lingtian was serious. You must consider this carefully. Once you decide on it, it will have to accompany you always. It doesn't seem particularly strong, and if that's the case, it may affect your future power. Yi Lingming gently picked up the spirit beast. Sweetie, have you forgotten how we were saved just now? Moreover, did you consider the strength of the small grass ball when you accepted it? Yi Lingtian suddenly realized. Indeed, being able to annihilate 2 spirit wolves definitely indicates strength. Besides, I only accepted the small grass ball after my grandfather's careful consideration. I didn't choose it merely for its cuteness, although it truly is adorable. All right, sweetie, I have given this serious thought. Setting aside its strength, the fact that it just saved us is enough for me to decide to accept it. It will be my best companion. Oh, by the way, can I give it a name now? Yi Lingtian nodded in agreement. Of course. With trembling hands from excitement, Yi Lingming recalled the rather mundane name of Yi Lingtian's small grass ball and felt a surge of confidence. I must give my spirit a name that is incredibly cool and melodious. Thus, a plethora of grandiose and impressive names flooded her mind. Since it exuded such a powerful life force, how about King of Life? No, too kitsch. How about Super Invincible Little Spirit? No, that sounds so childish. The handsomest in the universe? That seems unrelated to handsomeness. How about Ergo? That's a bit tacky. Yi Lingming began to comprehend why Yi Lingtian had named the small grass ball something so mundane. She found the name quite pleasant. Since Sweetie's spirit is called Small Grass Ball, then mine shall be called Little Spirit Ball. It would be nice to have a family with matching names, especially since it does resemble the small grass ball. After a mental struggle, she finally thought of a name that was truly remarkable. How about we call it Little Spirit Ball? Yi Lingtian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing that name. Weren't you supposed to give it an incredibly cool and melodious name? This just follows in my footsteps. Yi Lingming chuckled, keeping her thoughts about her inability to come up with a formidable name to herself. The spirit beast, however, seemed exceedingly pleased, as if it were quite content with the name. Yi Lingtian said, All right, let's go with that name. Quickly use the contract spirit stone to accept it. We must leave promptly. Having learned from their previous encounter, Yi Lingtian remained vigilant of their surroundings. After all, the recent commotion could attract something even more terrifying, like the spirit elephant they had just encountered. But I don't have the contract spirit stone? Yi Lingming replied. Yi Lingtian paused, recalling that they had sneaked out hoping for a stroke of luck to help Yi Lingming awaken her magical powers. Never did they expect it to actually happen. And even more surprising was that her magical powers had reached the level necessary to accept a spirit. Yi Lingming agreed. Then let us depart. With Yi Lingming leading the way and Little Spirit Ball trailing behind. They had barely taken a few steps when Little Spirit Ball lost its balance and fell face first onto the ground. The Little Spirit Ball, having been flipped over by Yi Lingming, looked quite pitiful. Its large eyes misty as if on the verge of tears, clearly feeling guilty for its inability to walk. After being helped up, the Little Spirit Ball spotted Yi Lingming's magic space stone and suddenly became excited, pointing at itself and then at the magic space stone. However, as it lifted its front feet off the ground, its big head tipped toward the ground again. Yi Lingming hurriedly supported it, preventing its face from making further contact with the ground. Holding the Little Spirit Ball in one hand, Yi Lingming took out the magic space stone with the other. You mean this? This is the magic space stone, not the contract spirit stone. It can only hold items. Just as she finished speaking, Yi Lingming realized that it was transformed from that powerful shadow. Where had the shadow come from? Wasn't it from her magic space stone? Do you mean you can enter here? Yi Lingming asked tentatively. The spirit beast blinked its large eyes and patted its chest with its front paws, seemingly saying, Leave it to me. You can trust me. Thus, Yi Lingming placed the magic space stone before the Little Spirit Ball. Preparing to observe its display, the Little Spirit Ball planted its 2 front feet on the ground, causing the green patterns to illuminate and rapidly etch themselves as the light brightened. Magic star formation complete. The magical spirit contract appears, quickly Feel it with your heart and accept it, Yi Lingtian hurriedly reminded her. Typically, the magical spirit contract is initiated by the magician, with the spirit beast consenting. After all, the lifespan of spirit beasts far exceeds that of magicians. Even after a magician's death, the spirit beast can continue to exist. If the spirit beast were to initiate the contract, it would signify a true bond of life and death. Why? Yi Lingming sensed the waves of intent emanating from the magic space stone. As if she could hear the heart's voice of the little spirit ball before her. Though she felt a bit anxious, excitement and anticipation predominated her emotions. "Do you wish to be my master?" A thought emerged in Yi Lingming's mind. "I do." Various images flashed before her, though they shattered and blurred, eluding capture. Time stretched infinitely, yet it felt but a fleeting moment. Why? Yi Lingming gazed at the fragments of memories, murmuring, "Are these all your experiences?" In comparison to Yi Lingming's brief and monotonous memories, the recollections of the little spirit ball were incredibly rich. Upon completing the contract, the little spirit ball joyfully leaped, its body gradually transforming into shimmering light points, merging into the magic space stone. Why? Yi Lingming happily picked up the magic space stone. "We did it." After safely stowing the magic space stone, she and Yi Lingtian continued on their journey. The two walked slowly along the riverbank, and despite their caution, their fears were soon realized. Moo! The deafening sound echoed once again. It was the spirit elephant, Moo. Another roar followed, as the spirit elephant charged towards the two, intending to drive away these intruders within its territory. Chapter 9. Lightning rampage. As the spirit elephant dashed forward, trees that had borne witness to countless years were mercilessly shattered. Realizing the impending danger, Yi Lingming grasped Yi Lingtian's hand and swiftly fled. The two remained calm, having weathered storms before. Their composure was largely due to Yi Lingtian's recovery of considerable magical power, nourished by Yi Lingming's life force, sufficient for them to execute a clever escape. Why? Yi Lingtian summoned her magical energy, softly reciting an incantation, and another version of themselves appeared behind them. Their original forms turned transparent as they swiftly raced along the river. The pursuing spirit elephant halted upon seeing their doppelgangers, raising its front feet and stomping the ground. Its trunk aimed skyward as it unleashed another long, resonant call. As the ethereal elephant stood, a surge of magical energy enveloped it, swiftly followed by rippling waves emanating from beneath its feet. These undulating waves expanded rapidly, radiating outward from the majestic creature. The moment the ripples made contact with the doppelganger, it disintegrated into a flurry of luminous particles, revealing the true forms of Yi Lingming and her companion. Having scarcely fled a short distance, their expressions soured once more. "Why?" Yi Lingtian exclaimed. "Does this ethereal elephant possess such a foul temper? Or are we simply beset by ill fortune? It has directly unleashed its magical prowess upon us. If I am not mistaken, this must be a wide-area attack spell, the water ripple." Why? Yi Lingming pondered. "What are we to do now?" "Keep running, of course. Do you expect us to vanquish it?" Yi Lingtian retorted. Despite their utmost efforts to escape, the waves pursued them with alarming speed, and the second ripple soon approached from behind. The audible shatter of their magical shield echoed through the air. Though the attack had been deflected by the protective barrier, the force still knocked them to the ground. The sheer might of the assault was staggering, instilling a sense of dread within them both. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. They had to rise swiftly and flee anew. The ethereal elephant's strikes were relentless, and the third ripple quickly closed in. With a series of crackling sounds, the magical shield, having withstood two waves, finally succumbed, and both were once again cast to the earth. Bereft of protection, they faced imminent peril should another wave arrive. Why? Yi Lingtian had no choice but to wield her staff, conjuring a magical light shield to shield them from the oncoming onslaught. As the ripples arrived, the light shield shattered. She summoned another shield, only for it to meet the same fate, and then another, until the seventh shield was conjured. Now barely holding form in a weakened tone, Yi Lingtian said to Yi Lingming, "I am out of magical energy. I cannot sustain this much longer. You must flee." "No," Yi Lingming replied resolutely. "We cannot surrender until the final moment. What if a miracle occurs? If we desire a miracle, we must first grant it a chance." With both hands placed upon the magical light shield, Yi Lingming focused her energy, infusing the shield with renewed vigor. The once ethereal golden shield gradually solidified, pulsating with life. "I can also conjure a magical light shield," she declared, as the ripples crashed against the shield. It radiated a brilliant green light, resisting the onslaught. The seventh wave concluded, and with a resounding crack, the shield shattered. Before the eighth wave could strike, Yi Lingming concentrated her thoughts, attempting to summon yet another shield, envisioning its form, her magic coalescing into being. As it materialized, it too was destroyed. Yi Lingming continued to summon shields while fleeing, managing to maintain this effort until the 13th wave. However, exhaustion took its toll, and she could only conjure a translucent shield. "This is not good. I am out of magical energy as well," Yi Lingming exclaimed anxiously, gazing at her feeble shield. Yi Lingtian grasped Yi Lingming's hands. "Dream, you must run. I can still provide a brief respite." At that moment, a small spirit orb emerged from the magical space stone, emitting soft sounds that seemed to say, "I can help too." With one hand clutching Yi Lingtian and the other cradling the small spirit orb, Yi Lingming continued her flight. The typical strength of a magical light shield barely held against the impact, let alone the frail form she had summoned. The ripples surged forward, shattering the fragile shield, and the residual force once again sent the two fleeing figures crashing to the ground. "Ouch!" Yi Lingming cried out, feeling a searing pain coursing through her back, tears welling in her eyes. If she were at home, she would have surely cried out in distress, seeking comfort from her family, yet now she could only endure the pain, holding back tears as she urged her companions onward. With the 14th wave drawing near, Yi Lingming felt as though 1,000 blades were poised to consume her. Fear, frustration, and despair swirled in her mind. The anticipation of death was far more harrowing than death itself. With a determined grit, she pushed Yi Lingtian and the small spirit orb away, turning to face the impending assault of the ethereal elephant. "No, dream," Yi Lingtian shouted, realizing Yi Lingming's intentions, to absorb the blow with her own body. Yi Lingming understood that this strike could very well claim her life, but there was no alternative. She could not evade it and must confront it head-on. Drawing forth the magical space stone, she envisioned it transforming into a radiant diamond sword. With both hands gripping the weapon, she swung it toward the ripples. "Dream," Yi Lingtian cried, rushing after her, as Yi Lingming's sword made contact with the ripples. She truly comprehended the profound might of the ethereal elephant's magic. The force was overwhelming, as if it could tear her asunder, imbued with a formidable power that eroded and destroyed. The oppressive sensation of suffocation washed over her. Was this the essence of death? But why did the feeling dissipate so swiftly? Am I dead? So soon? Yi Lingming pondered, bewildered. She had hoped to withstand the impact, granting Yi Lingtian a fleeting chance to escape. Yet she found herself vanishing at the first contact. A sharp slap jolted her from her thoughts. Yi Lingtian, already in tears, embraced her tightly, weeping openly. For a young girl to have persevered this long was commendable. Peering around, Yi Lingming discovered that they were encased within a vast, shimmering golden magical barrier, which shielded them from harm. Outside, vibrant arcs of electricity flickered, unleashing bolts that shattered the waves, threatening their lives. Those lethal ripples disintegrated under the onslaught of the lightning, dissolving into motes of light. Among them, a particularly radiant bolt, adorned with intricate magical sigils, targeted the ethereal elephant, piercing through its form with precision. The creature stiffened and collapsed to the ground. After vanquishing the ethereal elephant, the golden lightning arced toward the river, plunging into the depths. The waters settled, revealing numerous black orbs floating upon the surface. "Blacktail fish," Yi Lingming gasped, her astonishment rendering her momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the forest, a large serpent pondered why, despite feasting well, it still felt ravenous. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through its body. Glancing upward, it beheld a shimmering golden lightning bolt hovering above its head. With a flick, the lightning struck the serpent, causing it to reel back, dazed and unconscious. Back at the river, Yi Lingming stared at the fish and then turned to the vanishing golden lightning. Utterly bewildered, was I saved by a lightning bolt? The disappearing golden lightning reappeared above the ethereal elephant, seemingly contemplating something before directing its attention toward the two unconscious spirit wolves. With a crackling sound, the two spirit wolves were jolted awake, letting out a yelp before succumbing once more to unconsciousness. Chapter 10. The small spirit orb and the golden lightning after electrifying the two wolves. The golden lightning hovered in the air, its radiance intensifying, creating a circle akin to the ethereal elephant's rippling waves, expanding outward from its center, in a flash, from a tree 150 meters behind Yilingming. Two lizard-like spirit beasts tumbled to the ground. Nearby, a spirit leopard, having lain low for an extended period, was also knocked unconscious. Unbeknownst to Yilingming, countless small spirit beasts were being showered with care. Having completed its tasks, the golden lightning nodded appreciatively before vanishing in a flash. The small spirit orb, standing behind Yilingming, squinted at the spectacle, murmuring to itself, "Well done. I approve." As the golden magical barrier gradually dissipated, the various arcs and flashes of electricity faded into tranquility. Observing the transformation of the radiant diamond sword, the small spirit orb couldn't help but curse under its breath. "What the heck? You have no sense of fair play." With that, the small spirit orb scattered into motes of light, merging into the magical space stone. Inside the magical space stone, a transformation had occurred. It was no longer merely a hollow chamber for storage, but had expanded into a grand hall, with numerous spirit spaces behind it. Within one of these spaces flourished a boundless expanse of flora, vibrant flower fields swaying in the gentle breeze. A small stream mirrored the clouds above, and the azure sky was dotted with cotton candy-like clouds, seemingly floating into the water. If Yilingming were here, she would surely revel in the fragrant breeze brushing against her cheeks. However, she was not present. Instead, the small spirit orb stood by the riverbank. Utterly unfazed, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the clear sky as a bolt of golden lightning crackled down before the small spirit orb. "Enough already. Must you zap my flowers again?" it lamented, surveying the wilted blossoms around it. Feigning disappointment, the lightning responded, "I seem to have regressed. I recall my previous strikes being far more expansive." Unwilling to engage in further banter, the small spirit orb willed the flowers to revive, visibly blossoming anew, turning their faces toward the sun as they danced in the wind. Gazing upon the sea of flowers, the small spirit ball inquired of the lightning in the sky, "Why did you take so long to act? What if something were to happen to him?" The lightning replied, "Did he not say he wanted to give miracles a chance? I came out early to stun that foolish elephant. Would that still be a miracle?" The small spirit ball genuinely wanted to give this individual a piece of its mind, yet found itself unable to retaliate. "First, one must understand who he is." The lightning responded, "What? Is he not just an ordinary person?" "He is him." The small spirit ball felt a twinge of reluctance to continue conversing with this spark-filled individual. The lightning asserted, "Firstly, he is not merely him. Secondly, even if he were, I would not acknowledge him if his heart were not kind." Upon hearing this, the lightning's tone shifted. "Look at what you are saying. Am I not simply testing his character? With my strength, how could he possibly harm me? However, whether he is truly him has become irrelevant, for we have already made our choices. After all, we are no longer who we once were." The small spirit ball sighed deeply. "Indeed, after today, we shall be reborn anew." In the enchanted forest, Yilingming and her companions stared in astonishment at the spirit elephant, spirit wolf, spirit leopard, and the black-tailed fish floating on the water's surface, each singed by the golden lightning. Why, Yilingtian, still recovering from the tumultuous upheaval, wondered, should we be safe now? In this moment of miraculous survival. The two shared a knowing smile, and after a brief respite, they resumed their weary journey. Yet, after having walked along the riverbank for only a short while, a powerful force swept over them, followed by several waves of potent magical energy rushing towards them. The two felt the stirrings around them, growing somewhat numb. Could there be more? They hastily sought refuge behind a large stone. However, the formidable force had already locked onto them, and the magic struck true. Is this how it ends? Yilingming seemed to have developed an immunity to the impending doom of death, yet she braced herself for the onslaught. Contrary to her expectations, no attack came. Instead, she felt a warmth enveloping her. The magic and vitality were steadily restored. Is this a magic shield? And a healing spell? The magic directed at them transformed into two shields, encasing them and continuously mending their wounds. It turned out they had a benefactor. Just as Yi Lingming was filled with gratitude, eager to discover who had come to their aid, her expression shifted in an instant. Grandfather? Before her, 3 magical star formations appeared out of thin air, intertwining and rotating like a door being opened, revealing Yi Lingchen, whose face was ashen with fury as he glared at the two. Your audacity is astonishing. What have I taught you? Upon realizing that her grandfather was the newcomer, Yi Lingming felt a surge of joy. Yet, upon seeing Yi Lingchen's expression, her exhilaration vanished in an instant. As the saying goes, when danger is absent, the elders are the most perilous. Why Yi Lingming knew her grandfather was undoubtedly furious. Adhering to the principle of avoiding immediate conflict, her expression shifted to one of innocence, her eyes brimming with tears like a repentant child. Grandfather, we were wrong. As her words fell, the tears streamed down, completing a perfect act of contrition. Why Yi Lingtian, watching Yi Lingming's performance, inwardly exclaimed, with a teammate like this, it would be hard to get a beating. Observing this, Yi Lingtian too clung to Yi Lingchen's leg, wailing, woo-woo, grandfather, I thought I would never see you again. You can hit me, scold me, or lock me in a dark room. Just please don't hurt Ming Ming. It was all my idea to bring her along. Beside her, Yi Lingming cried even louder, woo-woo, it's all my fault. It's my fault for insisting that Sister Tiantian bring me. Grandfather, you can hit me. Yi Lingchen's anger dissipated somewhat at their tears. Yet his expression remained grim, as though he were a great villain. With a flourish of his staff, he lifted the two away and Unicity. At the magic temple, the city lord stood at the entrance, his son Wazazirui at his side. Upon seeing Yi Lingchen return with the 2 children, he stepped forward to inquire, Uncle Chun, are the little ones unharmed? Yi Lingchen shook his head. They are mostly fine. These 2 little rascals ventured into the magic forest and were merely startled. Hearing that Yi Lingming and her friend had entered the magic forest, Wazazirui was taken aback. They had slipped out right under his watch at the city gate. One was a mage and the other not even a mage. How could these 2 manage to escape from someone of his high magical prowess? It was truly embarrassing. He would never be able to show his face again. As long as they are fine, it's all good. They are still young and in a playful stage. Let us not be too harsh at this point. The city lord abruptly recalled his lost city lord's mansion. The words he intended to offer Yi Lingchen faded away. Thus, the conversation shifted. Just don't overexert yourself, Uncle Chun. In a few years, when they have grown, it will be better. Don't be too severe. After all, they are still children. Listening to the lord, Wazazirui couldn't help but feel exasperated. His father truly enjoyed holding on to petty grievances, unlike himself. Chapter 11. Being scolded, Yi Lingchen turned to face Yi Lingming and her companion with an unfriendly expression. Wazazirui, fearing he might be questioned about how he had been guarding the gate, quickly interjected, Grandfather, why don't I escort them home? They look quite exhausted. Yi Lingchen nodded, that works. After the 3 departed, Yi Lingchen smiled at the city lord. I have not been strict enough. Forgive me for the amusement, my lord. The city lord smiled lightly. There is no need for such concerns, Uncle Chun. Children are naturally playful. Just don't be too harsh. Yi Lingchen suggested. Shall we go in and discuss? After you, Uncle Chun. Meanwhile, Yi Lingming and her companion walked with their heads down, following Wazazirui towards home. You 2 are quite daring. 2 little children dared to enter the magic forest? Yi Lingtian muttered softly, but he is a mage, soon to be a mid-level mage. Truly, ignorance is bliss. Wazazirui felt a flush of embarrassment. I'm a high-level mage, and I wouldn't dare go in alone. Yi Lingtian pondered for a moment. But you took me there last time. Wazazirui replied, that was merely wandering around the outskirts. Yi Lingtian continued, last time. When grandfather took me, I didn't see any formidable spirit beasts. From within her spirit stone, the small grass ball protested silently. Upon hearing Yi Lingtian's question, Wazazirui displayed a look of admiration. The temple lord is a guardian. He can sweep through the magic forest. With his magic aura released, no spirit beast would dare approach. Yi Lingtian's enthusiasm faded instantly. Oh. So it's like that. It was only then that she noticed Wazazirui had mentioned he was a high-level mage. By the way, Zerue, why haven't you broken through to a top-level mage yet? Wazazirui sighed. Could we change the topic? Yi Lingtian thought for a moment, then why are you with grandfather? Is this the question you have to ask? Wazazirui resigned himself. You really know how to pick questions. I just haven't been able to break through and specifically sought guidance from the Temple Lord. Satisfied? It was unexpected to encounter the two of them sneaking out, especially right under my nose. You both are quite impressive, by the way. How did you manage to slip out? Before Yi Lingtian could respond, Yi Lingming proudly exclaimed, "Of course, it was my sister Tianan's new magic. We turned invisible to sneak out. Isn't that impressive? Invisible?" Although Wazazirui hadn't focused his attention on the pedestrians at the time, escaping unnoticed was indeed quite a feat. By the way, how did grandfather know we were in the magic forest? Yi Lingming suddenly recalled the connection. Wazazirui explained, "You two really don't know how fortunate you are. The Temple Lord knew you were misbehaving and feared you might cause trouble, so he placed a magical mark on you. If you find yourselves in danger, the Temple Lord will sense it." As he spoke, Wazazirui appeared somewhat frustrated. "You have no idea. I was just conversing with the Temple Lord when his staff suddenly flew toward me. I was standing right in front of him, and it knocked me back." Yi Lingming asked, "Why did the staff suddenly fly over?" Wazazirui retorted, "Shouldn't you first be concerned about me?" "Oh, are you all right?" "I am fine." Wazazirui regretted offering to escort them. "The Temple Lord had linked your marks to his staff. Of course, he would come rushing over if you got into trouble. Now I see. I'm truly sorry for causing you to be struck." After understanding the situation, Yi Lingming sincerely expressed her apologies. Wazazirui decided not to engage further with the two. They were truly infuriating. Before long, they arrived at the Yiling residence. Finally home, Yi Lingming and her companion gazed at their long-missed home, and recalling their previous ordeals, they began to cry once more. Wazazirui was left bewildered, unsure why the two were weeping. He thought they might be afraid of being scolded for their mischief. "Please don't cry. My father only says those things. I believe Uncle Chen Wanti actually punish you." Yi Lingming and her companion were too immersed in their emotions to pay Wazazirui any mind, crying as if venting all their pent-up grievances. Wazazirui, utterly confused by their tears, left after dropping them off at home in the magic temple. Within the Temple Lord's chamber, Yi Lingchen and the City Lord were still engaged in discussion, but the topic had shifted from Huazirui to Yi Lingming and her companion. Yi Lingchen remarked, "These two children are no longer young. They can't continue to cause trouble like this. It is time to find them a school." The City Lord resonated deeply with this sentiment and, upon hearing Yi Lingchen's intention to send them to school, promptly expressed his agreement. "What you say is indeed true, Uncle Chun. Whatever academy the children wish to attend, I shall arrange it for them. How about enrolling them in the finest academy in Unicity?" However, Yi Lingchen waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for that. It would be unfair to others. Their ability will determine where they can study." Although the young girl, Xiao Tian, was on the brink of breaking through to become a mid-level mage, having never received systematic education, I still plan to have her take the entrance exam for a primary magic academy. "That sounds feasible," the City Lord concurred. As for Xiao Ming, since he has yet to awaken his magical powers, let him first attend an ordinary school. Upon hearing the mention of an ordinary school, the City Lord quickly dissuaded him. "Uncle Chen, that is out of the question. With the strength of the Yi family's bloodline, Xiao Ming has every possibility of awakening his magical powers. I can send him to the Magic Awakening Department of the Intermediate Magic Academy. I believe it won't be long before he awakens. To send him to an ordinary school would be akin to severing his future." Yet, Yi Lingchen remained resolute. "There is no need for further discussion. Everyone has their own destiny. If he is indeed suited to be a mage, he will awaken sooner or later. I have always opposed artificial awakening methods, as such practices fundamentally violate the essence of magical awakening. In due time, I will send him to an ordinary school. If he cannot awaken naturally, then he is simply an ordinary person." With that, Yi Lingchen stood and walked out, leaving the City Lord in a state of confusion. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humans are varied. Countless individuals have exhausted their fortunes in pursuit of entering the Magic Awakening Department, yearning to become extraordinary beings. Upon entering, he encountered the sight of the two individuals standing neatly in the courtyard. As soon as they saw Yi Lingchen approach, Yi Lingming and her companion chorused loudly, "Grandfather, we were wrong." Their sincerity was palpable. The two had already devised a plan to admit their faults, though whether they would genuinely reform depended on their mood. They were fully prepared to face punishment, yet to their surprise, Yi Lingchen did not display the anger they had anticipated. After a moment, Yi Lingchen's voice resonated from within the house. "Come in." The two timidly entered. "Sit." They exchanged glances before slowly taking their seats, feeling as if they were sitting on pins and needles, their acknowledgement of wrongdoing evident. Although Yi Lingming appeared calm on the surface, her heart was racing with turmoil. What is grandfather planning? Why isn't he scolding us? If it comes to it, just give me a beating. This composed demeanor is almost giving me a heart attack. The two sat upright, occasionally stealing glances at Yi Lingchen, who sat in the main seat. After some time, Yi Lingchen seemed to have made a significant decision, then spoke gravely, "Oh, you know why I have always opposed Xiao Ming becoming a mage? Even going so far as to prevent family members from casting magic in front of him?" The two shook their heads in confusion. Why? Yi Lingchen sighed deeply before finally revealing, "Because you are unwell." Chapter 12. 3 Awakenings? Yi Lingming, Yi Lingtian. Huh? At this statement, both were bewildered. Was this considered a reprimand? Observing their reaction, Yi Lingchen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I in such a serious situation. What do you mean by this reaction? Yi Lingming, noticing Yi Lingchen's restrained anger, realized she had misjudged the situation. Could it be that I truly am unwell? Don't I want both of you to become mages? In truth, Xiao Ming has exceptional magical talent. He awakened his powers shortly after birth. To be precise, it was not merely magical powers but an awakening of his magical attributes as well, and his magical energy reached the pinnacle of an apprentice mage. What Xiao Ming awakened was the life attribute, which is the lifelong pursuit of all nature mages. Moreover, Xiao Ming's life attribute is even more potent than the typical life attribute, continuously releasing life energy that causes the plants within the city to grow rapidly, turning early spring into the height of summer. This sudden change left the people of Yuna City in a state of panic, and ultimately, I explained it all away by claiming it was due to a breakthrough. Yi Lingming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, so I'm that impressive. Yi Lingchen shot her a glare, causing her to quickly close her mouth. Oh, you think this is a good thing? There is no perfect outcome. Although you possessed outstanding talent at birth, your fragile body could not withstand such immense power. Normally, you wouldn't have survived. Yi Lingming looked at her own living self, lost in confusion. Could it be that I am dead? Observing Yi Lingming's reaction, Yi Lingchen could almost guess her thoughts, but still held back his frustration. If I had ignored you back then, would you still be sitting here? To ensure your survival, I sealed all your magical abilities, allowing you to live as an ordinary person. Even with your formidable talent sealed, you continue to absorb the power of the world. This means that even without training, your magical energy is continually increasing. As Yi Lingming listened, she could feel the magical energy flowing within her, effortlessly drawing upon it, experiencing a natural awakening without any obstruction. No wonder my magical awakening was so easy. No wonder I could effortlessly wield such powerful magic right after awakening. Understanding all this, Yi Lingming felt deeply moved. I thought I was a genius. Turns out it was always like this. Wait, if that is the case, doesn't that make me a genius? But no, being sealed doesn't qualify as being a genius. Huh? That's not right. Isn't it unsealed now? I am still a genius. Beside her, Yi Lingtian covered her head with one hand, pretending not to hear. This guy has begun again. Yi Lingchen could no longer contain himself and scolded, "Genius? You must be alive to become one, because your body was extremely weak at the time. The seal could not be too strong, which resulted in it being loosened by external magical energy. I was already worried about you coming into contact with magic, and yet you ran straight into the magic forest." Yi Lingming finally realized the gravity of the situation. "Does that mean I might die?" Yi Lingchen replied. "It cannot be said that it is merely a possibility." Why? Yi Lingming sighed in relief. "As long as I won't die." "That's good. But you certainly will." Yi Lingchen doused her hopes with cold water. "Why?" Yi Lingming exclaimed. "Ah, you can't be serious. Now you understand your mistake." Yi Lingchen's gaze sharpened. "The only way to save you now is to seal all your magical energy." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingming immediately protested, unwilling to let go of the magical powers she had just acquired. "Please, can't you avoid sealing my magical energy? Is there truly no other way?" "There is none," Yi Lingchen asserted firmly. Why? Yi Lingming's tears began to flow once more. "I just want to become a mage. Why is it so difficult? Why can everyone in the family become mages but I cannot? I don't care. Even if it costs me my life, I want to be a mage." Why? Yi Lingchen gazed at Yi Lingming, who was crying pitifully, and his tone softened considerably. "I am doing this for your own good." You cannot become a mage at the cost of your life. Here's what we'll do. I'll only place a small seal on you, ensuring your safety while sealing your magical energy. After the sealing, you will effectively be an ordinary person. If you can awaken your magical energy again without external magical stimulation, it will indicate that your body is fit, and I will allow you to become a mage. Are you not lying? Yi Lingming, with tears in her eyes, looked at Yi Lingchen with pleading eyes. I would never deceive you. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingming's tears abruptly ceased, and her spirits lifted. If I can awaken once, I can awaken a second time. You may seal my magical energy, but you cannot seal my heart. I will certainly become a mage. Observing Yi Lingming's determination, Yi Lingchen suddenly regretted having given her hope. Ahem, let me add a few conditions. First, you can only awaken passively. There must be no magical inducement of any kind. Second, you must awaken within 3 years. Otherwise, it will prove that your body still cannot bear this magical energy, and you should no longer mention becoming a mage. With a resounding click, the sound of petrification echoed. Are there any other additional conditions? To his surprise, Yi Lingming did not cry or fuss. She remained remarkably composed. Yi Lingchen replied, none, just those. Why? Yi Lingming affirmed. All right. If I awaken my magical powers again under these conditions, you cannot stop me from becoming a mage. That is certainly true. If you awaken your magical energy under these conditions, not only will I agree to you becoming a mage, but I will also wholeheartedly support your training. Yi Lingming nodded in agreement and stood to leave. Wait a moment. Why? Yi Lingchen called out to her. You re not planning to go back on your word, are you, grandfather? Yi Lingchen replied, have you forgotten something? Your magical energy hasn't been sealed yet, so where do you think you're going? Yi Lingming smiled mischievously, realizing she could not escape. Reluctantly, she raised both hands in surrender. Why? Yi Lingchen, holding his staff, began to chant a spell, and a magical star formation appeared beneath their feet. Solidified vines began to entwine and weave together, ultimately forming a chain-like structure. With a flick of his staff, the glowing vines flew towards Yi Lingming, merging into her forehead and effectively locking away her magical energy as if it were a shackle. Are you certain this is merely a minor seal? Why does it feel to me as though this seal is akin to binding a newborn puppy with a chain meant for restraining a tiger? The sealing is complete, nearly flawless, yet Yi Lingchen cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss, though he remains unable to pinpoint what it is. Why? Yi Lingming, sensing the magic that has been sealed away, experiences an unpleasant sense of powerlessness, a wave of despondency washing over her. Yet she does not succumb to despair. One day, I shall break this shackle and become a true magician. With that thought, Yi Lingming strides out with determination. Wait a moment, Yi Lingchen calls after her once more. What is it, Grandpa? Yi Lingming is currently overwhelmed by negative emotions. Should Yi Lingchen voice any unreasonable demands, she is likely to explode. Yi Lingchen refrains from uttering words that might distress her. These 3 years must not be wasted. It is time for you to attend school. I have decided to send you to a regular school for your studies. If, after 3 years, you have not awakened, the knowledge you acquire will still serve you well. No. Yi Lingming coughs awkwardly. I meant that I won't need the knowledge. I will still go to school. Why? Yi Lingchen nods in understanding. Then turns to Yi Lingtian. You too. Although the family magicians can instruct you, the theoretical knowledge is limited. Let the teachers at school educate you. After all, a life devoid of campus experiences is one filled with regret. In just a few days, the schools of Unicity will commence their sessions, so you may begin your preparations. Off you go. Understood, Grandpa, Yi Lingming replies, and the two depart. School, that peculiar place they speak of. Upon exiting the grand hall, Yi Lingming begins to contemplate. Yi Lingchen watches the two leave, his heart a tumult of emotions. The seal he enacted is not an ordinary one. It has reset Yi Lingming's awakening. She cannot cultivate, she cannot be induced to awaken. It is impossible for her to awaken 3 times, even if it were the king. With that thought, Yi Lingchen shakes his head. Little Ming, do not blame Grandpa for deceiving you. For the sake of the family's continuation, you can only remain an ordinary person. In truth, if possible, I would gladly choose to be an ordinary person, living a quiet and unremarkable life. Chapter 13. May I strike you? 3 days later, Unicity buzzes with excitement, as today marks the opening of the various magical academies. All children who have awakened their magical powers are sent off by their families. According to regulations, Magical academies commence 1 to 3 days earlier than regular schools. Thus, those registering now are all children who have awakened their magic, destined for great futures. Why Yilingming sits on the steps in front of the academy. Observing the bustling crowd and listening to their conversations, MY's son is truly remarkable. He awakened his magic at 8 years old and is sure to become a great magician. My dear daughter, you are the only magician to emerge from our family in 3 generations. Your father and I are incredibly proud of you. Son, you are the first in our family to awaken magic. When you arrive at the academy, be sure to train diligently. Our family lineage will begin with you. As Yilingming listens to their discussions, she reflects on her own awakening process with surprise. Is it really that difficult to awaken magic? She murmurs softly, just as a passerby overhears her. It sounds as if you have already awakened. You are simply envious. Perplexed, Yilingming replies, excuse me, how rude. I was merely talking to myself. I meant no offense to you. The individual, appearing around 5 or 6 years old and somewhat plump, stands proudly with hands on hips, gazing up at Yilingming. What do you mean? You are practically broadcasting your envy. If you envy me, is it not fair for me to retort? Yilingming, observing the chubby child with his chin raised high, wonders if he might be a bit simple-minded. I'll have you know, I am a level 5 magical apprentice, a talent that the Junior Magical Academy is clamoring to recruit. Just one slap to the registration teacher would leave them praising my strength, he boasts. Yilingming cannot help but find amusement in the childish bravado. How can you be so audacious yet still be out and about? I suppose I shall have to teach him a lesson about the harshness of reality. Feigning admiration, she exclaims, wow, you are truly impressive, but anyone can make claims. How do I know you are telling the truth? Why don't you go give the registration teacher a slap right now? Then I might believe you. The chubby child scoffs at her skepticism. Let us go. I'll show you the genius way to enroll today. Which school shall we attend? Yilingming is momentarily speechless. You are enrolling today and have yet to choose a school? You wouldn't understand. After all, a genius's thought process is beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. Where I go to school depends entirely on my mood. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, Yilingming would never have believed such a person existed. What experiences could this child have had to be so self-absorbed? While she does not mind his arrogance, his disregard for others is unacceptable. Thus, she continues to feign admiration. Wow, you are so remarkable. Why don't you go give the registration teacher at the 2nd Junior Magical Academy a slap? Let us see your prowess. The chubby child, without hesitation, declares, all right, let us go to that one. Lead the way, bored. Yilingming suddenly finds herself intrigued by this amusing situation. Before long, they arrive at the academy's entrance. The chubby child gazes at the grand doors. His former arrogance replaced by a naivety that suggests he has never seen such a sight before. He jumps up in excitement. Is this the entrance to the Magical Academy? How impressive! Yilingming observes his reaction and wonders if he hails from a village beyond the city. Huh! The chubby child glances at the name above the door, puzzled. Why is it the 2nd Magical Academy? Do you think I am unworthy of the 1st? Yilingming quickly clarifies, no. The only reason we are here is that it is simply closer. I see. Having resolved his confusion, the chubby child returns to his previous state of admiration. Meanwhile, Yilingming, ever the observer, nudges him. Hey, once you enter, someone will guide you to meet the registration teacher. Are you certain you wish to proceed with that plan? Upon hearing this, the chubby child's self-importance returns. It's just a mere registration teacher. Prepare to witness a spectacle. With that, he strides confidently toward the academy, but after just a few steps, Yilingming calls out to him. Wait, I meant to say, I'll be waiting right here, and also, do not mention that I brought you. The chubby child stumbles, nearly losing his balance. I must strike him hard. Yilingming helplessly shrugs, watching him walk away. Well, you brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me. At the academy's entrance, parents bustle about, accompanying their children for registration, oblivious to the little chubby boy. Inside, a long line of new students awaits, at the end of which stands a senior magician, this year's enrollment teacher. While enrollment teacher may not capture the entirety of his role, his primary task is to assess whether the students truly possess awakened magical powers. His secondary function is to lend an air of occasion. Other matters will be handled by designated personnel. At that moment, he raises his staff, evaluating the magical levels of a new student. In truth, he could easily discern their powers with a mere glance. But this ritual is essential for the newcomers. Very good. A level 3 magical power. Congratulations on becoming the 12th student of this cohort. The student beams with joy. Thank you, teacher. Now, proceed to collect your enrollment materials. Next, the enrollment teacher gestures behind him, calling out to the next plump student. The summoned student timidly approaches. Hello, teacher. May I strike you? Enrollment teacher. Line of students, parents nearby. Yi Lingming, hiding in a corner. Truly a bold individual. Yi Lingming reflects. This brother is either a true tiger or a faux one. Will he end up exposing me? Perhaps I should just slip away? The enrollment teacher, initially taken aback, quickly gathers himself. What did you just say? Seeing that the teacher is not furious, the chubby child feels emboldened. I said, I would like to slap you. Everyone present is left in stunned silence, unable to believe their ears. Particularly the enrollment teacher, who is momentarily flabbergasted. Yet he soon regains his composure. My dear student, did your parents fail to teach you the importance of respecting your teachers? The enrollment teacher clearly exhibits a hint of anger. No matter your talents, respect for your elders is a fundamental principle. Regardless of whether I am a teacher or an ordinary person, is it appropriate for you to say such things? Ah, the chubby child exclaims. I am sorry, teacher. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingming breathes a sigh of relief from her corner. At least he understands the need for an apology. Perhaps he is not entirely foolish. However, the chubby child's subsequent actions evoke a roller coaster of emotions. He bows respectfully to the enrollment teacher and earnestly explains, I do not mean to disrespect you. I merely wish to slap you. Enrollment teacher. Line of students. Nearby parents. Yi Lingming in the corner. What kind of misunderstanding does he have about life? The admissions officer, already suppressing his anger, felt as though a dam had burst at the utterance of a single phrase by the chubby boy. The formidable aura of the high-level mage radiated outward, causing the boy to plummet to the ground. The magical star array shimmered. The admissions officer flicked his wand, unleashing a vine resembling a teaching rod that struck the boy, sending him flying. Upon being hit, the chubby boy discerned that the lash contained little magical power. Thus, he confidently summoned his own magic, conjuring a leaf-shaped shield to protect himself. He felt assured in his defense, pondering how much damage a mere flick could inflict. Chapter 14. Yellow beans, black beans, white beans, crossed beans. Unconcerned, the chubby boy was astonished to discover that the magical power within the teaching rod intensified in tandem with his own. How was he meant to proceed? At this point, he had summoned all his magical energy, yet the power of the rod continued to escalate. Fortunately, the increase did not persist for long, halting just after surpassing the boy's total magical capacity. Subsequently, the leaf shield shattered, and the rod landed a resounding blow upon the boy. With a cry of anguish and a graceful parabolic arc, he found himself outside the academy gates. As onlookers observed the boy sprawled on the ground, they engaged in animated discussions. To dismantle an opponent's entire defense while dealing a blow without causing injury demonstrated the admissions officer's exquisite control over magic. I certainly made the right choice in encouraging my son to apply to this school. That chubby boy is utterly rude. He deserves it. Setting aside the facts, was the admissions officer not at fault? Yet, the officer continued calling out nonchalantly, next. The spectators resumed their chatter, leaving the chubby boy in intimate contact with the ground. Those aware of the situation kept their distance, while some who considered approaching were pulled away by companions. After all, he had been expelled from the school, and disrespecting the teacher warranted a lesson. After all, he was a mage. Lying there wouldn't kill him. At that moment, a child slightly younger than the chubby boy strolled over leisurely, muttering to himself, Ah, today marks the start of the Magic Academy. How lively. Hey, why is there someone lying on the ground? This child was Yi Lingming, who approached the chubby boy with a serious expression, tinged with a hint of concern. Hey, brother, why are you lying here? I mean, come on, is the ground your girlfriend? You don't have to kiss it so much, right? Yi Lingming feigned astonishment as he reached down to help the boy up. Don't touch me, let me rest. The chubby boy felt utterly weak, as if his body might collapse. After a considerable while, he managed to gather his magical energy once more and, with Yi Lingming's assistance, stood upright. Why do you think I'm lying here? Shouldn't you first inquire if I'm all right, good buddy? you're quite the joker. How was I to know why you were kissing the ground? The chubby boy seethed, his frustration palpable, yet he lacked the strength to express it fully. Once they had distanced themselves from the school, Yi Lingming resumed his usual demeanor. Why, dear genius, you didn't successfully enroll. Though he had not witnessed the genius's admission process, he was quite satisfied with the spectacle of their departure. The chubby boy pouted, still unwilling to concede. That was merely a slip-up. I encountered someone with a bad temper. Bad temper? Yi Lingming thought to himself that this individual still had much to learn about the world. Where are you headed next? The first Junior Magic Academy of Unicity? Yes, let's go to that one. Lead the way. Can we not be so casual about this? Well, I don't know what schools are available. Very well then. It's a pity I can't witness the genius's enrollment. What if I get lost all by myself? The chubby boy lamented. Hearing this, Yi Lingming was nearly compelled to slap him. What's that under your nose? The chubby boy gasped. Huh? Am I drooling? No, it's your mouth. If you don't know the way, just ask. Yi Lingming realized that if they didn't leave soon, his heart might just give out. The chubby boy seemed to ponder for a moment before nodding. All right then, I shall inquire for directions myself. It would be their fortune to be questioned by a genius like me. Indeed, I would be thoroughly impressed if you asked me. Yi Lingming felt compelled to follow. He inadvertently performed a light shield spell, but since his magic was sealed, he could not summon it. It was then that he realized, although his magic was sealed, he still possessed the little spirit ball. While he lacked magical power to probe the internal conditions of the magical space stone, through their contract, Yi Lingming could distinctly sense that the little spirit ball still held magical energy. The reason he had not felt it earlier was that after his magic was sealed, the little grass ball had fallen into slumber. Today, under the stimulation of the teacher's rod, it instinctively performed a defensive spell, awakening the dormant little spirit ball. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Yi Lingming was filled with excitement and yearned to release the little spirit ball. Yet, he hesitated, considering that if someone who knew his grandfather saw it, his grandfather might seal the spirit ball again, rendering his efforts futile. For now, Yi Lingming just wanted to find a secluded place to unleash the little spirit ball and confirm its abilities. The small figure darted through the streets of Unicity, turning into an alleyway, navigating several corners until he arrived at an empty courtyard. This area was situated at the back of the street, seldom frequented by others, but it was home to a few of Yi Lingming's good friends. Yellow beans, white beans, black beans, crossed beans, it's been ages. Did you miss me? Yi Lingming exclaimed joyfully. No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of dogs emerged from various corners, surrounding Yi Lingming and showering him with enthusiastic licks. These were the little dogs Yi Lingming had previously rescued, and they greeted him with great excitement. He often visited them, much like a mage with his own spirits. Do you know? I've finally become a mage. Although I was sealed just half a day in, I'm still quite content. I believe that in the near future, I shall undoubtedly break those shackles. Yi Lingming addressed the dogs to be by the way. After awakening my magical attribute, I also gained my spirit partner, who possesses magical power. Yi Lingming produced the contract spirit stone. At that moment, he lacked magical energy to summon the spirit, so he attempted to call it out instead. Come forth, little spirit ball. As Yi Lingming called out, the contract spirit stone emanated a radiant glow, and a hexagram array appeared. With a distinctive sound, the little spirit ball sprang forth from the hexagram array. Yi Lingming, overjoyed to see the little spirit ball approach him, exclaimed, Wow, my little spirit ball, you are just too adorable. Your magical power hasn't been sealed. That's wonderful. Even without magic, my spirit possesses it, so I am still a mage. Ha ha ha! Yi Lingming appeared exceptionally elated. Let me introduce you to some good friends. He began to introduce his dog companions to the little spirit ball. White beans, black beans. However, when he turned back, Yi Lingming's cheerful voice abruptly halted. He found all the dogs collapsed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, with many having fainted. Yi Lingming's face was filled with terror and concern, momentarily frozen in shock. Yet he quickly regained his composure, glancing at the little spirit ball beside him. Bloodline suppression. The little spirit ball observed Yi Lingming's reaction, seemingly grasping something. After all, it was unaware of the dogs being Yi Lingming's dear friends. Then, with a fierce roar, the little spirit ball unleashed its magic. And as the magical array ascended, waves of life energy radiated outward, enveloping all the dogs. Healing spell. A wide area healing spell. Little spirit ball, you are amazing. The little spirit ball proudly raised its head, as if to say, of course. After the healing spell took effect, one by one, the dogs awakened, only to see the little spirit ball and promptly turn to flee. Chapter 15. What can't I do? Why attend school? Hey, ate treasure porridge, don't run away. Grains, why are you running too? Yi Lingming called out anxiously as he watched the dogs, who had recovered yet were scattering in every direction. He understood that spirit beasts exert a suppressive effect on ordinary animals, but he had not anticipated it to be this severe. Only upon hearing Yi Lingming's call did the panicked dogs realize that the terrifying pressure that had made their souls tremble had vanished, leaving only the little spirit ball beside Yi Lingming, exuding kindness. Tentatively, the dogs approached Yi Lingming, maintaining a cautious distance. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This is your new partner, my spirit, little spirit ball. Go on, greet everyone. Yi Lingming gently patted the little spirit ball's head. The little spirit ball strolled forward, observing the feeble dogs cowering before it, reminiscent of a familiar scene, yet elusive like a dream long forgotten. Oh, whoa! The little spirit ball let out a soft cry, and wisps of magical energy emanated from its body, entering the dogs' foreheads, vanishing from sight. The effects of this magical energy could vary greatly, from life-saving to providing an extra hit in a scuffle. This served as compensation from the little spirit ball to the dogs. In truth, it could offer more, yet it feared overloading their bodies. The little spirit ball once again fell into contemplation, questioning why this scene felt so familiar, as if it had lived through similar moments countless times. Little spirit ball, little spirit ball? The voice of Yi Lingming interrupted the contemplations of the small spirit ball. As she cautiously stowed away the magical space stone and gazed at the still shocked dogs. After the dogs, reluctant to part, nuzzled against her once more, Yi Lingming reappeared on the streets of Yuna City. At this moment, her spirits were high. The unsealed magical power of the small spirit ball was an unexpected delight. According to her grandfather, she was at the peak of a mid-level mage, which explained why. When she first acquired magical power in the enchanted forest, the small spirit ball had seemed rather feeble, at the time. She had no opportunity for a detailed observation and was unaware of the exact extent of its magical capabilities. But it certainly did not exceed the first tier. Yet, when the small spirit ball had just cast a healing spell, it had felt immensely powerful to her. Perhaps the variance in their abilities led to differing judgments. Nevertheless, Yi Lingming felt far from bored. She was tirelessly contemplating her future plans. The small spirit ball's possession of magical power had indeed altered her strategies. If successful, she could directly enroll in the mid-level magic academy. Wait, with Sister Tiantian's magical prowess, she could attend the mid-level academy now. It puzzled her why her grandfather insisted on sending Sister Tiantian to the primary magic academy. Surely, Sister Tiantian must have completed her enrollment by now, right? Suddenly, Yi Lingming recalled the little chubby one. She wondered if he had managed to enroll successfully, whether he had slapped the admissions teacher or had been slapped out instead. She leaned more towards the latter, especially since this year featured the invincible presence of Sister Tiantian, the first primary magic academy of Yuna City, being the finest of its kind, enrolled only the best new students. Admission here required not only magical power but also various tests that varied each year, emphasizing on-the-spot performance. Within the academy, the teacher responsible for admissions was a senior mage, the headmaster of this session. Unlike the admissions teachers from the second academy, he appeared rather unassuming, reclining in a lounge chair with his eyes squinted, lacking any semblance of a proper educator. Were it not for the wand hovering nearby, exuding a terrifying magical aura, one might mistake him for an ordinary old man basking in the sun. At that moment, a student floated upward amidst exclamations, and the hovering wand flew to his side, radiating beams of light upon him, a level 4 magic apprentice. The headmaster, observing from his lounge chair, rose with a displeased demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. This year's students seem rather mediocre. Xiaozhu, how many of those who registered above level 5 do we have? Xiaozhu, forcing a smile, replied, just over 20. Teacher, a few were just scolded away by you. The headmaster feigned ignorance. At that moment, a cute voice from someone suspended in the air piped up. Why don't you all chat later and take care of me first? The headmaster then remembered that someone was still hanging above. Clearing his throat politely, He controlled the wand to lower her down. Your magical power is adequate. We shall proceed with the test. Use every spell you know, releasing them to the fullest of your ability without concern for consumption. I know spells? The just-landed student was taken aback, thinking she had misheard. Yes, replied the headmaster, appearing harmless. If you know magic, why are you here? The confused student retorted. What am I here to learn? I've never been to school. How would I know any spells? If I knew them all, why would I need to attend school? If you cannot, then leave. The academy next door has no such requirements. You may go there that I can. The student was so enraged she nearly ground her teeth, yet she restrained herself. Fortunately, her uncle was a mage who had taught her one spell. Although she rarely managed to use it now, she had no choice but to take a gamble. Closing her eyes, she felt the magical energy flowing within her. Raising her hands to guide the power to coalesce before her, as the magical energy was mobilized. A starry array slowly materialized in front of her. Vine spike, coalesce. One by one, sharp spikes shot forth from the array, hurtling towards the headmaster. Just as the spikes were about to strike, the headmaster raised a hand, and a barrier of light formed, deflecting the spikes. Instead of anger, the headmaster expressed delight. Not bad. This is quite impressive. Yet the student's magic was not done. Coalesce. The flying spikes suddenly fused into one, transforming into a massive spike. The headmaster was even more pleased. Boom! The enormous spike struck the barrier, producing a shattering sound, and a crack appeared in the barrier. Excellent. You have managed to break through a level 10 magical shield. Let us wrap this up. The headmaster stood up. Visibly pleased, Xiaozhu joyfully approached the student, restoring her energy. Congratulations, Junior. This test is merely a reflection of your guidance. I believe you have gained what you sought. The student, realizing the situation, hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, senior. All right, go complete your enrollment procedures. Next, the subsequent students displayed only first or second-tier magical powers and lacked any spells. Hello, I'm here to register, said Yiling Tian politely. Huh? Where is the admissions teacher? Yiling Tian inquired, puzzled. Xiaozhu glanced at the teacher next to him, who appeared to be daydreaming, and awkwardly turned to Yiling Tian. Hello, please check your magical power first. Under Xiaozhu's guidance, Yiling Tian approached the wand. Her body gradually levitating. The wand emitted light towards her, and soon, its glow intensified, revealing the results of the assessment. A grid of 10 by 10 illuminated before her, with a line of 9 squares glowing. First tier, peak, grass attribute, mage level, and she had awakened a magical attribute. Xiaozhu was left utterly astonished. By heavens, where did this monster come from? At the Primary Magic Academy, one can enroll simply by awakening their magical power. Achieving the first tier, or level 10, allows one to graduate to reach the second tier and awaken a magical attribute during the final ceremony grants eligibility for the mid-level Magic Academy. With her strength, she nearly meets the admission criteria for the mid-level academy already. Are you sure you're not in the wrong school? Xiaozhu asked timidly. Yiling Tian had anticipated the reaction to her level but was taken aback by the magnitude of it. Indeed, I am here to register for the Primary Magic Academy, and I am a mage. Is there an issue with my enrollment? Naturally, there is no issue. It's just that your level is exceedingly high. I'll go call the teacher. Please wait a moment, Xiaozhu exclaimed, turning to fetch the teacher. No need. I understand. This is no longer your concern. You may attend to the other students. The headmaster had appeared before Yiling Tian without her noticing. Scrutinizing her closely, remarkably, you are indeed a peak mage. Are you certain you wish to apply to our school? You must know that once enrolled, you are required to complete all courses and meet certain graduation standards. If this is merely a whim, it could jeopardize your future. Xiaozhu, attending to other students, was left dumbfounded. When did the teacher become so serious? High levels truly made a difference. Yiling Tian nodded. I understand. Teacher, I am genuinely here to apply. Very well, your magical power is adequate. We shall proceed with the test. Use all the spells you know to showcase your abilities without worrying about energy consumption. This will determine your ranking and the enrollment rewards. Rewards? What rewards? Is this appropriate? She is still a young girl. The headmaster adopted a formal and official demeanor. The top performer in this enrollment test, if no spirit is present, will receive a contract spirit stone. If there is, 20 coding fruits will be awarded. Xiaozhu was at a loss for words, thinking, You're just flattering her now. Do you really believe anyone could surpass her? Are you afraid she might run away? Yi Lingtian, too, had not anticipated that registering would come with unexpected perks. She swiftly produced the contract spirit stone. Come forth, little grass ball, today. I'll earn you some provisions. The presence of a spirit, with a flick of her wand, a hexagram array suddenly rose. Then I shall begin my performance. Defensive magic, magical shield. The shield formed instantaneously, enveloping Yi Lingtian within. Defensive magic, magical light shield. A shield manifested before her. After completing the spells, Yi Lingtian cheerfully declared, "All right, teacher. These are the 2 defensive spells I know." The headmaster waved his hand, sending the hovering wand towards Yi Lingtian. Upon contact with the magical light shield, the wand abruptly halted, failing to break through the shield immediately, producing a jarring screech accompanied by sparks scattering around. The headmaster was taken aback. Good heavens, such high defense? Increasing the magical output, a crackling sound erupted, and the light shield shattered. Excellent! You have a solid grasp of basic defensive skills. After saying this, the headmaster controlled the wand hovering in the air, releasing waves of green light to replenish Yi Lingtian's energy. Once restored, Yi Lingtian grinned. Shall we begin demonstrating attack magic? Very well. Unleash your spells upon me. All right, teacher, but you must be careful. Mage spell, flying leaf blade. A flurry of leaves, sharp as blades, surged towards the headmaster. With a mere wave of the Grand Mage's hand, a magical shield materialized, deflecting the onslaught of sharp blades that merely stirred ripples upon its surface before vanishing entirely. Yi Lingtian found herself perplexed, pondering why all her opponents seemed to possess greater strength than her own. The shield remained unbroken, yet the true struggle was known only to the Grand Mage. This little girl's attacks were no trifling matter. What appeared to be effortless defense had drained a significant portion of his magical energy. Yi Lingtian raised her staff once more, invoking a mid-level spell. Bamboo shoot surge. From beneath the Grand Mage's feet, bamboo shoots erupted from the earth, prompting him to leap aside narrowly. Goodness, that was a close call. Just as he spoke, more bamboo shoots sprang forth from the ground where he had just landed. Impressive, truly impressive, the Grand Mage praised while evading the onslaught. Soon, however, he found himself lost in thought, gazing at the scattered bamboo shoots. Could this truly be the work of a mere mage? Before he could fully articulate his astonishment, the bamboo shoots began to grow, stretching and gradually forming a dense bamboo grove. Are you contributing to the school's landscaping? Yi Lingtian beamed sweetly. Teacher, the magic is not over yet. And no sooner had she spoken than the freshly formed bamboo grove cracked open and exploded. The splintering bamboo shards raged forth like razor blades, slicing through the Grand Mage within. After a considerable pause, the magical chaos subsided, revealing the Grand Mage, who continued to exclaim, "Goodness!" Just when he thought the spell had concluded, Yi Lingtian surprised him once more. Teacher, I have another spell. This one can both protect and attack. Brace yourself. Unlike her previous incantations, this time there was neither a starry array nor dazzling magical fluctuations. Is it over? The Grand Mage questioned. Bewildered. Indeed, it is, chimed the assistant nearby, having witnessed the unexpected turn of events. The Grand Mage turned to discover another Yi Lingtian standing behind him, grinning as she pointed her staff at his neck, while the one before him transformed into motes of light and vanished. Teacher, if our magical power were to be closely matched, you would find yourself in quite the predicament. The Grand Mage felt a tickle in his throat. Momentarily rendered speechless, his mind echoing a singular thought, a genius. As the test concluded, murmurs of excitement arose from the surrounding crowd. It seemed Yi Lingtian's display of magic had captivated the attention of many parents and students alike, eliciting applause for her remarkable performance. I apologize for the commotion. Phew, I'm exhausted. Teacher, I have exhausted all my spells. Shall we consider this the end of my examination? The Grand Mage recalled that he had forgotten to restore her energy. This little girl had managed to cast 3 spells. Of course, you have finished. What is your name? I am Yi Lingtian. Why Yi Lingtian? Yiling? Yiling. No wonder. No wonder. The Grand Mage exclaimed in realization. Assistant, he called out. Take little Tian to complete her enrollment. All formalities shall be waived. Thank you, teacher. Yi Lingtian replied politely, then turned to the assistant. I appreciate your assistance, senior. Please, do not say that. I am but a humble apprentice. It is an honor to assist a mage, he replied. You may call me Xiaozhu instead. Now, follow me for your registration. By the way, what was that last spell you cast? It was quite impressive. It is a new spell I just learned. I'll tell you about it shortly. Yi Lingtian glanced at the small grass ball nearby. Meow meow meow, my master is wonderful, my master is amazing. After Yi Lingtian departed, the Grand Mage found himself restless. I too wished to know what that last spell was. Had I known, I would have accompanied her. Alas, this wretched identity binds me. Now that Xiao Zhu has left, I must personally recruit new students. Oh, here comes a new student. The Grand Mage noticed a student approaching and resolved to stand and wait, believing it wise to leave a good impression on the newcomers. Hello, the polite student greeted. Hello, teacher. May I slap you across the face? The Grand Mage. Chapter 17. They do not deserve me. The Grand Mage stared at the plump, panting student and suddenly felt his mind falter. Did I hear that correctly? What is this little one up to? Regaining his composure, the Grand Mage felt his lips twitch in irritation. Very well, level 5 magical energy. You were almost destined to be my prized disciple. But now, time passed slowly as Yi Lingming sat on the steps before the entrance, contemplating throughout the day. A clear plan began to form in her mind. Step 1. She must acquire the book from her uncle. Yi Lingming found herself absent-mindedly drawing circles in the dirt, muttering to herself. Suddenly, a small hand spun her ear 180 degrees. What are you saying about me? Yi Lingming winced, quickly begging for mercy. Warwa, Sister Tian, I was just thinking about you. I see. A misunderstanding. I'm just accustomed to tugging your ears if a day goes by without it. Humph. Sister was wrong. All right. Yi Lingtian smiled, attempting to placate her. Observing this, Yi Lingtian feigned mystery. All right, as long as you're no longer upset, I shall recount a rather absurd incident that occurred during my registration. Yi Lingming instantly transformed into a gossiping spirit. I forgive you. Now, hurry and tell me. Hearing this, Yi Lingtian smirked triumphantly. You think I cannot handle you? With a dramatic flourish, she pointed her finger, emphasizing her words. You wouldn't believe it. Today, there was a new student who seemed utterly deranged. Yi Lingtian abruptly halted mid-sentence. Yi Lingming pressed. What happened? Take a wild guess. The more absurd, the better. What on earth could be so outrageous? Yi Lingming retorted, exasperated. Before she could finish, an image of a silly face popped into her mind. Could it be that burly fellow? Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback. Oh? What do you think? Is this new student a chubby one? Ah yes, how did you know? It is indeed that burly fellow. Let me take a wild guess. Is he planning to give the enrollment teacher a facial massage? How did you know? Just a hunch. Yi Lingtian challenged. Do you believe it? Have you snuck out again to play? Better confess. As she said this, she prepared to administer an ear tug. Wait, Sister Tian, I'll tell you. Yi Lingming quickly defended her ears. She recounted the entire story, omitting only the part about the small spirit ball possessing magical energy. Upon hearing Yi Lingming's tale, Yi Lingtian's eyes widened in realization. So it was you playing tricks. You were bullying an innocent person. Sister Tian, that's not quite fair. You should have seen his smug expression at the time, I assure you. Had you been there, you would have given him a piece of your mind. Very well, I shall forgive this little escapade. But remember, we were recently reprimanded for sneaking out. Do not let it happen again. With that, Yi Lingtian turned to head home, and Yi Lingming followed suit. Oh, by the way, what became of that chubby fellow? That chubby fellow. He was whacked with the teacher's staff for an entire afternoon before being tossed out. How tragic. After passing through the courtyard, Yi Lingtian remarked, All right, you should prepare. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the ordinary school year. You need not concern yourself with the mundane knowledge if you do not wish to. Simply read more magic books to aid in awakening your attributes. Also, consuming magical fruits may enhance your physical abilities. Understood, Sister Tian. I have my own plans. If I go, I will naturally learn something. Yi Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Good brother. I knew you would not be easily defeated. The next day, Yi Lingming stood before the gates of the ordinary school in Unicity. Yi Lingtian had intended to accompany him, but he declined her offer, believing it was time to grow up. Observing the throngs of people at the school entrance, the number of students from the Magic Academy seemed negligible in comparison. akin to the distinction between those heading to the restroom during class and those leaving at the end of the day. Clearly, there were far more ordinary people. Not everyone could become a mage. Wait, shouldn't I be worried about how to navigate through this crowd to register? Yi Lingming thought as he pushed his way into the throng, only to find himself pushed back out instead. Is it always this difficult for ordinary people to attend school? Realizing he could not force his way in, he resolved to wait until the crowd dispersed. Once you all finish enrolling, I shall enter. Let us see how you manage then. He then found a small tree to stand beneath, quietly biding his time, not out of reluctance to sit, but because all available stones were occupied. As he watched the bustling crowd, Yi Lingming felt a wave of disillusionment. Why were they all so fervently striving? This was merely an ordinary school, the most commonplace of institutions, if one could not awaken their magical attributes. Graduating would yield little more than becoming a slightly knowledgeable commoner, with the only benefit being the opportunity to serve mages. For various reasons, all schools were required to employ mages, which represented the sole chance for ordinary people to encounter them. Indeed, if one did not attend school, they would have no opportunity to meet a mage at all. The only individuals of significance that an ordinary person can encounter are the teachers at school. Reflecting on herself, Yi Lingming is confident that she can awaken her magical powers once again during this period. This is a dream shared by many, yet not everyone can realize it. Awakening is not as simple as it seems, especially if one does not come from a lineage of mages spanning 3 generations. Take that chubby boy, for instance. His pride stems from being the first in his ordinary family to awaken magical abilities. In their perception, awakening equates to an immediate elevation above others, oblivious to the fact that even among the elevated, there exists a hierarchy. Chubby boy. Oh, chubby. Yi Lingming called out upon spotting him in the crowd. Puzzled as to why he was present, if he had learned from his previous experiences, he should have enrolled in the 3rd Junior Magic Academy in Yuna's city. Upon hearing her call, Chubby scanned the area and, upon locating her, gleefully rushed over. The throngs of people that Yi Lingming found insurmountable parted effortlessly before Chubby, truly a testament to his status as a mage. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that Chubby was not using any magic. He was merely leveraging his physical presence to push through. Goodness, being plump certainly has its advantages, at least in terms of strength. Yi Lingming greeted Chubby enthusiastically, driven by a sense of guilt for having beaten him up all afternoon. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in class at the Magic Academy? Chubby briefly displayed a look of awkwardness. I'm not going to the Magic Academy anymore. They don't deserve me. Yi Lingming replied, could it be? But wait, even if one academy rejected you, there are still others. Before she could finish her thought, Chubby hastily changed the subject. Hey, buddy, you're here to enroll too, right? Let us go together. He was determined to keep Yi Lingming from discovering that the admissions officer from the first academy had mercilessly announced that all junior magic academies in Yuna City were forbidden from accepting him. Thus, he took Yi Lingming by the hand and led her towards the school. The crowd that had seemed unmanageable for Yi Lingming now parted easily under Chubby's leadership, and they quickly entered the campus. However, she soon realized that it was even more crowded inside. Outside, most of the people were parents who could use their height to navigate through, but inside, it was filled with children of the same age. Therefore, the two decided to go with the flow rather than push through. After what felt like an eternity in the crowd, just as they were about to reach the registration desk, a sudden force surged through, parting the masses, and Chubby found himself knocked to the ground. Then, a brazen voice echoed, a bunch of ordinary people lacking any discernment. Can't you see the young master here? Step aside. Chapter 18. On. Guangzhou. Yi Lingming fixed her gaze on the source of the voice, who appeared to be a child of approximately 10 years old. With hands buried in his pockets, he exuded arrogance, regarding the surrounding crowd as if they were mere waste. A bunch of low-quality humans. What are you staring at? Move aside. At this utterance, the previously immovable crowd indeed parted, creating a clear path. Meanwhile, Chubby, still rubbing his head and dazed from the fall, found himself seated right in the center of this newly formed passage. The boy looked triumphantly at the crowd, but his expression soured when he noticed Chubby blocking his way. What is this? There is someone here who dares to resist? Hearing someone even more arrogant than himself, Chubby sprang to his feet. Who do you think you are? Why should I let you pass? Instead of becoming angry, the boy seemed even more elated, eager to make an example of Chubby. Why? Because I am a mage. My surname is Kwong, and my given name is Zao, and I am the greatest talent in Eunice City. Do you believe I could easily flatten you? At this point, Kwong Zhao discerned that Chubby possessed some magical energy, which made him cautious. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Chubby's magic was inferior to his own, which only fueled his arrogance further. Oh, you're a mage too. So what? Just because you're a mage doesn't make you special. I could take you down with one hand. Chubby could not tolerate this provocation and was ready to charge at him when Yi Lingming held him back. Let it go. Let it go. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. How can I let this go? Just look at him. I must teach him a lesson. Yi Lingming shrugged. If you're not even willing to attend an ordinary school, then by all means, go ahead and fight. After contemplating Yi Lingming's words, Chubby finally relented and stepped aside. Kwong Zhao, seeing Chubby yield, strutted past with exaggerated steps, even bumping into him as he passed. Consider yourself lucky. Kid, I'll let you off this time. Watching Kwong Zhao walk away, Chubby was furious. It was one thing for the admissions officer of the Magic Academy to treat him disdainfully, considering they were a high-level mage. But who did this insignificant brat think he was to speak to him like that? As they walked, Yi Lingming comforted Chubby. It's all right. Those who fail to enroll in the Junior Magic Academy can study at an ordinary school for a year and then be guaranteed admission as older awakening students. If you act recklessly, you'll lose that chance too. Feeling somewhat better after Yi Lingming's reassurance, Chubby replied, Thanks, you're really a good person. All right, let us get back to the registration line. Initially, Yi Lingming had never imagined forming a bond with Chubby. She merely intended to tease him. Yet here they were, attending the same school, and she thought it might be nice to make a friend. Buddy, you really impressed me yesterday. By the way, what is your name? I am A.N.My family hopes for my safety, so they gave me this name. A bit plain, right? Not at all. I think it sounds wonderful. I'm Yi Lingming. Let us be friends. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Great, A.N. exclaimed with excitement upon hearing the word friend. You're the first friend I've made since coming to Eunice City. If anyone bullies you, just let me know, and I'll stand up for you. Yi Lingming internally scoffed, thinking, who in Eunice City would dare to bully me? Not to mention Grandpa and the City Lord. Even Ziri and Sister Tiantian could handle anyone who tried. Regardless of her inner thoughts, she kept them to herself. That sounds wonderful. If you ever face any troubles, feel free to reach out to me as well. Absolutely. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the registration desk. Hello, teacher. We're here to enroll. The teacher nodded and handed them a sheet of paper. All right, just write your names on this, and come back tomorrow for class. Yi Lingming and A.N. exchanged bewildered glances. Is it really that simple? The teacher, clearly impatient, waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. What else did you expect? Do you want to make it more complicated? If you have other questions, ask the logistics department. I'm only handling registrations. All right then, thank you, teacher. They expressed their gratitude before turning to leave. Wait a moment. The teacher suddenly called them back. Which of you is the mage? The two halted. And Yi Lingming noticed the teacher's astonished gaze fixated on a crystal on the desk, radiating a faint glow. Oh. He is Yi Lingming pointed at A.N. beside her. Hello, student. May I ask why you're not attending the Magic Academy? Simply because I don't want to. Very well. If you're certain you wish to enroll in our school, I'll handle your admission process. Follow me. Before they could respond, the teacher had already moved ahead, leading the way. Could this teacher have been putting on a fade all along? After what felt like an eternity in line, they swiftly traversed the path under the teacher's guidance and finally regained his senses. This feels just like before, Lingming. I told you I wasn't lying. Everyone treated me this way before I came to Eunice City. Suddenly, A.N. seemed to remember something. Teacher, can I? A hand quickly covered his mouth, stifling his reckless words. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the teacher continued leading the way, prompting Yi Lingming to whisper, Don't you have any fond memories of this world? At this moment, A.N. seemed a bit intoxicated by excitement. You have to trust me. This time, it's going to work for sure. Possibly due to her guilt for having led A.N. into trouble previously, Yi Lingming patiently began to mentor him. No, not even the slightest chance of failure is acceptable. You don't have to prove anything to me. I understand the status and identity of a mage far better than you do. IVE believed in you from the start. If you continue to act recklessly, you might as well resign yourself to a life as an itinerant mage. Yi Lingming's sudden seriousness left A.N. momentarily speechless. Ah, well then, all right, I won tea with a sigh of relief. Yi Lingming had managed to prevent Aeon from getting himself into trouble. Soon, under the guidance of the admissions teacher, they arrived at the main teaching building's admissions office. Inside sat a young man, and the teacher who had led them displayed utmost respect before him. "Hello, Teacher Huang, I'm here to bring you new students." Teacher Huang smiled knowingly. "What is going on this year?" We VE had 3 students awaken their magical powers already. Are these 2 among them? Teacher Huang clearly did not sense any magical energy emanating from Yi Lingming. "No, Teacher Huang, this student A is. But this student E is not. However, they are together. Very well. I'll take them from here. You've worked hard. You should take a rest." The teacher expressed their gratitude and departed, leaving Yi Lingming and the others utterly perplexed. Did this teacher just remember our names? Both felt a sense of being unexpectedly favored. Teacher Huang sat leisurely in his chair, sipping tea. "Why not go to the Magic Academy?" Upon hearing this, On blurted out. "Because I want a fan, Suddenly, On winced in pain at his waist and hastily corrected himself. "Fan. As in eliminating my shortcomings, starting from the grassroots to gain experience." Next to him, Yi Lingming released her grip and marveled at how quickly he adapted. "Good. You have ideas?" Teacher Huang exclaimed happily, subsequently producing a list. "Come on, you may choose a class that you like, but any class already selected by other wizards cannot be chosen." The 2 examined the list, which bore few names, as registrations were currently taking place outside. The names on the list were certainly not those of individuals who entered through the main gate. On cheerfully picked up a quill. "What is there to choose? I'm so formidable. Of course, I'll go to class 1. At that moment, the office door was abruptly pushed open, and a disdainful voice rang out. "What gives you the right to be in the same class as me?" Chapter 19. Arranging a time for a beating. Huang Zhao strolled in with his hands in his pockets. Teacher Huang, even if our ordinary school has a scarcity of wizards, we can't accept just anyone." Teacher Huang shook his head helplessly. "Xiao Zhao, do not be rude to your classmates." Huang Zhao clearly ignored this and walked straight past Yi Lingming and on. "Teacher Huang, with my strength, it's no problem for me to choose class 1. Right? Of course, it's no problem." Before Teacher Huang could finish his sentence, Huang Zhao snatched the pen from An's hand and inscribed his name beneath class 1. He then tossed the pen aside and turned to leave. "You continue. I won't disturb you any longer." As Huang Zhao passed by Yi Lingming and on once more, he lowered his voice and remarked, "This time there is a teacher present. Next time, I'll make you pay." He then shoved past them and exited. Yi Lingming could clearly sense An's fury. All right, just endure for now. The storm will pass. You won't be here for long anyway. So ignore him." Just as An was about to explode, Teacher Huang spoke up. "What's wrong? Are you angry? If your magical power exceeds his, you could give him a good beating right now. Even if it's not higher, as long as you can overpower him, you can strike him directly." "Huh? How is it the opposite?" An exclaimed. "Teacher, how much did you drink?" "2 Jean." "No, what are you talking about? What's with this Jean nonsense?" "All right, teacher, I understand." Yi Lingming refrained from saying more, comforting An as she wrote both their names beneath class 2 and then bid farewell to Teacher Huang. Once they stepped outside, An could no longer contain himself. "Why? We didn't provoke him, and we don't even know him. Why is he targeting me like this?" Yi Lingming consoled him while explaining, "You've impacted his interests. This school hardly has any wizards. It's rare to see 1 or 2 with you here. You're stealing some of his spotlight." An, still furious, evidently wasn't absorbing this. "I don't care about him. Next time, don't stop me. I'll beat him so badly he won't recognize his own mother." Yi Lingming shook her head helplessly, preparing to further enlighten him, but before they could take 2 steps, another figure appeared before them. "What a coincidence, huh?" Yi Lingming nudged An. "No need to wait. If you want, you can strike now." An, simmering with pent-up frustration, looked up and saw Huang Zhao across from him. They locked eyes, and sparks of animosity ignited. Seizing the moment before the flames of conflict engulfed them, Yi Lingming stepped in front of An. "Wait, let me gauge his strength first. Classmate, cooperation benefits both, while conflict harms both." Yi Lingming addressed Huang Zhao. "Harm both? Ha ha ha, Brother Zhao has never known what it feels like to be harmed. Actually, I'm not targeting this chubby one. He just needs to acknowledge that he is not as strong as me or recognize me as the big brother." "What if I say no?" An could no longer hold back. "Disagree? Then I'll beat you until you do." Kuang Zhao raised a hand, magical power swirling as a green energy orb coalesced in his palm. Seeing this, On summoned his own magic light shield. On's leaf-shaped light shield quickly formed. Wait! Yi Lingming's shout interrupted the impending confrontation. Kuang Zhao, don't waste time with meaningless delays. Why Yi Lingming intended to persuade further. Classmate Kuang, look, both of you are wizards, beings we ordinary students look up to. If you two engage in a fierce battle here, it will be quite a loss of face. Observing the astonished faces of surrounding classmates and those approaching to spectate, Kuang Zhao found merit in Yi Lingming's words. If you agree to my terms, you can avoid the beating. Kuang Zhao remained haughty. Why Yi Lingming's patience began to wear thin. A person as unruly as him would not settle down without a beating. Suddenly, Yi Lingming had a thought. Perhaps that method could be tried. Let us do this. How about we schedule a time and place for a proper fight? If we lose, we'll heed your words. If you lose, please keep your distance from us in the future. You're not trying to find an excuse to escape, are you? Where can we run in the same school? Oh, indeed. So, how shall we fight? Let us do it after school tomorrow. As for the location, there's an alley near the 2nd Junior Magic Academy, almost deserted. Let us meet there. Kuang Zhao waved his hand, and the previously formed magical orb vanished. Turning around, the onlooking classmates naturally parted to give him a path, and Kuang Zhao strutted off in triumph. After his departure, the surrounding students gradually dispersed, just as Yi Lingming and On prepared to leave. Another figure blocked their way. Seeing this, On readied himself. Still not done? Huh? Hey, don't be impulsive. I'm not looking for trouble, the newcomer quickly clarified. Why Yi Lingming gestured for On to calm down. And you are? The newcomer appeared to be of similar age to the chubby one, slender and impeccably clean. Hello. I'm Kaisher, a freshman this year, also a wizard. However, my initial magical power is only at level 2. You two are truly impressive, daring to confront Kuang Zhao and even scheduling a duel. This isn't confrontation. He is simply too arrogant. As for the fight, he instigated it. If we don't give him a beating, he'll keep pestering us. Kaisher remarked, observing Yi Lingming's fearless demeanor. I advise you to steer clear of Kuang Zhao if you can. If you can't, just admit it. He is someone with a strong sense of vanity. You wouldn't be able to defeat him, as he was at level 5 last year. Last year? Yi Lingming asked, puzzled. That's level 5 magical power. He was frequently seen in our school last year. For some reason, he only enrolled this year. His current magical power level is likely at wizard rank. A wizard? Yi Lingming mused. Kaisher patted On the shoulder. Brother, heed my advice. Yielding isn't a disgrace. It's to avoid suffering. After casting one last meaningful glance at Yi Lingming, Kaisher departed. Shortly after he left, Yi Lingming's gaze suddenly brightened. Wizard rank? Yield? I've never yielded to anyone in my life. As this thought crossed her mind, a sweet visage unexpectedly flashed in her mind. Except for Sister Tiantian. Another figure emerged. Perhaps Grandpa as well. And Yi Lingming quickly shook her head to dismiss the thoughts. At this moment, she had devised a plan. Looking at the still furious On, she shook her head helplessly. Don't be angry. Tomorrow I'll hold him back while you give him a good beating until you're satisfied. Really? On's big eyes blinked at Yi Lingming. For real? On scratched his head. Why home is too far. I live at school. I heard our school provides wizards with individual villas. Great. I'll go see what my villa looks like too. On's eager expression was barely containable. Lacking magical power, Yi Lingming knew she needed to make some preparations to thoroughly defeat Kuang Zhao. Soon, she arrived at the duel's designated location. Aren't you the higher level one? Don't you enjoy bullying the weak? Tomorrow, I'll let you stand there and take a beating from someone weaker than you. With that, Yi Lingming took out the contract spirit stone. Come forth. Little Spirit Ball, Chapter 20. Your friend has status. Do. Ing. A surge of magical energy erupted, and the little spirit ball joyfully leaped out from the magical space stone, immediately diving into Yi Lingming's embrace for a delightful snuggle. Yi Lingming found the adorable little spirit ball increasingly charming, playing with it for a while before recalling her priorities. Little spirit ball, can you understand what I'm saying now? Do. The little spirit ball eagerly nodded, its large head nearly causing it to topple over, prompting Yi Lingming to catch it in time. She affectionately ruffled the little spirit ball's big head. Wow, the texture is just delightful. I can't stop touching it. Almost forgot the main point. Little spirit ball, can you see the items stored in the magical space stone? This time, the little spirit ball didn't nod, but opened its mouth instead. Upon seeing this, Yi Lingming's excitement surged. Could it be about to speak? A hiccup escaped, punctuating the air with a loud proclamation. Well, it's clear now. You not only possess the ability to observe, but also to flaunt it. Don Tu, the little spirit, with its large eyes blinking adorably, let out a series of whimpers, lowering its head in a manner reminiscent of a contrite child. Oh dear, fret not. Those items were indeed meant for my spirit. For you as well. Embrace them without reservation. Beyond these magical fruits, did you notice anything else? Perhaps the magical scrolls? Yi Lingming recalled her grandfather mentioning that many treasures lay within. The little spirit tilted its head and chirped. Evidently disregarding everything except for edibles, in a flash, it transformed into a tender green light and vanished into the magical space stone. Before long, amidst the swirling magic of the stone, the little spirit emerged. Clutching a fiery red scroll radiating formidable magical energy, an imposing aura enveloping the vicinity. The powerful magical waves rendered the spirit's lips numb. Yi Lingming could distinctly feel the restlessness within her. Yet it was subdued by a gentle force. My dear ancestor, what have you unearthed? Yi Lingming exclaimed anxiously, uncertain of the magic inscribed within the scroll, fearing an explosive mishap. As the scroll dissipated, so too did the overwhelming pressure and her internal turmoil. Choose one with a gentler magical fluctuation, Yi Lingming advised, wary of the possibility of the spirit retrieving something dreadfully perilous. The little spirit, with magic surging around it, presented another scroll, this time devoid of any magical wave. Resembling merely a thick sheet of paper, Yi Lingming placed a hand on her forehead. Well, you Haven Tea perhaps acquired a blank scroll with no magical imprint, have you? It was evident that this was indeed the case. The duo, after what felt like an eternity, finally located the item Yi Lingming sought. A magical scroll exuding gentle magic, faint green light revealing a dance of intertwining vines. At last, I found you. Tomorrow, someone shall enjoy a delightful surprise. After sharing her experiences with Yi Lingtian, she retired for the night, knowing that an early rise awaited her on her first day of school. As sleep enveloped her. The night swiftly passed. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, Yi Lingming set off for school with exuberance. Yi Lingtian observed her departure with keen interest, reflecting that had he known this would be the outcome, he should have sent her to school much earlier to spare himself the trouble she often caused. Yi Lingtian chimed in, Grandpa, it's not too late now. After all, Mingming is only 6 years old. Yet, Yi Lingtian's mind was elsewhere. What? 6 years old? Does that mean she'll graduate at 9? That's simply one do. That is the age of mischief. I must devise another plan. Yi Lingtian nearly stumbled at his words. Is this truly my grandfather? Unaware of the family discussions, Yi Lingming merrily walked the path to school. Observing the surrounding architecture and the throngs of people, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss, though she could not articulate it. Strangely, the journey to school felt remarkably brief, and soon the school gates came into view. Unlike the registration day, today the parents were noticeably fewer, and the atmosphere felt less congested. From a distance, Yi Lingming spotted on waiting at the entrance. Lingming, Lingming, over here. Yi Lingming dashed over, exclaiming, You needn't shout so. I can see you perfectly well, and might I remind you, there's a possibility I go by Ming. On scratched his head with a goofy smile, I just wanted to make sure you didn't miss me. What do you mean possibility I'm called Ming? Suddenly, On had a revelation, you're not from the Yiling family. Are you? Yi Lingming shrugged. Isn't it obvious? Have you forgotten where we first met? Like a clap of thunder, the realization struck on. The Yiling family, the foremost family of mages in Yuna City. Its patriarch being the head of the magic temple. He swallowed hard, disbelief etched across his face. You mean the Yiling family of the magic lord? Yi Lingming nodded. Yes, indeed. That's my grandfather. What? On was already taken aback by Yi Lingming being from the Yiling family. But to learn she was the young master was beyond comprehension. He playfully punched Yi Lingming. So, you think you can just casually stroll around like that, huh? And now you've gone and opened 2 doors. Then, suddenly realizing something, On's demeanor shifted to one of dejection. With your lofty status, can we still be friends? Yi Lingming gently nudged on S shoulder. Why current identity is simply your friend. Remember, you Haven T befriended someone of status. Rather, you've made a friend who happens to have status. Seeing Yi Lingming's acceptance warmed on S heart. All right then, I'll stick with you from now on. Yi Lingming felt a surge of joy at having found a companion. Stick with me, and there will be delightful rewards. Although that sounded slightly off, it still filled her with emotion. By the way, with your background, why are you attending this school? Grandpa insisted. And why haven't you awakened your magic yet? Don't worry, it's coming soon. As they conversed, they arrived at the main teaching building. They stood before the towering structure, each sharing their thoughts. Why, Yi Lingming remarked. What's this? It's not even taller than my house. On, however, was brimming with excitement. Such a grand building could house our entire village. Yi Lingming found his focus rather peculiar. You haven't seen the inside of the Magic Academy yet. That's where the true spectacle lies. Realizing her comment might be a sore spot, she quickly ceased her words. Yet On remained undeterred, filled with ambition. One day, I shall stride through that grand entrance, surrounded by admirers. Yi Lingming silently admired his resilience. I look forward to that day, she replied, steering the conversation elsewhere. Come, it's time to find our class and begin our lessons. Focusing on the present is paramount, indeed. With that, they strolled toward the teaching building. Embarking on their academic journey, Chapter 21. The Master of Oratory. Upon entering the teaching building, Yi Lingming inquired, On, do you know where our class is? On was taken aback. What? You don't know either? Hearing this, Yi Lingming exclaimed, Oh no. We're about to be late, and we don't even know our class. On dashed out, Let us hurry and find it before we're tardy. Yi Lingming chased after him, pointing to a nearby sign. Look, the class distribution map. Then why were you in such a hurry? I was trying to lighten the mood, hee. Following the sign's guidance, they swiftly arrived at Class 2. Settling into seats near the front, On appeared quite exhilarated. As it was his first day at school, I asked there anything I should be aware of for our first day. Of course. What is it? Just survive until the end of class. The classroom buzzed with chatter as students, much like On, expressed their curiosity about the lessons. However, Yi Lingming seemed contemplative, as if plotting something. Soon, the classroom's chatter quieted with the arrival of their teacher. A young woman, seemingly in her 20s, entered the room. Her hair was half tied back, cascading down her back, and she wore a pristine white dress that radiated youthful vibrance, easing the previously tense atmosphere. Hello, everyone. I'm your literature teacher, and I'm delighted to meet you all. You can call me Teacher Shout Eon. Hello, Teacher Shout Eon. You're so beautiful. The students, overwhelmed with excitement, could not contain themselves. Being first-time students, they spoke whatever came to mind. Although Teacher Shout Eon appreciated the compliment, she still felt the need to remind them of classroom etiquette. During class, please refrain from moving around or speaking without raising your hand. After outlining the rules, they delved into the lesson of the day, magic. Upon hearing the word magic, the students straightened in their seats, attentively focusing on their teacher. Wasn't magic something reserved for the Magic Academy? Why was it being taught in an ordinary school? Especially on the first day. Despite their confusion, no one dared to voice their doubts. After all, who wouldn't want to become a mage? They were eager to absorb everything about magic. Teacher Xiaotian scanned the classroom before commencing her lesson. Let us start by learning how to write the characters for magic. Pay close attention, as I'll be asking some of you to come up and write them shortly. The class responded in unison. Are you serious, teacher? The students were bewildered, and murmurs of disbelief spread throughout the classroom. Were they truly going to study magic? Teacher Xiaotian looked at the children with a hint of exasperation. It seemed they still hadn't accepted their identities as ordinary individuals. If one has not awakened by the age of 6, unless one has a profound understanding of magic or encounters a significant opportunity, one is destined to lead an ordinary life. It seems that in order to facilitate their acceptance, a preliminary warm-up is necessary. Teacher Xiaotian clapped her hands, redirecting the attention of the students below to herself. How about this? Since everyone is so fond of magic, let us invite our class's magician, classmate On, to share a few words with us. Let's give him a warm welcome. Sitting below, On was idly flipping through the newly issued books when he suddenly heard his name. Huh? Are they calling me? Yi Lingming nudged On. Yes, they are indeed calling you. Go on up. This familiar feeling, akin to being the center of attention. On slowly stood up. walking towards the podium, and his aura seemed to transform with his rise. His figure appearing taller as he got up, he couldn't help but whisper excitedly to Yi Lingming, "Minggu, how does this teacher know my name? Does he have a crush on me?" Yi Lingming felt a surge of annoyance. If the entire class weren't focused on, he would genuinely have wanted to kick him. On strode towards the podium amidst the envious gazes of his classmates. "Hello, everyone. My name is On, and I am a level 5 magic apprentice. Wow, initial magical power at level 5. My classmate possesses the demeanor of a grand magician." Even teacher Xiaotian was taken aback upon hearing On announce his level. She was aware that there were magicians in her class, but she had not anticipated that one would be such a promising candidate. It is well known that those with an initial magical power of level 5 or above have a strong likelihood of advancing to become high-level magicians. While Yi Lingming could sense that On's magical fluctuations were indeed weaker than his own small magic orb, roughly at level 5, there was an inexplicable familiarity about him. Once at the podium, On seemed to have found his stage. The boy, who had once been shy and timid, spoke with the fervor of a river bursting its banks, recounting his journey from birth to awakening, from being scorned by all to being the object of admiration. He spoke of the trials he had endured, how he had overcome them, and the immense effort he had exerted to awaken his magical powers. Though On embellished the praise he received, to others, it sounded like a triumphant tale of revenge. After sharing his glorious experiences, he did not forget to inspire his classmates. With his hand placed on his chest, he proclaimed with conviction, "As long as you harbor ambition and ideals, and with determination, you can conquer the heavens. With perseverance and effort, you too can become a revered magician like me. Do you know how much a loaf of bread costs?" On's enthusiasm was matched by his animated gestures, each exclamation punctuated by vigorous hand movements. The students below listened, their blood surging with excitement. This motivational speech was irresistible. Meanwhile, Yi Lingming could only twitch his mouth in disbelief, wondering how he had not noticed On's talent before. Such eloquence, and yet he was wasting it instead of pursuing a third season. Just as On was about to continue his impassioned speech, teacher Xiaotian hurriedly intervened, fearing that if he went on, the lesson would never commence. "All right, classmate On, you've shared quite enough for today. We shall save the rest for another time. It's time for class." On reluctantly descended from the podium, receiving a salute from his classmates. Clearly having become the soul of the class. "So, Minggu, how was that? Was I all right?" "No, from now on, I'll just call you bro. How did you manage to find your way here, being so amazing?" On scratched his head, feeling bashful. "Actually, I've always been quite dull. It was just a moment of inspiration from the scene." "Goodness, if that's the case, you should really unleash your full potential. Surely, you'd make the principal want to give you a position." At the podium, teacher Xiaotian cleared her throat. "Thank you, classmate On, for your passionate speech. I believe that with hard work, everyone can become who they aspire to be. Now, let us begin our lesson by looking at how to write the word magic. Initially, the class held some interest, but soon it grew increasingly tedious. On gradually understood what Yi Lingming meant by enduring until the class ended. This lesson was utterly unenjoyable. The moment On stepped out of the classroom, he couldn't help but complain. "Who made you come here? Now you see, it's not fun, is it? As a distinguished level 5 magic apprentice, isn't it pure talent wasted on attending this school? The material discussed has nothing to do with my training. I feel as though I'm wasting away here." Suddenly, On recalled something. "Oh, it's almost mealtime. I discovered an incredibly delicious place yesterday. How about we eat there first?" Chapter 22. The Awakening Set. "Oh, truly, food is a remedy for all troubles." "That works, as I also have something I wish to discuss with you." Originally, Yi Lingming intended to speak to On about training, and this meal would serve as the perfect opportunity. However, just a few steps later, they heard a commotion that a figure was viciously gripping another by the neck and hoisting them high to, "Oh, it's class 2, huh? Pfft, what a pathetic class 2 to from now on. Anyone who sees me better walk with their head down, or I'll make sure to beat them every time." With that, he flung the other person aside. It should be noted that these were merely ordinary children who had just entered school, and the floor was made of marble. If someone fell, they could easily be injured. Yi Lingming recognized the individual as a classmate of his, a fervent admirer of On. Yi Lingming shouted. On instantly understood. "Magic light shield." A massive leaf floated down, catching the classmate who was about to hit the ground. Kuang Zhao, it's you again. Yi Lingming's voice was laced with evident anger. He could not abide such bullying of the weak. Upon seeing Yi Lingming, Kuang Zhao wore a look of disdain. What? A mere ordinary person trying to play the hero. Have you forgotten what I told you last time? Are you eager to meet your end so soon? Just then, An arrived after ensuring the safety of the classmate. Menggu, this time don't hold me back. I must teach him a lesson. An was furious. This fight was unavoidable. The commotion had drawn other students, who gathered around, though they stood at a distance. As a magician, how can you bully your classmates? Yi Lingming said, looking at the rescued student with anger. Kuang Zhao, glancing at the student, feigned innocence. Which of your eyes saw me bullying her? She was foolish enough to block my path. I merely taught her a small lesson. How did it become bullying in your eyes? Truly, they were not on the same wavelength. Yi Lingming sighed in frustration. In the past, he would have exploded, but now he simply wished to awaken his magical powers and avoid trouble. However, An was different. With his level 5 magical power radiating, he stood firmly across from Kuang Zhao. Clutching his magic light shield, Kuang Zhao, already channeling his magical energy, began to gather it in his palms upon seeing An's stance. Just as both sides prepared to clash, Yi Lingming leaned in and whispered something into An's ear. The fierce determination that had seemed unyielding moments earlier dissipated instantly. Oh right, good. I'll do as you say. Yi Lingming then shifted his approach. Classmate Kuang, look at how many people are around. If it gets too noisy, it might attract the teachers. It wouldn't be wise to act too severely here. Let us stick to our previous agreement. Kuang Zhao, with his magic still coalescing, found Yi Lingming's reasoning persuasive. Indeed, you have a point. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourself in front of everyone, would you? But since you are sincerely considering my feelings, I shall oblige. After casting a dismissive glance at An, Kuang Zhao swaggered away. Watching Kuang Zhao depart, Yi Lingming felt a flicker of coldness in his eyes. If it were merely a matter of a haughty personality, he could tolerate it. But if it came to bullying the weak and resorting to violence, Yi Lingming could not stand idly by. He resolved to teach him a lesson today. Let us go eat. Don't let this brainless fool ruin our mood. We'll deal with him later. With that, Yi Lingming and An headed to the cafeteria to ask that. The onlookers were left in disbelief. It had seemed a fight was imminent. Yet just like that, it was over. Oh well, whatever, they muttered as they slowly dispersed. As the crowd trickled away, two figures emerged from the teaching building, one of whom was the only magician teacher in the school, Teacher Huang. Youth is a wonderful thing. So full of vigor. I was hoping they would fight. After all, with An's level 5 magical power, a duel with Kuang Zhao would not be unthinkable. The other teachers nodded in agreement. Let us go. I should prepare for tomorrow's lesson. After all, we have quite a number of aspiring young magicians enrolled this year. Meanwhile, Yi Lingming and An were already in the cafeteria. An led Yi Lingming straight to a window at the back, which was nearly deserted, allowing them to buy without queuing. Hello? We'd like 2 awakening sets. Please. Moments later, 2 awakening sets were placed before them, and Yi Lingming was astonished at the sight. Goodness, is this what you call delicious? Yi Lingming pointed at the coding fruit before her and inquired. Indeed, I too find it quite astonishing that magical fruits are sold in an ordinary school cafeteria. However, it is exceptionally delicious. Do not be deceived by its peach-like appearance. The flesh is tender and refreshing, crisp and juicy, melting in one's mouth. After consuming it, I even felt a surge in my magical prowess, she mused, scratching her head. Well, you need not provide an introduction. I believe I am more familiar with this than you are. These magical fruits primarily serve to elevate the levels of elves, and the coding fruit is merely the most basic of them. For an ordinary person, consuming it is merely a matter of taste. If eating it truly awaken magical abilities, magic academies wouldn't only enroll a handful of students each year. By the way, how much does this cost? 200 magical coins each. What? Yi Lingming exclaimed in shock. Observing her reaction, An felt quite satisfied. After all, 200 for a meal is indeed steep, but considering it is a magical fruit, the price is not excessive. Yi Lingming did not find it overly expensive, as she regarded these fruits as mere snacks, but it reminded her of the time she and Zayakakayu indulged in coding fruits. It's all money. I am truly extravagant. Then, a dreadful thought struck her. Just yesterday, She had allowed a certain spirit ball to indulge itself. We should hurry. Yi Lingming tugged it on as they dashed away. Where are we going? To save money? No, to fight. Hey, we haven't even eaten the coding fruit we just bought. With Yi Lingming's frantic sprint, it was not long before they arrived at the rendezvous point with Kuang Zhao. After running non-stop, Yi Lingming was slightly out of breath and lacking any semblance of grace. Plopped down on the ground, Yi Lingming took a moment to catch her breath. I am about to undertake an irrational act. You must not be afraid. Just kidding, I will be… What irrational act do you intend to perform? I must clarify that I am a perfectly normal person. Do not do anything reckless. Yi Lingming seemed oblivious to the meaning behind his words, continuing to remind in truth, fear is not a concern. But you must not disclose this to anyone. It must remain a secret. Upon hearing Yi Lingming's second statement, became even more convinced of his suspicions. Are you serious? This simply cannot be. Yi Lingming looked at with confusion. Why are you suddenly acting so strangely? You absolutely must not speak of this to anyone. Otherwise, I will be compelled to take drastic measures. I certainly understand the importance of silence. Should it be revealed? Not only would you be in jeopardy, but I would also be… Yi Lingming felt that honest responses were disjointed, yet she was too preoccupied to ponder it further. Then I shall begin now. We are starting already? This is rather hasty. Yi Lingming was rendered speechless. What else is there to be done? Do you expect a grand ceremony? That could work. It would allow for a gradual acceptance. What are you even saying? Yi Lingming pinched his ear. Now, you must promise that you will not reveal anything that happens next to anyone. Yao, that hurts. I promise. Truly domineering, you are quite fierce. Seeing An's silly grin, Yi Lingming decided to conclude the conversation and took out the magic space stone. Come forth, little spirit ball. With a surge of magical energy, a soft green light enveloped the area, gradually revealing the figure of the little spirit ball, which then bounced into view before them. Do, Master. Chapter 23. Are you capable or not? At this moment, An's worldview, outlook on life, and values lay shattered around him. What is this? And where did this creature come from? This cannot be a spirit beast, can it? As Yi Lingming gently patted the little spirit ball's head, she explained, Actually, I awakened my magical powers previously, but due to certain reasons, they vanished. This spirit is the contract spirit I formed back then. However, I cannot let anyone else know of its existence. Otherwise, it may lose its magic, and I could lose it entirely. A flicker of surprise crossed An's eyes. Are you attempting a second awakening? Yi Lingming chuckled. Not quite, while making an effort to mask her embarrassment and a hint of disappointment. She then whispered a few words to the little spirit ball, which hopped away. Why did it run off? Yi Lingming replied mysteriously, to take care of some matters. Doing everything myself is rather exhausting, so I sought some assistance. Finding help, An looked at the little spirit ball darting into an alley with confusion, acutely aware of the magical energy radiating from it, feeling as though he could not contend with it. Your spirit cannot possess magic, can it? Huh? Is it not obvious? Did I not just mention it? Quite obvious. What I meant is that I have this inexplicable feeling that I cannot defeat it. It seems rather astonishing. Little spirit ball, you have made remarkable progress. You no longer trip while walking. Yi Lingming chuckled as she stroked the little spirit ball. Upon hearing this, the little spirit ball's head drooped, nearly causing it to tumble, as if protesting. Is there really such flattery? Yi Lingming ruffled the little spirit ball's fur and glanced behind her. Everything is nearly prepared. Soon, Kuang Zhao will be left searching for his teeth. Yes, we will leave him searching for his teeth, An echoed, raising his fist in agreement. Oh, who is it that is to be left searching for their teeth? Such bravado, yet unfortunately, you shall soon be silenced. Kuang Zhao appeared out of nowhere, strolling toward Yi Lingming and An. Very well, since you have come here to meet your demise, I shall reward you with a swift death. He did not believe that An, who had just awakened his magical attributes, could possibly defeat him. As for Yi Lingming, she lacked any magical power entirely, and he dismissed her presence altogether. Although Kuang Zhao was rather brash, he had conducted a rough calculation, and was publicly declared to be at level 5. However, anyone with an initial magical power above that was considered a genius, eagerly sought after by entry-level magic academies. making it inconceivable for him to attend an ordinary school. Observing An's foolish demeanor, he surmised he was merely a low-level nobody, unworthy of even the lowest-tier magic academy. Regardless of his status, Kwang Zhao was a bona fide magician. They stood no chance against him. He simply wished to be the center of attention at school, but unexpectedly, this year's enrollment included a plethora of magicians. Although his level was high, his popularity would inevitably be diminished. Thus, he resolved to defeat every magician in the school to establish his reputation, leading to the current situation. Do not blame me for bullying you. Blame yourselves for coming here. Before he had finished speaking, a magical orb had already formed in Kwang Zhao's hand. Before An could react, Yi Lingming stepped forward. As a magician, you should strive to cultivate and assist others, yet you choose to act contrary to this principle. If you were merely targeting magicians, it would be somewhat understandable, but to attack ordinary people is unconscionable. I do not claim to be a paragon of virtue, but I shall punish evil. Everything I do today is a consequence of your bullying the weak. The moment you strike the weak, you are destined to become weak yourself. Remember, the world is vast, and beyond the heavens, there are even greater beings. Kwang Zhao glared at Yi Lingming, who stood before him rather than An. His temper flaring. You, an ordinary person, have no right to speak to me. Since you wish to die, I shall grant you your wish. Yi Lingming shook her head upon witnessing his fury. Now I am just an ordinary person in your eyes. Yet you strike without hesitation. This is simply unacceptable. You show no remorse, daring to speak to me in such a manner? Very well, then perish. Kwang Zhao hurled the magical orb at Yi Lingming. Before An could react again, a beam of light shot from behind Yi Lingming, shattering the magical orb. A figure materialized behind her, and Yi Lingming crouched down to pet the newcomer. Oh, Black Bean, you have grown plumper in these few days. Witnessing his attack thwarted, Kwang Zhao was utterly incredulous. A spirit beast? No, there is not a trace of magical energy. It is merely an ordinary dog. So who generated that beam of light? Yi Lingming stood up after patting Black Bean and innocently pointed at it. It was this one. I need not even lift a finger to deal with you. Feigning mystery, Kwang Zhao conjured another magical orb, launching it at Yi Lingming. Before the magical orb could draw near, the light beam appeared once more, obliterating the magical orb, and another figure leaped forth. White Bean. You too have gained weight. Yi Lingming cheerfully patted White Bean. Seeing his attack thwarted yet again, and in such an inexplicable manner, Kwang Zhao's fury boiled over. What trickery is this? How did you store magical energy in these dogs? I shall see just how much you have. Another magical orb was tossed, aimed directly at Yi Lingming. Yi Lingming stretched lazily, mockingly taunting Kwang Zhao. I asked that all you can do. Just throw orbs? Is there nothing else in your repertoire? You have truly wasted a year of training. As the orb was shattered by the light beam, Yellow Bean leapt into view. Just how many dogs do you possess? Kwang Zhao's magical orb began to coalesce once more, but it was noticeably slower than before. An seized the opportunity to deliver a mental assault on Kwang Zhao. If you cannot manage, do not push yourself. Be wary of exhausting your body. I shall not be deterred. Kwang Zhao was now thoroughly enraged. He held a magical orb in each hand, yet before he could launch them, two beams of light shot forth. Bang bang. The magical light sphere exploded in Kwang Zhao's hand. Although Kwang Zhao had already reached the realm of a mage, the direct explosion of the magical sphere in his grasp, without any magical shield, left him utterly dazed. Yi Lingming, witnessing the peanuts and lotus seeds that sprang forth, felt an overwhelming sense of delight. You two are still as impatient as ever. Turning her gaze to the disheveled Kwang Zhao, she couldn't help but mock him. Oh, what a splendid new hairstyle. I wonder if you've ever heard the saying, those who play with fire must burn themselves. At that moment, Kwang Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, clearly having lost his rationality. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Today, you must die. In a fit of rage, Kwang Zhao conjured two more magical light spheres, hurling them forth with determination. As expected, two beams of light shot out, shattering the magical spheres. The kanji and grains had arrived, and Kwang Zhao felt on the verge of madness. Ah, are you ever going to stop? How many more are there? Observing Kwang Zhao's descent into fury, Yi Lingming adopted a deliberately teasing tone. Oh, Brother Zhao, do calm down. This is merely to warm you up. I know you're upset, but please, don't Don't let your anger consume you. Kuang Zhao was incensed, roaring loudly. Yi Lingming maintained her leisurely demeanor, laced with sarcasm and a hint of mockery. The more she provoked him, the angrier Kuang Zhao became, and as his rage intensified, her taunts only escalated, transforming the encounter from a physical clash to a battle of wits. You call that fighting? All you do is throw spheres and shout. How have you become such a failure? She jeered. If I were in your position, I would have jumped into the moat of Unicity by now, just to save some air. Chapter 24. Magic Scroll. Imprisonment. Kuang Zhao was on the brink of insanity. He couldn't land a hit, nor could he out-argue her. Suddenly, he recalled Yi Lingming's claim that there were no dogs left. Since you have no protection, why waste my breath? After calming his emotions, he unleashed another magical light sphere towards Yi Lingming. Just as it seemed poised to strike her, a tender green leaf appeared, accompanied by An's ethereal voice. Hey, have you all forgotten about me? Gently caressing his magical light shield, An wore a glum expression. Kuang Zhao suddenly realized, oh right, I forgot about him. Wait, I was supposed to fight him. Redirecting his focus to An, who was cracking his knuckles, the two exchanged glances, ready to ignite a spark of conflict. With a mischievous grin, Yi Lingming placed a hand on An's shoulder. I say, we haven't finished our bout yet. You haven't even passed the first round, and you're already gearing up for the second? Who do you think you are? Your dog has no magic left. What right do you have to challenge me? At this point, a nearly exhausted Kuang Zhao burst into laughter. Do you think that just because you see my magic dwindling, you, an ordinary person, have the right to flaunt your power before me? Don't rejoice too soon. Showing off comes with a price. With that, Kuang Zhao retrieved 2 potions, one red and one blue, from his magical space stone and downed them without hesitation. As the potions took effect, his energy and magic rapidly replenished. Observing Kuang Zhao's actions, Yi Lingming did not intervene. Rather, she patiently awaited his recovery, displaying not an ounce of fear. Casting a glance at the neatly lined-up army of kanji behind her, she declared, Little Spirit Ball. Ah no, Spirit Bean. Upon her command, a magical star formation emerged, and beams of tender green light soared forth, entering the bodies of the dogs. Energized by the light, the dogs were once again brimming with magical power. Ready to fight at any moment, Kuang Zhao, astonished, exclaimed, Wait, you can recharge them? Why is it that you can restore your energy while I cannot? He retorted, realizing the unfairness of the situation. Thus, with tensions rising, Yi Lingming and Kuang Zhao resumed their magical exchange. After a round of dueling, Kuang Zhao was left panting, his rejuvenated magic nearly exhausted again. Frustrated, he thought, what kind of skill is hiding behind your dogs? Let's settle this one-on-one. I'll show you. Yi Lingming could hardly believe the audacity of his claim. Do you even hear what you're saying? I'm just an ordinary person, while you're a mage. You want me to face you alone? Yet, stepping forward, she unleashed a beam of light from her hand. For you. I even made special preparations. I didn't expect you to be so short-lived. After just a few exchanges, you're already out of breath. Since you asked for it, I shall oblige. The light soared above Kuang Zhao's head before exploding, leaving him engulfed in a wave of lethargy, rendering him immobile. Intermediate imprisonment magic scroll. Kuang Zhao had not anticipated that Yi Lingming would resort to using such a precious scroll, an item capable of inscribing and preserving a mage's magic, difficult to produce and generally reserved for life-or-death situations. Yet here she was, using one without a second thought. Kuang Zhao's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, his worldview repeatedly shattered in mere moments. Though immobilized by the scroll, he continued to voice his frustration. After a prolonged tirade, Yi Lingming finally interjected, Tired yet? If you're done, it's my turn. Oh wait, it's An's turn. An leaped forward, grinning mischievously. Finally, it's my turn. He. Kuang Zhao, once brimming with bravado, now trembled in fear. What do you want? Just so you know, Teacher Huang is my uncle. If you lay a finger on me, you can forget about surviving in school. An's excitement only grew at Kuang Zhao's words. If you beg for mercy, who knows, I might let you go. Since you said that, don't blame me for being unkind, An declared. Even if Teacher Huang is your uncle, you won't escape today. Besides, he said if I can defeat you, I can do whatever I like. And thus, Kuang Zhao received an education from society. I'll teach you a lesson. Let you be restless. let you bully others. Go ahead, call for your uncle. Clear's throat. Time passed, and Yi Lingming, hearing the pig-like screams, pulled on aside. All right, that's enough. On. As Kuang Zhao endured the beating, tears of gratitude nearly spilled from his eyes. Wu. I knew there were still good people in this beautiful world. Wu. On. Let me take a turn. Kuang Zhao. What the heck? Yi Lingming approached Kuang Zhao with a playful smile. Regretting your choices? Gazing at Yi Lingming, who had no magic left, Kuang Zhao thought, what can you do to me? Despite his pig-like visage, he remained proud. I've never regretted anything in my life. Good. A true warrior. Yi Lingming praised him with a grin, but then her tone shifted. Black beans, yellow beans, 8 treasure porridge, peanuts, lotus seeds, 5 grain liquor. Wong, go. As the pack of dogs surged towards him, Kuang Zhao instantly cowered. Spare me, I regret it. I truly regret it. Yi Lingming feigned ignorance, turning her head to whistle and admire the scenery. Oh, you say you regret it? What do you regret? I regret saying I've never regretted anything in my life. Very well, do you submit today? I submit. Kuang Zhao practically spat the words through gritted teeth. I've never faced such humiliation in my life. If it weren't for this damned scroll, I'd have ground you two into the dirt. Yi Lingming scoffed. You claim to submit, but I can see in your eyes that you are still vehemently defiant. You're probably thinking, isn't this scroll just a one-time use? I'll definitely pin you down next time. Right. Little spirit ball, no, little spirit bean. Show your talent. Yi Lingming, unwilling to reveal her spirits, disguised them as little dogs. Suddenly, the beans, responding to her command, dashed down the alley. Do you submit? Kuang Zhao opened his mouth but found no words. It seemed he was not quite ready to concede. Little spirit bean, bring out something stronger. Before long, the little spirit ball returned, clutching the fire element magic scroll. The frenzied flames filled the small alley, overwhelming everyone with a powerful magical pressure that left them gasping for breath. On quickly summoned his magical light shield, encasing Yi Lingming within it, for at that moment, she was devoid of magic. Kuang Zhao, with his dwindling power, was utterly stunned by the scene, failing to notice that the imprisonment had been lifted. Whether it was the scroll's pressure or the blow to his psyche, he collapsed to his knees. Chapter 25. Why must everyone leave? In the most extreme emotions, a person can find themselves at a loss for words. Until Yi Lingming instructed the little spirit ball to stow away the scroll, it took Kuang Zhao quite some time to regain his composure. His lips continued to murmur, I concede, I concede. Observing the lifeless gaze of Kuang Zhao, Yi Lingming realized her objective had been achieved. To vanquish an opponent, one must not only overcome them physically but also shatter their spirit, defeating them in their moment of pride. Clearly, Kuang Zhao was such a case. Yi Lingming gently patted the agitated figure kneeling before her. Brother, have your legs grown weary from kneeling for so long? Suddenly, Kuang Zhao clasped Yi Lingming's thigh, weeping vehemently. Wu, brother, Yi elder brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. I will do whatever you ask, and I shall no longer compete with you for first place in school. Yi Lingming, bemused, pried Kuang Zhao's hands from her leg. I do not wish to be your elder brother, nor do I aspire to be first. All I ask is that you refrain from being arrogant and bullying your classmates. As a magician, you must strive to cultivate your skills and assist others, rather than oppress them. Kuang Zhao nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. I understand, elder brother. After giving Kuang Zhao a final pat on the shoulder, Yi Lingming departed with the little spirit ball. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is a noble endeavor. Suddenly, I realized I had yet to eat. No wonder I felt weak when confronting Kuang Zhao. Kuang Zhao lingered in the wind for a while, feeling a sense of loss, his former arrogance vanishing without a trace. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle, second uncle, third uncle, you are all here. By the way, where is Sister Tian? Yi Lingming greeted politely. Appearing harmless, Yi Lingchen, seated at the head of the table, was the first to respond. With so many people at this table, why are you specifically looking for Sister Tian? Yi Lingming scratched his head. It's not that I specifically sought her. I just didn't see her, so I inquired. Just then, Yi Lingtian entered the room, carrying dishes. Isn't this like you have a personal waiter now? All right, all dishes are ready. Let us begin the meal. Wai Lingming picked up his chopsticks, surveyed the table, and then leaped down from his chair to approach his uncle. Uncle, what day is it today? Why is everyone here? The uncle affectionately ruffled Yi Lingming's hair. I heard that little Lingming has started school, so we came specially to see you. What? Several uncles came to give me a school gift. Yi Lingming feigned embarrassment, smiling. His playful charm elicited laughter from all around. Yes, we came to bring you a school gift. What do you desire? Yi Lingming, initially jesting, was surprised at his uncle's willingness to oblige. Well then, don't blame me for being impolite. I want a staff, a robe, magical scrolls, and some magical potions. Magical fruits would be ideal, but let us hold off on anything else for now. The others at the table were left speechless. We do have those items, but we cannot give them to you right now. Have you forgotten your promise to your grandfather? The uncle replied. Wai Lingming pouted. I knew you wouldn't want to give them to me. Then I shall not ask. How about I take that magic book from you, uncle? The lessons in class are rather dull. It would be better to peruse a magic book. The uncle glanced at Yi Lingchen, who nodded in agreement. And then he obliged. Very well, since Ming'er desires it, I shall have someone deliver it tomorrow. Wai Lingtian, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, Uncle, you still need to study magical beasts. Will giving the magic book to Mingming not affect you? It won't affect me. Tomorrow I shall be leaving with the second brother, and I won't need the magic book for the time being, so let it be for little Ming to read. What? You're leaving? Father is leaving too. Yi Lingtian's eyes filled with moisture. Why? Why must you also leave? What are you going to do? To attend to a matter that must be done, both for the family and for you. The uncle replied. Seeing Yi Lingtian's sorrowful expression, Yi Lingming hurried to comfort her. We are eating. What is everyone doing? Sit down and enjoy your meal. At Yi Lingtian's command, silence enveloped the table. Once he noticed Yi Lingtian's emotions had stabilized, Yi Lingtian spoke again. Your father is leaving for the family's sake. Parents cannot always be by your side. You are now a magician and can stand on your own and in truth, parting is not necessarily a bad thing. Temporary separations pave the way for better reunions. In a peculiar atmosphere, the family enjoyed their dinner together. The following day arrived swiftly, and it was evident that the household felt emptier. Leaving so early? Aren't you having breakfast? Sigh. If no one else will eat, I shall. Wai Lingming strolled into the kitchen. Observing the servants bustling about preparing breakfast, he chose not to disturb them. Let me see what delicious food is prepared. Ah, young master, you have arrived. The servants quickly greeted him with respect. Hello, everyone. Please continue your work. I will find something to eat. Wai Lingming smiled warmly. A young lady swiftly approached, leading him to the vegetable preparation area. Everyone knew this young master was Yi Lingchen's most cherished grandson and had yet to awaken his magical powers. Should anything happen to him in the kitchen, they would bear the consequences. The young lady pointed to the array of dishes prepared. These are all freshly made meals, ready to be delivered throughout the estate. Wai Lingming, however, did not take anything substantial, instead opting for a few steamed eggs and some pastries before departing. Not far from the kitchen, as he was still munching on the pastries, he heard Yi Lingtian calling him. She dashed towards him. Oh, you're up early, sneaking a bite in the kitchen. Yi Lingming pulled out a steamed egg from his pocket and offered it to her. Want one? Yi Lingtian waved her hand, retrieving a large purple book from her magical space stone. Uncle had someone deliver this book to you, but when they couldn't find you, I took it on your behalf. I heard you were in the kitchen, so I came to bring it to you. Wai Lingming eagerly accepted the magic book. Sister Tiantian is so kind. This magic book was quite hefty, and Yi Lingming discovered he could not hold it with just one hand. Consequently, he shoved all the food he had taken from the kitchen into Yi Lingtian's hands, delighting in her carrying the magic book. Thank you, Sister Tiantian. I'm off to school now. Yi Lingtian watched Yi Lingming depart, glancing at the food in her hands, shaking her head helplessly. Mingming truly has no immunity to his love for magic. Don't lose it. Yi Lingtian called after him. I know. Yi Lingming was overjoyed with the magic book. Finally, he could delve into the knowledge of magic. I wonder if the sun has risen from the other side today. Grandfather actually permitted uncle to give me this ancestral magic book. Previously, Yi Lingchen had only allowed Yi Lingming to read ordinary school textbooks, entirely barring him from anything related to magic. What is that book? It's enormous. It appears to be a magic book. I can sense a faint magical energy emanating from it. Upon arriving at school, On was still waiting at the entrance for Yi Lingming. Seeing the large book in Yi Lingming's hands, he was taken aback. What on earth, Ming bro? What sort of book is that? Is it heavy? Do you want me to help carry it? This is a magic book. Don't be deceived by its size. It's quite light. Come on, let us head to class. The purple hue, ancient magical patterns, and peculiar arrays led the classmates to guess what it was without asking. Why Yi Lingming, feeling generous, opened the book amidst the eager gazes of his classmates. He had already envisioned how the entire class would react, eagerly awaiting the chorus of wow. Chapter 26. The Magic Book. As Yi Lingming slowly unveiled the magic book, the scene within left the entire class astonished. It was not the remarkable content nor any extraordinary occurrence that captured their attention. Rather, it was the fact that the pages were entirely blank, devoid of anything. Yi Lingming continued to flip through, but no matter how he turned the pages, the result remained unchanged. All were pristine brown pages. Noticing the strange gazes from his classmates, Yi Lingming quickly sought an excuse. Hey there, classmates. This is my newly purchased notebook. Is it pretty? Pfft. The classmates felt utterly disinterested, one by one walking away in disappointment. Yi Lingming stared at the magic book, deep in contemplation. One thing was certain. This magic book was undoubtedly genuine, unless Uncle no longer wanted his house. Hence, he concluded that this magic book required a special method to reveal its contents. How could he unveil it? After all, none of his classmates could see anything. The entire class. Yes, the entire class was composed of ordinary people, including Yi Lingming himself, who currently had no magical power and was also ordinary. But one person was different. Why Yi Lingming hurriedly placed the magic book before on. Can you see anything? Ming bro, your new notebook is stunning. It's really pretty. That's rather strange. Even a magician cannot see it. Yi Lingming placed the book on the desk and continued to ponder. After a moment, he suddenly stood up, clutching the book, and strode toward the back of the classroom. On watched Yi Lingming's actions with confusion. Have you figured something out? Yi Lingming shook his head and walked straight to the corner seat in the back row, addressing the student seated there. Hello, classmate. May I ask your surname? My surname? It's Zhao. The individual, taken aback by Yi Lingming's inquiry, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Why Yi Lingming, with utmost seriousness, addressed him. Greetings, Zhao Tongxue. May I inquire as to the purpose of your presence here? What do you mean by that? Naturally, I am here to attend school, to awaken my magical powers in the future and become a formidable sorcerer. Yi Lingming pressed her palms against the table, her expression turning grave. Very well, consider this. From where you are seated. Can you see the blackboard? Can you hear the teacher's voice? All right, even if you can do both, if there is something you do not understand, do you believe you can promptly consult the teacher? Before Zhao Tongxue could fully process her words, Yi Lingming continued, look at the student in the front row. He merely has to stand to seek the teacher's assistance, whereas you must traverse a long corridor to reach him. Of course, it's not an excessively long distance, but what if there are many students ahead of you also seeking the teacher's guidance? How long will you have to wait? It may not even be your turn. Correct. If it happens once or twice, it may be manageable, but over time, you will find yourself left far behind by your classmates. When graduation arrives, everyone else will have awakened their magical powers and gone on to the magical academy, while you will merely graduate from an ordinary school. As Yi Lingming spoke, Zhao Tongxue's demeanor began to shift. She pressed on relentlessly. May I ask why you chose to sit at the back rather than in the front row? Zhao Tongxue, biting his lip, expressed regret. I arrived a bit late, and by the time I entered the classroom, only seats at the back were available. Opportunities are to be seized by oneself. You have already failed from the very start, and yet you remain oblivious. At this juncture, Zhao Tongxue's body began to tremble slightly. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe for a shift, Yi Lingming placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Do not be disheartened. My friend, I can see the makings of a sorcerer within you. This statement seemed to illuminate Zhao Tongxue's spirit, akin to a beacon in the darkness. Really? Yi Lingming smiled gently. Of course. Unlike me, who has failed to learn anything and has given up on studying altogether. But I managed to secure a rather advantageous position. It would be a waste for me to occupy it. When I glanced back from the front, I noticed you, my future sorcerer. I cannot allow you to be hindered by a poor seat. Therefore, I am willing to relinquish my position to you. But, is that really appropriate? Yi Lingming replied earnestly, future sorcerer, do not refuse. The rightful things must be entrusted to the right individuals. That seat can only fulfill its purpose if you occupy it. Listening to Yi Lingming's impassioned words, Zhao Tongxue felt so moved that he nearly knelt before her. As he gathered his books, he repeatedly murmured, "What a good person. Truly a good person." After taking his place at Yi Lingming's former seat, Zhao Tongxue continued to wave at her, his clear eyes filled with gratitude. Thoroughly impressed by Yi Lingming's actions, turned to Zhao Tongxue's former deskmate and remarked, "You, too, possess the aura of a sorcerer." Thus, these two delightful souls from the corners of the classroom made their way to the center. Filled with mutual appreciation, Yi Lingming had chosen to retreat to the corner of the classroom precisely for its seclusion, allowing her to study her magic book without the risk of being discovered by the teacher. She gazed at the tome, perplexed. Apart from its cover resembling that of a magic book, its pages were entirely blank. Despite this, Yi Lingming remained convinced that it was indeed a genuine magic book, estimating it contained at least 300 or 400 pages. Logically, she should not have been able to lift such a hefty volume. Yet, she could effortlessly hold it with one hand, a notion she could not reconcile with the idea of it being an ordinary book. Since I cannot discern its secrets, I shall resort to my ultimate technique: observation, inquiry, and examination. Observation. Assessing its aura, it unmistakably radiated the essence of a magic book. Inquiry. Yi Lingming pressed her ear to the pages, but heard nothing. "How on earth am I meant to discern its contents?" she exclaimed, startling on beside her. "If this doesn't work, perhaps I should abandon my research. It's turning me into a fool." Examination. She traced her fingers along the pages, pondering if it was a book meant to be read by touch. Clearly, it was not, as the pages remained smooth and unblemished. Yi Lingming found herself at a loss. "If you provoke me further, I may just tear you apart." Upon uttering this threat, a faint shimmer of magic patterns flickered across the book, quick yet subtle, but still noticeable to Yi Lingming, with a glint of mischief in her eye. She continued her threat. "If you do not reveal your secrets, I shall set your cover ablaze and scatter your ashes to the winds. I'll even dispose of your pages in the restroom. No need for me to elaborate on that." Although the magical patterns ceased their flickering, the book began to emanate a faint, unstable magical energy. Yi Lingming smirked. "So you wish to challenge me? Have you lost your nerve?" Observed Yi Lingming conversing with herself, deeply concerned. Surely she hasn't truly lost her mind? Noticing the book remained devoid of text, Yi Lingming closed her eyes. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. If I open my eyes and—" Upon closing her eyes, she was not met with darkness, but rather found herself in a fantastical realm. This space, resembling the essence of a magic book, shimmered in hues of purple, and beneath her feet lay a colossal, rotating magical star formation. Suspended at the center was an enormous tome, clearly a magnified version of the one she held, albeit more rounded. Before Yi Lingming could recover from her astonishment, a voice emerged from the book, sounding like a small, aggrieved girl. Little master, you've finally discovered the right method. I thought I was doomed. You can speak." The magic book ignored Yi Lingming's surprise and began to lament. I heard you intended to tear me apart." Yi Lingming, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched her head. That was merely a misunderstanding. You even threatened to burn me and scatter my ashes. How cruel." That was untrue. And you wanted to dispose of me in that filthy place. "Allow me to clarify." "Wait, no, just listen to my explanation." Enough. Please don't cry. It was only because I couldn't find a way. I was merely trying to frighten you." As Yi Lingming spoke, she felt a strange dissonance. When had she stooped so low as to console a book? She tilted her head, adopting a feigned anger, and began to vent. "I will do what I please. Who told you to be so complicated? This is the first time I've encountered a book that requires me to close my eyes to read it. I've been patient with you until now." The magic book, taken aback by Yi Lingming's drastic change in tone, was rendered speechless. This sudden shift led the book to believe that Yi Lingming's earlier words were intended to comfort it, while her latter remarks were her true feelings. Consequently, the book grew increasingly anxious. "Dear master, you need not resort to such extremes. I shall confess everything." Yi Lingming had not anticipated the book to be so pliable. It seemed that merely threatening it was enough to break its defenses. "Could it be that my aura is simply too overpowering?" she mused with a smirk. As the book observed Yi Lingming's delighted expression, it wiped away non-existent sweat, internally lamenting, "I'm fortunate to heed my master's advice and not offend this little ancestor. Considering the degree of affection the master shows, even if I were to be reduced to ashes, I would still receive praise for my tenacity. Oh well, if my master wishes to read, let him do so. After all, it is within his rights." Still, the feeling of being exposed like this was quite unpleasant. Yi Lingming, oblivious to the book's thoughts, found it all rather perplexing. "I haven't harmed you. Why are you so defensive?" The magic book replied, "I am responding to your inquiries, but I haven't asked you anything." The magic book, realizing its master's formidable presence, thought to itself, "The little master lives up to the name. Her words can pierce the very soul I concede. Then do share. I assure you, my questions will reveal nothing unknown to you." The magic book began to curry favor with Yi Lingming. "Truly, you can answer anything?" "Hee hee." Yi Lingming chuckled mischievously, but, after some contemplation, decided to refrain from pressing too hard. She still needed to read it and did not wish to provoke the book unnecessarily. Instead, she posed a simple yet curious question. "Why does your voice sound like that of a young girl? Strictly speaking, I am a spirit. However, our kind possesses exceptional intelligence, as I am still a child. My voice reflects that. Oh, how fascinating. If I wish to hear a more mature voice, could you transform it? Alas, that is beyond my capabilities, but my voice does evolve with age. I am already 5 years old this year. In a few years, I shall sound like a big girl." "Oh, how intriguing. This book not only possesses gender but can also mature. Extraordinary." Yi Lingming's curiosity continued to grow. "But why must I close my eyes to read you? In truth, it is not that one must close their eyes to read. Rather, it requires focused intent to unlock. Originally, the master presumed that you would be unaware of how to read and would naturally seek guidance from Sweet, who would instruct you. However, what took me by surprise was your remarkable level of intent. Despite lacking magical powers, which allowed you to establish a connection with me and remain here for such an extended period." "Oh?" The concept of mental power is something that Yi Lingming has heard of as well. Magical energy resembles the strength possessed by an individual, while mental power can be likened to one's vitality. The intensity of one's mental power often determines the prowess of a magician. After all, controlling, releasing, and executing a spell demands considerable energy from the magician. Hence, formidable mental power is required as a foundation. Yi Lingming is somewhat astonished by her own considerable mental power, and her thoughts drift to Yi Lingchen's ceiling. Inwardly criticizing, grandfather's seal is rather inadequate. It not only failed to confine the spirit ball, but also couldn't restrain my mental power. No wonder I felt so invigorated after visiting the magical forest. It was the enhancement from my mental power. It is indeed composed of your mental power. Thus, I am amazed that you could remain here for so long. It requires continuous consumption of your mental power to sustain. How do I exit?" "Use your thoughts." "Thoughts?" Yi Lingming queried in confusion. "Simply think. This place is constructed from your thoughts. Whatever you conceive will manifest." "Oh, how marvelous. Let me give it a try. I want to go out with that single thought." The clamor of the classroom echoed around her. "Wow, this is truly extraordinary. How delightful." She turned to Sion, gazing at her with a peculiar expression. "Please don't look at me like that. It makes me feel quite bashful." "By the way, what state was I in just now?" On replied, "You were staring fixedly at that book. If you hadn't spoken, I would have thought you were daft, immersed in the joy of discovering new realms." Yi Lingming struggled to find an explanation. "I am not daft. Keep an eye on the teacher. I'm going back to my reading." "Huh? You wouldn't really be daft, would you? You're my only good brother. You mustn't lose your wits." Yi Lingming fell silent, closing her eyes in preparation to re-enter that space. After a while, she opened her eyes again, only to find that upon closing them, the darkness before her remained impenetrable, devoid of further progression. No, something must be amiss. That space is formed by my mental power. On had mentioned that he was continuously observing the magic book, indicating that her body had not entered that space, but rather her thoughts had. The first time she entered, she had been unaware of her own mental power, simply closing her eyes and being drawn in. Therefore, it could not have been solely her doing. If not her, then it must have been the magic book. At that moment, she had threatened the magic book, which was eager for her to enter. Thus, the answer emerged. The first time, It was the magic book that had actively guided her inside. The prerequisite for that guidance was her closing her eyes. Therefore, what was now lacking was the step following the closing of her eyes, which was thought. With this realization, Yi Lingming closed her eyes once more, silently affirming. The darkness before her was instantly replaced by a vibrant purple. And there stood the familiar magic book at the center of the well-known magic array. Roar! I truly have arrived, Yi Lingming exclaimed joyfully. The magic book chimed in, Little Master is remarkable. You have mastered the use of mental power in a single attempt. Oh, flattery. I have already solved a problem, so it is only natural to learn to expand. Although Yi Lingming was elated, she did not forget the matter at hand. This space is splendid, but please tell me that consuming mental power to arrive here is not merely to prevent others from stealing a glance? Do not worry, little master. It is certainly not for that reason. After all, I am not an ordinary magic book. I am the proud creation of that esteemed individual. Subsequently, the magic book began to float gently. As the pages turned, the contents within seemed to come to life, with the text reflecting throughout the space. Goodness! Is this the legendary three-dimensional reading? Do not panic, little master. Reclining while reading is my secret skill. As the magic book flipped its pages, the surrounding text multiplied, swirling in tandem with the magic array's rotation. In no time, the array began to contract, drawing the text towards Yi Lingming. She felt a tingling sensation in her scalp as an avalanche of knowledge flooded her mind. Classifications of magician ranks, magical skills, magician professions, and attribute resistances, a compendium of spirit beasts, analyses of spirit kings, applications of magic energy, uses of mental power, biographies of historical figures, a complete compendium of magical fruits, magical equipment, wands and staffs, and so forth. Wow! Yi Lingming could not help but exclaim. You are an encyclopedia? Tentatively, she selected one of the topics, and soon knowledge in that area unfolded within her mind. Classification of magician ranks. The awakening of magical energy designates a magic apprentice. Divided into levels 1 through 9. First tier magician, second tier intermediate magician, third tier advanced magician, fourth tier special magician, fifth tier star magician, sixth tier great magician, seventh tier guardian, eighth tier great guardian, ninth tier star spirit. Note: aside from the ninth tier spirit king, the rest are the same as magicians. This knowledge seemed to be imprinted in her mind, and with just a glance, Yi Lingming could recall it effortlessly. Chapter 28. The use of mental power. This sensation of learning without the need for thought is simply exhilarating. From magic apprentice to star spirit, every detail, including training methods and difficulties, as well as potential issues, was directly etched into Yi Lingming's brain. The influx of such vast knowledge at once did not feel overwhelming or forced. Instead, it all seamlessly integrated, becoming a natural part of her understanding. The experience of knowledge flowing into her mind was simply delightful, but soon Yi Lingming felt an overwhelming fatigue and a wave of dizziness washed over her. Shaking her head, she acknowledged that while she was tired, the feeling of being inundated with knowledge was indescribably pleasurable. I can't take it any longer. I need to lie down for a bit. On observed his brother, who seemed utterly out of sorts, perplexed. How can staring at a blank page tire you out like this? Just as Yi Lingming laid her head down, a profound sense of exhaustion surged forth. When one is fatigued and weary, resting their head on the desk is indeed a cherished luxury. Yi Lingming was exceedingly pleased with the magic book's ability to inscribe knowledge directly into her mind. This was undoubtedly a divine artifact. However, it did demand a significant amount of mental power. After only a short while of reading, she felt fatigued. Yet, the sensation of memorizing information without straining her mind was truly delightful. Now, Yi Lingming was uncertain how to recover her mental power, so she decided to rest for a while, hoping to see if her mental power could be restored. Hey! Yi Lingming vaguely heard An's voice. What is it? Let me rest for a bit. A hint of exasperation was evident in An's tone. Yi Lingming suddenly jolted awake. What else could there be? I just laid down. She found it hard to believe. If you lie down a bit longer, it will be time for school to end. An teased at why Yi Lingming glanced out the window. Unlike the cool and moist morning, the air was now distinctly dry and hot, with the sun hanging high in the sky. An noted that Yi Lingming still appeared groggy and decided to rise from his seat. I see you haven't had enough sleep. It's recess time now. I'm going out for some activity. You can sleep a bit longer, OH. Why Lingming stretched languidly. Wow, that feels so good. Although she didn't know why. It truly felt wonderful. Perhaps another stretch? Outside the classroom, On watched Lingming continually stretching and fell into contemplation. Something's off. He was perfectly fine when we arrived this morning, and we've been together ever since. There shouldn't have been any opportunity for a mishap. After a few stretches, Lingming noticed that some classmates were casting her odd glances, and she awkwardly smiled at them. Rising to move about, Lingming felt particularly invigorated. The clarity and energy coursing through her were sensations she had never experienced before. Compared to her prior fatigue, it was an entirely different realm. This was the sensation of abundant mental power. Indeed, rest can replenish mental power. Wait. Lingming suddenly remembered that with mental power, she could continue reading the magic book. The magic book was somewhat surprised to see Lingming return so promptly. You've recovered so quickly? Of course, you are indeed the little master. But this recovery seems unusually swift, doesn't it? Less than 2 hours, and you're back to your original state. No, oh, that's good. The magic book seemed to exhale in relief. You are in a state even more vigorous than before, Lingming chuckled. The magic book had not anticipated that this little master would be so extraordinary. Upon hearing that she wanted to read again, it hastily reminded her, as you have already sensed, while I can easily imprint various knowledge in your mind. The consumption of mental power is immense. This time, should you feel even a hint of fatigue, promptly stop, for depleting your mental power entirely can be excruciating. Lingming was certainly aware of the pain. But what the magic book did not know was how delightful it felt to rest after extreme fatigue. Thus, the magic book's words were entirely disregarded by her. Let us begin. Allow knowledge to flow freely into my mind. The magic book did not linger in conversation. The pages turned, the text reflected, the magic star array rotated, and once again, it began to converge towards Lingming. Although it was her second time, Lingming was still invigorated. This is the feeling, the sensation of being filled with knowledge. Soon, all the knowledge related to magician ranks, guardians, great guardians, and star spirits was fully absorbed into Lingming's mind. Why am I still here? The knowledge in this regard is thus limited. You have already mastered a significant portion. During the first encounter, you grasped more than half, and what remains this time is scant, hence it has not taxed your mental faculties considerably. So that is how it is. Lingming is exceedingly intrigued by the knowledge pertaining to wizards, and one could say that her enthusiasm only intensifies with each lesson. The spellbook did not anticipate such reckless determination from Lingming. Yet it could not allow her to come to harm, so it had to seek something more captivating for her. In truth, I possess other functionalities as well. Would you care to explore them? Upon hearing the spellbook's suggestion, Lingming became curious. She thought to herself that having knowledge imprinted directly into her mind was already quite extraordinary, yet there were additional capabilities. Let us proceed with the demonstration. The voice of the spellbook resonated gently. I previously mentioned that this space is, in fact, constructed from your mental energy. You have closed your eyes, immersing yourself in this realm, entirely oblivious to the external world. Indeed, it feels as though I have entered a room, completely unaware of what transpires outside. Lingming expressed her sensations. Observing that Lingming was quite receptive, the spellbook continued its explanation. Mental energy is an immensely powerful force, and you are currently utilizing only its most rudimentary applications. Only by truly comprehending mental energy can you appreciate its magnitude. Since this space is shaped by your thoughts, you are its sovereign. Mental energy not only allows you to create and enter this realm, but also enables you to perceive the outside world with clarity, even extending your awareness beyond. Even an ordinary person, upon closing their eyes, can sense their surroundings to some extent, as most of what people perceive is through sight. They often neglect the auditory, tactile, and olfactory senses. Compared to ordinary individuals, wizards possess even more acute senses. However, wizards seldom rely on these senses to perceive the world, for they wield mental energy. Mental energy is frequently linked to thoughts and ideas residing within the mind. In fact, one could say that this space is a manifestation of your imagination, as you are using mental energy for the first time. Thus, you instinctively concentrate all your mental energy to sustain this space, thereby losing awareness of everything else. Now, attempt to maintain this space while simultaneously releasing a fragment of mental energy to perceive the external world. For an ordinary person, multitasking often leads to failure in both endeavors. Yet, when it comes to mental energy, not only is dual tasking feasible, but even tritasking, decatasking, and beyond are effortlessly achievable. In your initial attempt, do not exert too much energy. I have a textbook beside me that belongs to you. Try to perceive it. While listening to the spellbook's explanation, Yi Lingming began her endeavor. Although she currently lacked magical power, anything related to the abilities of wizards piqued her interest immensely. As she gradually released her mental energy, she indeed sensed that the endless blackness surrounding the purple space was illuminated. Revealing the spellbook on her desk, Chapter 29. Excuse me, I can answer this question. I did it. Yi Lingming was pleasantly surprised to find that her first attempt was successful. She slowly maneuvered her mental energy, and as it shifted, the spellbook gradually receded into the darkness, while the silhouette of the textbook emerged bit by bit. Little spellbook, I sense the book you mentioned. However, this perception is astonishingly clear, almost as if I were seeing it directly. Yi Lingming excitedly communicated to the spellbook. Upon hearing Yi Lingming's enthusiastic remarks, the spellbook was utterly perplexed. Logically, it was already remarkable to possess intermediate-level mental energy without magical power. Yet, it did not end there. This individual not only managed to enter the spellbook's space, but also perceive the external world on the first try. Normally, one would fail at least 100 times. This individual, far from failing, perceived with such clarity that it seemed almost unnatural. Nevertheless, despite its bewilderment, the spellbook knew it must continue teaching. Very well, I shall now demonstrate another capability of mine. While I have recorded vast amounts of knowledge, it is ultimately finite, and my ability lies in the fact that all written works can be learned in the very same manner. Oh, that seems of little use. Yi Lingming thought little of it, believing that nothing could surpass the value of the spellbook. Come now, give it a try. This textbook may very well prove useful shortly. Noticing Yi Lingming's disinterest, the spellbook was determined to encourage her to experiment. You wouldn't want me to see you, would you? Of course not. I am not that kind of book, that I merely wish to introduce my functionalities to my young master. Yi Lingming considered that her mental energy recovered swiftly, so trying it posed no risk. Very well, I shall give it a go. Upon hearing Yi Lingming's agreement, the spellbook felt a surge of joy and, with a sly grin, activated the magic circle. Just as Yi Lingming prepared to welcome the deluge of knowledge and the ensuing fatigue of drained mental energy, the magic circle ceased its operation. Yi Lingming was somewhat puzzled. Spellbook? All done? Yi Lingming? Done? Before she could comprehend what had transpired, a tingle surged through her mind, and the contents of the textbook had fully entered her consciousness. Oh, there is quite a bit of content, yet how is it that my mental energy seems hardly depleted? Yi Lingming was left in a state of confusion, especially since her previous encounter with the spellbook had drained her mental energy in no time. The spellbook appeared somewhat smug. The magical energy consumed by ordinary texts cannot possibly compare to mine. Even among spellbooks, I am a top-tier existence. Mastering these mundane books is as easy as a stroll in the park. The knowledge does not merely consist of memorizing the text. Rather, it is about comprehensive understanding and integration. Yi Lingming did not hesitate to offer her praise. Impressive, impressive. Truly worthy of your reputation. I have completed my study of this book. I suppose I need not attend this course any longer and can delve into the spellbook indefinitely. Now, let us continue with the spellbook. The spellbook felt somewhat embarrassed, pondering that the young master was exceptionally obsessed with magic. However, it had been instructed to encourage the young master to learn at a slower pace. After all, as long as the spellbook could still captivate the young master, it was uncertain what might happen if she completed her studies. Would she not resort to blowing up the Lord's mansion out of boredom? Thus, the spellbook endeavored to find ways to engage Yi Lingming. Young master, I suggest you venture outside. You may have encountered some trouble. Trouble? What sort of trouble could there be in class? Is there to be a student uprising? Or perhaps the school is closing down? Without giving it much thought, Yi Lingming opened her eyes, returning her awareness to her body. At that moment, On was poking her with his hand, while his other hand pointed towards the teacher at the podium, who wore a decidedly unfriendly expression. On let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi Lingming awaken. Dream brother, what is the matter with you today? Why have you been sleeping? Yi Lingming stretched lazily. I was simply tired, so I dozed off. Indeed, one must exhaust their mental energy entirely to function properly. On was equally bewildered by Yi Lingming's actions. Well, Do you understand the material he was covering? He said he would be asking questions. Yi Lingming rubbed her eyes again. You mean the lecture he gave? Of course I understand it. A sharp crack echoed as the chalk snapped in the teacher's hand. The teacher at the podium, visibly furious, turned red with anger. The student at the back, sleeping through class is one thing, but to awaken and converse with a classmate, do you comprehend all this material? You have no right to be learning from others if you do not study. Yi Lingming glanced at the teacher, noting that he was neither as attractive as teacher Xiaotian nor as composed. Though his stern demeanor was intimidating, what of the psychological impact on the other students? Although she realized the teacher was addressing her, she pretended not to know and turned back to converse with I say, you dare confront the teachers at the Junior Wizard Academy, yet here you tremble in fear. Why not stand up to them? After all, we are under their roof. If we were to quarrel, I would be left with nothing. Wait a minute, you previously advised me against such actions. Why the sudden change of heart? Yi Lingming chuckled. At that time, you were merely here to enroll. Now that we are students, unless you intend to demolish the school, minor skirmishes will only lead to reprimands. Oh, I see. Appeared enlightened. Bang! The teacher, infuriated, slammed the book onto the podium. Feeling somewhat dazed, I am reprimanding you. Yet you find the time to chat and laugh. Where do you find the audacity to speak so boldly? Observing the teacher on the verge of a breakdown, Yi Lingming felt it unnecessary to take the time to explain. After all, no explanation would suffice, and she was eager to regain her mental energy, so she cut straight to the point. Because I already understand what you are teaching. Yet she did not wish to dwell on it, considering the multitude of students rendered it impossible to cater to everyone's understanding. Now that she had finally awakened, she began to speak. And the teacher, far from being receptive to criticism, had the audacity to retort, I have only completed half of my lesson. How could you possibly know? Yi Lingming cast her gaze toward the blackboard. Noticing the questions the teacher had reserved for the class to answer after the lesson, with a slight smile, she approached the podium amidst the astonished stares of her classmates. The students below began to murmur among themselves. Even if the teacher were to finish, I might not necessarily understand. How could he possibly know when he has only heard half? Ah, but you are mistaken. He did not hear the first half either. He just woke up. Listening to the discussions of her classmates, Yi Lingming remained silent, picking up the chalk and letting her hand glide across the board. Some students had yet to grasp what had transpired when she set down her chalk and offered a slight bow and a smile to the teacher. Please evaluate my work. The teacher glanced at the entirely correct answers, his anger dissipating somewhat. Although you have answered correctly, it merely indicates that your preparatory work was adequate. Furthermore, these are merely the most fundamental questions. Should you fail to pay attention in class, a mere alteration in the format of the questions would leave you unable to solve them. Yi Lingming replied, How unfortunate, teacher. I would still manage to solve them even with a slight variation. Very well, you say so. The teacher, seemingly fueled by a mix of anger and determination, promptly assigned an entire blackboard's worth of challenging problems. After writing the questions, the teacher exhaled deeply and made space for Yi Lingming. However, she leisurely picked up the chalk, raised her hand, but did not write anything. Observing this scene, the students began to murmur again. How the tables have turned. You claim to know everything. Why aren't you writing? Indeed, how could one possibly know without attending class? Yet, I must admit, he still dares to speak back to the teacher. Yi Lingming turned to the teacher, and the classmates assumed she would plead for mercy. However, she curiously asked, Teacher, since you've assigned so many problems, I have no space left to write my workings. May I just provide the answers? The teacher was taken aback, realizing he had been so focused on creating the questions that he had neglected to leave any space for answers. While mathematics emphasizes the importance of showing one's work, the current material mostly involved calculations. The steps were merely processes and verification, so he acquiesced. That is acceptable. Chapter 30. Learning is quite simple, although the teacher was astonished by the flawless answers on the blackboard. He still did not wish to praise her. Yi Lingming was also taken aback by the teacher's seriousness. Had he not previously stated that his favorite saying was, if you understand it, do whatever you wish? Now that she had demonstrated her understanding, he seemed to have changed his tune. Very well, if that is how it is, I shall accompany you to the very end. Thus, Yi Lingming politely remarked, How unfortunate. Teacher, I also know how to solve the remaining questions. The classmates were on the verge of losing their minds. The knowledge they had struggled to grasp was effortlessly completed by Yi Lingming with a mere raise of her hand. And she claimed to understand concepts she had not yet studied. How was she able to articulate such a fierce statement with such politeness? The teacher was left in a state of confusion. A blend of anger, shock, defiance, and disbelief. You understand this book entirely? Indeed. Fine. Just wait. After leaving that harsh remark, the teacher exited the classroom. With the teacher's departure, the whispers among the students could no longer be contained. I sense he possesses some genuine ability. What ability? Give me a single night, and I could create miracles too. Wasn't he this book just distributed today? On observed the scene, pondering, what on earth is my brother Ming up to? Shortly thereafter, the teacher returned, breathless, holding a past midterm exam paper from the previous year. The teacher appeared quite pleased, declaring, "Now I have you." Yi Lingming politely accepted the test paper from the teacher's hands. After a brief pause, she sat down and began to write without further ado. The teacher watched closely as her classmates gathered around, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Under the gaze of the entire class, Yi Lingming swiftly completed the exam and, as she handed it back to the teacher, added a few comments. "Teacher, your questions are not quite perfect. The distribution of knowledge points is rather uneven. Moreover, the overall difficulty is somewhat moderate, failing to accommodate the struggling students. Without true challenges, one cannot truly gauge the exceptional students." The teacher stared at the paper in his hands, rendered speechless by shocked. As Yi Lingming had stated, the overall difficulty of the exam was moderate. While not overly difficult, achieving a perfect score was still a significant challenge. Yet, there was not a single error to be found on Yi Lingming's paper. Despite his reluctance to believe it, the evidence lay before him. And after a considerable internal struggle, he finally relented. "As long as you do not disturb your classmates, you may proceed as you wish. Thank you for your approval, teacher." The teacher had a question for her. "May I inquire, with your level of ability, your family must be quite well off. Why did you not attend a Magical Academy's awakening class, but instead chose to come to our ordinary school?" Yi Lingming chuckled. "My family sent me here, I see." Yi Lingming politely thanked the teacher. "Thank you, teacher, for allowing me to disrupt your teaching schedule. I shall take my leave now." As Yi Lingming lay down, she realized that this position was not particularly comfortable. Had she known, she would have requested a larger bed, or at the very least, a reclining chair. The teacher at the podium, witnessing this scene, was at a loss for how to conclude the situation. He awkwardly cleared his throat to regain everyone's attention. "If anyone else believes they can also excel, feel free to take the test. If you achieve a perfect score, you may do as you please." However, none anticipated that this would spark a wave of academic enthusiasm throughout the school, as everyone aspired to achieve full marks, eager to pursue their own interests. Upon returning to her seat, An could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Yi Lingming, "Brother Ming, how do you know so much?" Yi Lingming rested her head on the desk, her voice soft and steady. "I know so much because I read it in books. But weren't you always sleeping? When did you find the time to read? Although I may not have time to read, can the knowledge from books not find its way into my mind? All right, I'm feeling sleepy now. I'll take a brief rest." Yi Lingming ceased her conversation, leaving An in a state of confusion. Soon, she drifted into a dream, the kind of slumber that is not easily attained by everyone. Upon entering the magical space, Yi Lingming did not hastily instruct the magical book to open the formation for her studies. Instead, she focused her thoughts on probing the darkness surrounding the magical book. As her consciousness expanded, the entire classroom seemed gradually materialized in her mind. "Wow, it's clearer than what my eyes can see." As she absorbed the surroundings, Yi Lingming could not help but exclaim in wonder. This method not only allowed her to remain aware of the teacher's state, thereby avoiding a repeat of the earlier situation, but it also maximized the efficiency of her mental energy. Having resolved the external matters, Yi Lingming turned her attention back to the magical book within the space. The magical book continued to hover at the center of the formation, opening and closing rhythmically, bathed in the light of the formation and the purple glow. It radiated an aura of magic. "Young master, your mental energy recovers astonishingly fast." The voice of the magical book conveyed its astonishment. It could not comprehend how this young master, who possessed no magical power, could have such high mental energy. As Yi Lingming's consciousness focused on it, the magical book prepared to activate the formation. "Let us just proceed. I hope you do not end up covered in dust after I finish studying." Strangely, this time Yi Lingming did not rush to have the magical book activate the formation to continue her studies. Instead, she pondered thoughtfully. Little magic, you previously mentioned that everything here is formed by my thoughts. Does that mean I can also manipulate the content within your book and this formation? The magical book listened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this child had so easily discerned the essence of the matter. Before it could respond, the magical book felt its stored knowledge being activated, and the formation beneath it began to operate. As the words projected into the surrounding space, they gradually merged into Yi Lingming's consciousness. It was only after she independently completed a study session that the magical book had to accept this reality. Yi Lingming had completed the study of the magical book all on her own. Unaware of the magical book's thoughts, Yi Lingming laughed joyfully. This is far too simple. Hearing her declare it simple, the magical book nearly coughed up blood. Even if a true intermediate mage were to attempt it, they might not be able to activate this formation, yet she has managed to do so. Yi Lingming's voice rang out again. In that case, I shan't trouble you to activate the formation for me repeatedly. The magical book, regaining its composure, realized that if this continued, it would serve no purpose at all. If it did not establish a good relationship with Yi Lingming, it might very well end up being burned to ashes. Thus, the voice of the magical book became even sweeter. Hee, Brother Ming, you're amazing. You've found the trick so quickly? If there is anything you don't understand, I'll be here to explain it to you. No need. I can manage on my own. Oh, come on, don't be so polite. Let us go. The morning classes swiftly passed, or at least that was how Yi Lingming perceived it. After mastering the method to activate the magical formation, she attempted to read the external books and soon became familiar with the operational methods. Just as Yi Lingming was feeling a sense of satisfaction, she realized that she had completed all the first-grade content at the ordinary school. Moreover, she discovered that the mental energy consumed by the knowledge from ordinary books was incomparable to that of the magical book. After finishing all the first-grade materials, her mental energy had not even been exhausted. Is this what learning is? It's simply too easy. Whether it was the knowledge imparted by the teacher or the usage of the magical book, she had firmly grasped it all. Yi Lingming realized that perhaps she was not so averse to learning after all. Finally, the school day concluded. I'm so hungry. I want to eat at the cafeteria. Anna's voice rang out. Yi Lingming slowly opened her eyes. This morning had been quite fulfilling. Let's go have a meal. However, upon rising, she realized that carrying such a hefty tome of magic was rather cumbersome. Leaving it in the classroom felt unsafe. After all, it was so conspicuous that it could easily be damaged by careless hands. If only she could store it in the magical space stone. But alas, she lacked the magical power. Yi Lingming pondered to herself. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a magical starry array suddenly arose, enveloping the magic book and making it vanish. Chapter 31. Those around me are so eloquent, huh? Could it be that I've ascended to immortality? Am I now capable of manifesting spells with a mere utterance? Yi Lingming gazed in disbelief at the spot where the magic book had just been. Beside her, An was equally startled. I say, Minggu, could it be that your magical power has awakened? Not at all, Yi Lingming replied, for she knew that storing items in the magical space stone required magical energy. And her own power had just been sealed. There was no way it could have awakened. Logically, with her magic sealed, she was no different from an ordinary person and thus unable to utilize the magical space stone. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that the only difference between her and a magician was indeed the magical energy. Eureka! Yi Lingming hastily directed her will toward the magical space stone and swiftly established a connection. She could clearly see various scrolls, spirit stones, and spirit fruits stored within. As she scanned continuously, she quickly located the magic book, and with a mere thought, it reappeared on her desk. Just as she suspected, Yi Lingming had not anticipated that her magical space stone could be activated through her will. She once again stored the magic book within the magical space stone and then took Anna's hand. Preparing to go out for a meal. Wait, just a couple of steps into their departure, Yi Lingming suddenly thought of something. Since I can use the magical space stone, then perhaps the items inside. He. With that, under Anna's astonished gaze, Yi Lingming began to pull out one mouthful fruit after another. Come, don't be shy, indulge yourself. I've heard this can enhance magical energy. An was utterly flabbergasted by the sight of the mouthful fruits. Taking a long moment to respond, Minggu, From now on, I'm sticking with you, On exclaimed, holding a mouthful fruit and beginning to boast. His mouth agape, I say, Yigu, this is too bewildering. You can activate the magical space stone, and even have spirits, yet you lack magical energy? Yi Lingming, munching on a mouthful fruit, replied thoughtfully, that's my little secret. I'm only showing you this because I consider you a good friend, so please keep it under wraps. All right, I promise. Observing An's naive demeanor, Yi Lingming felt that having a friend like him was rather delightful. By the way, if you find this insufficient, I still have more to know. How embarrassing. So delicious. Afternoon classes arrived swiftly, and the figure stepping onto the podium was someone familiar to Yi Lingming. Hello, students. I am your magic teacher. You may call me Teacher Huang. Hello, Teacher Huang. The students chorused. In this world of magic, anything related to it sparked great interest among the people. Upon hearing that a magic teacher had arrived, the students were all abuzz with excitement. Teacher Huang raised a hand, signaling for silence, and surveyed the classroom with keen eyes. I see that most of you are over 6 years old. With the majority being just over 6, this is not surprising, as every year it is the same. Everyone comes to our ordinary school only after passing the magical awakening period. Some have resigned themselves to their fate, while others go with the flow. However, I believe that the vast majority aspire to awaken their magical powers through 3 years of hard work. Now, let me see how many of you share this ambition. With a flurry, half of the class raised their hands. Excellent. With dreams, there lies the possibility of success. Although you are seated in an ordinary classroom, there will always be those who awaken their magical powers and step into the realm of magic. Our ordinary school was established to provide a place for children who have not awakened their magical powers, allowing them to understand this world and acquire a skill to thrive in society. Children with magical talent usually awaken their powers before the age of 6, while some achieve it through diligent effort in understanding nature. These children must not only study ordinary subjects but also grasp nature amidst the prying eyes of others. For those who awaken their powers, the sky is the limit. Yet, for those who do not only do they waste their education, but they may also drown in the whispers of others. Therefore, Teacher Huang's voice rose in intensity. Our magic classes in this ordinary school are designed for those who are unwilling to accept their fate, who harbor grand ambitions. As long as you are willing, the school will provide everything to help you realize your dream of magic. The children of your age who have awakened their magical powers are now studying at the Junior Magic Academy, while you are here in an ordinary school. Are you content with that? Not content. The students below seem to have ignited with a fervent fire. They aspired to become magicians and contribute to their country and society, while being condemned to mediocrity for the rest of their lives. Would they accept that? Unwilling. Some students even shouted with all their might. Very well, let me see how many of you wish to continue striving to awaken your magical powers. With a swift motion, nearly everyone stood up, raising their hands high. Why nearly, you ask? Because some in the corners remained seated. Wow, such passion! Yi Lingming had not anticipated such a vigorous reaction from her classmates. To avoid dampening the atmosphere, she too raised her hand indignantly. She nudged On, who was seated beside her, and whispered, Hey, could you at least cooperate a bit? Don't spoil the mood. Okay. Following this, On also raised his hand high above his head. However, Teacher Huang's words sounded quite different in An's ears. Oh, by the way, Yi Lingming inquired of On, are you perhaps long-lost relatives with Teacher Huang? You both possess such oratory talent. Don't be ridiculous. I don't have such an impressive relative. I was just joking. How could I not comment when everyone around me is so eloquent? At that moment, An's heart was bleeding. I should be sitting in the classroom of the Junior Magic Academy. Alas, the teachers there are blind to my potential. They wouldn't even let me fan myself. Excellent. Teacher Huang felt a sense of gratification as he observed the students with hands raised high. As the saying goes, nothing is difficult for the one who has the will. You have confidence. Yes. A chorus of passionate and idealistic affirmations erupted from the tender voices of the children. Good. I hope you remember what I said today. Remember this moment and remember your goals. The children below were all flushed, as if they had grasped something profound. They understood that most individuals awaken their magical powers before the age of 6, and only a select few achieve it through later efforts. Some had already resigned themselves to a life of mediocrity. Yet, under Teacher Huang's inspiring speech, their confidence was rekindled. Who does not harbor a dream of magic? Who does not wish to become a revered magician or even a high and mighty guardian? While striving may not guarantee success, to not strive is to ensure failure. Even in mediocrity, one must possess lofty aspirations. All right, everyone, take your seats. Today, we will discuss the fundamentals of being a magician. From this day forth, the magic classes would focus primarily on practical experience to facilitate the awakening of magical powers. I hope everyone can achieve their goals. There were no textbooks, nor was anything written on the blackboard. It was merely a narration. The students below listened intently, jotting down notes in their exquisite little notebooks. All magicians fall under a unified system of management. Known as the Magical Sanctuary, every city has at least one sanctuary. All questions regarding magicians are addressed within the Magical Sanctuary. Initially, the teaching and training of magicians were the responsibility of the Magical Sanctuary. Later, for various reasons, the teaching of magicians was separated, leading to the genesis of the Magic Academy. Subsequently, through continuous refinement and adjustments, the Magic Academy was divided into 3 tiers: the Junior Magic Academy, the Intermediate Magic Academy, and the Advanced Magic Academy. The Junior and Intermediate Magic Academies primarily focus on selection, while the Advanced Magic Academy emphasizes training. Strictly speaking, the Advanced Magic Academy is the true Magic Academy. It is the cradle of a magician's growth. The Junior Magic Academy enrolls all magicians with magical powers. Anyone who has awakened their powers can receive systematic education, making the Junior Magic Academy the most populous of all. The program lasts for 3 years, culminating in the awakening of magical attributes. Those who awaken their magical attributes and possess potential for cultivation qualify to apply for the Intermediate Magic Academy. Chapter 32. Training without magical power. The Intermediate Magic Academy also has a 3-year program, primarily focused on cultivating magical energy. The goal is to qualify for the Advanced Magic Academy, meaning that the Intermediate Magic Academy mainly serves to filter out those magicians with potential and talent for the Advanced Magic Academy. The Advanced Magic Academy, depending on the level, typically has a program of either 3 or 4 years. Here, unlike the Junior and Intermediate Magic Academies, the curriculum is no longer comprehensive, but rather focuses on specialized training according to individual choices. In broad categories, there are primarily magicians, elven masters, and formation masters. Of course, these concepts may seem distant to you, so I shall refrain from elaborating further, leaving it for your future exploration. As for the teaching system for magicians, I will say no more. These topics are far removed from your current reality. Your primary focus should be on awakening your magical abilities, else these discussions are moot. What I have shared today may not be of great utility to you. It merely serves as an introduction. Our main task remains the awakening of your magical powers. The class is dismissed, unprodded the slumbering Yi Lingming, who, in honest eyes, had hardly absorbed a few words from teacher Huang before becoming lost in a stupor. Staring blankly at the unadorned magical tome, followed by bouts of sleep. Yi Gu, school is over. Yi Lingming yawned and stretched languidly. Wow, that was quick. I got tired from studying, and after just a brief rest. It seems I've already missed the end of class. On was taken aback. Was that a brief rest? Yi Lingming shrugged helplessly. What he talked about was mostly nonsense. I couldn't be bothered to look at anything better than that. On replied, you are dream go. You speak the truth. In the days that followed, Yi Lingming continued to delve into the magical tome, striving to restore his mental energy. Unbeknownst to him, this continuous cycle of depletion and replenishment was hastening his progress. At this juncture, Yi Lingming had nearly mastered the knowledge pertinent to magicians and was now engrossed in the study of elven beasts. Upon examination, he realized that the breadth of knowledge regarding elven beasts far surpassed that of magicians. He felt that even a mere subheading in the directory of elven beasts eclipsed the entirety of what he had learned about magicians many times over. Truly, once one delves into the realm of elves, it is as vast as the ocean, Yi Lingming lamented. Over the past few days, On had grown accustomed to Yi Lingming's routine of either sleeping or staring vacantly at the magical book, occasionally letting out an odd noise. His acceptance of this peculiar behavior stemmed primarily from witnessing Yi Lingming pass all the teacher's exams, save for teacher Huang. He could not forget the astonished expression on teacher Xiao Tian's face at that moment. Presently, Yi Lingming enjoyed a state of absolute freedom, doing as he pleased, mostly sleeping. The most absurd part was that the school had even arranged a large bed for Yi Lingming at the back of the classroom. Yes, you heard that right, a bed. It was utterly ridiculous, as if they had opened the door to absurdity. Who attends class with a bed? During this time, Yi Lingming encouraged On to attempt communicating with the magical book using his mental energy. But regardless of the attempts, he met with failure and eventually gave up. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the last class of the week, which was, in reality, just an afternoon session. For reasons unknown, ordinary schools often prefer to conduct a single subject for a whole morning or afternoon. Teacher Huang ascended the podium and surveyed the students. For the sake of your dreams, let us set forth. Set forth. The students, under Teacher Huang's guidance, proceeded towards the rear of the school. Upon exiting the back gate, Yi Lingming found it hard to believe the scene before him. Have we left the city? The view he beheld was akin to what Sweet Ling had shown him previously. That moment, Teacher Huang's voice rang out, instructing everyone to remain calm. This area behind the school has yet to be developed. It is a small forest nestled between the school and the city walls. The air here is rich with nature's essence. You may contemplate here, but do ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingming was momentarily taken aback. Oh my, this is simply an invitation to play. I thought this magic awakening class would be something truly extraordinary. Some students, after listening to Teacher Huang, closed their eyes and tilted their heads, as if they could genuinely sense something. There are no elven beasts here. If you wander too far, remember to stick together. As for how to awaken your magical powers, I can only say I do not know. Teacher Huang's voice drifted lazily. Some may awaken while walking, while others may dwell in the forest for decades without awakening, so it is entirely a matter of luck. The school can only provide you with this space. In a few years, once it is developed, it will no longer belong to the school, so cherish the present. Good luck to you all. Let us begin. With a wave of his hand, Teacher Huang signaled for them to disperse. Yi Lingming gazed at the ordinary little forest, momentarily at a loss for words. He had anticipated this so-called magic class to be miraculous, yet it turned out to merely be an outing. Having perused the magical tome for several days, he thought a brief respite might not be amiss, thus calling on to explore the area together. As they wandered, the rustling of leaves and the gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of flowers caressed their faces. Yi Lingming found this sensation immensely soothing, as if it could heal all worries and bring unparalleled relaxation to his spirit. On, he said, you have awakened your magical powers, yet you cannot simply do nothing. That would be a blatant waste of your initial 5th-level magical energy. I don't know how to cultivate, On replied. Well, what a coincidence, I do. Yi Lingming grinned, causing On to feel a chill. After studying the magical tome for several days, Yi Lingming had essentially grasped the steps of cultivation. It merely involved continuously circulating the magical energy within oneself, absorbing the natural essence contained in the air, and transforming it into one's own magical energy. Just yesterday, Yi Lingming had completed his studies on this subject. As a diligent student who relished practical experience, he could not resist the urge to give it a try once he understood the process. Unfortunately, lacking magical energy, he could only simulate the flow of magical energy using his mental power. The results were promising. As his mental energy circulated, he could distinctly feel wisps of energy being absorbed, merging into the sealed magical energy within him. As his practice progressed, an increasing amount of celestial energy was drawn to him, until finally, it surged towards him as if seeking an outlet. Yi Lingming felt an influx of energy flowing in, prompting him to accelerate the circulation of his mental energy. However, as the absorption intensified, he sensed new magical energy slowly forming within him. How could new magical energy manifest when his original energy was sealed? Yet Yi Lingming distinctly felt that the sealed magical energy was also gradually increasing. Could it be that the excessive absorption of celestial energy was causing a new magical energy system to form outside the original seal? This was not permissible. Should he later lift the seal, the two energies might clash, rendering his efforts futile. Yi Lingming hastily ceased his cultivation, and the nascent magical energy within him dissipated. With some free time today, he decided to encourage On to attempt it as well, for On was a properly functioning magician. Aren't you devoid of magical energy? On asked, puzzled. Yi Lingming looked up at the distant horizon. Though I lack magical energy, it does not mean I cannot cultivate. A fish without fins swims when it meets water. A bird without hands soars when it spreads its wings. There are many paths. If one is blocked, another will surely lead the way. One must not halt their steps towards tomorrow due to unfavorable conditions present. Chapter 33. The beginning of cultivation more astonishing than Yi Lingming's assertion of his ability to cultivate was the content of his words. Wow, dream girl, it's only been a few days since school started, and your speech has changed. It's all from the books I read in the past few days. Come on, I'll teach you how to cultivate your magical power. Otherwise, you'll waste that initial 5th level magical energy. But how can you help me circulate it without any magical energy? On expressed his confusion, uncertain where Yi Lingming had gleaned such peculiar knowledge over the last few days. Yi Lingming replied, shall we just give it a try? Seeing Yi Lingming's eager demeanor, On felt quite uneasy. Are we just trying it out, or are we risking our lives? Yi Lingming tugged onto a flat patch of grass to sit. Now, sit cross-legged, circulate your magical energy, and focus on feeling everything around you. You will discover numerous small points of light. Try to draw them in and merge them with your magical energy. However, Yi Lingming found it somewhat odd that a person devoid of magical energy was instructing a magician on how to cultivate. Observing on gradually entering a meditative state filled him with pride. A promising pupil indeed. Before long, On opened his eyes. How does it feel? Yi Lingming inquired eagerly. Not bad, not bad. This sensation of fulfillment is simply exquisite. However, only a minuscule amount of magical energy is gained with each circulation. I see this cultivation rather slow. That's strange, Yi Lingming pondered, wondering why On did not experience the same phenomenon he did yesterday. Just by casually circulating his energy, celestial energy had surged into him like a whale gulping water. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, why don't you try not circulating your magical energy and instead simulate the cultivation using your mental energy? What is mental energy? On scratched his head, utterly bewildered. After Yi Lingming explained the relevant concepts, On settled down once more to try. Before long, he stood up again. This isn't working, dream goo. When I use my mental energy, my magical energy flows on its own. I can't manage to use only my mental energy. Oh, is that so? Yi Lingming mused thoughtfully. It seems Grandpa Seal may actually expedite the cultivation process. Well then, cultivation is simply that. You should practice whenever you have the chance, as high magical energy brings no harm. With that, they continued on their way. All right, oh by the way, what does it feel like to not be able to cultivate using only mental energy? Yi Lingming asked curiously, for he, having his magical energy sealed, could directly cultivate with mental energy and was unaware of the potential interferences that might arise with actual magical energy. On pondered for a moment. Feeling as though bending a finger without any external force would inevitably cause the others to bend somewhat as well. It was quite difficult to accomplish the task of bending just one. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingming extended her hand, exclaiming, see, it worked, though the thumb doesn't count. What you've mentioned truly feels like a torment. The two of them chatted and played, and before long, time had swiftly passed. Teacher Huang had already called for assembly, for the joyous weekend awaited them after school today, where they could spend quality time with Sister Tiantian. Yi Lingming was immensely delighted and turned to On beside her. The time saved can be devoted to practicing, as I still need to take the entrance exam for the Magic Academy. Oh, that sounds good, however, you need not worry excessively. As long as it is a regular school with magical capabilities, after this academic year concludes, you can enroll in the Junior Magic Academy as an older awakened student. With Teacher Huang's voice signaling the end, this week officially came to a close. Yi Lingming could finally revel in the prospect of sleeping in leisurely. Did you hear? Yi Lingming completed all the first-grade courses this week, receiving full marks. Indeed, Director, not only did he achieve full marks, but he also remarked that our questions were too ordinary, Teacher Xiao Tian added from the side. The director replied, let us not overthink. The child's achievement is a testament to his diligent efforts. And we can use him as a role model to inspire other students. Upon hearing this, the mathematics teacher grew displeased. What effort? I have yet to see him awake during class. He spends all day sleeping. As for the role model talk, there is no need to establish that. He is already regarded as a divine being in the eyes of his peers. So outstanding? The director suddenly recalled something. What are his intentions regarding becoming a magician? With such an exemplary student, I was hoping he could qualify for a prestigious school. After all, the academy itself is merely a regular institution. Though awakening magical powers after the age of 6 is possible, it is quite rare, hence the school focuses primarily on nurturing talent. I think he lacks interest. He was sleeping during my lectures on basic magical knowledge. Of course, I do not rule out the possibility that he already knows everything I teach. Teacher Huang, seated beside the grade director, remarked slowly. Not everyone can become a magician. Even if he is exceptional, his future accomplishments will surely be remarkable regardless of his magical status. We should keep a close eye on him. The grade director's expression twitched slightly. Of course, we will provide him with special attention. I'm even considering arranging a bed for him to ensure he sleeps well. All right, enough about him. Let us continue discussing the next issue. Yi Lingming gazed out at the dimming sky, contemplating. Spending the entire day poring over magical tomes consumed her mental energy far too quickly. She found herself either sleeping or on the verge of slumber, which simply wouldn't do. Ordinary books consumed less mental energy while imparting a wealth of knowledge. Although they lacked magical content, they were useful in the present moment. Unfortunately, she had already finished the textbooks. So she planned to borrow a few from the second or third grade curriculum when school resumed. I just remembered, we have a treasure trove of books at home, she mused with a chuckle. The weekend weather seemed particularly splendid, with the morning sun illuminating the lingering mist and dew trickling down the lotus leaves. A figure darted swiftly within the Yi residence, disturbing the dew on the leaves. This figure concealed itself behind a rockery, peering intently into the room. Once Grandpa leaves, I'll slip inside, and then smack. Just as Yi Lingming was lost in her daydream, a sudden slap landed on her head without warning. The pain made her want to cry out, but recalling her plans, she stifled her voice. There stood Yi Lingtian, hands on her hips, glaring at Yi Lingming. What are you sneaking around for in front of Grandpa's room so early in the morning? Upon seeing that it was Yi Lingtian, Yi Lingming's anger dissipated in an instant, and she forgot all about the pain in her head. She hurriedly pulled Yi Lingtian to hide behind the rockery. Sister Tian, you startled me. Yi Lingming glanced at Yi Lingchen's room, noticing it was quiet, and sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Sister Tian, do you know? You almost ruined my plan. Yi Lingming puffed out her cheeks in complaint. Plan? What plan? Are you trying to blow up Grandpa's room? Oh, how could that be? I was planning to. Just as Yi Lingming began to explain, the door to Yi Lingchen's room creaked open, and he emerged slowly. Yi Lingming, startled, quickly pulled Yi Lingtian down to crouch behind the rockery, signaling her to keep quiet. Seeing Yi Lingming's anxious expression, Yi Lingtian complied and hid well. After Yi Lingchen stepped out, he strode away. Not even casting a glance in their direction, it seemed he was busy with matters at the magic temple again. After waiting for quite some time after Yi Lingchen's departure, the two slowly peeked out. Witnessing Yi Lingming's reaction, Yi Lingtian felt an ominous premonition. Ming, you wouldn't have gotten into trouble again, would you? Chapter 34. Yi Lingchen's secret stash. Is this the image I portray in your mind? Yi Lingming responded, feeling aggrieved. I merely went to Grandpa's study to find a few books to read. Why? Yi Lingtian looked puzzled. Just reading a book? Why the need to sneak around like a thief? Yi Lingming chuckled mischievously. I'm doing this for the thrill. Don't you think it creates a captivating atmosphere? Fine, you win. Yi Lingtian admitted, utterly baffled by her brother's peculiar antics. Sister Tian, you have no idea how incredible this magic book is. It allows knowledge to manifest directly in your mind. No, rather, it imprints it into your brain. Oh, no wonder. But you previously mentioned being self-sufficient. Why the change now? What's self-sufficient? What's self-sufficiency? If I were to rely on myself, I'd starve to death. But this magic book is truly powerful. Why don't you give it a try? Yi Lingtian expressed her disinterest. Ming, haven't you always wanted to be a magician? You should focus on learning magical knowledge and diligently practicing your magical powers, instead of letting other distractions sway you. Learning knowledge and becoming a magician aren't mutually exclusive, Yi Lingming replied. Somewhat confused. Well, if it pleases you, then so be it. If you wish to read, then read. I must go practice. Just remember not to cause any trouble again. Yi Lingtian yawned and waved farewell as she departed. Yi Lingming watched her sister leave, then glanced at the magic book in her hands. Before acquiring the magic book, she genuinely believed that only through her own efforts could she attain true knowledge. Yet, this magic book proved to be immensely useful, despite its somewhat demanding nature on her mental energy. After ensuring the coast was clear, Yi Lingming dashed into Yi Lingchen's study. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the shelves brimming with books. I am going to succeed. Without hesitation, she grabbed a book and pulled it into the magic book space. As Yi Lingming entered the magic book space, the mental energy that had filled the room suddenly vanished. Far away at the magic temple, Yi Lingchen stroked his chin, somewhat incredulous. If all Yi Lingming sought was to read, he would be pleased. True to his expectations, Yi Lingming did not disappoint him, eagerly devouring knowledge in the study. After perusing an unknown number of books, Yi Lingming realized that her previous lack of love for learning stemmed from the difficulty of her studies. Knowledge required immense energy to retain, and without regular review, it was quickly forgotten. However, with the magic book, everything changed. Not only was there no risk of forgetting, but her learning speed had multiplied exponentially. Yi Lingming remained in the study, reading fervently, sleeping to restore her mental energy whenever it was depleted. Meanwhile, Yi Lingchen checked in several times with his mental energy, and upon finding Yi Lingming diligently studying, he ceased his observations. When Yi Lingming awoke for the third time, the sun was already high in the sky. Has it turned noon so quickly? She mused, delighted at the prospect of mealtime. Thanks to her strong mental energy, she could remember the original positions of the books, which would have been impossible before. After neatly returning the books, Yi Lingming prepared to leave, marveling at the impressive quantity and quality of Yi Lingchen's collection. Wait a moment. She noticed a small compartment behind the bookshelf that she had overlooked, which was utterly unforgivable. For someone with an insatiable curiosity like Yi Lingming, this was an immense temptation. Although reason told her not to enter, her feet seemed to have a mind of their own, leading her toward the compartment. You all saw this, right? I had no intention of going in. It was my feet that compelled me. Upon closer inspection, she found it to be a genuine small compartment. Yet, as she prepared to enter, she hesitated. This could be Grandpa's secret lair. Is it truly appropriate for me to intrude? She sighed. Well, since I'm here, what harm could there be in taking a peek? With that, Yi Lingming stepped confidently through the door. The first sight that greeted her was several magical robes. Wow, how cool! So this is Grandpa's secret stash. Following that were various magical equipment hanging on the walls. Had Yi Lingming not studied them in the magic book, she might have mistaken them for mere decorations. Lacking any magical energy fluctuations, they appeared to be ordinary magical gear. Is Grandpa really so poor that he hangs such low-grade equipment on the wall? Yi Lingming mused, drawing closer to examine them. Upon closer inspection, she found the craftsmanship to be exceedingly intricate. They could not possibly be ordinary equipment. Could they be legendary equipment? Yet the sheer quantity was astonishing. Magical equipment was categorized into levels: ordinary, fine, epic, and legendary. The higher the equipment S grade, the stronger the magical energy fluctuations it released, thus enhancing the abilities of the magician. However, upon reaching the legendary level, the magic became rather restrained. No amount of reasoning would suffice. It was far better to boldly seek verification. One need only experience it to understand. Yi Lingming reached out, intent on touching the magical equipment before her. But wait, I see this a bit inappropriate. After all, these were her grandfather's belongings, hidden away so diligently. Yet, reconsidering, she thought, they are merely her grandfather's possessions. What could be wrong with a little inspection? Having already gazed upon them, what harm could there be in a slight touch? The magical equipment, which had previously exuded no hint of magical energy, suddenly erupted with a fierce surge of power the moment Yi Lingming made contact. It was evident that it had triggered a self-protection mechanism. Startled by this unexpected transformation, Yi Lingming stumbled back several steps, coincidentally retreating to the center of the room. That moment, an alarming occurrence sent shivers down her spine. Initially, only the piece of magical equipment she had touched reacted. Now, for reasons unknown, the other pieces of equipment seemed to ignite, each radiating an overwhelming sense of magical pressure. These energies coalesced around Yi Lingming, forming a magical array that firmly ensnared her, rendering her immobile. Yi Lingming felt utterly speechless. Well, I can now confirm that these items are indeed of legendary caliber. They have developed a consciousness of their own. But how on earth am I supposed to escape? If my grandfather discovers this, I might very well be in for a beating. Surveying the chaotic scene before her, Yi Lingming felt utterly dismayed, and her frustration bubbled over. You wretched magical equipment, what kind of skill is it to bind me like this? If you have the ability, face me in a duel. Chapter 35. I'm laying it all on the table. The magical equipment, which had previously contained its power, seemed to comprehend Yi Lingming's words, and their magic surged once more. One piece of grass attribute equipment summoned its magic. A vine-like whip materialized. This whip, brimming with magical energy and adorned with sharp thorns, sliced through the air with a swishing sound as it swung twice, before zeroing in on Yi Lingming, as if to say, "Should this lash strike you, you would surely suffer. Just imagine the agony if those thorns were to hit you." Yi Lingming felt as if she had been thrust into the harsh realities of life. "Hey, dear magical equipment, I was merely jesting. Please don't take it to heart." The magical equipment paid no heed to her pleas and directed the whip towards her. With her movements restricted, Yi Lingming could only watch helplessly as the whip sped toward her. Just as it was about to strike, a bolt of electricity from a lightning attribute piece of equipment ensnared the descending whip. Yi Lingming, eyes shut tight in anticipation of her fate, waited in silence only to discover, after a prolonged moment, that nothing had happened. She cautiously opened one eye to witness a hammer-shaped piece of magical equipment holding the whip in its electric embrace. A wave of emotion washed over her. "Oh dear, there are still good souls in this world, or rather, good hammers." Lightning crackled continuously from the hammer, coursing through the arc and into the whip, which soon became enveloped in electric energy. "So, it seems you're not really saving me, but rather ensuring my demise is not too swift by enhancing this thing with magic." This time, there was no need to worry about becoming a watering can. Everything was charred instead. Yi Lingming couldn't help but express her discontent with this unscrupulous piece of magical equipment. It was akin to having someone block a knife aimed at her only to then hand the attacker an even sharper blade. What difference does that make? As Yi Lingming spoke, the magical energies emanating from the equipment in the room seemed to subside somewhat, as if in contemplation. Before long, a fire attribute piece of equipment unleashed a surge of power. A ball of purple flames erupted, directly assaulting the whip, which promptly ignited. The source of the fire magic was a sword, slender and reminiscent of the colorful diamond sword crafted from the magical spatial stone. Now engulfed in flames, burns splendidly. "My sword bro is fantastic. May good swords enjoy a life of peace," Yi Lingming exclaimed, only to realize something was amiss. Why, despite burning for so long, was it not completely incinerated? The whip had turned black, yet the thorns remained intact. An ominous premonition unfurled within her heart. "Are you all just stacking effects here?" At that moment, Yi Lingming could hardly fathom the situation before her. This sword had merely granted the whip a fire attribute enhancement. "Dear equipment, I am but an ordinary person. If you wish to kill me, a single strike would suffice. There is truly no need for such theatrics." Yi Lingming mused inwardly. "Were it not for my sealed powers, would you dare treat me this way? Had my magic still been intact, I would have made you regret this encounter." Just then, the whip lunged at her like a ferocious serpent, abruptly interrupting her thoughts. The overwhelming magical power combined with the terrifying pressure of both fire and lightning attributes bore down on Yi Lingming like a pair of colossal mountains, leaving her breathless. The searing flames and penetrating lightning instantly transformed her perspective. This pressure, even with magic at my disposal, would spell doom for me. Forget about being an intermediate mage. Even a high-level mage would be left helpless. This time, no unexpected occurrences transpired. The whip charged directly at Yi Lingming. The outcome of being struck by such a formidable weapon capable of obliterating high-level mages was all too predictable. Yet, Yi Lingming displayed no signs of fear. Instead, a smile graced her lips. "You little trinkets, I was merely playing with you earlier, giving you a chance. Who would have thought you wouldn't appreciate it? I'm done pretending. I'm laying all my cards on the table. Do you truly believe I would meet my end here, in my grandfather's study, at the hands of my own family's equipment?" After the incident in the magical forest, Yi Lingming had come to realize that Yi Lingxian would surely leave something to safeguard her. Moreover, being in her own home, if there were any real danger, the Yi family would cease to exist, as she had surmised. Just as the whip was about to make contact, the magical spatial stone erupted with power and levitated into the air, transforming into the colorful diamond sword that slashed at the whip aiming for Yi Lingming. An attack, capable of annihilating high-level mages, was effortlessly cleaved in two, dissipating into specks of light. Following this, the colorful diamond sword delivered a horizontal slash, shattering the magical array that had ensnared Yi Lingming. Feeling a sudden lightness, Yi Lingming regained her ability to move. With a swift motion, she grasped the colorful diamond sword. Gazing at the elongated blade that emitted a cascade of colorful light, Yi Lingming marveled. What a magnificent sword! I wonder where my grandfather procured such a treasure, capable of storing items, housing spirits, and serving as a weapon, all in one. At no extra cost. Who wouldn't he adore this? Holding the colorful diamond sword, Yi Lingming turned her gaze toward the magical equipment. They seemed far too weak to be deemed legendary items, considering all of them had been subdued by a single sword. Yet, that reasoning didn't quite hold. The magical skills exhibited by these pieces of equipment were certainly capable of obliterating high-level mages. Forget it. I shan't dwell on this any longer. Yes, my turn now. I must teach you all a lesson. He. With a mischievous grin, Yi Lingming approached the magical equipment that had conjured the whip. This was a piece of grass, a tribute magical robe. Without hesitation, she reached out and began to explore. She could distinctly sense the restless magical energy within the robe. Raising her sword, she plunged it into the wall beside the robe. Why are you so reluctant to be touched? I recall you just now wanting to lash out at me. Can I not use my diamond sword to examine you? The previously agitated magical energy of the robe instantly calmed and stabilized, resembling a gentle lamb, devoid of any desire to erupt. Yi Lingming wiped her hands on the robe. At least you know your place. Next, Yi Lingming approached the lightning attribute hammer, and without reservation, the magical diamond sword was thrust into the wall beside it. Were you not just about to zap me? Your hammer seems rather nice. Did you think that by electrocuting me after the whip struck, I wouldn't bleed? Chapter 36. When in doubt, use a sword. Yi Lingming could sense the smooth flow of magic within the hammer even without touching it. Akin to a puppy that had just received a scolding. After threatening the hammer, Yi Lingming turned to the fire sword beside her. My dear sword brother, why does the flame on your blade seem to have dwindled compared to earlier? Has it burned out? No sooner had Yi Lingming finished speaking than the last remnants of flame on the sword completely extinguished, rendering it an ordinary blade. Ignoring the timid trio of equipment, she addressed the others. If memory serves, you all unleashed quite a bit of magic while I was trapped in that array, didn't you? To imprison me. How audacious! Upholding her principle of settling scores, Yi Lingming decided to strike each piece of equipment with her diamond sword, taking her sweet time to vent her frustrations. After circling back to the trio of equipment, she wielded her sword, delivering playful strikes while threatening them. You'd best behave. If I find any of you displeasing, I'll inform my grandfather, and he'll come to collect you. You must understand, in my hands, you shall face dire consequences. Lastly, she approached a few staves nestled in the corner. They appeared quite attractive. Once her powers awakened, she would surely ask her grandfather for one. After a thorough round of threats and intimidation, the magical equipment in the room had all but cowered before Yi Lingming, who surveyed her now compliant audience with great satisfaction. Yi Lingming polished her beloved sword and prepared to depart. At that moment, the previously tranquil magical equipment began to stir once again, as streams of magical energy coalesced towards the center of the room. Yi Lingming found herself at a loss, bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Could it be that you still wish to rebel as a collective? Do you intend to imprison me once more? Gripping her diamond sword, Yi Lingming refrained from taking immediate action, merely observing what further tricks they might conjure. It seemed she had indeed been too lenient moments ago. Gradually, Yi Lingming sensed something amiss. The magical equipment in the room activated simultaneously, and soon the air was suffused with overwhelming magical energy. The immense pressure it exerted rendered Yi Lingming breathless. This is bad. The situation is not right. I must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Lingming rose and made for the door. After all, her magical powers had been sealed, and should these magical devices inadvertently extinguish her, it would be a tremendous loss. Positioned at the center of the room, Yi Lingming dashed toward the doorway. Leaning against the doorframe, she glanced back and gasped. The magical energy within the room had reached a terrifying magnitude. Oh, so this is how you wish to play? Just wait for it. A gentleman's revenge is not to be rushed. Before she could finish her thought, a magical star array began to materialize in the room. Yi Lingming's heart sank. The activation of such colossal magical energy could only indicate a formidable array. But what on earth was her grandfather doing, setting such a bomb in his study? No time to ponder. She needed to escape. With a resonating hum, Yi Lingming felt her body become unresponsive, her foot suspended midair, incapacitated as she was frozen in place. A binding array. How ruthless. Meanwhile, Yi Lingchen, diligently occupied within the magical sanctuary, suddenly looked up, his consciousness racing toward a certain direction, his eyes filled with disbelief. Upon discovering the source of the commotion, Yi Lingchen's expression gradually shifted to one of resignation. How could I have been so careless, allowing him to remain alone in my study? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Lingchen activated his magic and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Yi Lingming remained ensnared and immobile, thinking that such a commotion would surely alert the household guards to her plight. However, her anxiety dissipated when she saw a squad of guards pass by the doorway, completely oblivious to the turmoil inside. Just how many magical arrays had her grandfather set up in his study? Wait a moment, Yi Lingming suddenly recalled a very serious question. Who exactly was her grandfather guarding against with all these arrays? As she pondered her own predicament, a new sound echoed through the room, prompting Yi Lingming to remain vigilant. This time, it was not a defensive array but a spatial array that appeared in the center of the room. As the array completed its formation, an exquisite box emerged. The box measured 1 foot in width and 6 feet in length, its soft green hue obscuring its material. A closer inspection revealed that the entire room's layout was designed to protect this very object. Could it be that I have stumbled upon my grandfather's true treasure trove? Yi Lingming observed that this spatial array had absorbed all the magical energy in the room to come into existence. A sense of surprise washed over her, instinctively prompting her to take a couple of steps back. Huh? I can move again. At that moment, Yi Lingming noticed that the room had returned to calm, and her body had regained its mobility. Yet, rather than fleeing, her foremost desire was to discover the nature of this box. She approached it slowly, reaching out to touch its surface, which felt smooth and delicate. The craftsmanship was so refined that it was hard to judge its true nature. Should I open it to see? Though her rational mind warned her against it, she reassured herself that since it belonged to her grandfather, it was as good as hers. After comforting herself, Yi Lingming confidently extended her hand toward the box. But how does one open it? After feeling around for a while without finding a switch, she grew increasingly impatient and resorted to brute force, ready to break the box open. Indeed, strength often speaks volumes. The moment her colorful diamond sword made contact with the box, it snapped open with a resounding click. As she peered inside, Yi Lingming was taken aback. She had envisioned countless possibilities: rare treasures, exquisite spirit stones, or unparalleled equipment. But she never expected to find merely a broken twig. She examined it closely. It was undeniably just a stick, devoid of any magical fluctuations. Upon closer inspection, she noticed several grooves at the twig's end. Could it possibly be a staff? Was it a particularly sturdy branch? Or perhaps an extraordinary medicinal herb? Otherwise, its concealment made no sense. Regardless, when faced with uncertainty, one should wield their sword. A test would reveal the truth. As Yi Lingming raised her sword to strike, she noticed something peculiar that made her body tremble. Could it be mere coincidence? She recognized one of the grooves on the twig. It was unmistakably the shape of her magical spatial stone. Could this broken twig truly be some legendary equipment closely connected to her own magical spatial stone? A troubling thought crossed her mind. Could this be the staff her grandfather intended for her? Chapter 37. The twig staff. With this realization, Yi Lingming felt a wave of dismay wash over her. How embarrassing it would be to wield a mere twig as a staff in public. Yet, despite her thoughts, she acted decisively. Observing the fist-sized magical spatial stone in her hand and the twig with its minuscule grooves, she let out a sigh of relief. I knew it couldn't be a matching set. It was merely a coincidence. After all, there are many similar shapes in spirit stones. As she continued to speak, her voice gradually dwindled to silence. Yi Lingming stared in astonishment as the magical spatial stone shrank until it was the size of a fingernail, before seamlessly embedding itself within the groove. I should have anticipated this. If it can transform into a sword, why would it be strange for it to shrink? Oh heavens, does this mean I will have to use this broken twig as my staff? How utterly mortifying. The broken twig seemed to respond to Yi Lingming's lament, for as the magical spatial stone settled into place, the twig appeared to be infused with life, gradually rejuvenating. The once dull brownish-yellow bark was replaced by a vibrant green. As immense magical energy surged forth from the magical spatial stone, enveloping it. The broken twig transformed as if it were emerging from a cocoon, shedding its previous dilapidated appearance for a staff radiating an aura of boundless majesty. The staff floated serenely in the center of the study, overshadowing all the other magical equipment within the room. Had she not witnessed this transformation with her own eyes, Yi Lingming would never have believed that a staff of such apparent quality, far exceeding legendary equipment, had originated from a mere broken twig. Gazing at the staff, Yi Lingming was overcome by an indescribable feeling, as though she had encountered it before, yet she was certain this was her first sighting of it. The overwhelming magical energy filled the room, and Yi Lingming felt the seal on her own powers stirring restlessly in response. She could sense her internal magic thrumming against the confines of Yi Lingchen's seal. Yi Lingming had an instinctive feeling that if she grasped this staff, she could shatter the seal and become a true sorceress. The staff, too, seemed to recognize her, emitting resonant hums in response. Unconsciously, she took a few steps closer. But just as she was about to grasp it, a sudden tremor seized her. No, I must cut my losses. I had merely stumbled into this situation. Wait a moment, isn't my grandfather's property effectively mine? Moreover, if it is indeed a matching set with my magical spatial stone, shouldn't I take it? Hee. With a mischievous smile, Yi Lingming reached out once more toward the staff. The closer she drew, the more she felt an inexplicable connection to it. As the bound magic within her resonated with the staff, the seemingly indomitable seal now felt as fragile as paper. This time, Yi Lingming clearly sensed that if she held the staff, she could instantly break free from her confinement and become a genuine sorceress. What are you doing? A thunderous voice interrupted Yi Lingming's actions. Grandfather. Yet Yi Lingming was acutely aware that in times of dire straits, one must remain composed. She immediately lowered her head, her demeanor earnest. Grandfather, this is all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Yi Lingchen's lips twitched in disbelief as he surveyed the scene before him. Had the deadly array he painstakingly set up been so easily breached? Setting aside the immense magical energy required to activate the spatial array, surely any one of these magical devices could have stopped Yi Lingming, not to mention the 10 or so defensive arrays he had prepared. Yet here stood before him a room devoid of magical energy, save for the isolation array outside. What infuriated Yi Lingchen further was the fact that even the divine box had been opened, an object that was nearly akin to a divine artifact. Capable of storing such treasures, a misunderstanding? You nearly demolished my house. It merged with my magical spatial stone. Merged? Yi Lingchen found this hard to believe, for Yi Lingming's magical spatial stone had naturally formed upon her birth. He had employed numerous methods to keep it close to her, yet now she claimed it had merged with a staff. Wait, a staff? This was the legacy staff, after all. Could it be? Yi Lingchen emanated a force of thought. Carefully sensing the staff before him, it bore the aura of that esteemed individual. Yi Lingchen's eyes instantly became misty, as countless memories flashed through his mind. How many have yearned for such a treasure? How many have sacrificed their lives to attain it, and here he was, having forsaken everything to arrive at this moment. Little did he expect that in the end, the choice would fall upon his own grandson. What a twist of fate. Beside him, Yi Lingming could palpably sense Yi Lingchen's agitation. Could it be that Grandpa was moved to tears upon discovering my potential for greatness? The term greatness was one that Yi Lingming had stumbled upon while perusing an engrossing tome in the realm of magical literature. Observing his distressed grandson, Yi Lingchen could no longer bear to see him tread the same path he had once walked. While he had managed to escape in his youth, the throne now loomed large. A burden far beyond what his grandson could bear, even if the entire Yi family stood united. Grandpa, I was wrong. Yi Lingming lowered his head as far as it could go. Yi Lingchen, however, was no stranger to such displays of contrition. Remember, do not cause me any more trouble. If you misbehave again, don't even think about becoming a mage. I shall have you guarding the gates of Eunice City. Yes, Grandpa. Please calm down. Be gone. All right, I'm off, Yi Lingming exclaimed joyfully. Sprinting towards the exit, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, he paused mid-step, bowing deeply. Is there anything else you wish to convey, Grandpa? Yi Lingchen replied earnestly. Meng, focus on eating, playing, and resting. Do not burden yourself with thoughts of awakening your magical powers. Our Yi family has no shortage of mages. Grandpa, you wouldn't consider going back on your word? Would you? Of course not, that I will undoubtedly become a mage. Moments later, Yi Lingchen reappeared in the sacred hall of magic, extending his hand to summon the staff suspended within a starry array. As he grasped the staff, memories of his past flooded back. How spirited he had been when he received that legacy. And now, how utterly despondent he felt. Would history truly repeat itself? Chapter 38. May I be your little follower? Yi Lingchen turned to gaze towards the imperial capital, his eyes filled with concern. Within less than a century, two legacies had emerged. Had you truly weakened to such a degree? It appeared that turmoil was once again on the horizon. After departing, Yi Lingming dashed to the kitchen, his hunger having reached a crescendo after the earlier ordeal. Good day, young master. The kitchen staff greeted him. Hello, everyone. What's for dinner today? Today, the eldest young master has brought back a spirit cow. We shall feast on spirit beef. Yi Lingming's mood plummeted upon hearing this. His siblings had ventured into the magical forest to hunt yet again. All his elder brothers and sisters were mages, with even the youngest, Tian, having attained mage status. Yet here he was, thwarted by his grandfather, who refused to allow him to become a mage. After finally awakening his magical power, it was sealed away. Each thought only fueled his frustration. No, I am determined to become a mage. No one shall stand in my way. A rumble from his stomach interrupted Yi Lingming's righteous indignation. Ahem, is dinner ready? I'm starving. It's prepared. Shall I bring it to you, young master? No need. I'll come to eat myself. I live alone. So there's no need to trouble you with deliveries. After consuming a few pieces of spirit beef, Yi Lingming was astonished to find himself satiated. This food was remarkably potent. Not only did it fill his belly, but he could distinctly sense the magical energy emanating from the spirit beef, which he was absorbing. Remarkable. Dining could also serve as a means of cultivation. Hastily, Yi Lingming used his force of thought to simulate the flow of magic, thoroughly digesting the energies. How fortunate he was to have come here. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such delectable beef. Grandpa, prepare to concede. I will undoubtedly break your seal and awaken my powers once more. A year later. Today marked the graduation ceremony of the ordinary school. Those with commendable grades would enter advanced studies, while others would step into society. AS students in the first and second years had also awakened magical powers. The graduation ceremony included the entire school. Thus, Yi Lingming sat below, utterly bored, while his thoughts drifted elsewhere. During the past year, he had diligently trained, honing his control over his thoughts significantly. Now, he could sense the Yi estate from within the school. As for his magical power, due to the seal, he was uncertain how much it had grown. However, he felt that he was close to breaking through. When the seal was first placed upon him, it felt unyielding, yet now it seemed merely a barrier. Indeed, a month prior, Yi Lingming had ceased his cultivation, for the seal could no longer suppress his magical energy. If he desired, he could break the seal at any moment. Yet, he found himself restraining his energy, fearing that a premature breakthrough would be too much for Yi Lingchen to bear. Sitting beside him was An, with red-rimmed eyes, having cried several times that day. Wah, Mingji, after today, I'll be heading to the Junior Magic Academy, and I won't see you anymore. Wah, don't worry. Once I awaken my powers, we'll be classmates again. Wah, Mingji, please don't comfort me. Awakening magical powers is not as simple as you say. What if you can't awaken them? What if by the time you do, I've already graduated? Who will be your little follower then? Can't you wish for my success? All right, stop crying. Show a bit of masculinity, will you? You're too pessimistic. Perhaps you'll leave, and I'll follow right behind. Wah, Mingji, I can't bear to part with you. Just as An continued to sob, the principal finally finished reading his lengthy speech. Thanks to our school's diligent efforts, we have successfully cultivated 6 mages this year. They shall carry our school's glory and ideals as they step into the realm of mages. Hearing this, Yi Lingming couldn't help but be astounded. What efforts? 6 mages, of the new students, for we're already mages. As for the other 2, with so many students in the school, the probability of awakening magic was hardly unique to them. This school certainly had a knack for embellishing its achievements. Now, we invite these awakened individuals to the stage. Let us extend them a warm welcome. The principal finally progressed to the next segment. Hurry, they're calling you to the stage. Stop crying. Yi Lingming swiftly lifted the still sobbing An. He felt exasperated. Can't you act a bit more composed? Once An departed, Yi Lingming finally enjoyed a moment of peace. Closing his eyes to regain his composure, when would be the right time to break the seal? Should he consult someone to choose an auspicious date? At that moment, Yi Lingming felt a sense of calm confidence in the inevitability of his success, which paradoxically made him less anxious about achieving it. "May I be your little follower?" A soft, gentle voice whispered in his ear. Huh? Yi Lingming preferred to believe he had misheard, yet his powerful sense of thought confirmed the reality of the situation. Was becoming a follower such a coveted position? He turned to see a young girl standing not far behind him, her head bowed, nervously tugging at the hem of her garment. "Can I be your little follower?" she repeated, her voice barely above a whisper, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Yi Lingming turned to face her, surprised to recognize her as a classmate. "Is it really you?" He had observed her during their practice sessions, not for any particular reason, but because she was exceptionally unique. She adored the color lavender. Her clothing, hair, and even her eyes were all shades of lavender. Yi Lingming had not intended to form any close ties with anyone here, knowing he would leave at any moment. However, the current situation made it difficult to refuse her. Moreover, with On soon departing for the Magic Academy, taking on a new follower could be beneficial. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to acquiesce. "Very well, you may follow me from now on. I shall look after you." Chapter 39. Upon hearing Yi Lingming's consent, the young girl beamed with joy, her blush replaced by a sweet smile as she hurriedly sat down beside him. Glancing at the girl beside him, Yi Lingming felt a bit flustered and softly inquired, "What is your name?" "Zira. I see that it seems you truly adore this color. I'm Yi Lingming. You can simply call me by my name." Ming. May I call you brother?" Zira asked, her eyes filled with earnest hope, as if fearing his rejection. Do you frequently call others brother?" "Very well, it's up to you." Yi Lingming thought that since he might leave at any time, he could let her have her way. "I consider you my brother, but you must not think of me as your sister," Zir suddenly declared with utmost seriousness. "Huh? What does that even mean?" Yet, seeing the earnestness in her expression, Yi Lingming felt a sense of helplessness. "I'll regard you as my little follower, all right?" Yi Lingming wanted to ask her why she wished to be his follower, but he hesitated, thinking it might come off as impolite. Thus, Yi Lingming retrieved a stone from the magical space stone, which she deemed to be beautiful, and presented it to Zir as a token of their first meeting. It was not that she lacked the desire to offer other gifts. Rather, the magical space stone contained no other suitable items. After completing this gesture, Yi Lingming found herself at a loss for words and could only gaze up at the podium, where the principal was eloquently praising the several individuals who had awakened their magical powers. On stage, On and 5 others stood in a straight line, On, Kaisher, Guangzhou, along with his subordinates, and one each from the 2nd and 3rd years, illustrating the considerable difficulty of awakening magical powers. On waved at Yi Lingming from the stage and pointed to himself, seemingly displeased at not being the center of attention. While On's discontent was evident, Guangzhou and his 2 companions greeted Yi Lingming in unison, all the while exchanging banter with On. Observing the sycophantic Guangzhou, Yi Lingming came to a profound realization. Everything requires personal strength to uphold. If she had not previously subdued Guangzhou, he would not be so obedient now. After the principal finished extolling the virtues of the awakened individuals, a teacher from the Junior Magic Academy arrived to escort them away. Following their departure, the principal launched into another tirade of toxic encouragement, succeeded by various leaders giving speeches, leaving Yi Lingming feeling dizzy until she drifted into slumber. How comforting sleep is! She wondered how those old men on stage could talk so incessantly. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted, and a magical array appeared in the sky, from which a fire dragon emerged. All the tedious chatter had not been in vain. That dragon was magnificent. I aspire to be a magician and must have a dragon like that one day. The students began to chatter excitedly about the extraordinary sight above, showing no signs of fear until the fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames towards the audience. Only then did they realize the peril they were in. Panic ensued as everyone scattered, cries and screams echoing all around. Feeling the heat of the flames and the shockwave approaching, Yi Lingming couldn't help but exclaim, "This dream feels so real. Could it be the result of my mental breakthrough?" Looking around, she noticed that Teacher Huang and On were nowhere to be seen. Great, just when I need someone useful, no one is around. This must be a dream. While she had experienced many dreams, this one was distinctly vivid. Yi Lingming smiled softly and retrieved the magical space stone. Let me slay a dragon in this dream. Whoosh! A fireball hurtled directly towards Yi Lingming, yet she did not flinch or evade. Oh, you think you can harm me in my dream? Just as the fireball was about to strike her, a figure swiftly pulled Yi Lingming away to avoid the fiery assault. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zier shouted anxiously. Boom! The fireball exploded, sending debris flying, and both Yi Lingming and Zier were knocked to the ground by the shockwave. Sharp stones grazed Yi Lingming's hand, drawing blood. Brother, you're hurt? Zier cried, her voice trembling. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Yi Lingming felt the searing pain in her arm. She suddenly awoke to the horrifying realization. This was not a dream. How could such a powerful magical beast appear in Unicity? Although Yi Lingming found it hard to believe, she quickly grasped the situation and grabbed Zier, turning to flee. Her knowledge warned her that when one's own strength is insufficient and the enemy's power is unknown, one must not act foolishly but rather retreat to ensure survival. Furthermore, this dragon must possess the power of an advanced magician, far beyond her capability to confront. Given the ruckus, it was certain that the city defense forces of Unicity would arrive shortly. Not far from there stood the first Junior Magic Academy, where the magicians would soon respond to the commotion. Thus, preserving their lives was of utmost importance. Zier, hold on tight. Yi Lingming realized that she couldn't run quickly while holding Zier, and in the urgency of the moment, she scooped her up. Despite her flushed cheeks, Zier clung tightly to Yi Lingming. Thus, carrying Zier, Yi Lingming made a hasty exit. Reflecting on Zier nestled in her arms, Yi Lingming couldn't help but think of Yi Lingtian. If only she were with her sister Tian Sweet now, she would undoubtedly feel utterly safe, like a charming accessory hanging from her sister's leg. It felt as though she had just acquired not a sidekick, but a little ancestor. Boom, boom, boom. The fire dragon continued to unleash fireballs from above, and Yi Lingming could only shake her head in disbelief as some classmates, faced with such danger, chose to crouch down and weep instead of fleeing. Sigh, we are all classmates. I can't just stand by and watch them perish. Hey, you foul dragon. I'm right here, come and attack me. The fire dragon, poised to strike the sobbing students, turned its attention towards Yi Lingming upon hearing her provocation, flapping its wings and launching towards her. Yi Lingming had perused many books on combat techniques and knew well how to evade the clumsy fire dragon's attacks. She simply needed to swiftly move away after it released its fireball. Run, everyone! Yi Lingming urged the other students loudly. The teachers, now realizing the gravity of the situation, began to organize the students to flee in an orderly manner. While Yi Lingming carried Zier, she attracted the dragon's wrath, buying precious time for her classmates to escape. Just as everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion, a fireball fell towards the very spot where Yi Lingming was about to land. In disbelief, Yi Lingming gazed at the fire dragon above. It could predict her movements. This was the first moment she felt a pang of panic since the dragon's appearance. There was no way to dodge it. Chapter 40. Breaking the seal. Little grass ball, give me a shield and catch Zier. Yi Lingming exclaimed decisively as she pushed Zier away. After sending Zier to safety, Yi Lingming braced herself for the explosion. Little spirit ball, seized the moment. The little spirit ball and the magical space stone monitored Yi Lingming's actions anxiously, and at the instant of the fireball's explosion, it unleashed a magical shield, using its power to catch Zier just before she hit the ground. Boom! The fireball detonated before Yi Lingming, and although most of the damage was absorbed by the magical shield, the remaining shockwave still sent Yi Lingming flying. Fortunately, it mitigated the impact in that direction, sparing Zier from harm. Ignoring her pain, Yi Lingming struggled to her feet and staggered towards Zier. Just as she took her first step, her mind went blank, and 3 blazing fireballs appeared before her. Hurtling towards Zier like meteors, they formed a triangular formation, blocking all of Zier's escape routes. Little spirit ball, protect Zier. At that moment, Yi Lingming put aside her reservations and shouted. The magical space stone in her hand had transformed into a 7-colored diamond sword. She dashed towards Zier, but alas, she could not reach her in time. This was bad. If the 3 fireballs exploded around Zier, the consequences were unimaginable, and she could no longer afford to hold back. Come forth, little spirit ball, whoosh. Just as the fireballs were about to detonate, with a surge of magical energy, the little spirit ball transformed into a faint green light, teleporting next to Zir and hastily conjuring a magical shield. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, propelling both the little spirit ball and Zir into the air. Little spirit ball Zir? Ignoring the debris swirling around, Yi Lingming sprinted towards both. The little spirit ball, having used its teleportation and magical shield in quick succession, along with Yi Lingming's own power being sealed, found itself nearly devoid of magical energy after casting 2 spells. It had absorbed most of the explosion's impact to protect Zir, leaving it charred and unconscious. Though the explosion had been mitigated by the little spirit ball, the debris still left numerous wounds on Zir's body, staining her entirely with crimson blood. Brother, it hurts so much. Zir, don't be afraid. I am here. Yi Lingming comforted Zir and quickly retrieved a healing scroll from the magical space stone to tend to their wounds. The situation before her was overwhelming. Just moments ago, they had been at a graduation ceremony, surrounded by tranquility. Now, it felt like a hell on earth, and the culprit behind it all was you. Yi Lingming raised her 7-colored diamond sword, glaring at the fire dragon in the sky. The little sidekick I just acquired. And I hadn't even had the chance to bully it yet. And now you've done this today. I shall avenge everyone and slay this dragon. With that, Yi Lingming's mental energy surged like a tangible force. If that is the case, then today shall be the day. Yi Lingming summoned all her mental energy to launch an assault on the seal. Far away in the magic sanctuary, leisurely sipping tea, Yi Lingchen suddenly stood up, his expression one of disbelief. The seal, has it shattered? Armed with the 7-colored diamond sword, Yi Lingming advanced towards the fire dragon, each step accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering. With each step, the magical energy she radiated intensified exponentially. 1 step, peak of the magic apprentice. The magical energy flowed into her, akin to a child returning home, swiftly merging with Yi Lingming. 2 steps, magician. As her magical energy continued to grow, Yi Lingming directed it towards the little spirit ball. 3 steps, intermediate magician. The contract spirit magic was shared, and the magical skills of the little spirit ball gradually took shape in her mind. 4 steps, advanced magician. The spell she had previously attempted to cultivate now crystallized into form. 5 steps, peak of advanced magic. At this moment, Yi Lingming emanated an overwhelming aura of magical energy, exuding a presence that seemed to surpass that of the fire dragon. Yet, this was not her limit. There lay another seal, however. The rapid ascension to advanced magician left Yi Lingming's body struggling to cope. Yet, this was sufficient. Amidst the chaos on the playground where everyone was fleeing, Yi Lingming, wielding her sword with one hand, pressed forward against the tide, advancing towards the fire dragon. Teleport, swing the sword, teleport. Yi Lingming transformed into a streak of light, appearing before the fire dragon. With a swift stroke of his sword, the wings of the fire dragon shattered with a resounding crack, its massive body plummeting toward the ground. In an instant, Yi Lingming reappeared on the earth below. Witnessing this spectacle, all present stood in stunned silence, gazing at Yi Lingming in disbelief. His teachers, in particular, were overwhelmed by shock. Who could forget the top student who spent his days napping in class? Look, it's Yi Lingming. He has felled the fire dragon. Students soon recognized their savior. Alone against the fire dragon, Yi Lingming appeared diminutive, yet he resolutely stood before it, for behind him lay countless lives at stake. Gazing at Yi Lingming's back, Zir covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with astonishment. He is truly powerful. The wounded fire dragon let out an enraged roar. With a whoosh, 3 fireballs erupted forth, hurtling toward Yi Lingming. He deftly swung his sword to extinguish 2 of them, and with a flourish of his hand, he summoned a magical shield that materialized just in time to block the final fireball. With Yi Lingming's counterattack, the students, organized by their teachers, began to escape in an orderly fashion. At this moment, Yi Lingming could fully confront the fire dragon. Now you shall experience the taste of destruction. Before his dazzling diamond sword, a green orb of light coalesced, and with a mighty swing, the orb shot toward the dragon. Boom! The explosion nearly toppled the colossal beast. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon surged toward Yi Lingming, swinging its massive tail in a sweeping attack. Yi Lingming held firm with his magical shield. Yet the sheer force of the dragon forced him to retreat step by step. In terms of raw power, he was no match for the dragon. He had to take the offensive, lowering his magical shield. He slashed out with his sword, leaving a long gash along the dragon's tail. But he too was sent flying, using the opportunity to create distance. As a magician, his magical skills were paramount. Although he had inexplicably grasped Yi Lingtian's magic during his breakthrough, those skills were now a timely boon. Stinking dragon, taste this? He summoned his magical energy, igniting a spell as his staff unleashed a powerful incantation. Advanced magician's high magic, bamboo shoot. Lacking a staff, Yi Lingming had to rely on his own power. He raised his hands, and magical energy surged, sketching two magical star formations in the air. With a forward thrust of his hands, he commanded, release. With a series of pops, sharp bamboo shoots burst forth from the ground, piercing the fire dragon, leaving it riddled with wounds. Clearly enraged by the dual assaults, the dragon unleashed a torrent of fireballs in a frenzied attack against everything in sight. Yet, the magic of an advanced magician was not easily overcome. Soon, a dense bamboo grove enveloped the dragon, trapping it within. Yi Lingming urged his magic once more. Explode! Instantly, all the bamboo erupted, its fragments slicing through the dragon, whose cries gradually faded away. The dragon had been vanquished. Chapter 41. Ancient Curse. Suddenly, Yi Lingming realized something, glancing at his dazzling diamond sword. Why cherished treasure? How could I have forgotten you? At that moment, he recalled that his magical space stone could be controlled by thought. Focusing his will, the diamond sword in his hand began to morph, ultimately transforming into a staff radiating with vibrant colors. It truly works. Yi Lingming felt a sense of having a treasure yet not knowing its worth. Resolving the immediate crisis, he hurried toward Zir. Seeing her frail form so grievously harmed by the fire dragon ignited a fury within him. I must take vengeance on that corpse later. Brother! Only when Yi Lingming scooped her up did Zir relinquish her facade of strength, bursting into tears. There, it's all right now. Yi Lingming raised his staff, a gentle light enveloping Zir, her wounds beginning to heal under its glow. Advanced magician's high healing spell, Little Spirit Ball. Yi Lingming called, and the little spirit ball, understanding its cue, hopped eagerly into the center of the crowd. With a thud, a massive magical star formation ascended from beneath it. As magical energy flowed into the formation, it gradually activated. Streams of green light shot forth, precisely landing on each injured student, a collective healing spell. As the little spirit ball quickly absorbed magical energy, Yi Lingming felt his strength wane, yet he did not stop it, for many wounded students still awaited healing. He and Zir supported each other as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, no one anticipated that the defeated fire dragon would launch a desperate final assault. Gathering its remaining magical energy, it unleashed a powerful strike aimed straight at Yi Lingming. Brother, be careful, Zir cried, shoving Yi Lingming aside, but there was no time for her to evade. Magical shield, magical light shield. In an instant, Yi Lingming cast both spells, teleporting to shield Zir just in time. Crack! The magical light shield shattered. The magical barrier broke. The final attack struck Yi Lingming directly. As the shields crumbled, he was launched backward. A metallic taste flooding his mouth as blood spilled forth. I was careless. The little spirit ball emitted a concerned sound, transforming into a flurry of light that surged toward the magical space stone. Brother, are you all right? Zir rushed to cradle Yi Lingming, her face etched with worry. We've only just met, and we hardly know each other. Why did you risk your life to save me? You are but an ordinary person. This strike would have been fatal for you. Besides, I am a magician. How could I allow you to protect me? Zir shook her head, anguish etched across her features. Throughout my life, I have always called others brother or sister. Today, for the first time, I am called sister. This unique feeling has taught me the meaning of responsibility and has revealed to me the purpose of becoming a magician. Yet the searing pain and the debilitating exhaustion from expended magic overwhelmed Yi Lingming, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. No, brother, please don't die. Tears streamed down Zir's cheeks like rain. Her body trembled violently, a whirlwind of negative emotions crashing through her mind. Why? Why does this happen? Why do all those who care for me leave? Why can I not have family or friends? Why has this curse befallen me? At 6 years old, Zir could not comprehend why fate had dealt her such a cruel hand. Born into a prestigious family, she should have been showered with love, destined for a life of happiness. Yet, she was shackled by an ancient curse. Since her birth, Tragedy had relentlessly pursued her. Her parents departed one after the other, and her family swiftly crumbled. Kin abandoned her, leaving the once great clan to be torn apart by outsiders. But the misfortune did not end there. These intruders not only seized everything but also proclaimed their intent to eradicate her. The embodiment of bad luck. Though Zir had escaped the city under the protection of her family S-guards, she was relentlessly pursued. Ultimately, all her protectors fell, and only her beloved Appa managed to flee with her to Yuna City. There, they were taken in by a kind-hearted teacher, but soon after, Appa succumbed to her injuries, leaving Zir alone. Thus, she was brought to the school, where her teacher tragically passed away from an illness. It seemed as if all who showed her kindness were doomed. Zir became an orphan. The school did not adopt her, but also did not expel her, believing that perhaps her presence would not bring misfortune. Within the school, the frail Zir was bullied, ostracized, and isolated by her peers. No one showed her kindness, not even the teachers, who kept their distance. Until one day, after school, she encountered him. "Can't you see me, Zeo? Clear the way." "Now, what a blind fool. Which class are you from?" "Class 2. Kwang Zeo sees Zir. "Oh, from class 2. PFF, what a worthless class. From now on, anyone who sees me must walk with their heads bowed, or else they'll be punished." He then flung Zir aside. She offered no resistance. Am I to be shattered by this fall? Perhaps it would be better. As an ill-fated person, I should not exist in this world, on. Just as despair enveloped Zir, she heard that voice. Magical light shield. Zir's body was caught by a leaf. On. "Are you all right, classmate?" "I'm fine, thank you." At that moment, Zir looked at Yilingming, who stood in confrontation with Kwang Zeo. And it was at this moment that the people in the school divided into two factions, Yilingming and the rest. After that day, no one dared to bully her again, not even the magician Kwang Zeo, who treated Yilingming with newfound respect. Zir wished to express her gratitude to Yilingming but feared bringing misfortune upon him, thus she hesitated. Later, Yilingming, like a prodigy, completed all his courses within a week. He spent most of his time in school sleeping, further diminishing Zir's chances to thank him. She resolved to get to know him through Aan, but with one sleeping and the other being a block of wood. Zir found herself increasingly frustrated by her superstitions regarding misfortune. And so, the annual graduation ceremony approached. After today, An would depart. Zir knew this was her final opportunity. As Yilingming and others discussed who would be his little follower after An's departure. Zir finally summoned the courage to step forward. "May I be your little follower? Can you be my brother?" At that moment, Zir fervently craved a familial bond. Chapter 42. Zir awakens, the birth of her staff. "But you must not see me as a sister." Zir did not wish to bring misfortune upon Yilingming. Regardless of his astonishment or confusion, she stated her request bluntly. Fortunately, Yilingming had agreed to everything. Otherwise, Zir truly would not have known what to do. However, what Zir did not anticipate was that despite her utmost caution, misfortune still arrived, and it came with alarming swiftness in the face of danger. Yilingming was willing to sacrifice her life to protect her sister, whom she would not allow to call her sister. This made Zir feel a long-lost sense of familial affection emanating from Yilingming. Yet, all of this came swiftly and departed even faster. Now, her newly recognized brother lay in her embrace, his life uncertain. Why? Why must heaven treat me this way? Why must it take everything from me? Amidst Zir's endless resentment, anger, and pain, something within her gradually shattered. With a crisp crack, a sound resonated in Zir's mind, sweeping away all her negative emotions. Instinctively, she felt as though everything in this world had become incomparably clear, as if she were being embraced by the very fabric of existence. The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge upon her, transforming into magical power that started to flow. The awakening of magic. The tears that fell from Zir solidified, extending continuously until they coalesced into a staff. The staff was entirely purple, resembling a crystal meticulously carved, a birth staff. The birth staff, an exceedingly rare phenomenon that forms during the awakening of magic, is regarded as no less than legendary equipment for a magician and possesses exceptional skills for evolution. It is a coveted artifact for every magician. No, it is indeed useful, yes. It is useful. Zir gazed at Yilingming in her arms and murmured, "Brother is the one who protects me." And now I too have the ability to protect my brother. With that, Zir gently laid Yi Lingming down, then suddenly surged forth like lightning, thrusting the staff directly into the dragon's skull. It was you. It was you who harmed my brother so grievously. With a final, anguished cry, the fire dragon perished, and a pin-drop silence enveloped the arena. The fire dragon is dead? The fire dragon is dead. After a brief moment of silence, cheers erupted like crashing waves. They were unaware of everything that had transpired with Zir. In their eyes, it was Yi Lingming and Zir who had vanquished the fire dragon. The teachers hurriedly rushed over to check on the two's injuries. The cheers, accompanied by the glimmers of light from the vanquished fire dragon, heralded the conclusion of this performance. Yes, it was indeed a performance. At that moment, on the podium, magical energy surged, and a colossal magic array materialized. On Zhao and Teacher Huang, none were absent from within. On the ground lay two bleeding magicians, while another magician tended to them. This was a performance without a script. The school, in collaboration with the First Primary Magic Academy of Unicity, had orchestrated this grand spectacle to allow students to awaken their magical powers. Two senior magicians worked in unison to conjure a fire dragon through the array, attempting to induce the awakening of magic in students under extreme life-threatening circumstances. Of course, this would not truly endanger the students. Little did they expect that one student would unleash the pinnacle power of a senior magician, even defeating the fire dragon without exerting full strength. Although they could not fathom why a child who had just awakened their magic could possess such prowess, the brilliance of this genius ignited their competitive spirits. Hence, they wished to see where his limits lay. After all, such a prodigy was one they must seize, for to them, having Yi Lingming alone was worth more than all others awakening their magic. The two controlled the fire dragon, channeling all magical power into a single strike aimed at Yi Lingming. Only for Yi Lingming to be pushed aside by Zir. Yi Lingming was struck head-on, her defense utterly shattered. Had it not been for her sprite sharing the burden of damage, she might have perished. Wait, a sprite? How did she have a sprite? Earlier, while the two magicians were wholly focused on controlling the fire dragon, they had not noticed the small spirit ball. Upon discovery, they were left astounded. A sprite? Indeed. Once Yi Lingming fell unconscious, they intended to conclude the performance and prepare for rescue, only to be met with yet another surprise. Holding Yi Lingming, Zir successfully awakened her magic. This was an unexpected delight for them. Even more astonishing was that Zir had coalesced a birth staff. It is worth noting that throughout the entire history of Unicity, few had ever possessed a birth staff. The teachers of the Magic Academy were immediately engulfed in ecstasy, never anticipating they would gain two geniuses this time. However, just as they reveled in this joyous moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. Zir suddenly surged forth and swiftly vanquished the fire dragon. This caused the two teachers controlling the dragon to suffer severe backlash, causing them to spew blood and fall unconscious. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Once the magic array dissipated, On quickly rushed down the stage towards Yi Lingming, anxiously inspecting her injuries. Minggu, are you all right? You mustn't die. On, seeing the battle-worn Yi Lingming, was frantic, desperately channeling magical energy into her. In contrast, Zir had become significantly calmer, though her body trembled slightly. Upon closer inspection, one could see faint wisps of purple energy rising, which quickly vanished. The students, now aware of the truth, displayed intense anger. Are you joking with our lives? Although there were no fatalities, many were injured, and all were under 10 years old. How could they have endured such an ordeal? Such large-scale awakenings organized by the school often had death quotas. Not everyone was willing to risk their lives for a negligible chance of survival. After all, magic knows no bounds. Had it not been for Yi Lingming releasing a large-scale healing spell, those who had collapsed and were injured might have lost their lives. Chaos erupted rapidly, with only a few teachers striving to maintain order, while the higher-ups who had previously sat on the podium had long vanished. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a voice filled with authority rang out, "Enough!" A figure clad in a purple robe, wielding a staff, slowly ascended the podium. This individual was none other than the Grand Mage of the First Primary Magic Academy of Unicity. His voice, infused with magical pressure, silenced the entire venue with a single utterance. "To provide you with an opportunity to awaken your magic, we specially invited 2 senior magicians. Yet, instead of gratitude, you repay kindness with resentment. Now, with two of our teachers gravely injured, should anything adverse occur, HM. With that, the Grand Mage struck his staff, amplifying the pressure. The students were rendered incapable of lifting their heads, and the youngest among them could not withstand the pressure. Collapsing to their knees, Chapter 43. But according to heaven's will, let good deeds prevail. At this moment, the students had lost their earlier fervor. They simply sought an explanation from the school but dared not offend the magicians. Especially not the Grand Mage. Just when everyone was at a loss for how to conclude the situation, a voice floated in. Grand Mage Degus. What an imposing presence! Two magical star arrays appeared above the podium, unveiling the figure of Yi Lingchen. Lord, the Lord. The Grand Mage could not fathom how the Lord had arrived here. Why Yi Lingchen scoffed lightly, and the pressure brought by Degus abruptly dissipated. The students were liberated from the oppressive weight. Gasping for air, bullying the weak shall be punished. Before the words had fully left his lips, Degus felt an insurmountable magical force surge forth, causing him to kneel instantaneously. Yi Lingchen then turned to the crowd. Lifting his staff, an endless aura of life enveloped the area, healing everyone. Under the healing aura, the students' injuries rapidly healed. Not only that, but their previously exhausted and burdened spirits felt as though they had been cleansed. Becoming clear and tranquil, negative emotions dissipated like smoke, replaced by an indescribable sense of relief and joy. The two senior magicians also regained consciousness, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight before them. While others might view magic as a miraculous force capable of healing wounds, to magicians, this was nothing short of a miracle. The area of effect healing spell had simultaneously covered over 1,000 people. Truly befitting of a guardian-level magician. Lord, the two, as if they had seen their idol, hurriedly bowed. Yi Lingchen exuded an aura of authority. Merely standing there caused beads of sweat to form on the backs of the two. Such immature magical awakenings should not occur again. I hope you can provide the students with a satisfactory resolution. Yi Lingchen's words, though seemingly casual, were laced with unmistakable discontent. Yes, we will certainly handle this properly and give the students a satisfactory response. The two were so terrified they did not dare to look up, while the unfortunate Grand Mage fainted from fright. This incident was orchestrated by him, having recklessly employed an immature awakening scheme, leading to such a significant debacle while being caught red-handed by his superiors. It was only natural for him to faint. Yi Lingchen could not be bothered to cast a glance at him. With a flick of his staff, he summoned Yi Lingming and Zier to his side. He then activated the magical star array to prepare for departure. Lord, one of the senior magicians seemed to recall something. Lord, this child just awakened her magic and possesses the peak power of a senior magician, as well as an artifact comparable to a birth staff. If nurtured, she will undoubtedly become renowned across the continent. Perhaps even inherit. The magician grew increasingly excited as he spoke. Yi Lingchen, however, raised his hand to interrupt him. She is of my family. As for her powers, it is merely the effect of a magic scroll. The two are severely injured. I will take them for treatment first, and once healed, we will report back. With that, Yi Lingchen departed with Yi Lingming and Zier. The senior magician appeared somewhat disappointed. So it was merely the effect of a magic scroll. I thought a once-in-a-lifetime genius would emerge on the continent. Wait, a magic scroll? What kind of magic scroll could instantly elevate someone who has just awakened their magic to the peak of a senior magician? At this moment, the magician's worldview was on the verge of collapse. Indeed, the Yi Ling family is truly unfathomable. It seems I must keep a close watch on them. Should they indeed be the ones sought after, I would be in quite a fortunate position. The Junior Magic Academy has acted swiftly, not only issuing an apology for the incident, but also offering compensation to all participants of the awakening ceremony. Those who were injured are to receive triple compensation, along with a promise that such an occurrence will never happen again. The school has stated that the students are willing to forgive the Junior Magic Academy for this misstep, and thus the matter has seemingly been resolved. At this moment, Yi Lingchen occupies the main seat, while Yi Lingming sits below, appearing submissive. As for the rapid recovery of Yi Lingming from her injuries, it is partly due to Yi Lingchen being a guardian-level magician of the grass attribute. As long as one is not utterly incapacitated, it is nearly impossible to perish. Additionally, Yi Lingming's injuries were not severe. The fire dragon had already expended much of its magical power, and the light shield and protective barriers effectively mitigated the attack. The remaining force merely caused Yi Lingming to be stunned and lose consciousness. She had awakened long before Yi Lingchun cast his group healing spell. However, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she chose to feign unconsciousness. This familiar scene and situation prompted Yi Lingming to inwardly scoff. How she wished for Sister Tian Tian to be present. Stealing a glance at Yi Lingchun, she noticed his expression was ashen, leading her to believe she was in for a scolding. Meanwhile, Yi Lingchun's heart was a tumult of emotions. A 7-year-old special-level magician. Indeed, Yi Lingming had already attained the status of a special-level magician. Now, only the final, precarious seal kept her at the pinnacle of high-level magic. Having once yearned for such power yet losing everything in the process, he now wished for his granddaughter to live a simple and joyful life, never anticipating that she would be the chosen one by destiny. Yi Lingchun could not bear to see Yi Lingming embroiled in endless conflicts, yet her determination and fate's choice began to sway his resolve. Perhaps, I should not unilaterally decide your destiny. With a heavy sigh, Yi Lingchun declared, since fate has dictated this, let us take a leap of faith, but heed destiny, and act benevolently. Yi Lingming, with her head bowed, covertly stole glances at Yi Lingchun. At that moment, she felt both anticipation and concern. This is strange. Logically, grandfather should be furious, ready to reprimand me. Why is he now conversing with himself? Suddenly, a troubling thought crept into Yi Lingming's mind. Could grandfather be contemplating ways to prevent me from becoming a magician? Although she had adhered to the requirements and broken the seal, given the current situation, he might use this incident as an excuse. With this in mind, Yi Lingming resolved to take the initiative, ensuring Yi Lingchun could not wriggle out of it. Grandfather? She called softly. Upon hearing her voice, Yi Lingchun sighed deeply, as if arriving at a significant decision. If that is the case, then let it be as you wish. Initially taken aback by Yi Lingchun's words, Yi Lingming soon confirmed her understanding, replaced by a wave of joy as she leaped into his embrace. Long live grandfather. Do not be too hasty in your joy. I have conditions. Yi Lingchun's words fell like a bucket of cold water onto smoldering coals. What? The two words escaped Yi Lingming's lips with 8 different intonations. Conditions? Chapter 44. The Forbidden Spell Magic Source. This is hardly fair, grandfather. Rest assured, it is merely to protect you. Yi Lingchun reassured her while attempting to soothe her apprehension. You had better mean it. Yi Lingming was half convinced, yet remained skeptical. Raising his staff, Yi Lingchun isolated their space, his expression turning grave. Do you know why I do not wish for you to become a magician? I do not. Observing Yi Lingchun's serious demeanor, Yi Lingming also adopted a more earnest attitude. She had contemplated this question, yet could not deduce a necessity for Yi Lingchun to obstruct her path to becoming a magician, which fostered a sense of grievance within her. Previously, Yi Lingchun had cited her frail health as the reason, but it appeared there were deeper motivations at play. Noticing Yi Lingming's serious demeanor, Yi Lingchun began to speak with heartfelt intent. Allow me to share a story, and you will understand. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yi Lingchun gazed out beyond the hall. Embarking on his tale 4,000 years ago, this world witnessed the emergence of spiritual energy, which, upon being absorbed by some, gave birth to magical power and, subsequently, the human magicians. Other beings could also absorb and transform magical power, resulting in the creation of entities such as spirit beasts and sacred trees. Many new species emerged during that time, shaping the world we know today. It was an era of prodigious talent, with the number of star-level magicians reaching an unprecedented peak, and many magical arts and legacies originated from that period. This time of prosperity and strength is often referred to as the Glorious Era. However, the top magicians of that age discovered that their magical power could only be cultivated to the peak of the 9th tier, and no matter how they trained, they could not advance further. Some spirit beasts, however, could temporarily break through their limits through special methods, reaching the legendary 10th tier. Thus, magicians began to experiment with these methods in hopes of achieving the human 10th tier, yet none succeeded. Just as everyone believed humanity was without a king and could never transcend the 10th tier, a prodigious talent named Tianin emerged. He not only created the unprecedented 10th tier forbidden spell, but also used it as a medium to successfully break through to the 10th tier. Tianin, in an act of love, sacrificed his own resources to craft a second forbidden spell for his beloved. Yet, his beloved, unwilling to monopolize this final opportunity, altered the forbidden spell using forbidden techniques. It is known that forbidden spells are already defiant of the heavens. To recklessly alter them is to invite disaster. Ultimately, the modification of the forbidden spell succeeded, with its power reaching a terrifying 11th tier. This forbidden spell was capable of allowing all magicians to break through their limitations, earning it the title of the strongest forbidden spell in history. The magic source. Thus, the magic source was unleashed before the witnesses of all magicians at that time. The power of the magic source was so immense that many low-level magicians broke through on the spot, and even high-level magicians exhibited signs of advancement. As everyone prepared to welcome the dawn of a new era with cheers of joy. Disaster struck. The magic source suddenly went out of control, and the terrifying 11th tier could not be restrained by anyone, leading to a catastrophic consumption of all that exists. All beings devoured by the magic source lost their senses and became extraordinarily powerful. Frenzied and savage, akin to slaughtering machines. Among the magicians consumed, the number of star-level experts exceeded 18. Causing immense casualties among humanity. In a desperate bid to close the magic source, Tian sacrificed all his magical prowess, unleashing 11th tier power to finally seal it. However, this cost him his own abilities, rendering him an ordinary person. After the sealing of the magic source, the rate of aberrant beings ceased to increase, prompting human magicians to unite with spirit beasts for a counteroffensive. Although the aberrant beings were exceptionally powerful, their lack of consciousness rendered them less formidable in battle, and soon the human coalition regained control of the situation, in an effort to save these aberrant beings. Human magicians planned to obliterate the magic source entirely. However, when they finally broke through numerous obstacles and laid eyes upon the magic source, they discovered it was too late. The magic source had already developed self-awareness. And the reason the aberrant beings appeared weak was due to the magic source continuously siphoning their power. At this point, the magic source had evolved to the 12th tier, and all slain aberrant beings were revived by it. No longer drained of their power and suppressed, the aberrant beings swiftly turned the tide of battle. The magic source retaliated against the 18 star-level magicians, causing the human coalition to collapse in mere moments. This battle earned them the title of the 18 Demon Kings. Tian's beloved, as the one who modified the magic source, understood its fatal flaw, witnessing Tian's plight due to her whims. Her heart turned to ash as she resolutely plunged into the magic source. Ultimately, she succeeded in erasing the magic source's consciousness, but she too was consumed by it. Even without the magic source, humanity remained no match for these aberrant beings. Only a 10th-tier magician could turn the tide of battle. Yet, aside from Tian, no one else could break through to the 10th tier. The human magicians united with the 12 great spirit kings, utilizing multiple 9th-tier forbidden spells to restore Tian's powers. Once restored, Tian led the 12 great spirit kings and the human coalition in a counteroffensive, driving these beings back to the edge of the continent. After years of struggle, they finally resolved this extinction crisis, and through this ordeal, Tian earned the title of Law Ancestor. These beings came to be known as the Demon Clan, while those consumed by the magic source became the Demon Sovereign, who established a millennium pact with Tian, the Law Ancestor. Perhaps it was her fate to restrain the Demon Clan for 1,000 years, or perhaps she would become adversarial with the Law Ancestor. Regardless, should the Demon Sovereign return with the 18 Demon Kings, it would spell disaster for humanity. Who could have imagined that an era of unity with no external foes would crumble under a single forbidden spell? Reflecting on history, one can only sigh deeply. Grandfather, how did Tian's beloved become the Demon Sovereign in the end? Yi Lingmeng voiced her confusion. Some records suggest that the Demon Sovereign was not Tian's beloved, which led to her eventual choice to embrace demonic powers. Under a twist of fate, I became the first demon to retain my sanity, thereby ascending to the position of Demon Lord. Yet, the true circumstances remain shrouded in mystery for us all. But grandfather, what connection do your words have with my cultivation? Yi Lingming inquired, perplexed. Chapter 45. The Inheritance of the Grass King. The connection lies within the final Millennium Agreement. Yi Lingshan replied solemnly. The celestial enmity Law Ancestor possessed 12 powerful spirit kings. Moreover, through his own 10th-tier cultivation, he established 12 spirit king thrones. Strictly speaking, only those who hold a spirit king throne can be deemed true spirit kings. They not only command their entire race but also hold the key to ultimate power. You may regard it as an intangible artifact, or perhaps as a legacy. The inheritance of the Spirit King throne allows one to inherit all abilities of the previous Spirit Kings. And if the former Spirit King wishes, even memories can be transmitted. Yi Lingming gasped in awe. If this inheritance were to continue, how formidable would the Spirit Kings become? Even more astonishing to Yi Lingming was the notion that memories could also be inherited. If memories were perpetually passed down, would that not constitute a form of immortality? Yi Lingshan nodded. In a certain sense, that is indeed the case. Though this day, the Spirit Kings, aside from the Water, Fire, and Grass Kings, have passed through 4 generations. Why are the Water, Fire, and Grass Kings excluded? Yi Lingming questioned. It pertains to the Millennium Agreement. When the Celestial Enmity Law ancestor transcended, he entrusted these 3 Spirit Kings with a mission. When the demon race reemerges, they will encounter the destined inheritor. These 3 are the seeds meant to thwart this calamity. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingming began to grasp the situation. So, my current prowess as a top-tier mage is due to the inheritance of the Spirit King throne? Precisely, it is more accurately referred to as the inheritance of the Grass King throne. This legacy not only endows you with power but also imposes an endless responsibility. Having chosen it, you must shoulder the duty of resisting the demon race. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, yet he bears the guilt of possessing a treasure. Until you truly inherit the Spirit King throne, this legacy will be your greatest peril. Countless individuals covet this opportunity. And should the demon race learn of the throne's inheritance, they will relentlessly attempt to assassinate you. I understand, grandfather. But did you not say that the Spirit King chooses the destined inheritor? Why then could it be seized? If it can be taken, it indicates that you lack the fortune and are thus unworthy of inheriting the throne. If it involves resisting the demon race, I can accept all of this. I trust you would not prevent me from becoming a mage for such reasons, would you? Yi Lingshan nodded, clearly pleased. Indeed, if it is for the future of humanity, I would support you steadfastly, no matter the dangers. Even if it were tenfold more arduous, I would not waver. I have always believed that powerful mages exist to safeguard all of humanity. I fear not the hardships of facing external adversities. Nor shall I permit you to evade this responsibility. Your greatest crisis stems from within our own ranks. From within? The teachings of the Life Empire state that if anyone can obtain the Grass King inheritance, then they shall be the sovereign of the Life Empire. Hence, the Grass King throne determines the rightful heirs to the royal lineage. The throne? Yi Lingming could hardly fathom that her ambition of becoming a mage was entangled with the royal succession. Indeed, we are of the royal Yi family. I too once received this inheritance. Yet as you can see, not only did I fail to acquire it, but I lost everything instead. My downfall was not due to a lack of strength, but rather from their relentless assassinations. Ultimately, I relinquished everything and came to this city of Yuna to live in obscurity, thereby preserving my life. I changed my surname to Yi Ling and established the Yi Ling family as a wandering cultivator in this small town. But now, the cause of all this has resurfaced in U.at this moment. Yi Lingming finally comprehended everything. It turns out I am of royal blood, the heir to the Grass King, and the hope for resisting the demon race in the future. No wonder grandfather has consistently tried to deter me. This burden is indeed immense. Yi Lingshan observed Yi Lingming's dazed expression without rushing her. Such revelations necessitate time for acceptance. After a lengthy pause, Yi Lingshan spoke softly. If you believe you cannot fulfill these expectations, I conceal your magical powers once more, allowing you to live as an ordinary person. No, it is not a matter of whether I can do it. It is a matter of my necessity to do so, Yi Lingming declared with conviction. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person only after subjecting them to trials of heart, body, and spirit. Since I am chosen by destiny, I must become the destined one. I shall not only protect humanity but also safeguard all that exists in this world. Very well, if that is your resolve, let us strive with all our might. Thus, I shall seal most of your magical powers, retaining only that which is appropriate for your age. These seals will not affect your true magical abilities. Their purpose is solely to protect you. From this day forth, focus on your cultivation, and I shall adjust the strength you reveal to the outside world according to your circumstances. Understood. Yi Lingshan nodded, raising his staff to chant an incantation, causing the familiar sealing chains to materialize once more. Upon seeing them again, Yi Lingming perceived not favoritism from her grandfather, but rather boundless care and protection. As the seals entered her being, her cultivation gradually diminished, ultimately halting at the 7th level of magical apprentice. The loss of power was undeniably uncomfortable. Then, grandfather, when can the seals be lifted, allowing me to reveal my full strength? When I believe you can confront those formidable foes, I shall undo the seals. Or perhaps what, grandfather? Or perhaps I shall be dead. Upon my demise, the seals shall vanish of their own accord. Grandfather, you jest. I will surely strive diligently to meet your expectations. Yi Lingchen produced several magical scrolls and handed them to Yi Lingming. If anyone inquires about your status as a high-level mage, simply attribute it to the effects of these magical scrolls. These scrolls will temporarily alleviate the seals, serving as a precaution. Observing Yi Lingming's reluctance, Yi Lingchen spoke sternly. If you encounter life-threatening danger, all rules may be disregarded. Yi Lingming accepted the scrolls, feeling an indescribable warmth within her heart. It seems grandfather has considered so much for me. From the moment I became a mage, I have borne the sacred mission of saving humanity. Watching Yi Lingming's departing figure, Yi Lingchen felt a tumult of emotions. Ming'er, my shoulders may allow you to see what others cannot. Yet if you wish to glimpse the true horizon, you must explore step by step on your own. The strength of power often entails responsibility and hardship. Forgive me, for I have ensnared you in this quagmire of power. I hope you can grow swiftly while I can still protect you. Chapter 46. The vanished curse. Only when Yi Lingming's figure was no longer visible did Yi Lingchen reveal a grave expression. For there remained a pressing matter yet unresolved. With a flash of light, he vanished from sight. Within the magic sanctuary of Yuna City, as magical energy surged, 2 magic circles gradually opened, and Yi Lingchen's figure reappeared. Without any pause, Yi Lingchen swiftly made his way toward the rear of the sanctuary. After navigating several turns and traversing a long corridor, he arrived at a door. Unlike the others, this thick door was surrounded by intense magical fluctuations and was adorned with several rotating magical star formations. Clearly, this was a place meant for confinement or sealing something. Yi Lingchen's expression grew serious as he began to chant an incantation. With the sealing dissipating, the door slowly opened. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped cautiously inside. The room's interior was vast, filled with countless magical star formations. These formations intertwined and layered upon one another, creating an impenetrable cage. At the center of this formidable cage sat a child, hugging her legs and looking utterly helpless with violet eyes brimming with despair. Upon noticing someone approach, she instinctively recoiled. Yi Lingchen's expression was complex, yet he stepped forward. Using his staff, he meticulously traced a key formed of magical energy. Unlocking the sturdy formation. You are called Zier, correct? Yes. Why did you approach Yi Lingming? He saved me. Are you aware that you bear an ancient curse? Yes. Then why do you still seek his company? Terrified, Zier felt tears streaming down her cheeks. I merely wished to thank him for saving me, she said in a choked voice. Knowing that you carry an ancient curse, you should never associate with him. I am sorry. Zier was overwhelmed with guilt, remorse, and regret. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the consequences your recklessness has imposed upon Ming'er? Normally composed, Yi Lingchen's eyes reddened, his voice trembling slightly. She knew full well the misfortune her presence could bring to Yi Lingming, which is why she refrained from letting Ming'er recognize her as a sister. Yet, despite her intentions, tragedy unfolded swiftly and severely. I am sorry. Zier repeatedly apologized, weighed down by self-reproached. Yi Lingchen sighed deeply. The events had transpired, and now it was imperative to find a resolution. Although Yi Lingming has already suffered a calamity, Yi Lingchen remains convinced that the matter is not so straightforward. It is essential to recognize that this ancient curse is the very essence that has birthed the most formidable spirit king in history. Legend has it that during the glorious era of ancient times, alongside the 12 elemental attributes known today, there existed even more archaic magical properties. It is said that a spirit king once gave rise to the embryonic form of the spirit king's throne, and his immense power allowed the spirit beast clan to dominate the world for a time. The most powerful among them was the now extinct ghost attribute spirit king, who, it is said, was born accompanied by misfortune. The mighty curse endowed the ghost king with unparalleled strength, enabling him to overpower other spirit kings single-handedly. However, With great power came an even greater backlash from the curse, leading to the total obliteration of the ghost attribute throughout the annals of history. The Ghost King vanished under the siege of other spirit kings, and the ancient curse faded from existence. Yet now, this ancient curse has inexplicably resurfaced in the world, manifesting in a human girl. Provoking profound contemplation in the face of such a potent curse, Yi Lingchen chose to withdraw his defenses. The first reason being that Zier had already established a tenuous connection with Yi Lingming. The second, which perplexed Yi Lingchen, was the question of why the curse had vanished. When Yi Lingming's seal shattered, Yi Lingchen had already arrived at the school. However, by that time, Yi Lingming had already interacted with Zier, and upon discovering the curse on Zier, Yi Lingchen dared not act recklessly. Confronted with such a formidable curse, Yi Lingchen found himself momentarily at a loss until Zier's magical power awakened. Causing the curse to dissipate alongside her awakening, after confirming this repeatedly, Yi Lingchen finally emerged to take the two away, bringing Zier to this place. The current outcome indicated that the curse on Zier had indeed vanished. Only then did Yi Lingchen slowly ease his mind. Will you atone for your past mistakes? I will. Very well. I have temporarily sealed the curse upon you. From now on, you shall remain by Yi Lingming's side. With tears in her eyes and disbelief etched on her face, Zier watched as Yi Lingchen stepped aside, indicating for her to leave. Only then did Zier exit the magical sanctuary. Yi Lingchen shook his head with a sigh. His words were also a gamble, as one's fortune remains constant. Since Zier had previously brought misfortune to others due to the curse, it follows that she would now bestow good fortune upon them. Although Yi Lingchen was not entirely certain, he could do no more than hope for the best. At the Yiling residence, Yi Lingming sat in the courtyard, idly tossing stones into the pond. Startling the fish within into a frenzy, grandfather mentioned he was going to treat Zier. Could it be that Zier was gravely injured? Yi Lingming vaguely recalled Zier awakening her magical powers. What luck I possess is no exaggeration. To casually gather a follower who is the only one in the entire school aside from myself to awaken their magical abilities. How impressive am I? This one do. How can I squander such a splendid time? Reflecting on Yi Lingchen's earlier words, Yi Lingming felt a weighty sense of responsibility. With that thought, she sprang up and dashed toward the school, feeling the magic circulating within her as she ran. Grandfather is truly kind, leaving me with an initial magical power of level 7. Such a level of initial magic would surely be highly coveted even in the Magic Academy. I wonder what misunderstanding grandfather has regarding hidden strength. However, all these decisions were made by Yi Lingchen. Yi Lingming need only focus on diligently honing her skills. As she strolled into the campus, Yi Lingming couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. If all goes as planned, I want to be returning here to sleep, to study. Before long, Yi Lingming arrived at the classroom, which had been tidied up, save for a large bed at the back that seemed out of place. Alas, such a blissful existence may never return. After storing the large bed in her magical space stone, Yi Lingming cast one last glance at the classroom before departing. Not far from the classroom, she noticed a commotion ahead. Upon closer inspection, she saw several students standing in a circle, relentlessly kicking something. Yi Lingming found a spot to sit and began to observe the scene with keen interest. Upon realizing what was at the center of the circle, she sprang to her feet. Initially thinking it was a student brawl, she quickly discerned that a group was bullying a small girl. I detest those who prey on the weak the most. Just as Yi Lingming prepared to give them a lesson, a purple figure suddenly appeared before the group. Chapter 47. Entrance Examination. Unexpectedly, she found herself in a situation that felt all too familiar, as if she were the one encircled, her hands instinctively tightening around her staff. Zier dashed into the crowd, rescuing the bullied girl. The abrupt shift left the perpetrators momentarily stunned. Who dares to challenge me? The leader bellowed, furious that someone had the audacity to intervene. But as he looked up to see who it was, his demeanor faltered. Zier? In earlier times, no one would have recognized her, but times have changed. Zier had become a well-known figure after awakening her magical powers, slaying a fire dragon at the graduation ceremony, and even gaining the attention of the head of the magic sanctuary with her accompanying staff. Now, Zier was someone to be revered. Seeing the injuries on the small girl, anger surged within Zier. Today, let them experience the taste of being bullied. With a flourish of her staff, A series of magical star formations appeared behind her, and sharp spikes began to materialize. The bullies, having never encountered such a spectacle, were paralyzed with fear, crouching down and begging for mercy. Yi Lingming watched with keen interest. These individuals deserved to be taught a lesson, or else more classmates would suffer harm. Just as Yi Lingming thought Zier would show restraint. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of piercing echoed repeatedly. In a way, did Zier just kill someone? Yi Lingming gasped in shock, quickly moving to Zier's side and grasping her trembling hand. Before her, spikes had pierced the ground in front of the bullies, emanating a magical energy that caused them to tremble uncontrollably. Realizing it was not as she had imagined, Yi Lingming sighed in relief. If they continue to bully others, these spikes will appear above their heads. Zier's voice was laced with a dark allure, and only when she turned to look at Yi Lingming did her icy demeanor begin to thaw. Brother, let us go. Zier promptly took Yi Lingming's hand and led her away. The bullies stared blankly at the vanishing spikes and the emerging voids in the ground, only to realize their backs and pants were completely soaked. Zier, are you all right? Yi Lingming felt the tremors in the hand she held. I am fine, brother, by the way. How did you end up here? Weren't you taken away by the head of the magic sanctuary? Grandfather treated me and then left. I was worried about you and didn't he know where to find you? I didn't he expect to find you here? Zier was astonished to learn that Yi Lingxin was Yi Lingming's grandfather, which explained his intense reaction. Even more surprising to Zier was that Yi Lingming had come to this place in search of her, just as she had hoped. This place held a unique significance for Zier, as it was where Yi Lingming had once saved her. Yet, Zier chose not to dwell on it, for to her, having someone who truly loved her was enough. Brother, where shall we go now? Since we have no pressing matters, why don't we head to the academy to report in? Sounds good, brother. At the first Magic Academy of Unicity, An and Guangzhou had already completed their registration. Once Yi Lingming and Zier finished their own registration, they would all partake in an assessment together to gain admission. That moment, An sat on a rock, bantering with Guangzhou. I say, little Zhao, let me take your cool spot for a bit. I am burning up here. Guangzhou lounged comfortably in the shade of a tree, with two lackeys fanning him on either side. You, fatso, what gives you the right to speak to me like that? Watch out, or I'll make you unable to care for yourself. Guangzhou, known for his tempestuous nature, couldn't let his bravado wane in front of his underlings. Ha! Make me unable to care for myself? Wasn't it you who was left questioning life itself after our last encounter? An spread his arms, wearing a thoroughly infuriating expression. How dare you? An's words struck a nerve, sending Guangzhou into a fit of rage. What do you mean I can't care for myself? That's the lesson Yigu taught me. What about you? A mere sycophant. Care to settle this with a fight? Let us fight, as if I'm afraid of you. Now that we're both newcomers, our magical powers are comparable. Why would I be scared of you? A year had passed, and An had successfully reached the mid-level of a magician, inching closer to surpassing Guangzhou. So he felt unperturbed. What are you two up to? Yi Lingming and Zier approached, curious about An and Guangzhou's antics. Upon seeing Yi Lingming, An rushed over. Wu, Menggu, I'm so relieved you're alive. I thought I'd never see you again. Wu, don't be ridiculous. How could I possibly die? Not to mention that foul dragoness last-ditch effort, even in its prime. It wouldn't stand a chance against me. I merely took a short nap. You're right, Menggu, Guangzhou chimed in, having been thoroughly subdued by Yi Lingming before. After the morning's events, he had become an enthusiastic admirer of hers. Why Yigu? Yigu, Guangzhou's two lackeys hurried forward. All right, Zier and I have come to report. Have you all registered yet? Having completed our reports, and with nothing else to attend to, I shall guide you there. An cheerfully remarked to Yi Lingming, Brother Yi, I am also familiar with the route. Allow me to take you. Guangzhou quickly interjected. Menggu, pay him no mind. I shall lead the way. Brother Yi, permit me to guide you. Thus, under the leadership of the two, Yi Lingming covered her ears and finalized her report. When do you intend to commence the assessment? The teacher responsible for registrations inquired after glancing at the list and noting that all 8 had completed their check-ins. Since everyone is present, why not start now? What does everyone think? Yi Lingming pondered briefly before addressing the group. Everyone nodded in agreement, indicating their approval. Very well, please wait a moment. With a wave of his hand, the teacher summoned a plump owl, which soon flew out. Before long, the Grand Mage de Gus appeared before them. His gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on Yi Lingming, as he had anticipated. The peak prowess of Yi Lingming as a high-level mage was absent, replaced instead by a mere initial magical power of level 7. Though the outcome astonished Degus, upon further reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. After all, how could one awaken as a high-level mage? The magical scrolls crafted by the Lord of the Hall were indeed formidable, capable of endowing a mere magical apprentice with such peak strength in an instant. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Degus waved his hand decisively. Let us depart for the sacred hall of magic. We shall conduct the entrance assessment for older awakeners. Chapter 48. New number, no shenanigans. Under the guidance of Grand Mage Degus, the group swiftly arrived at the sacred hall of magic in Unicity. Upon arrival, they discovered the place bustling with activity, resembling a large fair. Unable to contain himself, On remarked, "How can such a hallowed place as the sacred hall of magic resemble a marketplace?" Kuang Zhao quickly retorted. "Kuang Zhao, with so many people around, mind your demeanor. We are representing the academy here." Yi Lingming cautioned Kuang Zhao. Faced with such a sight, she too felt a sense of bewilderment, although she had seldom ventured out. She had visited the sacred hall a few times before in the past. Describing the sacred hall as desolate would have been an understatement, and today's unusual crowd piqued her curiosity. Noticing her speak, Kuang Zhao immediately stepped forward with a grin to explain. "Menggu, you may not be aware, but the sacred hall of magic primarily deals with matters related to mages, and usually prohibits ordinary folk from entering. However, nothing is absolute. There are a few days when exceptions are made, allowing the public to enter and observe. This mainly occurs during the magical property awakenings of our Junior Magic Academy graduates, as well as during assessments like today's. Additionally, large examination events are also open to the public. This not only enhances people's understanding of mages, but may also lead to some awakening their own magical powers. In previous years, one or two individuals have been inspired to awaken their powers. When the sacred hall opens its doors, nearly everyone with the time will come, while those without will find ways to attend." After hearing this, the group appeared enlightened as they followed Degus through the crowd into the grand hall. Upon entering, Yi Lingming noticed that Zier seemed a bit off. "What troubles you, Zier?" "I'm fine. With me here, I will protect you," she replied. The interior of the hall was far less crowded, as only mages and certain privileged individuals could enter. Those without magical powers held circular objects in their hands. The majority of people had to remain outside, watching the proceedings through magical screens, and even then, not everyone could see. Suspended within the hall was a massive magic array, the largest Yi Lingming had ever encountered. As the array flickered, a powerful force emanated from it, attempting to draw people into its depths, compelling everyone to use their magic to resist. In a wonder, ordinary people were not permitted inside. Even Yi Lingming found herself having to expend some magical energy to withstand it. Otherwise, a mere ordinary person would surely be pulled in. The presence of those ordinary individuals standing calmly amidst it all drew Yi Lingming's attention once more to the objects they held, which likely protected them from being drawn into the array. Before the array stood 5 neatly organized teams, each comprising 20 to 30 members, all led by a high-level mage. Degus and Yi Lingming's group arrived. The team leaders approached. "Degus, you are fortunate, encountering a companion staff on your first round of older awakeners. How about you hand her over to me? In return, I shall grant you 2 enrollment opportunities for our school." Observing the flattering demeanor of the headmaster of the Second Junior Magic Academy in Unicity, Degus felt a surge of satisfaction. "Old Zhai, spare me the empty flattery. If it were you, would you trade?" Since Unicity began admitting older awakeners, there had only been this one companion staff, and it was unlikely that 2 would emerge from the next 2 enrollment opportunities, don't speak of 2. "I wouldn't trade for 20, Zhai Yun sighed. "Old Degus, all the good students in the city have been taken by you, and now you have a bombshell with this older awakener. What if I don't want the companion staff? Can you let me have the other one? Our academy's highest initial magic power this year is merely level 5. It seems this time, we may face total annihilation." "The other one?" Zhai Yun lamented, tears streaming down his face. Degus nearly agreed but quickly regained his composure. "What nonsense are you spouting? You wish to claim my student with initial magic power of level 7? Dream on. A level 7 initial magic power student would be a standout even at his own academy, let alone one from the Yi Ling family. Considering Yi Lingxin's level of attention, she might even be a core member. Alas, I did not expect you to be so heartless, old Gus. I truly misjudged you. Other academy instructors nodded in agreement with Jia Yun's words. What do you all want? The student is simply not up for grabs. Don't even think about it. The high-level mage, Grand Mage Gus, found himself encircled by the heads of several other junior academies. Akin to a delicate maiden cornered by a group of brutes. Hey, esteemed heads, let us discuss this amicably. The head instructor from the first Junior Magic Academy of Unicity hurriedly intervened before Gus's arrival. Esteemed heads, we truly cannot part with the student. If you have any reasonable requests, please put them forth. Oh? Old Gus, does that mean we can make other requests? The encircled Gus, upon hearing that students were off the table. Agreed, a knowing smile spread among the other heads. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come, old Gus, let us discuss this further. On Yi Lingming's side, the conversation was lively. Within the ranks of the first Junior Magic Academy of Unicity, she spotted a familiar figure. Sister Tian, Sister Tian, you are here too. Upon seeing Yi Lingming call her name, Yi Lingtian appeared pleasantly surprised. Mingming, what brings you here? Grandfather permitted me to cultivate. I have now awakened my magical powers and come to participate in the assessment for older awakeners. New student assessment? Are you joining us? But we are taking the final exam for first-year students. What? At Yi Lingtian's words, the older awakeners were taken aback. New number, no tricks. The once enthusiastic Yi Lingming now felt deflated. Initially brimming with confidence, she thought her level 7 initial magic power would suffice for a new student assessment. But now to have to compete alongside the first-year final exams, which were bound to be at a mage's level of difficulty, left her own powers feeling insufficient. What? Are you lacking confidence now? Yi Lingtian gently patted Yi Lingming's head with a sweet smile. Not at all. It merely depends on the speed of completion. Hail to the Lord of the Hall. Suddenly, Yi Lingtian, clad in a guardian's robe and wielding a staff, slowly materialized above the magic array. The gray space is about to open. You will represent Unicity and compete against the first-year students of the entire Life Empire. There will be perils, but also immense opportunities. Your task is simply to survive. Seize the opportunities. Chapter 49. Magical Wings. There is still a quarter of an hour left. Your team leaders will now introduce the rules. With that, Yi Lingtian began casting spells upon the magic array, while the heads began explaining to their respective students. Gus clapped his hands to gather everyone around. The rules are quite simple. You will enter a special space through this magic array, which could be likened to a small world. Each experience is randomly generated. Plains, forests, deserts, plateaus, basins, and more are all possibilities in essence. It is an untouched world devoid of human activity, populated by wild beasts, elves, and other creatures. All dangers and opportunities remain unknown. Your mission is to collect as much experience as possible and strive to survive. Experience can be brought back, which can be exchanged for various magical items at the Sacred Hall of Magic. Naturally, it also pertains to your scoring. If you perish inside, you will not truly die but will be teleported out, albeit with your experience halved. Should you possess the ability to locate the teleportation array, you may leave with all your experience intact. Thus, the longer you survive, the better, but the minimum requirement is to last at least 3 days. Just now, you must have witnessed my interaction with the teachers from other academies. This time, we must unite for warmth. After all, we are in a small town, which cannot be compared to the geniuses of the major cities, especially the capital. Therefore, I must reiterate one final point. If you encounter anyone from our school, you must lend each other assistance. If you meet someone from our Unicity, offer your help. But if you encounter others, you must prioritize your own safety, for we will be watching over you from outside. Dean Gus solemnly concluded his advisories, yet the crowd remained in a state of confusion. Thus, I asked, so, teacher, are we merely going in to gather 3 days' worth of experience? Dean Gus shook his head, implying there was more to it. Such a notion is misguided. Are you not capable of acquiring more than mere experience? Everything you can carry shall belong to you. Capturing a spirit within is not out of the question. The group was momentarily taken aback, pondering the peculiar nature of this assessment. Just then, the magical array began to emit dazzling beams of light, signaling its activation. Numerous radiant beams shot forth from the array's focal points. Intertwining and overlapping, a luminous portal materialized at the center of the grand hall. The first cohort prepared to enter, while the others readied themselves. The voice of Yi Lingqian resonated softly, heightening the tension among the group. Yi Lingtian stood at the forefront of the line, smiling as she waved at Yi Lingming before stepping into the portal. The moment she crossed the threshold, a blinding light erupted in the blink of an eye. Yi Lingtian's figure seemed to be whisked away by a gentle breeze, vanishing within the portal's radiance. With her entry, the remaining students hesitated no longer, advancing with resolute steps. Soon, members from all 5 academies had entered. And it was Yi Lingming's turn, as the others began to enter, prompted by Yi Lingqian's command. Yi Lingming stepped confidently into the portal. Yet, upon crossing the threshold, everything changed. The once self-assured Yi Lingming found herself utterly bewildered. Prior to entering, she had envisioned countless scenarios for what lay beyond the portal. Surely, upon stepping through, she would immediately emerge in another realm. Instead, she felt a sudden lightness, accompanied by a sensation of falling. Was this a game beyond her capability to play? As she voiced her frustrations, Yi Lingming began to free fall. She perceived her surroundings, forests, deserts, plains, flashing by in rapid succession. Eventually, she settled into a hilly terrain, continuing her descent towards the ground. Had she been transported high into the sky? Initially, Yi Lingming attempted various methods to rescue herself, but as the ground loomed larger, these attempts grew futile. At this moment, she had no other recourse but to retrieve the temporary unsealing scroll gifted by Yi Lingqian. Ironically, she had dismissed its importance earlier, but now found it indispensable. Just as she prepared to invoke the magic scroll, a gentle voice resonated. The roaring winds of her descent dulled her hearing, but she faintly caught the words. Leaving her perplexed, was she beginning to hallucinate? In the next instant, an overwhelming force tugged at her back, abruptly slowing her descent. Turning to look, she was astonished to find a pair of wings sprouting from her back. Testing her control over these wings, she found them as agile as her own limbs. With this newfound opportunity, Yi Lingming decided against using the magic scroll. After all, Dean de Gus had mentioned he could observe this place. With her wings, she quickly adjusted her posture to level out, striving to transform her fall into a dive. After a brief moment of contemplation, she attempted to stabilize herself, cautious not to fully extend her wings. Uncertain of their durability, if they were mere ordinary wings, at this speed, fully unfurling them could result in them being torn apart by the wind. Yi Lingming cautiously extended them slightly, feeling her magical energy surge into her wings. Aha! So that was it. The magical wings could consume mana to sustain themselves. Thus, as long as her mana was not completely depleted, she need not worry about their integrity. With this realization, Yi Lingming closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and fully spread her wings. The powerful winds accompanied by a tremendous pull caused her descent to slow dramatically. Yi Lingming felt herself being rapidly lifted, her mana quickly flowing into her magical wings. Consuming a significant portion in mere moments, she promptly began to flap her wings, stabilizing herself in mid-air. Success. Was this the sensation of flight? It was absolutely exhilarating. Once she had steadied herself, Yi Lingming reveled in the joy of soaring through the skies. These magical wings were truly remarkable. She needed to practice diligently, for once she advanced to a high-level mage, she could learn the art of flight. Although Yi Lingming cherished this newfound freedom, she did not forget her current mission. Before entering, Dean de Gus had spoken in vague terms about the rules, clearly indicating that certain matters were either unspeakable or should remain unspoken. Thus, Yi Lingming needed to quickly familiarize herself with this place and uncover any hidden conditions. After all, this vast world hardly resembled something conjured by the magic sanctuary. It felt more akin to an ancient relic, and since it was a relic, there must be fortuitous opportunities to seize. She had to act swiftly. Hovering in the air, Yi Lingming surveyed her surroundings, discovering an endless expanse of forest below. The forest undulated with intertwining rivers. Unlike the enchanted woods, these trees were neither towering nor densely packed. Instead, they preferred to grow in scattered clusters, revealing many open grassy clearings. Was this the visage of a primeval forest? It was truly beautiful. After examining the terrain, Yi Lingming chose a relatively large meadow and dove downward. Chapter 50. The Permanent Experience Card? Had this been any other time, Yi Lingming would have approached cautiously, but circumstances had changed. The formidable strength of her future adversaries was daunting, and this obvious opportunity for growth was one she could not afford to overlook. First, she needed to familiarize herself with her surroundings. Just as she was about to touch down, an idea struck her. Since exploring the terrain was undoubtedly faster by flying than by walking, why not continue soaring with that? She executed a sharp 90-degree turn and ascended once more. Yi Lingming hovered in the air, scanning her surroundings, and noticed she was utterly alone within her line of sight. It appeared this world was quite expansive, as she had yet to encounter anyone else. After a careful examination, she directed her flight towards the densely wooded area, for relics and their treasures were typically concealed at their heart. With this thought in mind, Yi Lingming spread her wings and took flight. She danced through the air, soaring up and down, left and right, reveling in the joy of flight. Ahead, amidst the forest floor, on the branches, and in the underbrush, she spotted scattered golden specks of light. What could these be? Yi Lingming approached a golden light nestled among the branches, cautiously prodding it with her finger. The golden speck seemed startled. Leaping aside, could this be the experience the dean spoke of? It appeared so haphazardly. Yi Lingming slowly inched closer to the light, swiftly grasping it. She intended to examine it more closely, but upon opening her hand, the speck dissolved as if melting, swiftly merging into her being. A golden numeral 1 appeared above her head. Huh? It vanished just like that. Looking up at the numeral that had appeared, Yi Lingming was speechless. Could this truly be the fabled experience points? Having discovered the experience the esteemed Professor Degus had mentioned, Yi Lingming wasted no time in gathering all the golden specks from the trees. The reason she focused on the trees was that her limited edition magical wings could not touch the ground. Doing so would render them ineffective. In no time, the number above her head escalated from 1 to 8. With 8 experience points gained, Yi Lingming sensed subtle changes within her body, though she couldn't quite articulate them. Perhaps she had grown stronger, albeit the minimal experience rendered it unnoticeable. Without lingering on this, Yi Lingming soared deeper into the forest. Indeed, it wasn't long before she stumbled upon more golden light specks, and their density had more than doubled compared to before. How embarrassing! Before long, the golden numeral above her head transformed into 24. Following the same method, her experience points swiftly climbed into the hundreds. Meanwhile, within the Unicity Magic Sanctuary, the atmosphere grew tense. The magical dean surrounded Professor Degus once more, pointing at the image of Yi Lingming on the magical screen. Is this your student? She possesses no mana, yet has mastered the art of flight. Professor Degus, equally astonished, struggled to comprehend the situation. He had never anticipated such an outcome. Due to the limited number of magical screens, the display initially showcased only those students with the highest mana as they entered the portal. This was essentially the stage for first-year students' final assessments, resulting in no one witnessing Yi Lingming's descent. The footage displayed on the screens was rather grim, showcasing the chaotic landings of the young mages, screams, falls into water, faceplants into the ground, and getting caught in branches. Were it not for the protective design of the limited edition magical wings, which ensured safe landings, it was likely that 90% of the participants would have been eliminated at this stage. This left the assembled faculty utterly humiliated, their heads bowed in shame. Just as everyone anticipated that Unicity would once again be the scapegoat this year. The imagery on the screen shifted. When Yi Lingming successfully collected his first experience point, his ranking instantaneously soared from the default last place to the very first. The luminous screen then revealed Yi Lingming's figure. In the image, Yi Lingming did not exhibit the dismal state of his peers. Rather, his magical wings remained unfaded behind him, leaving the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Yet, what was even more shocking lay ahead. As Yi Lingming began to wield his magical wings to collect experience points, his experience steadily climbed into the triple digits. The esteemed magical instructors could no longer remain composed. It is worth noting that this achievement would have ranked among the top in the history of Unicity. Thus, the current scene unfolded, with Degus surrounded by the collective gaze of the instructors, seemingly cowed. Perhaps he truly possessed exceptional talent. Exceptional talent? The instructors suddenly recalled that he was an older awakening student. Unlike their own pupils, he was merely participating in an entrance examination. This meant he had not previously studied at the Magical Academy, yet his performance overshadowed that of all others. Indeed, older awakening students are often capable of delivering surprises. Following this, the instructors from the 3 academies shifted their tone, expressing some skepticism. However, what about his magical wings? He had directly flown over the obstacles that hindered others. Isn't that a tad unfair? Is this experience card being used as if it were permanent? Upon hearing this, Degus immediately felt displeased. Where was the unfairness? The magical wings were designed to vanish upon landing, yet he landed at all. Furthermore, his ability to swiftly command the magical wings, wasn't he such an accomplishment worthy of bypassing minor hindrances? That makes sense, but why does this situation seem so different from usual? I see it a bit too easy. Why should we concern ourselves with that? As long as he has experience, that is sufficient. Right? Very well. On Yi Lingming's end, after collecting another wave of experience points, he began to feel a twinge of boredom. Why was this assessment devoid of any challenge? From the distribution of experience points he had observed, it was evident that their quantity increased progressively. The deeper he ventured, the more experience he would gather. In other words, there were significant rewards awaiting him further ahead. Why waste time collecting mere trifles? Realizing this, Yi Lingming abruptly slapped his thigh and swiftly flapped his wings, soaring deeper into the forest. Soon, a fresh wave of experience appeared before him. Excellent, the experience had indeed multiplied, confirming his earlier thoughts. However, he decided to leave these points for his fellow classmates. Without pausing, Yi Lingming continued to fly deeper into the forest. After navigating past 2 more waves of experience, he noticed that the vegetation here was significantly denser compared to the landing zone. The sheer quantity of experience points was astounding. From Yi Lingming's vantage point, it appeared as though the entire forest was aglow. Observing this, Yi Lingming opted not to delve any further. Greed often leads to downfall. It is prudent to know when to stop. Consequently, Yi Lingming descended to collect the experience points. He truly wondered where the challenge in this assessment lay. Collecting experience like this felt excessively tedious. Even more perplexing to Yi Lingming was the fact that despite flying so far, he had yet to encounter a single classmate. Prior to entering, he had heard Yi Lingchen mention that all first-year students from the entire Life Empire were present in this small world. As he pondered this mystery, he continued to gather experience points. Yi Lingming reached out for one experience point, only for it to suddenly dart away at great speed. Had the experience points within this realm already become so agile? Curiously, Yi Lingming pursued the fleeing experience point and attempted to grasp it again. Whoosh, the experience darted away once more. This anomaly alerted Yi Lingming to a peculiar sensation. He promptly extended his mental energy. Scanning the surroundings, indeed. The results of his investigation left Yi Lingming astounded. Chapter 51. The yellow hornet, the experience points scattered across the ground, began to undergo transformation. Observing this, Yi Lingming quickly concealed himself behind a hidden branch. Before long, the experience points on the ground seemed to come alive, morphing into strange plants and stones radiating fantastical hues. These peculiar plants took on bizarre forms, resembling coral, deer antlers, and even open umbrellas. Meanwhile, the magical spirit stones glimmered with mysterious light, some twinkling like stars, others rippling like water, and yet others resembling dancing flames. Spirit herbs, spirit stones, and spirit fruits. Yi Lingming rubbed his eyes, uncertain of what he was witnessing. Before he could approach to investigate further, the experience points in the trees began to change as well. Unlike those on the ground, these experience points clustered together, gradually transforming. Ultimately, under Yi Lingming's astonished gaze, these experience points transformed into a multitude of sprite beasts. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lingming seemed to grasp the situation. So, the assessment was only beginning now. Reflecting on the experience points he had collected earlier, it dawned on him that he had obliterated the spawn points of the sprite beasts before they had even refreshed. Not only had Yi Lingming failed to anticipate this, but even the creator of this world could not have foreseen it. Under normal circumstances, those who could enter this assessment should never have been able to command the magical wings. The purpose of the magical wings was merely to ensure their safe descent. Once they landed, their magical energy would be entirely drained. Therefore, they would typically choose to recover on the spot. Even those who deviated from the norm and opted not to recover would not have been able to reach the first wave of experience points so swiftly. By the time they dragged their weakened bodies to that location, the experience points would have already transformed into sprite beasts. Yi Lingming's situation was thus an extraordinary occurrence. No one would have expected him to manipulate the magical wings so adeptly, let alone without touching the ground, as he surged inward and collected all the experience points destined to become sprite beasts. Yi Lingming noted that approximately 30 to 40 experience points coalesced into a single sprite beast. This meant that Yi Lingming's current experience was equivalent to having defeated nearly 20 sprite beasts. Contemplating this, Yi Lingming couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have flown directly to the center. Surely, a formidable boss awaited him there. With the experience from such a boss, he could have soared to new heights. While Yi Lingming expressed his grievances, the magical sanctum of Yuna City erupted in chaos. The magical instructors from the Second Academy slammed their thighs, exclaiming loudly, "I knew it! That's why there were only experience points. Those sprite beasts hadn't even generated yet." The other instructors remained dumbfounded. As if carved from clay, frozen in disbelief. This is how it could be played. Though Yi Lingming felt regret, the opportunity had slipped away, and he could only contemplate his next course of action. With so many sprite beasts ahead, while he might not lose in a one-on-one confrontation, charging in recklessly could result in the loss of 300 experience points from a group assault. Recalling that he had previously gathered all the experience points from the trees, he realized that many areas he had traversed earlier were now devoid of sprite beasts in no time. Yi Lingming arrived at the location where experience points had previously appeared. Unsurprisingly, they had all transformed into sprite beasts. Soon, he encountered another wave of sprite beasts. Some of these sprite beasts noticed Yi Lingming, but they could do nothing but gaze up at him helplessly as he flew by. It's no wonder that in battles among magicians, whoever controls the airspace holds a significant advantage. Today, he understood that well. Among the sprite beasts below, Yi Lingming even spotted an old acquaintance. "Oh, isn't that the spirit wolf? Come on, bite me, you foolish dog." The spirit wolf glared at Yi Lingming, howling in frustration, yet it was powerless to act. Teske, no strength at all. Yi Lingming ceased his teasing of the spirit wolf and turned to leave. But as he did, he collided with something soft. Peering closely, he found a pair of fuzzy, large eyes staring back at him. Startled, Yi Lingming quickly retreated to put distance between them. Is this what they call love at first sight? Yi Lingming fluttered his wings, hovering in midair as he regarded the sprite beast before him. It appeared round and plump, resembling a massive experience orb. Its long antennae ended in golden orbs, much like experience spheres. Such a rounded and delightful appearance. Yi Lingming soon recognized the sprite beast as the larval form of the yellow hornet. Observing this, the instructors outside felt a sense of foreboding. Many past students had met their demise at the hands of this creature. It wasn't that the hornet was particularly strong. Rather, it refrained from direct confrontation, lurking in the air and ambushing students engaged in battles with ground sprite beasts. Ground-bound students were unable to retaliate against it, making it one of the leading causes of student eliminations. Yi Lingming waved at it. Hello. This was not due to Yi Lingming's carelessness. Generally, these larval sprite beasts lacked aggression, or rather, they typically did not attack unless provoked. Upon hearing Yi Lingming's greeting, the little hornet quivered and began to turn. Yi Lingming had no intention of engaging it for too long and prepared to circumvent it. That moment, the little hornet pivoted. Revealing its long, thick stinger, it rapidly flapped its wings and lunged toward Yi Lingming. Where are your manners? The hornet's tail arched forward, not impeding its speed in the slightest. It zipped through the air, producing a resonant buzzing sound. Yi Lingming dared not underestimate the situation, swiftly dodging while summoning a magical shield to protect himself. In the next instant, the little hornet struck the exact spot where Yi Lingming had been moments before. Its momentum too fierce to alter its trajectory, embedding itself into the tree trunk. With a dull thud, the ancient tree was pierced as if it were made of paper, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. This spectacle sent a chill down the spines of the onlookers. The little hornet, having failed to land a sting, swiftly withdrew and once again aimed at Yi Lingming. The large wound it had inflicted was charred and emitted wisps of white smoke accompanied by a sizzling sound. The consequences of Yi Lingming being stung were all too predictable. With a serious expression, Yi Lingming seized the opportunity created by the hornet's retreat to make a hasty escape. Were it not for her magical wings, she would undoubtedly have met her demise today. The distance between them was quickly diminishing, and the hornet's tail arched once more, aiming at Yi Lingming. Aware that she needed to take decisive action, Yi Lingming understood that she could not outpace the hornet in that fleeting moment when the hornet aimed and launched its sting. She deftly altered her flight path, causing the hornet to miss entirely. Ah, it didn't hit. Chapter 52. Vanquishing the hornet. Having evaded the attack, Yi Lingming could not resist taunting the hornet. "Is that all you've got?" Each time the hornet lunged at her, she swiftly changed direction, dodging its stings with agility. This back-and-forth dance of attack and evade left the hornet's golden face flushed with frustration. "How does it feel to be unable to defeat me while clearly disliking my presence?" Seeing that it could not land a hit on Yi Lingming, the hornet ceased its pursuit. Magical energy surged. A starry magic formation arose. Small, needle-like stingers began to coalesce around the hornet, launching continuously toward Yi Lingming. The hornet's magical skill, Stinger Barrage. Can't play fair? If you're inexperienced, practice more. Don't resort to area attacks out of desperation. While lamenting, Yi Lingming deftly avoided the relentless onslaught. Yet the hornet's speed far surpassed her own. She had no choice but to rely on the surrounding terrain to evade the attacks, leaving a path littered with stingers that would surely trouble the trees. After a considerable time, the hornet's assault finally came to a halt. "Out of juice, are you, foolish insect? I warned you not to get cocky." Yi Lingming drew forth her magical diamond sword, transforming it into a staff form. Star magic. With a flourish of her staff, she initiated her counterattack. Puzzled as to why this first-stage hornet possessed magical abilities, she decided to test her strength against it, hoping to inflict damage. This time, there were no unusual occurrences. The star magic struck the hornet true. Boom! The magic exploded, sending the hornet hurtling away. Seeing her attack had been effective, Yi Lingming ceased her evasive maneuvers and swung her staff once more to unleash another magical skill. Magic skill, Leaf Blade. A flurry of leaves, sharp as blades, surged toward the hornet, which, in response, unleashed its own magical skill, Stinger Barrage. "You can still shoot?" Yi Lingming was taken aback. This hornet had an excessive amount of magical energy. The clash of stingers and blades echoed through the air until, ultimately, the hornet could not withstand the onslaught and was severely wounded. The onlookers from the Magical Academy were all astonished. Had she truly overcome the hornet? Yi Lingming quickly soared toward the hornet, ready to deliver a fatal blow, having already squandered too much time on it. However, halfway through her flight, Yi Lingming sensed something amiss. Typically, if a spirit beast found itself unable to win or sustained injuries, it would flee. Yet this hornet, though gravely wounded, showed no inclination to retreat. This irregularity heightened Yi Lingming's wariness. To be safe, she raised her staff and infused it with magical energy. Magic skill, Bamboo Shoot Burst. In this realm filled with uncertainty, Yi Lingming dared not expend too much magical energy, so she opted for a less powerful version of the skill. As her spell gradually formed, she directed her staff toward the hornet. A bamboo shoot erupted from the ground in the direction indicated by the staff. Strangely, the hornet did not dodge or evade Yi Lingming's attack. Thud. It was only when the bamboo shoot pierced through the hornet's body that Yi Lingming felt reassured. Despite her belief that she had been sufficiently cautious, she had still fallen into a trap. The hornet, now impaled by the bamboo shoot, raised its stinger-laden tail, using the very bamboo shoot that attacked it as a makeshift cannon. Magic skill, Lonely Sting. This strike bore tremendous power, as the hornet channeled its remaining life force, willpower, and magical energy into this one blow. Another skill. The spectators outside could only sigh. This was the closest anyone in Unicity had come to slaying a hornet in history. What a pity! The heads of the Magical Academy shook their heads in dismay. Only Degus's eyes sparkled with excitement. He refused to believe that Yi Lingchen's grandson could achieve only this much. It was easy to deduce that he was Yi Lingchen's grandson, given that an initial magical capacity of level 7 was no trifling matter. Yet he could hardly believe that Yi Lingchen had placed his grandson in an ordinary school. Seeing the situation unfold, Yi Lingming retreated rapidly, summoning a magical light shield to prepare for the imminent threat. It was not that she wished to flee. At this point, she had been locked onto, making escape at such close quarters nearly impossible. She could only gamble. With a gentle wave of her staff, a green light emanated and swiftly vanished. Yi Lingming took flight, determined to soar as far as she could. Just after gaining some distance, she felt a chilling presence behind her. The hornet was about to unleash its final strike, and in that very moment, 2 tiny green feet appeared, delivering a swift kick to the hornet's tail. Do. How pathetic. Well done, little spirit ball. That single kick broke the hornet's lock on Yi Lingming. The stinger shot off at an upward angle, its immense force piercing through 8 towering trees before disappearing into the sky. After unleashing that attack, the hornet was left near exhaustion, sent flying by the little spirit ball's kick. Its form gradually dissipated, transforming into floating experience orbs in the the grand hall of the magical sanctuary. Filled with over 1,000 individuals, an eerie silence enveloped the space. While others may not have felt particularly moved by the appearance of Yi Lingming's spirit, her exceptional performance led many to instinctively consider her a seed candidate for the year. However, the heads of the academy understood well that Yi Lingming was merely a late-blooming awakener. Had she truly manifested a spirit so quickly after awakening? As she watched the stinger drift away, Yi Lingming exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. Could it be that the spirit beasts here were under some curse? Or perhaps they were being controlled by something? Shaking her head, Yi Lingming flew toward the little spirit ball, gently patting its large head before beginning to collect the experience orbs. An and the others were relatively unconcerned, having already reached the first-tier mage level. Even if they could not win, they could always escape. Zier, on the other hand, was different. Timid by nature and frequently bullied by classmates, she would be in grave danger if she encountered a spirit beast alone in this environment. With that thought, Yi Lingming hastened her pace, swiftly reaching an area devoid of spirit beasts. Huh? Yi Lingming gazed at the scene before her, puzzled. She had not collected a single experience orb from the ground. Yet the spirit grass and spirit stones here appeared remarkably scarce. Could it be that the outer areas required 2 experiences to generate one? With this doubt in mind, Yi Lingming slowly approached a spirit fruit growing on a tree. Upon grasping the spirit fruit, it instantly transformed into an experience orb, which she absorbed without delay. 1. Yi Lingming picked several more, each resulting in the same outcome. Someone has been here. This conclusion astonished Yi Lingming. The reason she had reached this place in such a short time was due to her magical wings. Yet someone else had also arrived here. If they had not used magic wings like her to reach this spot, then their strength must be formidable indeed. At that moment, a figure appeared, swiftly approaching Yi Lingming. Chapter 53. Soaring again, Yi Lingming, having sensed something was amiss, had already released her willpower, allowing her to detect the figure immediately. She quickly darted behind a sturdy tree, concentrating her energy to probe the approaching presence. In an instant, the figure was near her, yet it made no move. It hurried past the very tree where Yi Lingming was concealed, completely oblivious to her presence, instead rushing to gather spirit grass and stones with remarkable speed. Upon recognizing the figure, Yi Lingming couldn't help but chuckle, then switched her magical space stone to the form of a 7-colored diamond sword. Gliding toward the figure, "Dare to touch my belongings? Let us see how you fare against my blade." In the midst of his frenzied harvesting, and then suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as a shimmering 7-colored sword appeared at his throat. "Spare me, noble hero." Though he pleaded for mercy, a magical orb was already beginning to coalesce in his hands, with a blade at his neck. He dared to make a move? How brazen, and so obvious too. Yi Lingming's teasing voice echoed. Upon hearing her, and then trembled violently, his frantic mind suddenly going blank. "Wah, dream brother. It's really you. I've missed you so much. You have no idea what I've been through." Clinging to Yi Lingming's leg, and then began to pour out his grievances, as if he needed to unload all his burdens. Observing in an tearful state, Yi Lingming gently patted his back. All right, what with all the crying? And stop tugging on me like that. If you mess up my wings, I'll really take you down." Only then did Anan cease his weeping, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld Yi Lingming suspended in midair. "What the heck, dream brother? You've mutated? You've grown wings?" Yi Lingming was momentarily taken aback. "What? You don't have wings?" At her words, Anan's tears resurfaced. "What wings? You have no idea, dream brother. That fool with the teleportation portal sent me into midair. I don't even know how I survived the landing. When I realized I was suspended in the air, I fainted on the spot. Upon waking, I found myself utterly weak and drained of magical energy. You cannot comprehend the excruciating pain of being ensnared by that monstrous claw. That wretched bird does not even consume me. It merely clutches me and takes to the skies. Alas, my dear Minggu, do you realize how desperately I yearn to touch the ground, only for it to hoist me aloft once more?" Can you fathom the depths of my despair? As On recounted his tale, Yi Lingming's lips quivered in disbelief, and then, I retrieved paper and pen from my bosom, intending to pen some final words for a future life where we could once again be brothers. But then it struck me that I wouldn't truly perish. At worst, I would merely fail the assessment. Thus, I resolved to muster my courage and give it one last try, and so I began to channel my magical energy. What? Do you expect to spontaneously grasp a magical skill in the moment? Heh, something along those lines. I incessantly cursed that creature in my mind, wishing for it to choke to death on a branch, to hang itself by its neck on a twig, to plummet to its demise. And guess what happened? What? I surprisingly achieved the ability to manifest magic with mere words. That loathsome bird, for reasons unknown, was pierced through by a suddenly airborne stick, and then it began to plummet. Sensing the imminent danger, I swiftly flipped onto its back, and it met its end upon impact. Ah, how fantastical! Listening to An's tale, Yi Lingming, despite having some inkling, still found it hard to believe. Why? Yi Lingming cleared his throat. Do you think it possible that it wouldn't have perished had you not been atop it? Ah, in such dire straits. You still jest? Yi Lingming observed the number displayed above An's head, 291, and patted on the shoulder. It seems you have accrued quite the experience, nearing 300. By the way, what did that stick look like? On scratched his head and then produced a remarkably sharp long stick from a stone. In truth, half of it is the experience shed by that bird. Behold, this is the very stick. Oh, not too shabby. You've even obtained a magical space stone. Heh, this too was dropped by that very bird. Had it not absorbed this stick, I would have thought it was an ordinary stone. Why? Yi Lingming then took the stick, astonished. Could it truly be this fortuitous? Is this not the stinger of a yellow jacket? Sensing the residual magical energy upon it, Yi Lingming was thoroughly convinced that this was the very stinger that had nearly cost him his life. Yet, he found it puzzling. The yellow jacket had transformed into light, yet this stinger remained. Subsequently, Yi Lingming jabbed the stinger into a nearby tree, which was effortlessly pierced, as though it faced no resistance. This is no mere stick, but the stinger of a yellow jacket. It appears quite formidable. You should keep it for use as a weapon. An accepted the stinger, but did not stow it away in the magical space stone. Instead, brandishing it defensively. Minggu, what shall we do next? Yi Lingming cast a glance toward their point of origin. An scratched his head. It seems that if we return now, we would be unable to seize anything. Oh? Have you seen Sister Tiantian or Zir? It appears not. Below is a throng of men. Upon hearing An's words, Yi Lingming's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed others had already reached the previous experience point, indicating that he needed to act swiftly. On, do you relish challenges? What kind of challenge? Defeating a boss. Without further ado, let us set forth. Once again soaring into the skies, An felt as if he might shatter. Ah, Minggu, I am acrophobic. Is this not a means to assist you in overcoming your fear? Arriving once more at the site of his battle with the yellow jacket, Yi Lingming surveyed the scene. The spirit stones and fruits had significantly diminished, while the spirit beasts appeared considerably stronger. It seems they only grow more formidable with the passage of time. Time is of the essence. Why? Yi Lingming quickened his pace. Pressing onward, Minggu, I feel my heart might fail. You, a magician, how could you suffer from heart issues? Moreover, how can you cultivate your flying skills if you are so afraid of heights? Yi Lingming then maliciously pried open An's eyes. Look down. Do you not see how beautiful the scenery is? Chapter 54. How's the temperature? An, with his eyes pried open, gazed down from the heights, feeling utterly weak, as though his soul had left his body. What? You wish to descend? Yi Lingming feigned ignorance, preparing to release his grip. Oh, no, Minggu, I was jesting. I adore flying with you. Aha, still afraid of heights, are we? When you are devoured by a spirit beast, will you scream of fear? Do you think it will spare you? Yi Lingming disregarded An further, focusing his attention on the ground. The higher they flew, the denser the spirit beasts became. Counting the previous encounters, they had faced 10 waves already. The sheer density of spirit beasts below was enough to make one gasp. Without the prowess of a high-level magician, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to traverse this ground. Thankfully, I possess wings. The spawn point leads directly to the boss. Yi Lingming and On flew through the sky, exchanging laughter. At this point, On was beginning to acclimate to the altitude, for they were significantly lower than when they had first arrived. I say, Minggu, how steady are these wings of yours? What if we were to crash? If you cannot converse, you need not speak. Were it not for Yi Lingming's earnest focus on flying, he would have truly wished to silence On. On, sensing the situation, promptly closed his mouth. Thanks to the presence of wings, they soon approached the boundary of the 10th wave, just as that voice re-emerged. What? This sudden voice struck Yi Lingming like a bolt from the blue. Is this the end? As the magical wings dissipated, the two found themselves once again in free fall. Ah, we are truly plummeting. Minggu, my life is at an end. Close your ominous mouth. Previously, to prevent the magical wings from vanishing, Yi Lingming had been exceedingly cautious not to touch the ground. Minggu, what shall we do? Just as On had begun to overcome his fear of heights, his mind threatened to short-circuit once more. Do not panic, I am devising a plan. Their current elevation was not excessively high. With proper maneuvering, they might safely land. It was a gamble. Just as Yi Lingming transformed the magical space stone into a staff, another unexpected occurrence transpired. As they were about to descend into the forest, a lengthy pink tongue shot up from below, ensnaring On. Minggu, save me. Recognizing the owner of such a long tongue at a glance, Yi Lingming felt a surge of joy. He quickly seized the stinger from On's hands and released him. Watching On being swiftly whisked away, regardless of whether he could hear, Yi Lingming called out, On, endure this moment. Consider it a rescue. Throughout this journey, Yi Lingming had contemplated whether he could land safely without the magical wings and without relying on magical scrolls, given his current capabilities. Ultimately, he had devised a strategy, but it required him to act alone. This had been the reason for his earlier gamble, as he was unsure if he could succeed with On's weight. And now, who knows where this foolish frog has sprung from? Its appearance relieved Yi Lingming of his worries for On. Yi Lingming now felt confident in achieving a safe landing. However, retrieving On from the frog's mouth might prove. At that moment, Yi Lingming waved his staff and channeled his magical energy. Bamboo shoot! Centered around Yi Lingming's landing point, bamboo shoots erupted from the earth, swiftly growing. These shoots intertwined, forming a circular mat of bamboo leaves in an instant. Puffed! The stinger pierced through the frog's brain. The long-tongued frog met its end on the spot, transforming into a pile of shimmering experience orbs. At this moment, a disheartened On reappeared before Yi Lingming. Though he was covered in a sticky, transparent substance, there was thankfully no foul odor. This large frog certainly maintained its oral hygiene well. Ignoring Yi Lingming's teasing, On appeared quite aggrieved. Minggu, might I request a somewhat dignified landing? What do you propose we do? As he spoke, On disdainfully flicked away the mysterious substance clinging to him. Yi Lingming felt he could not refuse. After all, this was a consequence of his own actions. Alas, as long as we land safely. That is what matters. Given the urgency of the situation at that time, there was no time to be particular. How about this? Next time, you can land on the bamboo. Yi Lingming then shifted the conversation. Oh, right On. How does it feel inside? What is the temperature like? Oh, Minggu, enough already. Smack! A resounding slap landed on On's head. I was merely attempting to lighten the mood. Did you truly begin to fantasize? Now, do not shake it off. There are neither clothes nor water here, so let us leave it at that. Woe is me. It was then that Yi Lingming remembered they were still within the distribution range of the 10th wave of spirit beasts. Upon closer inspection, he recognized an old acquaintance, a first-level spirit wolf. Minggu, shall we flee? On spoke, observing the encroaching spirit wolves with trepidation. Yi Lingming thrust the stinger into On's hands and brandished his diamond sword. Advancing toward the spirit wolves, normally, one would naturally flee if possible, but not today. Today, I shall teach them the meaning of retribution. Roar! At that moment, another roar echoed through the air, the powerful presence causing the spirit wolves to recoil. A tiger cub, a cute tiger. As the adorable tiger's form gradually emerged, On exclaimed, Minggu, should we run? What do you think, you fool? I shall delay them for a moment. You must flee at once. I cannot leave. Minggu, what would you do if I were to go? I cannot abandon you. Yi Lingming furrowed her brow, perplexed that this fool was still acting recklessly at such a critical time. with a firm grip on her staff. She summoned a sudden burst of bamboo shoots that swiftly sprouted, obstructing the vision of the ferocious beasts. In that instant, Yi Lingming turned and fled. As she passed by On, she gave him a resounding slap across the head. "You should run when I say so. What are you lingering for?" On, upon witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit. "I was wrong. Menggu, wait for me." The two of them dashed away, while the spirit wolf and the adorable tiger, having cleared the bamboo shoots, quickly gave chase. I said, "On, you ought to eat less in the future. Your weight adds an unnecessary feast for the spirit beasts here." I pondered that I hadn't consumed much either. I merely drank some water each day, yet I still maintained this figure. Chapter 55. Shall we make a deal? The speed of the spirit wolf and the adorable tiger was far beyond that of mere humans. Before long, Yi Lingming and On were overtaken. On's corpulent form forced Yi Lingming to slow her pace, yet even so, he lagged behind her. When the adorable tiger closed the gap, it leapt forward with agility. Yi Lingming thought to herself, "This is bad," and hurriedly turned to rescue On. However, to their surprise, the adorable tiger leapt over On and charged directly at Yi Lingming. "Ah, do you look down upon me? Is my meat unappetizing?" Before On could voice his complaints, the spirit wolf lunged forward again, prompting On to cower and shield his head. Wolf brother, I was joking. My meat truly is unappetizing." Yet, astonishingly, the spirit wolf also bypassed On, heading straight for Yi Lingming. "Are you really not interested? How absurd. If the tiger looks down on me, that's one thing. But what right does this dog have to be picky?" Seeing this, Yi Lingming felt a sense of disbelief. Why are these two not interested in On? As she contemplated this, frustration welled within her. At this distance, escape seemed nearly impossible. It appeared that a confrontation was inevitable. Meanwhile, On, filled with indignation, gritted his teeth in frustration. "How dare they look down upon me? This is intolerable." In a fit of rage, On hurled a glob of some unidentifiable liquid at the spirit wolf, channeling a bit of magic to enhance its trajectory. The spirit wolf, sensing the incoming projectile, ducked just in time. As the glob flew past the spirit wolf, it hurtled towards Yi Lingming. Smack! The mysterious liquid struck Yi Lingming squarely in the face. On his heart sank. It's over, however. When Yi Lingming wiped the substance from her face, a smile broke across her features. On, I suggest it would be better for you to be devoured by those two. Otherwise, life may become quite unbearable for you. Menggu, I am trying to rescue you. You intend to save me with this glob of saliva? What of the poison dart in your hand? Upon realizing this, On exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten to use this?" He then aimed at the spirit wolf and prepared to throw. Hey, On, listen to me. While your intentions are noble, you must not act recklessly. Yi Lingming saw On preparing to cast and hurriedly intervened. "Are you joking? If that strikes the wrong spot, it could be disastrous." Before she could finish her sentence, the poison dart shot forth, and the spirit wolf adeptly ducked. With a piercing sound, the dart pierced through the air. And when the spirit wolf looked up, it was met with an unexpected sight that sent it into a frenzy. The poison dart had accurately struck the adorable tiger's head, causing its body to dissolve into light, leaving behind only a pile of experience points. At that moment, the spirit wolf's fighting spirit vanished, and it began to retreat slowly. "Oh, little doggy, where do you think you are going?" Yi Lingming sighed. "I apologize. Had you truly existed in this world, I might have spared you, but alas." With a graceful arc, the spirit wolf transformed into a collection of experience points. "Menggu, you're incredible. How did you know that this big-mouthed frog's saliva would allow the spirit beasts to accept you as one of their own?" "I read it in a book, and by the way, did your earlier toss of saliva seem to carry a hint of personal grievance?" In response, Yi Lingming's hand found its way to On's ear. No, Menggu, I didn't mean it." "Ah, that hurts." The two continued on their journey, and at that moment, Yi Lingming also coated herself in some of the big-mouthed frog's saliva. From the grass, two heads cautiously emerged, for eyes fixated on a spirit beast. "Are you certain, Menggu?" On asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. They had arrived at the site of the 11th wave of spirit beasts. Seeing this particular spirit beast, Yi Lingming's eyes lit up. A royal griffin juvenile, a little griffin. This creature, with the head of an eagle, the wings of an eagle, and the body of a lion. evolves into a royal griffin at the 3rd tier, boasting tremendous strength. Surely, success is unlikely, right? Let us give it a try. Who knows, it might just work and you could soar. Suddenly, On felt a sharp pain in his rear, and before he knew it, he was propelled forward, landing right in front of the little griffin. "Hello there," On awkwardly waved at the little griffin, which was equally startled by his sudden appearance. Taking a few steps back, the little griffin approached On cautiously, tilting its head to examine him closely. Yi Lingming's voice reached from behind. "First, gauge whether it is willing to sign a contract with you. If it agrees, that would be splendid. If not, you must subdue it. Proving your strength before you can attempt to form a contract." On hesitated, staring at the little griffin, unsure about striking it looked far from easy to subdue. "Shall we make a deal?" On spoke up. Yi Lingming, hidden in the grass, nearly choked on her own bile. "What on earth? I simply cannot endure this." She jumped out from the bushes and delivered a sharp slap to On. "Is this how you attempt to tame a spirit beast? You must first show goodwill and gradually approach it, trying to communicate and gain its acceptance." "What were you thinking?" Simply asking, "Shall we make a deal?" As On repeated the phrase, Yi Lingming couldn't help but slap him again. Just then, the little griffin hopped closer, tilting its head as it regarded the two of them. "Please, no more slapping. I never said I wouldn't make a deal." "Huh?" Yi Lingming halted her hand midair. "What is happening here? You can speak." Yi Lingming was perplexed. Weren't all spirit beasts merely manifestations of experience points? Yet this one clearly possessed its own thoughts and showed no inclination to attack, appearing to be an entirely normal spirit beast. Allowing On to tame this little griffin was also a way to explore the nature of these so-called experience-based spirits. However, the griffin speaking left Yi Lingming utterly dumbfounded. "I wouldn't normally speak. Currently, I can only do so because the Spirit King has temporarily granted me this ability." "The Spirit King? The Grass King?" Yi Lingming instantly recalled that one of the 3 Spirit Kings acknowledged by humanity was indeed the Grass King. The Spirit King of the Life Empire, how could it not be the Grass King? Seeing Yi Lingming's look of confusion, the little griffin explained, "According to the rules, your presence here grants you the right to learn about the world's regulations. This little world, which you refer to as the Blessing Space, is a realm where humans and spirit beasts engage in mutual trials and form contracts. It is said to have been created by your kind, the celestial mages. Perhaps you have noticed that the 5 waves of spirit beasts at the outermost layer act solely on instinct and aggression. The subsequent 5 waves, however, are far more lively and animated. That is because they are not figments of this world. They truly exist." Chapter 56. Yi Lingming's speculation. "What?" Yi Lingming exclaimed in shock. "So, the previous spirit wolf and adorable tiger, they are dead?" Noting Yi Lingming's reaction, the little griffin's favor for her soared. "Indeed, they have perished." Seeing the two descend into guilt, the little griffin decided to cease its jesting. "The latter 5 waves of spirit beasts are indeed real and have come here for their own trials. They may have died in this world, but they will not perish in the real world, just like you." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingming and On felt a wave of relief wash over them. "I see. Then what about this 11th wave?" Yi Lingming inquired, addressing the little griffin, which was clearly not here for trials. "We come to seek those destined to be our partners. We, the spirit beasts dwelling deep within the sacred mountain, yearn for the human world, yet few humans manage to reach us. Thus, the Spirit King has arranged for us to be placed here, allowing us the opportunity to form contracts with humans and venture into the human realm." "Oh?" Yi Lingming, upon hearing this, discreetly poked On with her finger. On immediately understood. "So, dear little griffin, would you be willing to sign a contract with me and become my spirit?" "Of course." In response, Yi Lingming swiftly retrieved a contract spirit stone from her magical space and handed it to On. "Let us not delay. We shall commence at once, before long." The two completed the contract, signifying that On had gained his very own spirit. "Ha ha ha. I am about to take flight. This is a legendary quality spirit, capable of bestowing upon me 3 magical skills. Spirit beasts are classified by quality, which includes ordinary, elite, and legendary. The differences among these qualities not only pertain to strength, but also to the number of magical skills granted upon forming a contract with their master. 1 of ordinary quality, 2 of elite quality, and 3 of legendary quality. Ha ha ha, truly befitting of the royal griffin, boasting over a dozen magical skills. Hurricane strike, winged survival, leaping claw assault. These are indeed divine techniques. I've made my choice. Congratulations on, with the acquisition of a legendary spirit, your strength has significantly increased. It seems I shall be calling you Big Brother from now on. Oh, Minggu, what are you saying? You are my older brother. Yi Lingming playfully smacked on the head. You still remember to call me brother? Have you taken a good look at what you've chosen? Do you realize how high a level the little griffin must attain to comprehend these 3 skills? Over 40 levels. You must reach the rank of a master mage to utilize them. So you are just selecting the powerful ones without considering the right ones. Isn't this for the future? On Weekly defended himself, cradling his head. Yi Lingming waved her hand dismissively. You've made your selections. It is what it is. We must continue our journey. We've squandered too much time already. Speaking of which, Yi Lingming suddenly remembered that they had just recruited a local. Who better to serve as a guide? A smile spread across her face. Little Griffin, what else lies ahead as we venture deeper? I'm not sure. Noticing the shift in Yi Lingming's expression, the little Griffin hastily explained. I only know about the first 11 waves as I am currently in the 11th. As for what lies beyond, I am uncertain. However, I can assure you that there are only 12 waves in total. This means that once you pass the final barrier, you will reach the very center of this place. Oh? If that is the case, what are we hesitating for? Let us depart. The two, accompanied by the little Griffin, set off once more. During their passage through the 11th wave, they encountered several spirit beasts wishing to enter the human realm. Regrettably, both were already bonded with spirits and had to leave them behind. They continued on their journey, yet after a considerable time, the 12th wave still eluded them. I say, Minggu, why haven't we arrived yet? If only we had magical wings. Aren't you afraid of heights? Compared to my fear of heights, I am more afraid of exhaustion. At this moment, a light sheen of sweat appeared on Yi Lingming's forehead. Although walking was considerably slower than flying, this felt excessively prolonged. After all, it was the final wave. A bit of peculiarity was to be expected. On groaned in frustration, pushing onward. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit, and after much effort throughout the day, they finally noticed a distinct change in the vegetation ahead. Before them, the forest was filled with wondrous plants. Gigantic mushrooms towered like houses, emitting a fantastical glow. Their tops appeared to be embedded with gemstones, enticing the little spirit beasts to frolic upon them. Vines coiled around great trees, their leaves shimmering with an otherworldly light. The petals of various magical herbs sparkled like stars, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. The leaves of the trees shifted into countless shapes as the gentle breeze caressed them. The branches bore an abundance of magical fruits, bestowing the forest with an air of prosperity. The so-called 12th wave turned out to be a magical forest, compared to the magical forest outside Unicity. This one was simply extraordinary. Stepping into the forest, they were greeted by a myriad of spirit beasts darting about, their movements suggesting they were not mere illusions. Surely this entire forest cannot be truly real? It certainly appears genuine. Yi Lingming plucked a magical fruit and handed it to On. After such a long journey, you must be thirsty. So have a magical fruit to quench your thirst. Thank you. Minga On took a hearty bite. How does it taste? Quite good, rather sweet. If you enjoy it, feel free to eat more. There's plenty here, and I will help you gather. All right, this fruit is not poisonous. Yi Lingming carefully scrutinized her surroundings. If my assumptions are correct, this magical forest is indeed real, albeit not from our time. Gently stroking the enormous mushroom, Yi Lingming continued, the creator of this world must have intended to preserve this magical forest, yet inadvertently birthed an entire realm. The forest we traversed earlier was merely a derivative of this magical forest. As for the spirit beasts, aside from those related to the Grass King from the 11th wave, I believe the first 10 waves were placed here by the magical sanctuary for our trials. Listening to Yi Lingming's conjectures, before On could respond, the Unicity magical sanctuary erupted in chaos. Yi Lingming's earlier feats had left several high-ranking mages somewhat desensitized. She continuously shattered various records in Unicity, most experience gained, deepest exploration, most kills, and so forth. Just when the high-ranking mages thought they had become immune to her accomplishments, they witnessed her pierce through the essence of this world with just a glance at the magical forest. Not only was the Unicity magical sanctuary abuzz, But the Life Empire's capital and the Life Empire's main sanctuary were also filled with admiration. Chapter 57. The Rainbow Giant EYE.AS. The organizer of this assessment, the Life Empire's magical sanctuary, must not only maintain the stability of the gray space, but also remain vigilant for any unexpected occurrences. The capital's primary magical academy was also conducting assessments here, attracting many dignitaries and prominent families to observe their children's evaluations. As the heart of the entire empire, both education and heritage are at their most powerful. This has resulted in the top few ranks of the assessments being dominated by students from the capital, followed by those from the main cities. Smaller cities like Yuna often play a supporting role. Yet this year, Yuna City has surprised everyone. Much like the Yuna City Magical Sanctuary, the main sanctuary also boasts magical screens displaying the top experience earners from the capital. However, in addition to that, there are numerous national magical screens showcasing the students with the highest experience in the entire Life Empire. In previous years, students from the capital monopolized the top spots, leading the audience from the capital to subconsciously believe that these national rankings belong to them, until a figure emerged on the magical screen, possessing magical wings and continuously collecting experience through them. The previously obscure small city finally entered the view of the higher-ups. Yet the notion that the capital was the strongest remained deeply ingrained in people's minds. And the sanctuary's upper echelons were too indifferent to address Yi Lingming's magical wings. If it weren't for Yi Lingming's headlong rush towards the finish line, her magical wings would not have been confiscated. As various events obstructed Yi Lingming's progress, her experience stagnated at 700, allowing others from the capital to surpass her. This little episode was soon forgotten. Deep within the magical forest, Yi Lingming and On gradually advanced. Strangely enough, they encountered not a single aggressive spirit beast along the way. Compared to the earlier waves, these last two seemed remarkably tranquil. As the terrain began to rise, Yi Lingming quickened her pace, clearly indicating they were nearing the center. Minggu, wait for me, On hurriedly kept pace, but Yi Lingming suddenly halted, causing On to collide with her unexpectedly. Yi Lingming swiftly halted On's momentum. Minggu, what happened? Before he could finish, On was taken aback, following Yi Lingming's gaze to behold a serene lake. The two stood atop a small hill, overlooking the lake below, where a tranquil and mysterious scene unfolded. Mist hovered over the water's surface, resembling a delicate veil, enhancing the lake's enigmatic aura. Birds soared freely above the water, their wings shimmering in the sunlight. Playful fish swam beneath the surface, their fleeting forms occasionally leaping out to splash crystal droplets. Lush trees fringed the lake, their reflections dancing gracefully upon the water. The lake mirrored its surroundings like a colossal mirror, evoking a sense of harmony and beauty in nature. A gentle breeze rustled through the flowers and grasses by the shore, producing a soft whisper. This enchanting place felt like a fairyland, allowing one to forget all worries. Is this the center of this world? It is truly beautiful. By the way, Minggu, where is the big boss you mentioned? This place hardly seems conducive to a boss appearing, does it? Yi Lingming was equally astonished by the serene sight that greeted them in this final location. Could it be that the greatest dangers lay within the first 10 waves? Perhaps the latter waves are merely rewards? No wonder it is called the gray space. Very well. Yi Lingming felt uneasy about Zier, and since Yi Lingtian was already an intermediate-level mage, the likelihood of encountering danger here was minimal. The two settled on the hill, savoring the rare beauty before them. As the sun began to set, the remnants of its rays bathed the scene in a fiery glow. Minggu, why are you glowing too? Initially, On assumed it was the sunlight, but as the daylight waned, he realized that Yi Lingming was indeed radiating light. Yi Lingming glanced at her arm in confusion, noticing a soft golden glow emanating from it. Much like experience points. Wow, I am truly glowing. This phenomenon startled Yi Lingming, and upon looking up at On, she found that he too was emitting a golden light, albeit much fainter than her own. Yi Lingming pointed at On, who, in disbelief, looked at himself and realized he was glowing as well, causing him to jump in shock. Do you feel anything unusual in your body? Not really. Yi Lingming stood and retrieved a spirit stone. Handing it to On, somewhat perplexed, took the object in his hand, only to observe as the spirit stone gradually transformed into a sphere of experience, which was subsequently absorbed by him. On assimilated this newfound knowledge. The radiance enveloping him appeared to intensify. It became clear to him why he always sensed a change after absorbing experience. On also grasped the meaning behind Yi Lingming's words. Brother Ming, do you think that if we continuously absorb experience, we might transform into little golden figures? Let's give it a try. Just as the two prepared to depart, a transformation occurred above the lake's surface. To their astonishment, two rainbows emerged, intertwining and appearing fantastical and beautiful under the setting sun. How lovely! The two became entranced by the sight of the rainbows, which seemed to cleanse the soul. A mere glance was enough to leave one feeling empty of desires. So beautiful, yet I wonder why these rainbows appeared. Moreover, they seemed to form a pattern, akin to, at this juncture, Yi Lingming suddenly jolted, a powerful surge of awareness snapping him back to reality. Had he just been hypnotized? Now, looking again at the rainbows, he discerned that, despite their appearance, there was an ominous shadow lurking behind them. This was no mere rainbow. It was undoubtedly a pair of eyes. If it weren't for my vigilant nature, I might have fallen into your trap. Yi Lingming swiftly slapped on, who was still gazing at the rainbows in a daze, and quickly activated his magical shield. Keep looking, and you might lose your life. Startled by the slap, On trembled. What happened? Brother Ming, run. We might be facing a formidable boss. At this, On shook off his confusion. Little Griffin, run. As Yi Lingming and On detected the anomaly, the rainbows shed their disguise, revealing their true form. To Yi Lingming's astonishment, he noticed that the creature's tentacles had stealthily reached above their heads. Had they discovered it even a moment later, the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 58. Save me, Unicorn. The tentacles swiftly lunged toward the two. But fortunately, they reacted in time and narrowly evaded the attack. The tentacles plunged straight into the ground, and had they struck the two of them, death would have been certain. Yi Lingming looked up to see a colossal crystal hovering above the lake, upon which rested a pair of enormous eyes. These eyes were extraordinarily beautiful, captivating the heart, and a mere glance left Yi Lingming feeling disoriented. Could this be? Before the two could catch their breath, two more tentacles surged forth. Yi Lingming brandished his staff, channeling magic. Magic light sphere, boom. The magical sphere exploded upon impact with the tentacles, but only slightly slowed their advance. Star magic, bang. The starburst magic similarly only delayed the tentacles, failing to inflict any damage. After being attacked, the tentacles appeared agitated, accelerating toward the two. With a sudden turn of events, Yi Lingming was taken aback and swiftly transformed the magic space stone into a rainbow diamond sword. As the tentacles launched their assault, he slashed with the sword, severing one with a resounding crack. The diamond sword proved to be exceptionally effective. The severed tentacle did not dissipate into light nor bleed, but instead transformed into numerous experience spheres. If one tentacle yielded this much experience, just how much would its true form possess? Yi Lingming had no time to ponder this, as another tentacle swiftly approached, targeting On. The speed of this tentacle was so rapid that Yi Lingming barely had time to swing his sword. In a moment of desperation, he kicked On, sending him flying. As On was propelled away, Yi Lingming also took a step back. Boom. Just as On was sent flying, the tentacle whizzed past, plunging directly into the spot he had just vacated, sending dirt and debris flying. That was close. After successfully dodging, Yi Lingming patted his chest, while the disheveled On, clutching his rear, struggled to rise. Brother Ming, could you be a little gentler? Having failed to land any hits, the creature appeared enraged, causing the once tranquil lake to erupt with waves. And countless tentacles emerged, targeting Yi Lingming and On. Witnessing this scene, an urgent thought sprang to both their minds. Run? The two dashed forward, pursued by the tentacles. One after another, the tentacles fell toward them, some even grazing on his back. It wasn't long before the path they fled was filled with tentacles. Brother Ming, save me, On cried, tears streaming down his face as he ran, acutely aware of the tentacles perilously close to him, each moment nearly costing him his life. Yi Lingming, speechless, swiftly tore off a vine and ensnared On. Each time a tentacle loomed above On, Yi Lingming would pull hard, allowing them to gain some distance. Yi Lingming remained silent about his fatigue, but On was nearing his limit. I can't go on, Brother Ming. This is too intense. Can we find another way to save me? At that moment, On imagined a group of sharply dressed individuals, shouldering a coffin, approaching him with an unsettling rhythm. It's a miracle to be alive. Must there be additional demands? With each tentacle's descent, coupled with Yi Lingming's pulls, On felt as though the chasm between life and death was narrowing to an infinitesimal point. Before him, two figures flickered in black and white, their long tongues seemingly beckoning him. Yi Lingming, however, had no time to attend to On, swiftly maneuvering to shake off a number of tentacles, yet the tentacles pursued relentlessly. As if they possessed eyes, this was unsustainable. Their speed was overwhelming. Glimpsing back at the frantic On, Yi Lingming shook his head in resignation. Unable to match the speed of the tentacles, he resorted to sharp turns to slow their advance. As they fled, Yi Lingming's mind raced, contemplating various strategies. However, the vast number and rapid speed of the tentacles rendered any hope of confrontation futile, and the prospect of escape weighed heavily on him. If only the magical wings were still with him. After another sharp turn, an unexpected sight caught Yi Lingming's attention. There, a herd of horse-like creatures grazed leisurely. On. Yi Lingming shouted, then with all his strength, he hurled On toward them. Climb on, let's go. Yi Lingming leaped onto the back of a unicorn, swiftly binding its mouth with a vine to control its direction. With a swift strike of his sword against the unicorn's flank, it bolted forward in pain, galloping away. As if in unison, the rest of the unicorns followed suit, and soon, Yi Lingming led a stampede of unicorns through the enchanted forest, leaving the tentacles far behind. Truly, these creatures were the swiftest of the magical beasts. As Yi Lingming petted the unicorn beneath him, he couldn't help but marvel. In a sense, this unicorn was his savior. Just as he was lost in admiration, an untimely voice broke through. Brother Ming, I feel like I'm about to collapse. On lay exhausted on the unicorn's back, his body bouncing with each leap, as if he might tumble off at any moment. This dead weight? No, more like a dead barrel. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Lingming turned back and pulled On onto his unicorn. Just as he did, the delay allowed the tentacles to catch up, forcing Yi Lingming to hasten their escape. Meanwhile, outside the magical forest, at the 8th wave of magical beasts, Yi Lingtian led a group in a relentless pursuit of a magical creature. As Yi Lingtian delivered the final blow, the creature disintegrated into a cloud of experience. Behind her stood two classmates and Zier, who had formed a small team after encountering each other along their journey. Due to Yi Lingming, Yi Lingtian and Zier had grown close, and the once introverted Zier had become more vivacious in Yi Lingtian's presence. Sister, are magical beasts really that ferocious? Yi Lingtian shook her head. No, magical beasts are generally quite docile. Those with aggressive tendencies are rare. Clearly different from the ones we've encountered. I had heard from a senior that the magical beasts here are incredibly dangerous. Though I had prepared myself mentally, it remains somewhat hard to accept. The two expressed their sentiments because their initial team had consisted of 6 members. After forming and delving into the 7th wave, they had only just moved into the 8th wave as a day approached its end. Initially, the group had sought to avoid conflict with the magical beasts, but they had not anticipated the creatures would attack them frantically. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the magical beasts began to consume the surrounding spirit stones and fruits. After devouring a significant amount, the beasts grew remarkably powerful, leading to the demise of 2 team members before they could ultimately be defeated. Chapter 59. The source of magic, gazing at the ground littered with experience. The group found it difficult to feel joy. Despite knowing that their companions would not truly perish, the reality was still hard to bear. They understood that their ability to maintain composure and retaliate was due to their teammates' deaths manifesting as light and vanishing. Had they witnessed their friends' bloodied bodies in reality, they couldn't guarantee they wouldn't shatter. Noticing the silence among them, Yi Lingtian took the initiative to speak. Everyone, let us not wallow in sorrow. None of this is real. This trial is meant to strengthen us. We must strive to grow stronger so that such tragedies do not occur in reality. Sister is right. We must work hard to prevent such events from happening in the real world. Zier also chimed in, offering her support. Indeed, do not let it truly happen. Meanwhile, the same events incessantly unfold within this vast expanse. At the very heart of this realm, Yi Lingming has finally escaped the enchanted forest. For reasons unknown, as she emerged from the forest, the tentacles retracted as if struck by an electric jolt, and that voice re-emerged. Congratulations, explorer, on reaching the ultimate destination and activating the source of magic. The students in the world were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the situation. Before anyone could ponder further, magical wings materialized once more, soaring through the air amidst the confusion and gasps of astonishment. In no time, the surviving students were whisked away by the magical wings to the outskirts of the enchanted forest. Gazing upon the vibrant, pulsating forest that seemed to possess a life of its own, they could not help but exclaim in awe, "It's so beautiful." As more students gathered, they began to spot their companions amid the crowd, forming small teams. Just after their escape, Yilingming and her companion leaped down from the unicorn, collapsing onto the grass, gasping for breath. "That was close. I almost lost my life." Why Yilingming had distinctly heard the previous voice. What exactly is the source of magic? How does it relate to what grandfather spoke of? Connecting it to the colossal crystalline creature at the heart of the enchanted forest, Yilingming harbored deep suspicions that it was indeed the source of magic referred to by the voice. As more students arrived, Yilingming realized she could no longer remain there. Seeing Honest breathing stabilize, she could not help but give him a sharp slap. "You were terrified just moments ago, and now you're already asleep?" On, rubbing his head, rose reluctantly but dared not express any dissatisfaction. Looking up, he noticed the crowd that had gathered around them. "How did so many people end up here?" Yilingming shook her head. "They didn't come here on their own. It must be related to that voice from earlier. Come on, we should go find our teammates." "All right." The two swiftly navigated through the throng, and soon a figure with purple attire, purple hair, and purple eyes appeared before Yilingming. She was flanked by 3 individuals, one of whom was Yiling Tian. "Zier, Sister Tian." Yilingming dashed towards them, her eyes brimming with excitement. "Zier, are you all right?" Zier's cold demeanor melted away upon seeing Yilingming, replaced by a tender smile. "That I'm fine, brother. I met Sister, and she has been protecting me all along." Hearing this, Yilingming nodded and turned her gaze to Yiling Tian. "By the way, Sister Tianan, how did you end up together?" "I encountered Zier shortly after being teleported here. I was worried she might be in danger alone, so I decided to accompany her." Why Yiling Tian then introduced her 2 classmates, Yingfeng and Xiangyang. "Greetings, seniors." Yilingming returned the salutation, "Hello." After exchanging pleasantries, they shared their experiences, and as more students arrived, casual conversations ensued. "Ming, you're quite impressive. Over 700 experience points. Even this little chubby guy has over 300? Did you all raid the lair of the spirit beasts?" Yiling Tian exclaimed, astonished by the experience points above Yilingming and Anna's heads. It was noteworthy that Yiling Tian and her companions only had around 100 experience points each, even though that placed them among the top ranks in Unicity. Why Yilingming was at a loss for how to explain. She couldn't simply say it was luck, could she? Feeling a bit embarrassed, she scratched her head and smiled. "I'm not that capable. It's just good fortune that I stumbled upon some opportunities." Just then, the voice resonated once more, "Source of magic." Upon hearing this name, a look of confusion spread across the faces of the majority. "What is the source of magic?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps it's a young being called the Source Spirit Beast." "What does it matter what it is? With so many of us, we shouldn't be afraid of it. Let us go, brothers." The bravest among them began striding towards the enchanted forest, while only a few appeared unsettled and engaged in discussions with their teammates. Upon hearing the name again, Yilingming's body shuddered as her suspicions solidified. At that moment, Yiling Tian spoke up. "From what I understand, this source is related to the legendary demon clan. As for the source of magic, I believe it is a type of replica or split entity. In any case, it is exceedingly dangerous, and we must exercise caution." The crowd nodded in agreement, though Yingfeng still looked somewhat perplexed. Isn't the demon clan defeated by humans, nearly extinguished? Why would the assessment involve such a creature? Because the demon clan has not been truly vanquished. In fact, both we humans and the spirit beast tribe face the risk of extinction. The group was taken aback, and Yilingming continued, aware that some matters could not be disclosed and thus altered her phrasing. "I came across this in an ancient book. In truth, we humans did not defeat the demon clan. We merely sealed away their strongest members. Those we have slain are inconsequential to the demon clan. If those powerful demons were to break free from their seals, they could swiftly assemble a formidable army. And the key to this is the source." Everyone nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced by Yilingming's assertions. Why, Yiling Tian smiled approvingly, recognizing that Ming had indeed matured. Since Ming is the most knowledgeable about this, let us have her take the lead. Chapter 60. The core of the source. Yi Lingming was taken aback by this suggestion, but seeing Yi Lingtian's resolute gaze, she refrained from further protest. An and Zier naturally supported this decision, leaving only Yingfeng and Xiang Yang's opinions to be considered. After exchanging glances, both nodded in agreement. They were not foolish. The clear display of over 700 experience points above Yi Lingming's head indicated she had achieved something noteworthy. So, what shall we do next? With everyone in agreement for her to lead, Yi Lingming felt compelled to clarify her understanding. Well, let me share what I know. Have you all noticed that the voice initially referred to us as explorers? I had a hunch at the time, and through my observations, I have found that the spirit beasts here are all juvenile forms and exhibit significant aggression compared to normal. While they are indeed aggressive, they only operate within a defined range. If one avoids that area, even if they see you, they will not initiate an attack. Just like our designation as explorers, if we avoid combat and collect spiritual herbs and stones for experience, we can delve deeper and gain experience far exceeding that of continuous fighting. However, what perplexes me is why this enchanted forest is so anomalous, exhibiting behavior entirely contrary to what we encountered before. With the spirit beasts here being exceptionally friendly, as Yi Lingming spoke, An's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He could not comprehend why, having experienced these events alongside Yi Lingming, he had failed to notice them. Hey Munga, did you perhaps stumble upon the instruction manual for this world? Yi Lingming shot on a glare before continuing in a voice only a few could hear. Before you all arrived here, An and I had already ventured in for some exploration. What? You've already been inside? Indeed, and I have located the source of magic. What? Shall we go and slay it now? Yingfeng and Xiangyang mimicked a slashing motion across their necks. We can't kill it. We are no match for it. How can we not manage it with so many of us? Yingfeng appeared skeptical. Yi Lingtian is a mid-level mage, and both of us are at the pinnacle of our magical prowess. Even if it is a high-level mage, we should still be able to contend with it. Hearing this, Yi Lingming nodded in agreement. It's worth a try, but we must first observe. Upon her words, Yingfeng and Xiangyang began to approach the forest. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. No need to rush in. Let us observe from here. What can we observe from here? We should hurry before others beat us to it. Yi Lingming quickly pulled the two back. What do you think we saw when we first entered the enchanted forest? Wasn't he at the source of magic? That's why we need to move quickly to secure our advantage. Yi Lingming nodded. However, I also witnessed its attacks. By now, many students had ventured deep into the enchanted forest, and finding no apparent danger, they grew bolder. Until someone spotted a serene lake. Wow, what a beautiful body of water. Suddenly, piercing sounds erupted. Vines shot up from the lake's surface, lunging directly at the students. Caught off guard, those unaware of the danger failed to evade, their bodies pierced and disintegrating into light amid their terror. The source of magic re-emerged atop the lake, a vast diamond-shaped crystal. Witnessing this, many students hastily retreated towards the forest's edge. Yet, the stronger among them moved towards the source of magic in their coordinated efforts. They managed to sever the tentacles, gradually advancing toward the source. Wow, they're incredible. Yi Lingming and her companions marveled as they watched a small magical screen showcasing the scene. This screen was the result of the little griffin's magical skill. Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye is a powerful auxiliary spell that reveals distant scenes, making it an unparalleled choice for exploration and reconnaissance. Within the luminous screen, it was evident that some students had remarkably managed to evade the tendril assaults and dash towards the lake's edge. Stabilizing their bodies, they launched a counterattack, unleashing a barrage of magical skills upon the core of the magic source. At that moment, the tendrils of the magic source seemed to have exhausted their energy, not reappearing thereafter. These students, hailing from various main cities, were all paragons of excellence, exhibiting no fear even in the face of death, especially since true demise was not a possibility in this realm. They coordinated seamlessly, each playing their designated role, and in a brief span, they managed to suppress the magic source's core. Countless magical skills detonated upon it, enveloping the area in a thick haze. Witnessing this, Yingfeng could no longer remain idle. He feared that if he delayed any longer, the magic source would be vanquished by others, leaving him with nothing to claim. And of course, Yi Lingming was also observing intently. Although there were 6 individuals now, they paled in comparison to the prodigies from the main cities. Moreover, the name of the magic source was etched deeply in Yi Lingming's memory. recalling Yi Lingchen's earnest words. She felt compelled to regard the magic source with utmost seriousness. Thus, facing this entity known as the magic source core, she dared not exhibit even a modicum of carelessness. After all, the magic source had once inflicted catastrophic blows upon the continent, fundamentally altering its landscape. Seeing Yi Lingming's demeanor, Ying Feng could only nod in agreement. The previously anxious crowd, upon hearing her words, resumed their focus on the luminous screen. As the potency of the magical skills subsided and the mist dispersed, the figure of the magic source core was revealed once more. However, when the crowd beheld the magic source core, disbelief swept over their faces. The crystalline magic source core was not only unscathed but appeared even more resplendent. Were their attacks ineffective? In an instant, nearly 100 students surrounding the magic source core stood in stunned silence. At that moment, the magic source core began to stir, and the diamond-shaped core split open from the center, fragmenting into numerous smaller crystalline pieces. This revealed its true core, a black-purple sphere, translucent and entwined with flickering bolts of electricity. These smaller crystalline fragments reassembled, elevating the core high. The reformed magic source core no longer resembled a mere stone, but rather pulsated like a heart. Its form now resembled a tower, with the luminous sphere atop it resembling a giant's singular eye. The crowd was perplexed. Why would the magic source core expose its weakness? Before they could ponder further, the magic source core sprang into action. Magical energy surged around it, countless magical runes materializing, intertwining like swimming dragons upon the colossal core. With violent magical fluctuations, a multitude of attacks erupted from the core. In an instant, explosions rang out, flames erupting. Chapter 61. The students at the shore braced themselves defensively, yet regardless of their cultivation levels, they were all sent sprawling by the overwhelming force of the attacks. Shock was etched on their faces. The sheer might of the magic source core was astounding, but even more astonishing was its magical prowess. As many students were pushed back, they instinctively shielded themselves, while a trio of girls formed a protective barrier for their teammate. Sister Yu, the magic attack it just used against me was identical to mine. This is my exclusive magic. Exclusive magic, as the name implies, is typically a form of magic cultivated solely by individuals or families. The situation before him was evidently beyond his comprehension. The girl referred to as Yu also bore an expression of astonishment. Me too. It is worth noting that Yu was a high-ranking sorceress and the eldest daughter of a prominent family, and the skill that had just assailed her was indeed her family's unique magical technique, which was utterly astonishing. Yet, after a brief moment, Yu's expression returned to normal, and she adjusted her grip on her staff, striding back towards the shore. Be mindful of your words in the future. Any further errors, and you need not accompany me. Yes, Sister Yu, the other two replied, their heads bowed, appearing as if they had committed a grave mistake. Yu advanced deliberately, her staff accumulating magical energy. Upon closer inspection, her staff bore a slight resemblance to Z'Air's. Unlike Z'Air's violet hue, this staff was a deep ocean blue, composed of transparent crystal, with its top curving like a crescent moon. A droplet-shaped gem suspended within it. As her magical energy reached its zenith, Yu raised her staff. Exclusive magic of a high-ranking sorceress. Azure impact. With that, a magical star array materialized, unleashing waves of water that surged towards the magic source core. Concurrently, multiple magical skills were hurled in this direction. Several spells soon collided, the waves generated by Azure impact swiftly engulfing these spells. Once consumed by the waves, those spells were utterly obliterated, and the waves, having absorbed them, seemed to grow even more powerful. Soon, successive waves crashed upon the magic source core, and upon contact, they detonated, forcing the core to tilt backward slightly. The splintering droplets of water sliced through the core like blades, producing a cacophony of clashing sounds that echoed throughout the magical forest. However, those droplets that aimed for the core disintegrated into mist upon contact, indicating that this attack had not inflicted any substantive damage. As Yu's magical skill concluded, a massive magical star array arose around the magic source core once more. As the formation solidified, enormous waves emerged, crashing down upon Yu. Observing this, her two companions rushed forward to shield her. Stay back. I will handle this. The two paused, but fervently channeled their magical energy. The their mental fortitude firmly locking onto Yuer. Should they sense any disturbance, they would instantly interpose themselves before her. Yuer gazed up at the waves rushing towards her and the magic source core beyond. Raising her staff once more, exclusive magic of a high-ranking sorceress, Aqua Shield, a light blue sphere, akin to a magical barrier, enveloped Yuer. As the surging waves met the barrier, it bulged outward, cleaving the waves as if they were a blade. Yuer waved her staff again, and the barrier seemed to spring to life, soaring into the air. Expand. The shield rapidly expanded, soon encompassing the entire lake's surface. Consolidate. Following this command, the barrier enveloped all magical skills within. Annihilate. As Yuer's voice faded, the previously chaotic and noisy lake fell eerily silent. All magical skills were extinguished. The sheer might of a single technique was indeed terrifying. Through this trial, Yuer began to comprehend that the magic source core was capable of replicating the magical skills that attacked it. If that were the case, then there was no need for magical techniques. Yuer strode once more towards the magic source core, her staff gradually morphing until it transformed into a long sword. The crystal blade, elongated and radiant, shimmered with blue luminescence, exuding holiness and brilliance. With a soft splash, 2 columns of water erupted around Yuer, akin to ropes. These were her 2 companions, knowing they could not change Yu's decision, and thus chose to protect her. Yuer paid them no heed, sprinting directly towards the magic source core. The tendrils that had previously assaulted the group now served as steps for Yuer to ascend. She raced forward, the tendrils jutting from the ground appearing as flat terrain to her. Soon, she reached the side of the magic source core, the tendrils only connecting beneath it, while the core hovered above. At that moment, Yuer regretted not having learned the art of flight sooner. After a brief contemplation, she plunged her sword into one of the crystalline fragments of the magic source core. To her astonishment, the core, which had withstood countless magical attacks, was pierced by her sword. Yuer leaped, landing atop the sword, pressing down with force to gain momentum, propelling herself upward. She successfully reached the same height as the core of the magic source. Reaching back, she grasped her sword once more, but her body was already beginning to descend. She had but one opportunity. Without hesitation, Yuer swung her sword. Boom! The core, sensing peril, expanded suddenly, the black-purple sphere swelling like a bubble, propelling Yuer's body outward. Despite this, the magic source core was left with a long gash. The entire core began to tremble violently, and the crystalline fragments below shot upward, forming a massive long sword that bore resemblance to Yuer's blade. Yuer's heart soared with joy. There was still hope. Channeling her magical energy into the blade, she unleashed a crescent wave of light aimed directly at the core of the magic source. In the midst of her attack, Yuer found herself unanchored and began to plunge downward, while her 2 companions swiftly maneuvered the water columns. The massive sword that had intended to strike Yuer quickly altered its trajectory to intercept her attack. At that moment, the giant sword had lost its prime opportunity to assault Yuer. By the time it swung towards her, it merely severed the 2 water columns connected to her. Yuer fell straight down, eyes fixed on the lake's surface below. Her companions did not maintain their water columns, rushing swiftly towards the lake. The crowd on the shore erupted in admiration, for she was the first to injure the magic source core. Just then, the giant sword began to disintegrate. Not good. Chapter 62. The black radiance Yi Lingming and her companions had already reached the lakeshore, and Yuer's prowess had earned their utmost respect. As Yuer descended from the sky, Yi Lingming wasted no time and dashed forward, for she knew that Yuer had just inflicted damage upon the magic source core, setting a commendable precedent. To forsake her in this moment would be akin to adding insult to injury. Magic Light Shield. With remarkable agility, On swiftly deployed the magic light shield just as Yi Lingming and her companion were about to plunge into the water. Yi Lingming, cradling Yuer, landed securely atop the shield, gliding across the lake's surface upon leaves. That moment, Yuer, feeling utterly numb, was not in mortal peril despite her status as a high-level mage. Her lack of response stemmed from a desire to sustain some injury, thus providing a pretext to dismiss her two ineffectual guards, granting her the freedom to pursue her whims without the constraints of their oversight or the fear of being reported. Just as her scheme appeared to be nearing fruition, an unexpected figure emerged, catching her with steady assurance. Who is this person? Why do they wish to save me? How can I now rid myself of these two? No. How dare he embrace me, a princess? A surge of wrath surged through Yue, gripping the hilt of her sword, poised to strike at Yi Lingming's neck. Yet before she could resolve her vendetta, she felt the world spin, and she found herself standing firmly on solid ground. Apologies, my classmate. The urgency of the situation led to my offense. Please forgive me. At that moment, Yue's two guards rushed over, their expressions grim, for they bore the weight of responsibility for her peril. The two intermediate mages felt shame. Realizing they had failed to react as swiftly as a mere apprentice, Sister Yue, he did save you. Should we not extend our gratitude? Yue pouted and stomped her foot, still incensed over her foiled scheme. Grateful to him? Who needs his help? Her words, however, were interpreted differently by the two women, who believed Yue was blaming them for their lack of protection. They quickly lowered their heads in contrition. Forgive us? It is our dereliction. Please punish us, dear sister. Hemph, how tiresome. Always adhering to rules and regulations, I refuse to play any longer. We shall leave. No, that cannot be. The more Yue contemplated, the more vexed she became. Having been taken advantage of, she could not simply depart. She must remain to witness how this fellow would ultimately meet his demise. Furthermore, she intended to scrutinize him, discerning whether his prior words bore truth, if he were a virtuous individual. She would let it be, however, if he were a villain. She would ensure he met a gruesome end in her home. Even her father would prepare gifts before embracing her, yet today, she had been caught in the arms of a bumbling fool, which only fueled her ire as she stomped her feet in frustration. Meanwhile, after safely escorting Yue ashore, Yi Lingming hurried towards Yi Lingtian and the others. Meng Gu brother. Ming, Yi Lingtian's expression was somewhat displeased. Under normal circumstances, she would have already expressed her concern, but considering the crowd nearby, she refrained from slapping Yi Lingming across the face. You must not act so recklessly again. Understood, however, upon noticing the equally worried Zier behind Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingming felt a pang of concern. Zier, I have caused you worry. Zier merely nodded in silence. It was then that the core of the magic source body began to exhibit erratic behavior. The crystals that had originally guarded its core shattered explosively, transforming into countless specks of light that surged into the core. The fissure created by Yue's strike rapidly mended, and as the light continued to pour in, the surrounding purple mist thickened. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone felt their hearts tremble as if a colossal stone pressed against their chests. The discontent and fury within them amplified immeasurably. Fortunately, the assembly comprised mostly young children, inexperienced in the trials of life. Had there been individuals accustomed to adversity, they might have succumbed to despair. Subsequently, a plume of black mist emanated from the core of the magic source body. Swiftly expanding outward, the agitated students, enveloped by this dark fog, appeared to be soothed, gradually falling into silence. This scene struck Yi Lingming as familiar, yet she could not immediately recall the source. Fortunately, her mental acuity was formidable. And with the words of Yi Lingtian echoing in her mind, she suddenly realized, isn't this merely a simplified version of demonic transformation? This is bad. Run! Yi Lingming shouted urgently, calling for everyone to retreat. Without a moment to spare, she rushed to Yi Lingtian, shaking her fervently while exclaiming, Sister Tiantian, Sister Tanon, wake up, soon. Yi Lingtian jolted awake, shaking her head vigorously. What just happened? As Yi Lingming ran towards Zier, she explained hastily. No time for details. Quickly awaken your classmates. We must leave this place. Observing this, Yi Lingtian ceased her inquiries and swiftly approached Ding Feng and Xiang Yang. Grasping one head in each hand, one must wonder. How many sounds would arise from two heads colliding? Bang! Ouch! That hurt. Why did I suddenly zone out? As Yi Lingming approached Zier, she noticed On, who had begun to drool, and promptly kicked him away. On, now sprawled on the ground, awoke, cradling his head and mumbling to himself. Huh? Why did I just fall asleep? Ouch! Why does my backside hurt so much? Hurry and run, you fool! Yi Lingming's voice rang out urgently. At that moment, she was consumed by anxiety. Having not anticipated that Zier would suffer an unexpected fate, Zier trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, as if enduring immense agony. Zier, what is wrong? Zier, please wake up. Just then, Yi Lingtian and the others rushed over. What has happened to Zier? Yi Lingming shook her head. I don't know. It seems serious. She hasn't woken up. Yi Lingtian glanced at the encroaching black mist and declared, there is no time. I will carry Zier. You all must flee. Before Yi Lingming could respond, Yi Lingtian had already lifted Zier onto her back. At that moment, the black mist had enveloped the entire lake and began to spread into the forest. Yi Lingming had no choice but to retreat. By chance, she spotted Yuer, still frozen in place. A high-level mage cannot awaken? Yi Lingming gasped in disbelief, realizing that if she had not awakened, all the students here would have been consumed by the black mist. Oh dear, while I was just trying to save someone, I inadvertently offended her. I suppose I shall have to make amends. Yi Lingming swiftly made her way towards Yuer and her companions. Yet, she found herself at a loss. Previously, she had either kicked or shaken her classmates awake. But now, confronted with Yuer, she was uncertain of how to proceed. Classmate, wake up! Classmate, wake up! After several unsuccessful attempts, seeing the black mist rapidly advance, Yi Lingming could no longer hesitate. She reached out her hands toward Yuer. Just then, a panicked voice broke through. What do you intend to do? Chapter 63. Demonic Transformation. It's over. Yi Lingming's outstretched hands froze mid-air, creating an awkward atmosphere. Dear sister, may I beg for a chance to explain? Yi Lingming forced a smile, striving to appear harmless. Go to hell. Yuer was not swayed by such pleasantries. In a fit of rage, she raised her staff and swung it at Yi Lingming. With a whoosh, Yi Lingming was sent flying as she soared through the air. She felt as though her entire body were disintegrating, only coming to a halt upon crashing into a large tree. After a brief moment of recovery, she groaned and struggled to rise, clutching her abdomen. This woman is ruthless. I nearly faced obliteration. Thankfully, she wasn't wielding a blade. I shall never again play the role of the Good Samaritan. Yi Lingming began to channel her magical energy, casting a healing spell upon herself to regain her strength. After a brief recovery, her gaze fell upon the students on the shore, who were on the verge of being engulfed by the black mist. And her heart sank. She had a grim suspicion of what would occur should they be consumed by this fog. Demonic transformation. Even if true demonic transformation did not occur in this realm, it would undoubtedly leave an indelible psychological scar on these children, who were merely a few years old. Why can I never stand to see others suffer? She sighed, resolving to perform one final act of kindness. Yi Lingming looked in the direction where Yi Lingtian and the others had fled, and finding their figures vanished, she felt a sense of relief. Then let me take a gamble. Yi Lingming retrieved her magical space stone. Come forth, little spirit ball. With a flash of tender green light, the small spirit ball, resembling a chubby puppy, appeared by Yi Lingming's side. Go, awaken everyone. Okay, master. The little spirit ball approached a student and nudged him. Moshi Moshi. Witnessing this scene, Yi Lingming felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead. No, little spirit ball, that's not how you call them. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Yi Lingming moved like a specter, swiftly traversing the shore, delivering punches and kicks to the entranced students. The little spirit ball, mimicking her actions, displayed astonishing speed for its diminutive size, leaping and landing blows with remarkable agility. Hee-ha, hee-ha. In an instant, the little spirit ball's speed in awakening others surpassed even Yi Lingming's. However, even with this efficiency, Yi Lingming could not awaken all the students before the black mist engulfed them. It seemed she had no choice but to risk everything. Come, little spirit ball, let us practice our target shooting. Yi Lingming swiftly retrieved a collection of purification potions from her magical space stone. The purpose of these potions was to dispel negative states, but Yi Lingming was uncertain whether they could counteract the control of the magic source body. No time to ponder. It's a do-or-die situation. Yi Lingming hurled the bottles of purification potions into the air, scattering them as widely as possible. Little spirit ball, flower blade. Similar to the flying leaf blade, the little spirit ball's flower blade boasted greater damage and swifter speed. Aside from the flower blade, when Yi Lingming attained the rank of an elite mage, Xiao Lingqiu also newly comprehended several magical skills such as toxic sap, explosive seeds, petal dance, and enhanced shield. However, Yi Lingming found it perplexing that after being sealed once more, her magical abilities did not vanish. Upon receiving the command, a flurry of pink petals scattered forth. The petals, swirling around Xiao Lingqiu like arrows under her control, flew out with precision, striking every vial of evolution potion. Successfully hitting all the purification potions, Xiao Lingqiu had barely used half of her petals. This was the remarkable advantage over the flying leaf blade. The leaves summoned by the flying leaf blade had to be released all at once, while petals could accumulate and be deployed one by one. The bursting potions rained down upon the students below, and one could see luminous blue four-pointed stars emerging from their bodies. Soon, the students began to awaken one after another. It worked. Witnessing this, Yi Lingming was filled with immense joy. A feeling beyond description welled up within her. In that moment, she seemed to grasp the true essence of cultivation. This revelation did not go unnoticed by Yuer, who began to reassess her opinion of Yi Lingming. It appeared that this individual was not entirely malevolent. Perhaps she could spare him for now. Yet, Yi Lingming soon realized that only the intermediate mages had awakened, while the lower-tier mages showed no signs of revival. This, even with external assistance, if one's own strength is insufficient, awakening remains a challenge. With 300 to 400 individuals gathered by the shore, the number of intermediate mages was less than 1/10. It seemed her efforts had not been sufficiently grand. Yi Lingming focused her mental energy toward the magical space stone, locating the storage of magical scrolls, and quickly found the one emanating flames. Since that was the case, she resolved to create a significant commotion today. Prior to this, Yi Lingming had taken the time to study the scroll, which contained the most common fire attribute magic, nothing particularly special. Merely an explosion. The higher the level, the greater the power. The 9th-tier explosive magic scroll had even forced its way into the forbidden spell category due to its astonishing might. Yi Lingming possessed a 5th-tier scroll, yet its power was sufficient to rival the full-strength strike of an elite mage. Should this magic scroll be unleashed, she was certain at least half of the water in the lake would evaporate. "Menggu!" On exclaimed, finally noticing the situation around them, realizing that all the students on the shore had awakened. "Menggu, you are incredible. You managed to awaken them all?" Yi Lingming looked up and discovered that everyone had returned to normal and began to withdraw in an orderly manner. A sudden realization dawned upon her. She had been too caught up in her own heroism, only considering her own means of saving everyone without accounting for the efforts of the intermediate mages. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. Ultimately, aside from the few who had initially been shrouded in black mist, the rest successfully exited the forest. As the black mist spread, it gradually engulfed the entire magical forest, fortunately halting its advance once it had covered the area. Yi Lingming gazed upon the forest now shrouded in darkness, feeling a deep sense of lament. Silently, she directed her mental energy into the black mist. In the next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded in her mind. The originally benevolent spirits began to undergo a transformation. Their bodies twisted, their skin darkened, and their eyes glinted with malevolence. Not only did their physiques swell to several times their original size, but their power also surged significantly. Yet, it was evident from their hollow and sinister gazes that their consciousness had long been devoured by the black mist. Their bodies had become that of the demon race. Chapter 64. Pseudo-demon race. Although she had previously harbored suspicions and prepared herself mentally, witnessing this scene was still difficult to accept. The entire magical forest, filled with countless spirit beasts, had now entirely transformed into demons. Yi Lingming's unusual demeanor drew the attention of her companions, who then noticed her pale complexion and heavy breathing. Observing this, Zir quickly grasped Yi Lingming's arm. "What is wrong, brother?" Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Yi Lingming managed to respond with difficulty, "I am fine, just momentarily struggling to accept this reality." Seeing this, Yi Lingtian could not help but inquire, "What has happened?" Yi Lingming pointed toward the magical forest. "The spirit beasts have all been demonized into demons. The magical forest now resembles a purgatory." "What?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. They had naturally noticed the spirit beasts when they entered the magical forest, all of which were at least first tier, or mage level, with many at the second tier. Thankfully, they were kind spirits that did not attack humans. Otherwise, not only would they have failed to locate the source of the magic, but they might not have even been able to enter the forest. Now that they had all been demonized, defeating the source of the magic would be exceedingly difficult. "Menggu, why don't we just stay here for 3 days and then leave? After all, our few hundred experience points are a decent achievement." It was clear that defeating the so-called source of magic was no longer possible. and I certainly did not wish to become fodder for the demons." Hearing this, the others wore expressions of dismay, lowering their heads in resignation. Yi Lingming concurred with honest words. "Indeed, entering now would be tantamount to seeking death. Since we have come this far, I believe there must be a solution. Let us wait and see. If all else fails, we will depart." All right. With a newfound direction, the group found a place to sit down. After exchanging thoughts and understanding one another, they each commenced their cultivation. Remarkably, in this small world, their cultivation speed increased significantly. Gradually, everyone entered a state of focus. As Yi Lingming channeled her magical energy, she found that she did not need to actively draw it. The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge toward her, gradually transforming into magical power. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Lingming's consciousness began to drift into a fantastical state, akin to a vivid illusion or dream. Suddenly, she found herself on a vast battlefield, faintly perceiving myriad powerful entities engaged in fierce combat. Clearly divided into two factions, one comprised of demons and the other humans. The humans, adorned in splendid robes, emanated formidable auras. However, their predicament was dire. They continuously brandished their staffs, retreating while unleashing spells. Each powerful spell released was accompanied by the demise of numerous demons. Yet the demons seemed endless, relentlessly surging toward the human mages. Eventually, the humans transitioned from fighting back to outright fleeing. Fortunately, these human mages were strong. Even after a fierce battle, they swiftly distanced themselves from the demons. Just as it appeared the mages would safely withdraw, a black wave of energy shot out from behind the demons, instantaneously piercing through the bodies of the mages. Their forms froze in place. Yet the aura they emitted surged increasingly, as if drawn forth by the wave or some other force. Wisps of black energy began to drift away. "The mist has dispersed. Look, what is that?" a girl exclaimed. Breaking the silence, and the meditating group awoke in unison. Zier and the others had been forewarned by Yi Lingming, so they were somewhat prepared. However, the other students were not. They beheld the spirit beasts within the magical forest. All transformed into ghastly figures, their bodies now blackened and covered in dark purple demonic patterns, prowling through the forest with an insatiable hunger for flesh. Witnessing this, Yi Lingming could not help but inwardly marvel. Truly, this is the source of magic. Even a fragment of it possesses such power. It is unimaginable how our ancestors defeated the demons of their time. As the others beheld the spirit beasts turned demons within the magical forest. Fear washed over their faces, leaving them pale. Is this still the final exam? How could this possibly be passed? No, this is not an exam at all. This is murder. If I hadn't been roused by someone, I would have already perished by the lake. Complaints arose in a chorus. These were children merely around 7 years old, clearly ill-equipped to handle such trials. Yet, nothing is absolute. While others lamented, several figures charged directly into the forest. With a swift motion, one girl severed a demonized spirit beast, reducing it to light. However, upon hearing the commotion, all the demonized spirit beasts converged upon her, forcing her to retreat. For reasons unknown, the demonized spirit beasts ceased their pursuit upon reaching the edge of the magical forest. This Yuer is quite formidable. She seems to be an advanced mage despite her young age, Yi Lingtian remarked slowly, observing Yuer's impressive display. Uninterjected. If even an advanced mage was forced back, wouldn't we be courting death by entering? Perhaps we should just remain here. Noting Anna's burgeoning reluctance, Yi Lingming replied with exasperation, "Dying in this space does not equate to true death. If we allow such fears to deter us, what great achievements can we hope for in the future?" Throughout her cultivation, Yi Lingming had come to realize that this was indeed a trial of courage, intertwined with a lesson aimed at allowing these students to comprehend the essence of the demon race. Since it was an assessment, they ought to confront the challenges head-on. You saw how Yuer gained so much experience from defeating that demonized spirit beast. Only then did the group notice that the number above Yuer's head had shifted from over 900 to 3 digits. A single defeat had yielded nearly 100 experience points. Yi Lingming nodded. Perhaps these pseudo-demon clans are the true rewards. Pseudo-demon clans? Indeed. Yi Lingming continued, they cannot be considered genuine demons. This entity merely obliterated their consciousness and demonized them. However, they have not developed the bloodthirsty and savage instincts typical of true demons. They simply act on instinct. Therefore, we must hasten, or we shall miss out on the experience. Chapter 65. The hunt begins. We dispersed, each confronting a pseudo-demon clan, striking with lethal precision and retreating immediately. Under Yi Lingming's leadership, we cautiously approached the magical forest. The pseudo-demons that had previously besieged Yuer had already dispersed, leaving only a dozen lingering at the edges. Prepare, go. With Yi Lingming's command, everyone erupted into action, and in an instant, magical energy surged forth, illuminating the magical star formations. Little spirit ball, little grass ball, flower blade, flying leaf blade. Yi Lingming and Yi Lingtian almost simultaneously called out their spells. Countless petals and leaves, sharp as blades, began to dance, targeting two pseudo-demon clans. Following them was On, who, haunted by the memory of being whipped by the Grand Mage, seized that moment to comprehend a new offensive magic. Truly a case of fortune arising from misfortune. Ruthless Whip. A magic star formation the size of a watermelon appeared in An's hands. He reached into it as if drawing a sword, extracting a massive vine whip. Gripping it with both hands, he swung it forcefully at the pseudo-demon clan. Boom! Before the light could even dissipate, the numbers above An's head began to rise dramatically. Yingfeng and Xiangyang, lacking magical skills, opted to tackle two relatively weaker pseudo-demons, employing magic light balls and star magic, achieving commendable results with successful kills. Yet, the most astonishing performance came from Zier. She gently raised her staff, and a purple aura wafted forth. Annihilation! That purple aura silently reached a pseudo-demon, which, from its appearance, was evidently transformed from a formidable spirit tiger. Though merely a juvenile, its strength post-demonization could rival that of the adorable tiger Yi Lingming had encountered previously. As the onlookers worried that Zier's choice of such a powerful target might pose a danger, the spirit tiger simply dissipated before their astonished eyes. This is incredibly powerful. Upon seeing everyone succeed, Yi Lingming immediately issued a command. Retreat. Hearing her words, everyone swiftly cast defensive spells and retreated. The pseudo-demons, alerted by the commotion, quickly gathered but found nothing amiss before dispersing once more. Once outside the forest, the faces of Yi Lingming and the others were alight with excitement. For most of them, this was their first kill of a demon clan, and each had gained over 100 experience points. The most jubilant were Yingfeng and Xiangyang, whose experience points had doubled from this encounter. Yi Lingming refrained from elaborating, her gaze sharpening as she issued another command. Continue inwards, seek out more targets. At her words, everyone once again fell into formation, this time with less trepidation and more resolve. Soon, each individual found their target, awaiting Yi Lingming's signal. Attack! Before Yi Lingming's words had fully left her lips, everyone surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Star magic, magic light ball, ruthless whip, annihilation. Yi Lingtian and Yi Lingming hardly needed to act. A mere thought was enough to conjure the little spirit ball and little grass ball. Flying leaf blade, flower blade, puff, puff, puff. These mindless pseudo-demons offered no defense, not even making a move to evade, rendering them no different from stationary targets. Retreat. Yi Lingming's voice rang out. Upon hearing her command, everyone swiftly withdrew. Quickly exiting the magical forest, Dream Brother, this feeling is truly exhilarating. Stay alert. Don't let pride cloud your judgment. Our ultimate goal is the core. You mustn't perish here. Oh, understood. On composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. Yi Lingming, during the briefing, Grand Mage Degisi hinted more than once that this is not merely an assessment. Just before we entered, he emphasized that experience could be exchanged for items, indicating the significance of these experience points. Thus, we must collect as much as we can before others catch on. Next, we must be quieter. We want to retreat so far this time. All right, we'll follow your lead. Yingfeng and Xiangyang felt that joining this temporary team was the best decision of their lives. When they chose Yi Lingming as their captain, they had resigned themselves to mediocrity, doubting that this younger leader could guide them to notable achievements. Now, however, their perspectives had undergone a remarkable transformation. Let us not spread out too far. Everyone stay within my mental range and act according to my thoughts. Onward. Yi Lingming and her companions, under the astonished gazes of others, re-entered the magical forest. Those left behind had yet to recover from the significant shift. While only the geniuses from the main city showed slight reactions. We've all been deceived, a young man shouted. These demon clans appear intimidating but lack substantial combat prowess. Otherwise, we would never have been able to defeat them, let alone complete the assessment. Furthermore, of the preceding individuals, only one is a mid-level mage, and two others haven't even reached that level in such a team. It's astonishing that someone has nearly accumulated 1,000 experience points. After hearing the young man's analysis, many nodded in agreement, and some of the bolder individuals, emboldened by the assessment, charged into the forest. Once the first person took the plunge, the second and third followed, until those who had hesitated finally entered the magical forest. Meanwhile, Yi Lingming was harvesting scattered pseudo-demons at the forest's periphery and sensed when others entered the magical forest. Truly, the geniuses from the main city overcame their fears in such a short time. It appears we must hasten. Yi Lingming conveyed a thought to the group. Some have entered to compete for experience. We need to accelerate our efforts. Now, we will delve deeper, moving silently to locate our targets and conceal ourselves until I give the signal for a unified assault. Understood. A thought resonated from Yi Lingtian, surprising Yi Lingming. Despite their proximity, transmitting thoughts over such distances required at least peak mental strength of a mid-level mage. Could it be that Sister Tiantian has broken through? This place truly seems to be remarkable. At that moment, Yi Lingming sensed that everyone had located their targets. Go, bang, bang, bang. With the flickering of magical skills, several more pseudo-demon clans transformed into experience points. This operation swiftly led the group to eradicate 8 waves of pseudo-demon clans, with Yi Lingming's experience soaring to 1,500, while the others had at least 900. At this juncture, it appeared that due to the excessive consumption of magical energy or the increased strength of the pseudo-demons deeper within, everyone struggled to achieve one-hit kills. During the 8th wave, Yi Lingtian and Ying Feng failed to secure a swift kill, prompting Yi Lingming to swiftly intervene with a flower blade, preventing a gathering of pseudo-demons. Everyone, gather around me. We will proceed together. Chapter 66. Silence. Upon receiving the message, the group quickly converged towards Yi Lingming. Once all were assembled, she began outlining the next phase of their plan. As we delve deeper, the number of pseudo-demons will increase significantly, and their strength will surpass that of those on the outskirts. We must exercise heightened caution. Before her words could fully settle, a series of thumping sounds echoed through the air. Yi Lingming quickly released her mental energy towards the source of the noise and, upon realizing the situation, felt a surge of frustration. Before her were 2 individuals fleeing in a panic, pursued by a horde of pseudo-demons, transformed from the same clan of spirit beasts. These individuals, having witnessed Yi Lingming and her companions slay pseudo-demons and gain substantial experience, had boldly entered the magical forest to challenge the pseudo-demons themselves. After cautiously eliminating a pseudo-demon, they discovered that these creatures posed less danger than anticipated, leading them to grow increasingly reckless. Consequently, they began to compete for pseudo-demons, with these 2 individuals rushing deeper into the forest, proclaiming that fortune favors the bold. Upon encountering this swarm of pseudo-demons, without a moment's hesitation, they charged in, only to find themselves on the run from the very creatures they sought to confront. Their escape route led them directly towards Yi Lingming and her companions. Yi Lingming hastily informed her group of the unfolding situation, and discontent was evident on everyone's faces, particularly on, who wore his feelings openly. Dream brother, we shouldn't save them. They show no gratitude and only bring us trouble. Yi Lingtian shook her head in resignation. There's no point in lamenting what has already transpired. We must focus on resolving the immediate problem. Should we flee quickly? Ying Feng and Xiang Yang, ever the pragmatists, recognized that with their current experience in the triple digits, as long as they survived, they would rank among the top in Unicity. If they were to perish, losing half their experience would be a significant setback. Yi Lingming pondered for a moment before speaking. Since we've come this far, why not take a bold approach? Dream brother, you are not contemplating taking on this group of pseudo-demons, are you? If they were not to retaliate like before, we might consider it. But now that they have been alerted, they are a force that strikes down anyone in their path. Yi Lingming smiled slightly upon hearing this. Do not worry, I will seal them shortly. You need only to reap the rewards. But remember, be swift. Before the others could react, Yi Lingming waved her hand, and a magical scroll fell into her grasp. She infused her magic into it. Magic scroll, bind. The scroll, activated by Yi Lingming, expanded rapidly as if awakening. sprouting tendrils that swiftly grew. The pseudo-demons, rushing in frantic flight, had no time to evade, colliding one after another with the vines, and upon contact, they felt as though struck by lightning, losing the ability to move. Subsequently, they were tightly bound by the tendrils. Quickly, end this swiftly, at Yi Lingming's command. Without waiting for others to respond, she charged forward. Little spirit ball, explosive seed. With a flurry of movements, the little spirit ball landed. A magical star array materializing, as a seed rapidly took root and sprouted in the center of the array, transforming into a towering entity resembling a man-eating flower. Bomb seeds, imbued with magical energy, shot forth from its mouth. The sound of violent explosions filled the air, and many of the relatively weaker pseudo-demons were instantly obliterated, while those stronger sustained varying degrees of injury. The prowess of the little spirit ball was truly formidable, living up to its status as a skill unlocked only at the level of a master mage. Not only was it a wide-area attack, but its damage was also exceedingly high. Yingfeng and Xiangyang had initially intended to take a more cautious approach until they witnessed Yi Lingming produce a superior magical scroll. It dawned on them that they were indeed clinging to a robust pillar of support. Concerns? With a superior magical scroll in play, what was there to fear? They both raised their staffs and unleashed a barrage of frantic attacks, swiftly dispatching numerous pseudo-demons. An, too, unleashed his merciless whip, matching Yingfeng and Xiangyang in prowess. At that moment, a stout pseudo-demon was roused from its stupor by the explosive sounds of magic, and upon seeing Yi Lingming and her companions, its eyes turned crimson with rage. It attempted to take action but found itself ensnared by the binding tendrils, letting out a fierce howl. The remaining pseudo-demons were awakened by this deafening roar, and they began to struggle violently, the tendrils snapping under the pressure. This is bad. We can't hold them much longer. Hurry! Yi Lingming immediately poured more magic into the vines, reinforcing the broken bindings. While everyone fought valiantly, Zier was gathering her magic, her hand gripping her staff trembling until she finally unleashed a magical technique. Silence! A flash of purple light surged forth. Buzz! The group felt a wave of disorientation wash over them, and the pseudo-demons, once frantically struggling against their bonds, fell eerily silent, only to dissolve into motes of light. The number above Zier's head soared to 5,000. This scene caused everyone to gasp in astonishment. Turning to gaze at Zier in the back, it wasn't that they resented her for claiming the experience, but rather they were astonished by her strength. With just a single strike, she had annihilated the majority of the remaining pseudo-demons. It was worth noting that Zier had only just awakened her magical powers. The first pseudo-demon to awaken was undoubtedly at the peak of the second tier, yet it had been dispatched in an instant. After releasing that attack, Zier slumped to the ground. Zier, are you all right? Yi Lingming hurried to support her. I'm fine, brother. At that moment, everyone gathered around. An could not contain his curiosity. Zier, what was that magical technique you just used? It was incredible. That is my inherent magical technique, named Silence. It is a group attack that requires considerable preparation time. My magic power is currently too low. That single strike drained all my energy. As Yi Lingming examines Zier's condition, he infused her with magic. Once assured she was not in serious danger, he fed her a few magical fruits, finally feeling relieved. Yi Lingming could not help but think that this little companion he had inadvertently gathered was truly sent by heaven to aid him. Had it not been for Zier, when Yi Lingming's magic was exhausted and the pseudo-demons broke free, they would undoubtedly have been torn apart by them. Looking at the now weakened Zier, Yi Lingming felt a pang of concern. The companion who should have been sheltered behind him had instead stood in front. It seemed he needed to become stronger quickly. Just then, the two students who had been chased by the pseudo-demons approached. Chapter 67. Dark Mage. Looking at Zier lying in Yi Lingming's arms, they instinctively felt guilty for their predicament. Thank you for your rescue. I am Cooley, and this is my brother Kusi. We are students from the First Junior Magic Academy of Elden City. May I ask who you are? Elden City? Upon hearing this name, Yi Lingming felt a sense of familiarity, though he could not quite recall where he had heard it before. We hail from the First Junior Magic Academy of Yunis City. There is no need for thanks. The pseudo-demons rushed to our hiding place, and we had no choice but to engage. Moreover, we have claimed all the experience for ourselves, so you need not feel guilty. Hearing Yi Lingming's words, the two assumed he was blaming them for leading the pseudo-demons their way, and they hurriedly apologized before departing. After they left, Yi Lingming sought another concealed spot for shelter. Everyone, Zier needs to recover. I can no longer lead you in gaining experience. However, you can continue to complete your assessment with Sister Tianyang. Upon hearing this, Yingfeng and Xiangyang quickly waved their hands. Yiling brother, don't be so formal. As a team, how can we abandon an injured teammate? Do not worry about us recovering. We will keep watch. Once you all regain your strength, we can discuss further matters. With that, they went off to stand guard. Yi Lingming shook his head in resignation, saying nothing further, allowing them to proceed. At that moment, he recalled where he had heard of Elden City. It bordered Yuna City and was also governed by the sacred Saint City. As for the name Elden City, he had heard it mentioned by Yi Lingchen during a magical temple exchange. It seemed there was indeed a chance to meet those two individuals again after leaving this place. With that thought, Yi Lingming began to earnestly recover his magic and adjust his state. Several hours later, Yi Lingming opened his eyes to find Yi Lingti and Alan had also fully recovered and were watching over them. Zier, too, opened her eyes, appearing to be nearly restored. Zier, how do you feel? Aside from a lingering sense of weakness, I am largely fine. Once Yi Lingming confirmed this repeatedly, he felt at ease and led Zier back to the others. At that moment, Yi Lingming noticed that the magical forest was bustling with activity, yet it was increasingly difficult to find any traces of the pseudo-demons. Yi Lingming was momentarily at a loss regarding the situation. Hearing Yi Lingming's query, Yingfeng and Xiangyang quickly explained. While you were recovering, several students with exceptional leadership skills appeared. They are said to be from the Imperial City. They have been leading students from various major cities, sweeping through and nearly clearing out all the pseudo-demons in the forest, except for those near the lake. I haven't even had a chance to showcase my abilities, and these fellows have already intercepted my efforts. Presently, the entire group had only Zier with relatively high experience, boasting 5,000, followed by Yi Lingti at over 2,000. Yi Lingming and An both had around 1,005. While Yingfeng and Xiangyang were just over 1,000. What a pity. Had it not been for the unexpected turn of events, I would have been confident in doubling those figures. But now it is too late to lament. You mentioned there are still some pseudo-demons around the lake. Why did they specifically leave those near the lake untouched? Yingfeng had gathered all this information while Yi Lingming was recovering, aiming to provide him with first-hand intelligence. Because those pseudo-demons located around the lake are not only of a higher level, but they also have someone coordinating their actions. Initially, they even pretended to be more sluggish than the pseudo-demons on the outskirts. And when those students approached, they suddenly erupted, taking down numerous students. Could it be that these pseudo-demons have begun to develop consciousness? Yingfeng shook his head. Not consciousness, but rather, there are dark mages. Dark mages? Only then did Yi Lingming recall that when the magic source entity released the black mist, it had first enveloped several individuals. Could it be them? Let us go take a look. Soon, the vast lake came into view. Yi Lingming and the others crouched on the small hillside they had previously visited with Aran, observing the situation by the lakeside from above. At that moment, a circle of pseudo-demons surrounded the lake, with a group of students standing somewhat distanced, daring not to approach recklessly while searching for any weaknesses among the pseudo-demons. Above the lake, the magic source entity remained suspended steadily. However, unlike before, the magic source entity was now entirely transparent, no longer shrouded in black mist, but rather resembling a massive crystal. It seemed the magic source entity would not be releasing the magical black mist in the near future. Currently, they only needed to deal with the pseudo-demons on the shore and the few dark mages. At that moment, Yi Lingming suddenly had a question. Do you think these dark mages are still the original students? If their consciousness were to be obliterated by the dark mist, what manner of existence would they embody now? If they were indeed erased, yet their bodies remain, where has their original consciousness vanished? The others had not pondered such myriad questions. Yi Lingtian remarked, isn't it sufficient to leave one final question? Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. It must be Sister Tian. Her words awakened those lost in slumber. So, what shall we do now? Shall we charge directly in? At this moment, An was already eager to try, wishing to test the effects of merciless whipping on a sorcerer. If you're capable, then go ahead. No one is stopping you, Yi Lingming replied with a mischievous grin, spreading her hands. Menggu, I was merely jesting. I shall follow your lead. On laughed sheepishly. Yi Lingming ceased her teasing and spoke seriously. Previously, Ing Feng noted that even the talented students from the imperial capital and major cities returned in utter defeat. Given our current strength, a direct assault is utterly impossible. The group sighed in unison, uncertain of what to do next. Wait, why not have Zier attempt that magical technique once more? On suddenly clapped his hands, as the earlier display by Zier had left a profound impression on him. No way, Yi Lingming immediately countered. The side effects are too severe. Given Zier's current magical power and physical resilience, she is ill-suited to unleash such a potent spell. Reflecting on Zier's previously frail state. Unrealized, I apologize, Zier. In my moment of excitement, I only remembered the might of your spell, neglecting its repercussions. Chapter 68. The critical strike gun. Zier shook her head. It's nothing. Indeed, this magical technique is powerful. And I was also astonished by its strength. However, I cannot unleash it again today. With my current abilities, I can only execute it once a day. Exactly. As a man, you must first consider how to resolve issues on your own. Rather than relying on others, especially a girl, Yi Lingtian admonished earnestly. Chastened, nodded and stepped aside to digest her words. All right, Sister Tiantian, let us not cause on to fall into despair. This distance reminds me of a skill. If I can succeed, I could annihilate them all by myself. Upon hearing Yi Lingming's assertion, Ing Feng and Xiang Yang rushed over. As expected of Brother Ming, you've already devised a solution in such a short time. What skill are you referring to? Can you teach us? Yi Lingming smiled and nodded. Of course, I cannot guarantee success, but I will demonstrate first. What you learn will depend on you. All right, senior brothers, with Sister Tiantian here. Who would dare bully me? Anyone who tries would surely face her wrath. They laughed. Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow, sensing the shift in atmosphere, prompting Yi Lingming to quickly change the subject. All right, I'm about to begin. Upon hearing this, the group quieted down, attentively watching Yi Lingming. He held his staff delicately, contemplating. Previously, when I was attacked by the fire dragon conjured by our academy's teachers, I conceived this idea in its near-death state. The fire dragon, summoning its dwindling magical energy and willpower, launched a final strike against me. This seemingly ordinary blow nearly obliterated me. Yet, it inspired me if, in my prime, I could condense my gathered magical and mental energy and release it through my staff. This strike would not only cover a great distance but also possess explosive damage. With that, Yi Lingming raised his staff, focusing on a pseudo-demon below. First, at such a distance, he needed a tool to amplify his mental power for precise targeting. Next, he required a tremendous force to project the compressed magical energy. However, attacking in this form with a staff might yield less potency than star magic. Thus, a transformation of the staff was necessary. Under Yi Lingming's control, the staff transformed, the tip gradually narrowing until it became a hollow cylinder. To facilitate aiming, a shorter cylinder emerged atop the main one, allowing him to view far-off scenes through it. To enable firing, a switch appeared beneath the cylinder. A mere flick of a finger would suffice to launch. Lastly, considering comfort, as this magical technique demanded stealth and lethality, he would need to lie prone on the ground. Thus, Yi Lingming's magical space stone had taken on a third form, aside from the staff and the seven-colored diamond sword. Do not be astonished. This is my companion staff, and I can alter its form through my mental power. Initially, Ing Feng and Xiang Yang had questioned Yi Lingming's capabilities, but upon hearing companion staff, everything became clear. This form maximizes the release of the magic techniques I create. Ing Feng and Xiang Yang gazed in awe at the novel creation. By the way, Brother Ming, what shall we call this? Yi Lingming looked at the object fashioned from the magical space stone, excitement bubbling within him. It has no name yet, Dream. Since you created it, why not name it yourself? Yi Lingtian suggested, feeling gratified that this once timid boy could now stand on his own. Hearing this, Yi Lingming nodded. Weapons are categorized into swords, spears, staves, axes, halberds, hooks, and forks. This weapon shall be crowned the king of weapons. Name the critical strike gun? What an excellent name! Ing Feng and Xiang Yang chimed in. With everyone's gaze upon him, Yi Lingming lay down, positioning the gun on the grass. Once ready, he began to compress his magical and mental energy, infusing it into the weapon, then aimed at the head of a pseudo-demon. Bang! A golden ray shot forth, accompanied by a crisp sound. The pseudo-demon exploded, scattering into countless specks of light. Yi Lingming's experience points surged to 2,600. Incredible! The power of the critical strike gun left everyone stunned. At this moment, Yi Lingming was nearly a kilometer away from the pseudo-demon. For the others, even reaching such a distance with their mental energy was a challenge. Yet Yi Lingming achieved the kill from that range. However, the astonishment did not end there. After vanquishing one pseudo-demon, Yi Lingming continued to aim, bang bang bang. As beams of light shot forth, several more pseudo-demons disintegrated into radiance. It can fire continuously? The crowd's astonishment deepened. Seeing the success of his experiment, Yi Lingming no longer held back, unleashing a barrage of shots as the number of pseudo-demons by the lakeside dwindled rapidly. Meanwhile, his experience points climbed swiftly: 2007, 2008, 3000, 3005, 4000, 5000. Wow, Minggu, you've surpassed 5000. Ultimately, just as Yi Lingming was about to reach 6,000, he stowed the critical strike gun. Sitting cross-legged to recover his magical energy, this series of outputs had nearly exhausted him. For ordinary sorcerers, running out of magical energy could be daunting and even damaging. Yet for Yi Lingming, he relished the sensation of depleting and then restoring his energy, feeling a refreshing clarity with every recovery, and during the process, his cultivation progressed faster than normal training. Simultaneously, within the magical screen of the imperial capital, Yi Lingming's figure reappeared. The spectators beheld him meditating with closed eyes, surrounded by his companions who stood guard. How could this be? It wasn't that the people of the imperial capital were disbelieving. After all, the original first place was known for clearing the magical forest. Chapter 69. Counterattack. Even if the people found it hard to accept, the truth remained. The magical screen is infallible, and above Yi Lingming's head, it displayed a dazzling 5,869. Oh, how intriguing! An elder watching the screen nodded. Tio surpassed those few. This child is extraordinary. Find out which main city he hails from. After a moment of hesitation, he finally voiced his doubt. Should we offer a special recruitment? Director? The elder hesitated as well. He had indeed considered this, but this was the final examination of the Junior Magic Academy. Typically, special recruitments for advanced magic academies occur during assessments at intermediate magic academies. Although Yi Lingming's rise to first place astonished many, his age was still too young, and his abilities had not fully matured. The elder was reluctant to squander a special recruitment opportunity on him. Let us observe for now. Understood. With that, the youth swiftly departed, his form vanishing in an instant. This scenario was not unique to this elder. Soon after, several others left in succession. Meanwhile, in Unicity, chaos erupted. Degus, you've stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. No way, you must share one. Indeed, you cannot hoard two companion staff users. Although the people of the imperial capital had not witnessed Yi Lingming's staff transforming into a gun, those in Unicity had seen it clearly. Yi Lingming had taken the top spot, thus his figure remained on the magical screen of Unicity. This turned the spotlight back on him, igniting fierce competition among the various magical guilds. Degus had not anticipated that Yi Lingming's talent surpassed even Zier's, and he too possessed a companion staff. This situation has escalated beyond the realm of rational debate, and Degusi has resorted to blatant disregard. They are my academy students, and no one can take them from me. If you wanted them, why did you not act sooner? Now that you do, it is too late. Degusi, you despicable person. I never imagined you would reveal such a face. The other headmasters were equally taken aback by Degusi's demeanor and began to voice their outrage. Our academy has already enrolled them. We could never relinquish them to you. Degusi, you must understand that they are still undergoing assessments and, strictly speaking, do not yet belong to your academy. Zhaiyun, your words are misguided. They passed the assessment long ago when their experience exceeded 1,000. Once they have passed, they are considered part of our academy. Moreover, they encountered members of our academy during the assessment, indicating their destined connection with us. Ha ha ha. Degusi's insistence stemmed not only from Yi Lingming's exceptional talent, but also from the fact that he is the grandson of the Lord. Because of this, it is inconceivable that Yi Lingming would be surrendered. Meanwhile, standing in the center of the Grand Hall, Yi Lingchen revealed a hint of concern. He had underestimated Minger's talent. In such a short span of time, she had discerned the differences in the magical spatial stone. not only transforming conventional sword and staff forms, but also creating a spear form herself. It seems that her growth must be accelerated. Within the inn space, Yi Lingming opened her eyes to find Zier seated before her, her violet eyes blinking curiously. Upon seeing Yi Lingming awake, Zier hurriedly turned her body away before casually glancing back. "Brother, you're awake?" Yi Lingming affectionately tousled Zier's small head. She observed everything with warmth in her heart, realizing she had indeed chosen the right little follower, unlike On, who was nowhere to be found. "Oh, where is everyone?" Thinking of On, Yi Lingming looked around, only to find herself alone with Zier. After you eliminated those false demon tribes, their defenses collapsed, and the mages on the periphery rushed and a fierce battle ensued between the false demon tribes and the mages. Although a few magically transformed mages led the false demon tribes, they were no match for the talented mages at the forefront. Soon, the false demon tribes were shattered. We had intended to wait for your awakening to make a decision, but the false demon tribes are quickly being cleared out. Sister Tian has taken a few of them to gain experience. Understanding the situation, Yi Lingming felt a tightening sensation in her chest. This was reckless. If some hidden demons within the Empire of Life were to witness her actions, her life would be in peril. It seemed she must temper her exuberance moving forward. Fully recovered, Yi Lingming, with Zier's assistance, struggled to rise. Upon closer inspection, her legs trembled slightly as she stood. Not only that, but Yi Lingming continuously whispered to herself, I am weak, I am weak." She discreetly released her mental force to scan the lakeside, noting that the number of false demon tribes had dwindled to less than 1/10 of the previous count, continuing to decrease under the mage's onslaught. However, what concerned her most was the magical source entity on the lake surface. Although it had cleared and remained still since the release of the black mist, Yi Lingming perceived it as the most perilous presence. This magical source entity was not a living entity, and magical techniques could not inflict damage upon it, making it quite troublesome. At that moment, Yi Lingming spotted Yi Lingtian and her companions, who were besieging a mid-level peak false demon tribe. Most other mage teams were similarly engaged. It appeared that only the stronger opponents remained. Once this was concluded, the assessment should also come to an end. Boom. A tremendous noise drew Yi Lingming's attention. She beheld a figure clad in blue, wielding a blue sword, engaged in combat with 3 colossal false demon tribes. One had white fur and red eyes, resembling a gorilla. Another was a robust creature with a physique like that of a rhinoceros. And the last was a familiar spirit wolf to Yi Lingming. These were products of the magical transformation of spirit beasts, their consciousness obliterated, leaving mere shells that existed solely as instruments of slaughter. Though they all emanated the aura of high-level mages, the like of which Moon Air also possessed, she stood confidently before them. The disparity in strength grows more pronounced as one ascends the ranks of mages. At this moment, Moon Air, being in the mid to late stages of high-level mage status, could hold her own against the 3 initial stage high-level false demon tribes. However, below the mid-level mage rank, the differences were negligible, as evidenced by Yi Lingming, who, as a level 7 magical apprentice, had slain numerous false demon tribes of mage caliber. Oh dear, I'm not made of glass. If you keep protecting me like this, how am I supposed to grow? From now on, you are not to intervene. Otherwise, you can no longer follow me. Chapter 70. Magical Transformation, Demon Tribe. Moon Air huffed angrily at her companions, who nodded vigorously in agreement. However, their unwavering gaze fixed on the 3 false demon tribes revealed they had not heeded her words. Enraged by the humans' nonchalance in the face of their presence, the 3 false demon tribes charged at Moon Air with ferocity. With a swift motion, Moon Air brandished her blue sword, unperturbed by the massive adversaries before her. The blue sword stood firm before her chest, and as magical energy surged, countless blue lights radiated outward. Upon closer examination, the sword's surface appeared to ripple like tumultuous waves, vast as a river, water blade storm. Moon Air smiled slightly, executing a single stroke, and a water blade materialized, hovering in mid-air. Before one could comprehend how the water blade was formed, she struck a second time. Each swing of her blue sword unleashed a water blade, sharp and imbued with explosive magical force. Before long, the space was filled with a multitude of water blades. Slash! Accompanied by Moon Air's final strike, all the water blades shot forth like arrows, aimed directly at the 3 false demon tribes. Bift, 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 boom. The once resilient skin of the false demon tribes crumbled before the water blades as though made of paper. Each blade left a long gash upon them, and upon impact, they exploded, delivering a fatal blow. Thus, the 3 high-level false demon tribes were defeated. Even after launching her attack, Moon Air did not glance back at them. The blue sword spun in her hand before transforming into a bracelet. After casting a brief glance at the bracelet, she turned and departed, so powerful. Yi Lingming observed everything with awe, her curiosity piqued. If she were to harness her power against the fire dragon, could she rival Moon Air? Had she awakened her magical attributes? The skill she displayed earlier was clearly of the water attribute. Yet the magical techniques she had previously unleashed were of no particular attribute. Why? Yi Lingming shook her head. Deciding not to dwell on her any longer, and continued her scanning, discovering several powerful beings akin to Moon Air, each combating multiple false demon tribes. However, most mages were still surrounding a single false demon tribe, as the remaining false demon tribes were of high caliber, making them formidable opponents for ordinary mages. Soon, Yi Lingming spotted Yi Lingtian and her companions, who were engaged in a fierce battle against a massive lion. Though this lion also possessed the strength of a high-level mage, it had already been worn down by Yi Lingtian and her peers, rendered a shadow of its former self, making its defeat inevitable. Sister Tian Tian and the others are impressive. They managed to work together to slay a high-level false demon tribe. Let us go join them. However, the black mist enveloping them had become even denser. Upon noticing Yi Lingming's sudden pause, Zier hesitated. Brother, what is it? Something feels off, and no sooner had Yi Lingming spoken than the 3 fallen false demon tribes abruptly opened their eyes. Yet, their gazes were now filled with an evil crimson hue. As they began to stir, the black mist surrounding them coalesced into their bodies, causing their strength to surge dramatically. Before long, the 3 false demon tribes had ascended to the mid to late stages of high-level mage prowess. Nearly matching Moon Air's power, they sprouted resilient fangs and sharp claws, their fur and skin gradually darkening as the black mist dissipated, rendering their bodies even more formidable. This is a demon tribe? Yi Lingming was taken aback. The black mist had indeed given rise to a demon tribe. This is bad. Yi Lingming shouted, swiftly retrieving the magical spatial stone and transforming it into a critical strike gun form. Aegis of Azure Waters. Moon Air reacted swiftly, casting a defensive spell that formed a water barrier. The claws of the 3 demon tribes struck against the water barrier like battering rams, but their attacks were neutralized. Water Wave Shield. Moon Air's 2 companions followed suit, unleashing their strongest defensive spells, not for themselves but entirely for Moon Air's protection. The 3 demon tribes, enraged by their failed assault, unleashed a relentless barrage against the water barrier created by Aegis of Azure Waters. The rhinoceros-transformed demon tribe began to ram the barrier, while the spirit wolf lunged to tear it apart. The gorilla-like demon tribe displayed surprising intelligence, targeting a specific point with its claws. Their continuous assaults were steadily draining Moon Air's magical energy. Sister, they have become indistinguishable from true demon tribes. They must have fully transformed. Moon Air gazed at the relentless attackers, a flicker of trepidation igniting within her. This was not merely due to their formidable power and fearsome appearance, but also their almost frenzied aggression. Every movement they made exuded their brutal, bloodthirsty nature. Surely, no human would wish to witness such creatures. At this juncture, the barrier was precariously on the verge of collapse. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuer resolutely commanded, "Run!" As her voice echoed, a sudden sound pierced the air. A hole had been torn in the barrier by the gorilla's assault. Yuer quickly summoned her magical energy in an attempt to restore it, but it was too late. In the instant the gorilla breached the barrier, its sharp claws plunged into the rift. With a resounding rip, the barrier was violently torn apart by the gorilla's powerful grip. The spirit wolf and the rhinoceros, sensing the barrier's destruction, lunged at Yuer with gaping maws. It was over. As the barrier fell, Yuer's mind went blank, leaving her at a loss for what to do. However, her 2 companions swiftly reacted, pulling her away just in time to avoid the deadly jaws of the spirit wolf and rhinoceros. The terrifying crunch of their bite reverberated ominously, and one could hardly imagine the dire consequences had Yuer remained in that spot. Before they could catch their breath, the gorilla let out a deafening roar and lunged towards them. Its speed was astonishing, its form approaching the trio with an eerie swiftness. The shrill sound of its approach mingled with the shattering of the protective shield, fueling the gorilla's excitement as it pounded its chest and bellowed once more before leaping towards them in the blink of an eye. The gorilla was upon them, raising its claws to strike. Just as it was about to make contact, a flash of fire shot towards its face. With a thunderous crash, the gorilla was sent hurtling backward, its massive body colliding with the spirit wolf and rhinoceros before it finally came to a halt. Chapter 71. An unconventional use of magic scrolls from afar, on the hillside. Yi Lingming wiped the sweat from her brow. Fortunately, she had arrived just in time. It was not that Yi Lingming had hesitated to intervene sooner. Rather, her current strength was insufficient, and any typical attack would likely inflict no harm on these three demon entities. This strike was only possible with the aid of Zir, combining all their magical energies to unleash their most formidable blow. Although the gorilla had been sent flying, Yi Lingming was already aware of the outcome through her mental connection. The blow, infused with the combined magic of herself and Zir, had only resulted in a minor mark on the gorilla's face. The force that propelled it was largely due to the critical impact of the blast gun and the shockwave generated by the magical explosion. Thankfully, Yue and her companions seized this opportunity to escape, allowing Yi Lingming to breathe a sigh of relief. After executing all this, Yi Lingming hurriedly retrieved 2 vials of magical potion from her magical space stone. She handed one to Zir and downed the other in one swift motion. There was no time to waste on gradual recovery. The 3 pseudo-demon entities, having been defeated by Yue, had inexplicably transformed back into genuine demon entities. And what of the lion that Yi Lingtian faced? At this moment, that lion lay motionless on the ground, engulfed in thick black mist. None among them were high-level sorcerers, and if they encountered a high-level demon, they would undoubtedly be slaughtered. Given Yi Lingming's current state, it would be difficult to reunite with Yi Lingtian in the short term. So she had to recover before the lion fully transformed. Roar! A tremendous roar erupted, and Yi Lingming's worst fears came to fruition. Although she had anticipated the lion's awakening, she did not expect it to happen so swiftly. Unlike the previous 3 transformations, this lion's muscles bulged, particularly in its forelimbs and chest, with muscles resembling granite. Its hind limbs began to lengthen gradually. Ultimately, the lion stood upright like a human, exuding a purple aura. Its body now a striking blend of black and purple. Its crimson eyes and sharp claws betrayed its ferocity and strength. Not only Yi Lingtian and her companions, but even Yi Lingming was momentarily dumbfounded. Having just consumed the magical potion, even with frenzied recovery, she had not regained more than 20% of her magical energy. At that moment, Yi Lingtian and her companions unleashed their defensive spells, prompting Yi Lingming to offer a rueful smile. If even the combined defensive magic of Yue and her 2 companions could be shattered by the gorilla's single strike, it was futile to rely on a sorcerer's shield in this situation. Moreover, they were facing the formidable spirit lion, transformed into a demon entity. What were they to do? Though death here would not mean true demise, it was not the loss of half of her experience points that concerned Yi Lingming. The process of dying could be vividly felt, leaving lasting psychological scars, and she did not wish for Yi Lingtian to endure such torment. Initially, the lion howled and clawed at them like a mad beast. But it soon halted, fixating on Yi Lingtian and her companions before charging at them with ferocity. Its terrifying presence, overwhelming aura, and immense power left them momentarily paralyzed. Bang! Witnessing this, Yi Lingming could no longer hesitate. She compressed all her 20% of magical energy into the critical blast gun, aiming for the lion's eye. With a hiss, boom! The shot struck true, hitting its eye, but it merely caused the lion to blink, failing to make it retreat an inch. How? Incredibly strong! In that instant, Yi Lingming was once again engulfed by the same sense of helplessness she had felt when Yi Lingtian led her into the magical forest. Facing those impenetrable spirit beasts, no, she could not allow her sister to perish. The agony of death was far beyond what someone of their age could bear, especially not at the claws of a lion. Yi Lingming once more directed her mental focus toward the magic space stone. She sensed within it the magical scrolls that Yi Lingtian had prepared for her unsealing. With a mere thought, these scrolls would materialize in her hands. She could instantly unseal the power within and gain the strength of a high-level sorcerer, rendering everything before her trivial. But no, I cannot do that, if only my own safety were at stake. I might disregard everything to use the scrolls, however. I now carry the fate of all humanity on my shoulders. Yi Lingming redirected her attention to the other magical scrolls, each one a potent artifact capable of obliterating everything in sight. Yet the greatest obstacle remained the distance. Even with an abundance of high-level magical scrolls at her disposal, they were of no use. Among them, she spotted a familiar one. The scroll for the bamboo shoot technique. If only the distance were sufficient, even a single bamboo shoot from that scroll could vanquish the lion. Wait? Distance? A single shoot? Suddenly, a wave of inspiration surged through Yi Lingming's mind, as if a summer rain had washed over her. Why not try launching a magical scroll with the blast gun? Without further ado, Yi Lingming swiftly retrieved the high-level magical scroll inscribed with the bamboo shoot technique. Zier, step back, don't get hurt. She instructed. Yi Lingming was merely experimenting, uncertain of what unforeseen incidents might arise, so she urged Zier to distance herself. Understood. Zier, sensing Yi Lingming's newfound determination, obediently took cover behind a nearby tree. Yi Lingming cautiously activated the magical scroll, channeling just enough energy to summon a single bamboo shoot into the blast gun. With everything prepared, she began to aim. Beads of sweat dripped from her brow, only to be evaporated by the immense energy contained within the blast gun. She took aim at the lion's eye, knowing this was a historic attempt. If she failed, it would surely spell doom. With a hiss, a delicate green beam shot forth, targeting the lion's eye. Upon contact, the magical skill was unleashed, and a sharp, elongated bamboo shoot sprouted from the beam. The shoot pierced through the lion's eye, emerging from the back of its skull. The lion's body stiffened, its posture rigid. The bamboo shoot, indifferent to its surroundings, began to grow rapidly. To an observer from a distance, it appeared as though a bamboo plant had sprouted from the lion's head. Yi Lingming let out a sigh. Rest in peace, king of the forest. Bamboo, explode? Yet, contrary to her expectations, the anticipated gruesome scene did not occur. Instead, as the lion exploded, it transformed into countless golden light particles. An incalculable amount of experience points erupted forth, rolling along the ground for a moment before swiftly converging in one direction, all flying towards Yi Lingming. Chapter 72. The inquisitive Yueritz Mingming. Seeing the familiar scene before her, Yi Lingtian exclaimed joyfully. This brief experience had been more thrilling for her than anything else in her life. Leading her small team of 4, composed of a mid-level sorcerer and 3 magic users, they had vanquished a high-level pseudo-demon. Just as her elation began to swell, that very pseudo-demon had resurrected, not only undergoing a significant transformation but also dramatically enhancing its strength. Just as they faced annihilation, a delicate green beam had saved them, one that she recognized all too well as the bamboo shoot technique. Mingming had developed something new, something capable of slaying entities of high-level sorcery. With the terrifying pressure dissipated, Yi Lingtian quickly rallied her companions to rush towards Yi Lingming. The power of that strike astonished Yi Lingming. Had such a minuscule fraction of energy from the scroll yielded such immense power? Once again, she directed her mental focus towards the lakeside and found, as expected, that other pseudo-demon entities had been killed and had resurrected, beginning to wreak havoc among the human sorcerers. Clearly, she could no longer afford to remain inconspicuous. This time, Yi Lingming extracted less than half of her previous energy and infused it into the blast gun, targeting a demon entity that was currently attacking a human sorcerer. Bang! The shot landed perfectly, severely wounding the demon without killing it outright. Witnessing this, the sorcerers rallied to counterattack, successfully eliminating the threat. It wasn't that Yi Lingming was disinterested in experience points. Rather, she had already amassed over 6,000. If she were to emerge as the top contender in a small city, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. From that point on, Yi Lingming only intervened when someone was on the verge of being killed. With her assistance, the human side swiftly cleared the remaining demon entities. After vanquishing the demon clan, the human mages gathered together, encircling the remaining 4 dark sorcerers. Are you alive or dead? Why are you manipulating those faux demons to attack us? Why waste words with them? Just eliminate them directly. The crowd buzzed with voices, while Yi Lingming and her companions observed the scene from the back, intrigued. Mingming, you are truly remarkable to have slain such formidable demons, praised Yi Lingtian, her admiration evident, leaving Yi Lingming scratching her head in modesty. Yingfeng and Xiangyang wore glum expressions. While Yi Lingming's demonstration of magic was impressive, it was powered by a crit gun formed from a companion staff. Where could they procure such a staff? Noticing their despondence, Yi Lingming stepped forward to console them. "Oh, not lose heart, my seniors. The reason I used the crit gun was merely to amplify the magic's power. If you delve into it earnestly, you too can achieve similar feats with a staff." Their expression softened at her words. "Thank you, Ming brother. We will certainly take your advice to heart and will report back on our progress in due time." "That is only natural. Minggu, you must not favor one over the other. I wish to learn as well. I have not stopped you." Yi Lingming replied with a smile and a shrug. Laughter and camaraderie filled the air as they exchanged insights. Reveling in the moment, suddenly, a sweet voice interrupted them. Everyone turned to see three figures approaching Yi Lingming. The leading figure wielded a blue sword, her long azure hair cascading down her back, and her light blue gauzy dress accentuated her unparalleled beauty. Her star-like eyes, cold and captivating, made it difficult to gaze directly at her. Tall and graceful, each of her steps carried a unique rhythm, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Amidst the noisy crowd, she appeared as if she belonged to a realm of her own, aloof and enigmatic, evoking a desire to draw closer, yet simultaneously instilling a sense of trepidation in the face of her icy presence. Yi Lingtian and the others averted their gazes, pretending to admire the scenery. Why Yi Lingming felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Could this individual be seeking revenge for their previous encounter? Reflecting on her actions during the battle with the demon source, Yi Lingming felt a wave of discomfort. Although she had unintentionally embraced her, the situation had been dire, leaving little room for thought. But considering the blue sword in her hand, it dawned on her that, as a girl, it was indeed impolite to have acted so boldly. Feigning ignorance, Yi Lingming spoke slowly. "Are you calling for me?" One of the two guards accompanying the girl felt an urge to strike Yi Lingming. Thinking, with everyone else having departed, who else could she be addressing? "If you upset our mistress, you will be swiftly dealt with. I wanted to thank you for earlier." To their surprise, the girl, Yue, did not appear angry but rather somewhat excited. "It's nothing. We are classmates, and helping each other is only natural. Wait a moment. I have something to attend to." Just as Yi Lingming turned halfway, she froze. What was meant to come had arrived. "Do you have something to discuss, classmate?" Noticing Yi Lingming's urgency, Yue decided to be direct, biting her lip as she voiced her question. "I wish to inquire about your magic." Among sorcerers, it was uncommon to disclose one's magic unless in a close relationship. Yi Lingming paused, realizing her curiosity about her magic was harmless. "Of course, this is my self-created magic. I call it the crit gun." "Crit gun? A splendid name. But with your low magic power, how could you possibly slay a high-level sorcerer with just one spell?" Seeing Yue press further, Yi Lingming took the time to explain the crit gun in detail. So it utilizes a magic scroll. No wonder it possesses such power. By the way, which school do you hail from?" Yue asked, intrigued by the magic. Upon leaving this place, one would arrive at the first junior magic academy of Yuna City. Yuna City. Before Yue could continue, a tremendous explosion erupted, a massive magical orb descending upon the center of the crowd. Detonating with a deafening roar, in an instant, dozens of students perished in the blast, and those nearby were gravely injured. Fortunately, Yi Lingming had been called out by Yue, sparing her from harm. "No, Sister Tian," a troubling thought crossed her mind. Chapter 73. Are you looking for me? Yi Lingtian and her companions had intentionally distanced themselves from Yi Lingming, a fact she was aware of. Yet, if something were to happen, Yi Lingming would find it hard to bear. Upon hearing the explosion, she rushed towards the sound, her mind reaching out until she spotted familiar figures, which put her at ease. Yi Lingtian and her friends were hiding in the nearby bushes. Stealthily observing Yi Lingming, upon hearing the explosion, they quickly regrouped with her. "Sister Tian, are you all right? What on earth happened?" Yi Lingtian shook her head, indicating there was no issue. "We weren't at the explosion site and don't know what transpired. But I vaguely saw what seemed to be an attack from the demon source." The demon source? Yi Lingming was not surprised by this revelation. With all issues resolved, it was now time to confront it. "Let us go and investigate." Agreed. Thus, Yi Lingming led her companions towards the site of the explosion. Before long, they encountered a shocking deep crater, surrounded by many injured students. each bearing a pained expression as they endured immense suffering. Witnessing this scene, Yi Lingming swiftly summoned her healing spirit ball, little spirit ball, group healing spell. The spirit ball, upon receiving its command, hurried to the injured students, emitting tender green orbs of light that enveloped them in healing magic. The students, receiving treatment, quickly channeled their magic to restore their vitality, and soon, one of the high-level sorcerers regained consciousness and approached Yi Lingming and her companions. "Thank you for saving my life. I am Miles, a student from the Junior Magic Academy of the Imperial Capital. May I ask which main city you all represent? I will be sure to express my gratitude once we are outside. No need for formality. I am Yi Lingming. It is only right for classmates to help each other. Let us resolve this demon source and conclude this assessment swiftly." Why Yi Lingming refrained from disclosing her city, not wishing to draw unnecessary attention. After all, Miles was a student from the Imperial Capital, and mentioning her lesser-known city would likely elicit little recognition. It was better to remain enigmatic. Noticing Yi Lingming's reluctance to share her city, Miles did not press further and began recounting the events that had just transpired. While Yi Lingming conversed with Yue, students by the lakeside discovered that the consciousness of the dark sorcerers, once belonging to students, had vanished. Their bodies, having been eroded by dark mist, had not disappeared but transformed into the dark sorcerers before them. After conferring, the students joined forces to vanquish them. Upon eliminating the dark sorcerers, they began planning to destroy the demon source, leading to someone casting a magical orb to probe the area. Upon hearing Miles' account, the crowd gasped in shock. Not only was the magical attack ineffective, but it also rebounded tenfold. Yi Lingming pondered before speaking. "I had noticed the magic was ineffective earlier. I just hadn't anticipated it would rebound at such an intensity. In that case, there is only one solution left." "What solution?" Miles nearly blurted out, eager for an answer. "Close combat attack." Miles was momentarily taken aback. A sorcerer engaging in close combat. How would one attack? Would they strike with a staff? Is that a companion staff? Yes and no. It is not a traditional companion staff. You may also regard it as a magical equipment. Yi Lingming preferred not to draw too much attention, so she offered a vague excuse. As Yi Lingming summoned her magic, Miles realized the level of her magic power. "Brother Yi, I seem to not have fully recovered. I cannot sense your true strength." This, Yi Lingming nearly stumbled in shock. "You do not lack the ability to sense it. You simply cannot believe it. Oh, not doubt. I am precisely as you imagine. I remain a magic apprentice." "What?" Miles felt as though his worldview was being shattered. All the students who had attacked the dark sorcerers were at least intermediate sorcerers, and he could hardly believe that a magic apprentice had survived. This was also why he had inquired about Yi Lingming's city, as he had never considered that a student from a lesser city could reach this level. Just as Miles was grappling with his shifting perspective, he caught sight of the little spirit ball beside him. "Ha ha ha, Brother Yi, do not be modest. You have a magic spirit now. How do you explain that?" It was a fortuitous encounter. Yi Lingming was reluctant to elaborate further. However, Miles firmly believed that Yi Lingming must be a high-level sorcerer, perhaps even superior to himself. After all, he had never seen a magic apprentice engage in light-hearted conversation with a high-level sorcerer. Indeed, that must be the case. "I am quite the genius at analysis." Yi Lingming, noticing Miles' reaction, turned to him behind her and remarked, "Now you understand why I sometimes suddenly don't wish to speak with you, right?" And nodded sagely in agreement. "Let us embark on a journey to explore the art of combat." At this moment, Miles remained engrossed in his intricate reasoning, only to look up and realize that Yi Lingming and her companions had already drifted away. "Ah, Brother Yi, wait for me," he called out. "My surname is Yi Ling," came a voice from afar, tinged with exasperation. "Oh, right, Brother Yi Ling, please wait for me." By now, Yi Lingming had reached the epicenter of the explosion, and the little spirit ball had once again unleashed a group healing spell, for every additional ally contributed to their strength. Yi Lingming intended to wait until everyone had fully recovered before proceeding. Observing this, Yi Lingtian summoned the little grass ball to release her healing magic as well. Meanwhile, On, Yingfeng, and Xiangyang stood vigilant, guarding against any impending danger. Behind a towering tree, a pair of cerulean eyes gazed with keen interest at the unfolding scene. "I can sense a leader's aura emanating from him." The students who had received healing expressed their gratitude, Yet their faces reflected uncertainty as they glanced at the magic source entity, unsure of how to proceed. Yi Lingming, observing their dismay, spoke up, "Do not be disheartened, my friends. I have discovered a method to defeat him." Intrigued, the students leaned in closer, their ears perked up. "That method is to engage in close combat." As she spoke, Yi Lingming raised her vibrant diamond sword. Her gaze swept over the crowd, but a sense of melancholy washed over her. How she wished her companion were present. Shaking her head in resignation, a sweet voice suddenly echoed from behind her, "Are you looking for me?" In the rear of the crowd, Yue approached slowly, aware that Yi Lingming was searching for her. If close combat was the only option, she was the most capable of dismantling the magic source entity. Despite Yi Lingming possessing a close-range weapon, her magical prowess was insufficient, whereas Yue wielded a companion staff and was an accomplished high-level sorceress. Furthermore, she had previously inflicted damage upon the magic source entity, making her the optimal candidate for the task. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yi Lingming scratched her head, having indeed been observing whether Yue was in the crowd, while simultaneously contemplating her own strength and its adequacy in vanquishing the magic source entity. After all, Zier also possessed a companion staff, and judging by her previous feat of slaying the fire dragon in one strike, it seemed her staff transformed into a sword might be more powerful than her own. However, with Yue present, the chances of success would undoubtedly increase. "Yue, I will need your assistance moving forward. No trouble at all. Consider it a reward for teaching me magic," Yue replied nonchalantly, having just tested her critical strike spell with satisfactory results. Thus, upon seeing Yi Lingming searching for her, she stepped forward. Yi Lingming felt elated to have such a formidable ally and promptly asked the crowd, "Does anyone here possess the ability to fly?" The group exchanged glances, none daring to speak. The intermediate sorcerers turned their attention toward the few advanced sorcerers present, as flight spells required a certain level of magical energy and mental fortitude, which only advanced sorcerers could master. However, the advanced sorcerers in attendance were all first-year students from various junior magic academies, having just attained their advanced status and yet to learn the flight spell. "It appears there isn't anyone," Yi Lingming mused, having anticipated this outcome. If anyone had the ability to fly, she would not have been the sole beneficiary upon entering this space. Thus, she resolved to seek alternative methods. "I ask for your support. Do not cast any magic skills against the magic source entity. I shall venture forth to test the waters." With that, the magic space crystallized into the form of a staff as Yi Lingming lightly waved it. Suddenly, bamboo shoots burst forth from the ground, arranged in a circular formation, swiftly creating a trampoline-like apparatus made of bamboo. Yi Lingming leaped, utilizing the bounce to ascend rapidly in midair. The magic space crystal transformed back into the vibrant diamond sword. And as she approached the magic source entity, she swung it decisively. With a crisp sound of shattering, the noise resonated in the hearts of the onlookers like a beacon of hope. Effective. With one successful strike, Yi Lingming now aimed for the core of the magic source entity, the diamond sword unhesitatingly continuing its assault. The sounds of breaking echoed repeatedly. "This noise doesn't seem right." Before Yi Lingming could ascertain the cause, darkness enveloped her as she collided with the bamboo, her body propelled downward. Observing this, Miles reacted swiftly, conjuring a shield resembling a cloud, which perfectly caught the falling Yi Lingming. However, the tremendous impact still sent Miles, along with the shield, tumbling several paces back until he crashed against a large tree, finally coming to a halt. The force of the impact left Yi Lingming feeling as though her body was on the verge of disassembly. "Thank you, Miles. Too polite. We help each other," he replied. Yi Lingtian hurried over and immediately cast a healing spell on Yi Lingming. Zier quickly helped her up, concern etched on her face. Yingfeng and Xiangyang extracted Miles from the tree. Yi Lingming, disregarding her own injuries, was eager to discern what had caused her fall from the AI art. It was the bamboo shoot spell. Just as you were about to strike the core of the magic source entity, a spell identical to the one you previously cast intercepted your attack, Miles explained, having just extricated himself from the tree. "Oh, that's it," Yi Lingming realized. Although the spell did not directly harm it, it could replicate her magic. However, from the looks of it, the power had not been amplified. It was merely of standard strength. Analyzing her sensations, she concluded, "If that is the case, my bamboo shoot spell becomes ineffective, and I cannot approach the magic source entity, rendering me incapable of inflicting damage. With this thought, Yi Lingming's expression turned grave, and the others fell into a contemplative silence, clearly having reached the same conclusion. I have a solution. At that moment, a young man stepped forward, drawing the attention of the group. A robust figure, nearly an adult in height, announced, "Greetings, everyone. I am Shirley, and I believe my magic may be of assistance to you all. When my family awakened their magical attributes, I attended the ceremony. Out of curiosity, I inadvertently experienced a pull and faintly awakened my own magical attributes. Consequently, I also grasped a magical skill. Magical awakening?" The crowd scrutinized Shirley, faintly sensing the existence of earth attributes within him. It is worth noting that the awakening ceremony typically occurs upon graduation from junior magic academies, at which point a human body has adapted to the presence of magical energy, enabling the awakening of magical attributes and the acquisition of greater power. Magical attributes vary in strength. However, aside from ordinary attributes, any newly awakened ability bestows the sorcerer with enhanced magical power and skills. There are also relationships of mutual restraint among magical attributes, with ancient lore speaking of divine attribute magic that counters all other attributes. Thus, sorcerers yearn for the day they turn 9, coinciding with their graduation from junior magic academies, to awaken powerful magical attributes. Yet not all sorcerers can harbor such expectations. For those born into magical families, their magical attributes are predetermined the moment their magical energy awakens. Hence, some magical families opt to conduct awakening ceremonies within their clans to bestow magical attributes upon their kin. Although the distinction is minimal, each family believes their awakening is superior to that of the academies. Shirley, however, experienced an unexpected early awakening during his family's ceremony, which led to his family imposing a severe punishment for his recklessness. Yet, he discovered that his magic, in light of today's circumstances, was akin to divine skill. Oh? What magic is it? The crowd was now captivated by Shirley's declaration, especially since this was a challenge that even several advanced sorcerers had found insurmountable. It is a middle-level sorcerer spell, the Celestial Ladder. As Shirley released his magical technique, stones began to levitate, swiftly forming a staircase leading directly to the magic source entity. What? The crowd exchanged glances, astonished by the staircase that led straight to the magic source entity. With this spell at their disposal, it was akin to receiving a free pass. A sharp clap resonated through the air. Why didn't you reveal such a remarkable skill sooner? The question came from a girl, a classmate of Shirley, who shared a close friendship with him. Rubbing his head where he had been struck, Shirley replied, "I didn't realize my magic would hold such significance. Very well, I shall forgive you this time. Just promise to inform me of any matters in the future, understood?" "Absolutely, I promise," he assured. Upon hearing the slap, Yi Lingming instinctively covered her own head, but this reaction bore a different connotation in the eyes of one sweet girl. "Ming, why cover your head when you weren't even hit?" In that moment, Yi Lingming felt a chill run down her spine. No, I merely feel a bit dizzy after my fall." After the jest, the group turned their attention to the staircase before them, each of them eager to take action. These students had previously struggled against the magic source entity due to their lack of powerful close combat abilities and the absence of flight spells to confront it directly. However, the existence of this staircase resolved their dilemma. Unable to utilize magical skills for offense, they had previously found themselves at a loss. Now, even if it meant striking with their staffs, they were determined to shatter the entity. Many of these sorcerers had friends and classmates who had fallen victim to the magic source entity. In reality, it was akin to facing death, and how could they not be enraged? Thus, the students armed themselves with weapons. Those with blades brandished them, while others resorted to using their staffs to strike. And those without staffs scavenged for stones on the ground. A throng of nearly 100 individuals surged up the staircase with great fervor. What was once a spacious flight of steps now appeared somewhat congested under the simultaneous ascent of so many. Observing this, Shirley resorted to a more potent version of the celestial staircase. Intermediate magic, celestial staircase. With a flourish of his wand, massive stones began to levitate, effectively doubling the width of the original staircase. Magic skills can yield varying effects depending on the type of magical energy expended. For instance, the first celestial staircase conjured by Shirley was the basic version, demonstrating a certain degree of magical prowess. The second iteration, however, reached an intermediate level, fully unleashing the might of the spell. Should one attain the rank of a senior mage, they would be capable of casting advanced magical spells, which are enhanced versions of their predecessors. Beyond the foundational, intermediate, and advanced levels, mages of higher ranks can also summon numerous variations of spells contingent upon their cultivation focus. Nevertheless, the fundamental, intermediate, and advanced levels remain the most commonly employed versions. Utilizing specific strengths of magic in designated environments can yield unexpected results. On the staircase, some students with higher magical levels had already reached the magic source entity, commencing their assault using items from their magical space stones. Various implements, wands, stones, were incessantly striking the magic source entity, filling the air with a cacophony of clattering sounds reverberating throughout the enchanted forest. From below, it appeared as though a group was engaging in a frenzied melee against the magic source entity. However, ordinary stones proved utterly ineffective, shattering after just a couple of strikes, while some of the more mundane wands began to develop cracks under the relentless blows below. Yi Lingmeng and her companions were left astonished by the antics of these individuals. Helplessly calling out, "Everyone without damage, please come down quickly. The sooner we deal with this, the sooner we can leave." Upon hearing the shouts, the students reluctantly ceased their actions, grumbling as they made their way down. Some irritable individuals couldn't resist delivering a parting kick and spitting in disdain, grumbling as they departed. "What a pathetic magic source entity! Without strength, what do you think you can use to contend with me? Bah! It's not that I can't deal with you. I simply find it beneath me to get my hands dirty. Ugh, trash." On was equally taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Could this be the legendary King of Tongue? Yet, just as the students took a few steps down, they felt the staircase tremble, followed by an ominous shadow enveloping the entire flight. Upon looking up, they were astonished to see an identical staircase emerging above. Though inverted and descending rapidly, together, they formed a colossal set of jaws, seemingly intent on swallowing all the students on the staircase. Realizing the peril, the students hastily retreated, racing downward. However, the descending staircase moved far more swiftly than they could run, making escape impossible before it crashed down upon them. Panic ensued as they recognized this dire predicament, and those at the rear felt a sense of despair. One student, positioned towards the back, realized he could not flee. Peering over the edge of the staircase, he saw himself hovering above the lake and, with a steely resolve, leaped. Witnessing this act, a few other students followed suit. The first jumper, seeing companions following, felt a surge of pride. Thinking, "Of course, I'm clever. In such dire straits, I devised this method. Of course I will survive." Below, Yi Lingming, witnessing someone leap, prepared to rescue them, but was restrained by Myers. "We are all intermediate mages. Falling into the water isn't much of a problem." After contemplating this, Yi Lingming realized the rationale behind it. Looking to the sky, she saw the falling individuals had already summoned magical shields. She called for An to join in the rescue efforts. An, however, was reluctant to save these impulsive individuals, saying, "Dream brother, if you don't save them and just call for Miss Yuer, perhaps we could have already shattered that foul stone. Mutual assistance is paramount." Yi Lingming replied, "Teacher Xiao Tian taught us to unite as classmates. If I hadn't aided them, how could I have discovered Shirley, let alone this staircase?" An fell silent, evidently not absorbing Yi Lingming's words. Just then, a splash rang out as the first jumper successfully hit the water. An, use your leaf shield to pull him up. With apparent reluctance, An summoned the magical light shield. Still not coming up? This is strange. Shouldn't he be floating up quickly with the magical shield? Instead of surfacing, a glow emerged from the depths of the water, a sight Yi Lingming dreaded. Dead? P.S. dead? Quickly, catch the others. Without time for further thought, Yi Lingming was certain the water was unsafe and focused on rescuing the remaining individuals. An, seeing this, hurriedly maneuvered the light shield to hover beneath one student. "Dream brother, I can only catch one. What should we do?" Chapter 76. Shatter the magic source entity. Advanced mage magic, Cloud C. As Myers cast his spell, fluffy clouds swiftly flew towards the falling students, catching them. Those rescued appeared pale, as though their souls had been drained. They had clearly witnessed the first jumper's transformation into light upon hitting the water. In that fleeting moment, they must have cursed the first jumper's ancestors countless times. But fortunately, he was ultimately saved by Myers. Yi Lingming focused her mental energy on scanning the water, soon discovering a plethora of sharp spikes lurking just beneath the surface, much like those that had nearly injured Yuer before. Yet now in far greater numbers, it was no wonder the spikes had vanished. They had been concealed beneath the water, though not jump into the water again. "It is dangerous," Yi Lingming shouted, hoping to prevent any further leaps. In that instant, she also noticed something was amiss with Myers. He shouldn't have died. "It was I who prevented you from saving him. There's no need for self-reproach. None of us anticipated the water to be so perilous. But we mustn't dwell in sorrow. We should focus on saving others, shouldn't we? And besides, this isn't a true death. He merely lost half of his experience points. This lesson will ensure we are all more cautious in future challenges." "You right. I will heed your advice." Myers regained hope. Meanwhile, the staircase was rapidly descending towards the original flight. The students above could only bend low and struggle downward. Amid this imminent crisis, Yi Lingming shouted, "Shirley, coming!" Shirley, already frightened, felt an additional jolt of fear at her call. "But what about them?" Myers, noticing Shirley hesitating, raised his wand once more. Advanced mage magic, Cloud C. Countless fluffy clouds appeared, nearly blanketing the ground. "Do you think it's better to wait until they're crushed or hurry down?" "Oh, all right, I'll gather them now." With the wave of Shirley's wand, the stone staircase vanished, causing the students above to plummet like raindrops. "Yi, be cautious. There are too many students. I can't guarantee I'll catch them all. It's fine. Focus your energies on the intermediate mages. The advanced mages have your clouds to ensure their safety. Sister Tian, Zier, On, and senior brothers Ingfeng and Xiangyang, let us assist my..." All right, with their collaboration, the students managed to land safely, albeit shaken. Is it truly so difficult? Destroying it seems utterly impossible. Indeed, this is beyond our capabilities. After enduring the torment of the magic source entity for so long, some students were beginning to grow agitated. Yi Lingming, possessing only a 7th level cultivation, recognized that earlier, the students had been inclined to listen to her. Partly because she had recently saved them, and partly due to Myers' presence bolstering their morale. However, given the current situation, it seemed they could not rely on others any longer. It was clear she would have to depend on herself. Yi Lingming decided to gather her companions and Yuer, seeking a relatively open area to regroup. She regarded the group, momentarily at a loss for a good strategy. "Dream brother, shall we just disregard this troublesome stone? After all, Degus said that as long as we remain here for 3 days, we pass the assessment." On broke the silence. "Moreover, our sister has amassed considerable experience points, sufficient to clear her evaluation. If we insist on taking risks, not only might we fail to destroy it, we could also endanger our current experience points." Though Yi Lingming's companions remained silent, their expressions conveyed their agreement with On's assessment. "In truth, we can destroy it?" Yuer interjected softly. "Given the current circumstances, the magic source entity cannot be attacked using magical skills, primarily due to its ability to rebound attacks with 10-fold power. The subsequent 2 assaults have demonstrated that it can replicate supportive skills, albeit without the 10-fold power, leading to your defeat. Have you noticed? Its supportive skills are not instantaneous." Upon hearing this, the others experienced a moment of clarity. Yuer then turned her gaze to Yi Lingming. Excitedly, Yi Lingming exclaimed, "So you mean our previous approach is indeed feasible? As long as we eliminate it before it replicates its magical ability, we can succeed. But to achieve a one-hit kill..." Yi Lingming instinctively glanced towards Yuer. "I truly apologize for the trouble this time. It's hardly a bother. Moreover, I have already resolved to assist you. In that case, shall we make another attempt?" Yi Lingming glanced at the others. Yi Lingtian, after a moment of contemplation, gave a slight nod. "Without further ado, let us proceed at once." "Excellent." Having concluded their discussion, Yi Lingming and her companions once again made their way toward the magic source entity. At this juncture, there were hardly any individuals left by the lakeside, as most of the students had ventured into the forest to explore. This was precisely to Yi Lingming's liking, as fewer people would facilitate their endeavors. With her staff in hand, Yi Lingming infused it with magical energy, causing it to emanate a series of radiant auras. "Miss Yuer, we may commence now. Remember, regardless of the outcome, retreat immediately after the strike and prioritize your safety. We shall be here to support you." Yuer's attendant, however, displayed an unfriendly demeanor toward Yi Lingming. "No need for your assistance. Our young master is capable of protecting herself." To this, Yi Lingming could only manage an awkward smile. Bishui, Linglong, do not be disrespectful. Following Yuer's reprimand, the two little attendants obediently stepped aside. Let us begin. Once Yuer was prepared, Yi Lingming promptly unleashed the bamboo strike, and with the completion of the magical technique, Yuer leapt upward, utilizing the elasticity of the bamboo to propel herself directly towards the magic source entity. In midair, Yuer's gaze was resolute as she continuously compressed her magical intent into her sword. The moment she reached the magic source entity, she executed a single decisive strike. A brilliant blue sword light surged forth, containing enough magical energy to rival that of a high-level spell, capable of tearing apart the gates of a small city. With a resounding hum, the sword light struck the magic source entity, producing a cacophony of screeching friction and shattering sounds. We have succeeded. Observing this, the onlookers below were all filled with exhilaration. After delivering this strike, Yuer was equally elated. She had successfully applied the principles of Yi Lingming's burst gun within her sword, achieving victory at the first attempt. Subsequently, Yuer stepped onto a fragment of the magic source entity, executing a nimble twist in mid-air before descending gracefully. Chapter 77. Rescue. This strike profoundly enlightened Yuer to the formidable nature of the burst gun, encapsulating the essence of puncturing through surfaces for instantaneous eruptions. Even the magic source entity was shattered by a single blow, and this extraordinary spectacle drew the attention of all, who began to converge toward the scene. As she gazed at the slowly descending Yuer, who appeared younger than herself, Yi Lingming recognized that she had already attained the status of a high-level mage. Were it not for her own inheritance from the Elf King, she might not even measure up. Yi Lingming then turned her attention back to the magic source entity in the air, a presence that had left everyone at a loss, now fragmented and cascading downwards. Mr. Mai, I must trouble you once more, and no need for pleasantries. My Ursi once again summoned his cotton shield, ready to catch Yuer. At this moment, Yi Lingming felt a mix of tension and excitement. Finally, they could leave this place. Huh? At that instant, Yi Lingming noticed that while the fragments of the magic source entity were plummeting, one piece remained suspended in the air. Focusing intently, she directed her mental energy toward it. As her mental scan progressed, an ominous realization struck her. This suspended piece is none other than the core of the magic source entity. Furthermore, it was actively absorbing the magical energy from the falling fragments. This discovery heightened Yi Lingming's alertness. Could it be recovering? No, I mustn't allow it that opportunity. Swiftly, Yi Lingming transformed her staff into the form of the burst gun, channeling all remaining energy from the previously unused magic scroll into it. Without a moment's hesitation, she fired the burst gun the instant it was fully charged. Bang! However, just then, the core of the magic source entity, having sensed Yi Lingming's actions, ceased its concealment, and a blade materialized before it. This blade, compared to the one Yuer had previously unleashed, could be said to surpass it in might. Upon its formation, the blade descended directly toward Yuer. This blade possessed an aura that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth, instilling a sense of dread at first glance. Has the close combat attack been replicated? The attack from the burst gun and the blade intersected. Under the overwhelming power of the burst gun, the core of the magic source entity, which had just unleashed a strike, could no longer resist, and it exploded with a thunderous roar. In the air, only the blade and Yuer remained. Even in the face of such formidable power, no one chose to abandon hope. Although Yuer was fully aware of the impending danger, she found herself unable to exert any force while suspended in the air, leaving her with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Magic Shield, Bishui's protection. Yuer understood the might of the blade and cast two defensive spells in quick succession. Bishui and Linglong, her two attendants, reacted swiftly. Water Wave Shield. Meanwhile, the crowd below remained vigilant, unleashing their own defensive spells. On and others released their magical light shields. Little Grass Ball utilized the magic light shield, Cloud Shield. Shields appeared like walls of fortification between Yuer and the blade, demonstrating that despite being a temporary alliance, everyone was willing to do their utmost to assist her. Yi Lingming was acutely aware of the burst gun's power. The strike delivered by Yuer, a high-level mage, was undoubtedly no trivial feat. Hence it was no surprise that it had shattered the magic source entity in a single blow. She swiftly maneuvered beneath Yuer, poised for action. Step aside, do not interfere. Yuer's two attendants regarded Yi Lingming with evident hostility. I am here to rescue Yue. I shall repeat myself. Our young master needs no outside intervention while we are present. At this moment, Yi Lingming found herself utterly speechless. Yue was in imminent danger, and she had no time to waste on their squabbles. Little spirit ball, magic light shield. Enhance the light shield with a flash of brilliance. The little spirit ball floated forth, conjuring a luminous shield imbued with life, hovering between Yue and the blade. With the two of us at the pinnacle of intermediate magic, alongside our young master's high-level prowess, we should be able to withstand at least a last-ditch effort. Yi Lingming was now furious. Is this how you protect your master? Before Yi Lingming could continue, the blade had already sliced through An's magical light shield. The shield, imbued with the power of a mage, faltered without even a moment's pause. The collective magical light shields of the crowd were severed one after another, yet they had managed to weaken the blade's strength somewhat. Following this, it was the turn of the little spirit ball's magical light shield. It was as if a hot knife sliced through butter. The shield was split in twain, dissipating into motes of light. This is dire. The moment the shield shattered, Yi Lingming sensed the blade's potency, arriving at a swift conclusion. They must not endure it head-on. Hui and Linglong, witnessing the successive destruction of the shields, exhibited a disdainful demeanor. The blade had already made contact with the water wave shield, and for the first time, it came to a halt. However, as the blade penetrated the water wave shield, the two girls' expressions shifted dramatically. Their earlier confidence stemmed from their ability to completely bind their magical energy to the shield. As long as their energy was not exhausted, the shield would remain intact. Yet at that moment, upon the blade's contact with the water wave shield, they both felt their magical energy rapidly depleting, with a significant portion dissipating within moments. It was then that they comprehended the true magnitude of this attack. Allowing their magical energy to be siphoned away, they dared not impede it in the slightest, for behind them stood Yue, making them the last line of defense. The drastic changes in their condition inevitably caught Yi Lingming's attention. Observing the shield in the air and the two girls before her, Yi Lingming seemed to grasp the situation and quickly cast a healing spell to restore their magical energy. However, this meager recovery was far from sufficient to counterbalance the depletion. Hui and Linglong simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Yet, as they fell, their eyes fixed upon Yi Lingming, their expressions conveying a mix of regret and pleading. Please, save, save. Though Yi Lingming had previously harbored some dissatisfaction toward the two, witnessing their current state made it difficult for her to harbor any resentment, and no need for such distress. I would have saved her regardless. You have both done your utmost. Even though the two had failed to block the attack, they had still managed to buy Yue some time. At this moment, Yue had created some distance from the blade and was perilously close to the ground. The crowd's spirits lifted upon realizing this. Wonderful! Yue is safe! Yi Lingtian exclaimed excitedly. At this point, my Ursi had summoned the cloud shield in preparation to catch Yue, but just then, the previously waning blade suddenly surged with magical energy, altering its trajectory to once again target Yue. Yi Lingming, this is bad. Chapter 78. The significance of training. Faced with this sudden twist of fate, everyone was momentarily taken aback, hastily summoning their magical light shields once more. However, this time, the blade moved with such swiftness that the magical light shields had yet to materialize before being shattered. Zing! The blade collided with Bishui's protection, emitting a series of resonant sounds. Crack! With a crisp shattering sound, Yue's expression shifted dramatically. With the light shield shattered, Yue could only place her hopes on the magical barrier. Frantically channeling her magical energy into the shield to resist the blade's onslaught, as time elapsed, the blade gradually penetrated the barrier, and Yue could distinctly feel the oppressive force it exerted, its relentless momentum seeming capable of cleaving through all existence. Boom! In the clash with the blade, Yue crashed to the ground, the cloud shield below her disintegrating instantaneously. The tremendous impact forced a muffled groan from her, and in that fleeting moment, the blade erupted with renewed vigor. Shattering the magical barrier, bamboo strike, seven-colored diamond sword. Realizing the peril, Yi Lingming rapidly utilized the bamboo strike to reach Yue, gripping her sword with both hands to confront the blade. Yi Lingming was acutely aware that, without unleashing her true powers, it was utterly impossible for her to withstand this strike. Thus, she found herself gambling, wagering on the resilience of her seven-colored diamond. As the blade collided with the seven-colored diamond sword. A jarring sound of friction pierced the air, causing both combatants to rapidly retreat, carving a deep trench into the ground beneath them. The formidable force of the blade was unexpectedly repelled by the seven-colored diamond sword. Yet, before Yi Lingming could breathe a sigh of relief, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. This was the blade's final explosion. While a frontal assault could be deflected by the seven-colored diamond sword, this explosive attack was beyond her capacity to resist. Must she resort to it in the end? Yi Lingming slowly raised her hand, her willpower already infused into the magical spatial stone, her gaze fixated upon the array of unsealing scrolls before her. However, before she could retrieve a scroll, her hand was suddenly filled with a stone. The instant she grasped it, a refreshing sensation enveloped her. It felt as though an ocean of boundless energy lay behind her. In comparison, the blade before her seemed as insignificant as a mere speck of dust. An attack that no one could withstand now felt like a small boat lost in a tempest, silently vanishing into the vast sea. This immense power stirred a sense of familiarity within Yi Lingming, reminiscent of the time of the small spirit orb, yet distinctly different. Confused, she turned to inquire of Yuer. But before she could finish her question, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted, only to faintly hear a voice before succumbing to unconsciousness. Congratulations, explorer, on completing the final challenge. As a reward for your victory, you have received a star microgem. The blessing begins. The portal to transport you opens. Good luck. In her stupor, Yi Lingming drifted into a long and hazy dream, witnessing the end of an era from an observer's perspective. It was a world filled with rare treasures, where people grew stronger through these artifacts. Yet, as time passed, these treasures dwindled. Conflicts arose, leading to mutual killings and theft. The scene shifted, and Yi Lingming found herself amidst a colossal battlefield, where countless powerful figures battled fiercely. This time, however, her perspective was within the body of a fallen warrior. Why, Yi Lingming? Awaken! Ming, brother, please wake up. Surrounding her, formidable figures seemed to guard this body, calling out insistently. The images caused Yi Lingming a sharp headache, and soon darkness engulfed her once more. When the scene reappeared, she found herself inhabiting the body of a powerful mage. He sat upon a grand throne, revered by the masses, not only by humans but also by numerous spirit beasts. These images seem familiar. Why does it suddenly hurt so much? It was only then that Yi Lingming scrutinized this body closely, gasping in horror. This body was drenched in blood, its veins severed. Wounds resembling claw marks marred the flesh, each deep enough to see bone. It was unimaginable what kind of battle he had endured, yet even so, he clutched his staff tightly. The staff radiated a vibrant aura of life. Had it not been for this, those guarding the body would surely have succumbed long ago. The scene shifted again, and Yi Lingming re-entered the body of the revered figure. This time, however, she was on the battlefield's periphery, where the flames of war raged. And behind this battlefield lay a sea of lights. In this moment, she held the staff, forming a massive halo centered around it, granting extraordinary power to all within its embrace, be they mages or spirit beasts. Yet, even with such strength, they remained suppressed by terrifying entities, as lives continued to extinguish and the battlefield was gradually compressed, until finally, only this body remained, surrounded by countless horrific beings. Despite this, he did not surrender. The staff in his hand was devoid of allies. The pain of lost kin and clan consumed him, affecting even Yi Lingming. The staff began to crumble from its tip, transforming into a long spear with each swing of the body. Could this be the original companion's staff? So powerful, this body wielded the spear with relentless ferocity, reducing the terrifying entities before him to naught but remnants, engaging in a solitary battle against a myriad of demons, until the ground was piled high with corpses and the blood flowed like an ocean. Yet these horrific beings were inexhaustible, the dark red sky foreshadowing an ominous future, until he could no longer endure. Even then, he did not abandon his guardianship. Ultimately, he detonated the staff that had accompanied him throughout his life, buying precious time. He sacrificed his life and soul, using his body as a conduit to open a rift in space. As the scene concluded, Yi Lingming, the observer, felt a profound sense of release. This experience deepened her understanding of the essence of cultivation. It is not solely about personal strength, but also about having formidable companions. For only then can one safeguard what they cherish. That sense of despair and helplessness could befall anyone, could it not? Especially for an emperor, the inability to protect one's subjects must be more painful than losing one's own life. Reflecting on this, Yi Lingming felt that the attack from the magic source seemed not insurmountable after all. What she had once perceived as suffering paled in comparison to true adversity. Wait, no, am I not currently resisting that attack? How did I end up here? Could it be that I am dead? Chapter 79. The three guardians. As the scenes before Yi Lingming's fainting spell replayed in her mind, she recalled that Yue had been behind her at that moment. Could it be that a wave of dizziness washed over her again, though this time it was not as intense? Ming, brother. Minggu, you mustn't truly be dead. Familiar voices rang out once more, and with great effort. Yi Lingming opened her eyes, greeted by the sight of familiar faces. Ming has awakened. Do you feel any discomfort? Yi Lingtian exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Seeing this, Zier quickly helped Yi Lingming to sit up. Though Yi Lingming still felt somewhat dazed, she persevered against her discomfort. Using her hands to prop herself up, at that moment, she noticed something in her grasp. Upon closer inspection, it was a deep blue stone, radiating a mesmerizing glow, clearly a treasure. Ming, where did you obtain this stone? You kept holding onto it tightly while unconscious, yet you didn't even check on your sister first. Yi Lingtian chided, her voice tinged with mock annoyance. Embarrassed, Yi Lingming swiftly stowed the stone into her magical spatial stone. I apologize for worrying everyone. I am fine. After rummaging through her belongings, Zier produced a shimmering golden stone, flat and star-shaped. Brother, this is the reward from the blessing space for you. Were you perhaps too anxious and picked the wrong one? You held onto the previous stone tightly, while this one was left on the ground. Listening to Zier, Yi Lingming felt a twinge of doubt. She had fainted outright. How could she have had time to choose any stone? The star microgem absorbs the powers of the sun, moon, and stars, encapsulating immense magical energy. When embedded in a staff, it significantly enhances a mage's strength. Moreover, the star microgem can bestow a spell upon the mage, which can be stored within the gem itself, allowing for its release even when the mage's powers are depleted, essentially functioning as a recoverable spell scroll. Its formidable capabilities render it exceedingly rare. Most mages may never possess a star microgem in their lifetime. Gazing at the star microgem in her hand, Yi Lingming's eyes sparkled with excitement, but she only admired it briefly before stowing it away and rising to her feet. Suddenly, she recalled that Yue was not from Unicity. Indeed, Yue possessed the strength of a high-level mage. Accompanied by 2 personal guards, her demeanor and conduct revealing her elevated status. Had it not been for this trial, she might never have encountered such individuals in her lifetime. With a resigned shake of her head, Yi Lingming pondered this. At that moment, the portal in the hall shimmered, and 2 figures appeared. Yingfeng and Xiang Yang. Their grinning faces made it clear that they had enjoyed considerable success, as soon as they materialized. Yi Lingchen's staff, suspended in the center of the hall, cast a healing spell, restoring their conditions. Witnessing this, Yi Lingming muttered softly, "Wait, why am I not afforded the same treatment? Can you guess how you woke up?" Yi Lingming felt her body had returned to its normal state, aside from a hint of fatigue, indicating she had fully recovered. Hee, Sister Tian, I was merely jesting. All right, go find your team leader. I shall seek out my instructors and classmates. With Yi Lingming now awake, Yi Lingtian organized Zier before departing. We should also report to Teacher De Gus, Yi Lingming said to Zier and on after Tian left. MHM. Glancing around the hall, Yi Lingming noticed it was now filled with people, all wearing expressions of excitement yet remaining silent, evidently mindful not to disturbing Feng and Xiang Yang's recovery. The center of the hall was also surrounded by a throng, including many robed figures, with several donning blue robes. Most astonishing were the 3 elderly men at the forefront of the crowd, clad in red and gold robes, their formidable cultivation levels unfathomable. Though the attire of mages varies by occasion, there are strict classifications for formal events such as this. Intermediate mages and those below don purple robes, while those of the special rank and lower wear blue. Star mages and archmages don red robes. And upon reaching the guardian level, one adorns a gold-red robe, with grand guardians cloaked in pure gold. Observing the robes of the 3 before him, It became evident that they were indeed 3 Guardian-level mages. Their presence served to overshadow Yi Lingchen, the master of the magic temple of Yuna City. What a disaster. It seems I have overplayed my hand. I must have drawn too much attention while in the gray space, catching the eye of some notable mages from the large cities who have now come to snatch talent. Yet, their actions are alarmingly swift. I haven't even completed my assessment, and they have already arrived. Yi Lingming cast a furtive glance at Yi Lingchen in the main seat, who was casting a dark and brooding gaze in her direction. The look in Yi Lingchen's eyes led Yi Lingming to envision the scene of being punished by him after today's conclusion. Shaking her head to dispel such thoughts, she hastened her pace, pulling Zier along toward Degus. Hey, Ming, wait for me. The ever-timid On, having never encountered such a grand occasion, was cowering behind Yi Lingming, and as she dashed away, his rather unsightly figure was revealed. Since entering the gray space, Kuang Zhaokai and the others had stumbled and fallen upon landing, only to be thoroughly trounced by the elven beasts during their exploration. Witnessing the dismal performance of his students, Degus nearly spat blood in frustration. Fortunately, Yi Lingming's presence continually brought him unexpected delight, though her sometimes reckless maneuvers felt akin to a heavy hand mercilessly squeezing his heart. Were it not for Degus being a senior mage, he might have succumbed to a heart ailment long ago. Chapter 80. A person and a big red flower thanks to Yi Lingchen's healing spells. He quickly recovered, and seeing Yi Lingming approaching him with quick steps filled him with indescribable excitement. His last moment of such elation had been during his breakthrough to senior mage status. Although none of them had yet received basic education at the Magic Academy, they often proved to be the ones capable of delivering surprises. Their endeavor to step beyond the constraints of convention had evidently borne fruit. As 3 among the older awakened had persevered until the end, "Teacher, we didn't stay inside for 3 days. Does that count as passing the assessment?" On's question interrupted Degus's thoughts. This clever lad? Seeking to amuse his teacher, "It seems my last reprimand was too lenient. Since you haven't met the 3-day requirement, you can pack your things and leave." "What? Teacher, are you serious?" Seeing On's expression, Yi Lingming could only shake her head in exasperation. "All right, On, your teacher is merely jesting. Surviving 3 days is a requirement only under other conditions. For Tian and the others, the only condition they met was achieving a total experience of 500. Following this commotion, On quieted down, and the group exchanged words. Yi Lingming also gleaned the backstory from Degus. Her previous speculation proved correct. The 3 guardians were indeed teachers from the Advanced Magic Academy. "Xiaoming, it's unfortunate for you. These 3 teachers happened to arrive just after you fell unconscious. Had they arrived a mere quarter of an hour earlier, your performance would undoubtedly have led to an immediate recruitment. However, their interest at this stage did not guarantee a certain selection." Yet, Degus could hardly fathom that upon hearing his words, Yi Lingming felt not disheartened, but rather relieved. Initially, she had worried that her conduct in the gray space might attract unwarranted attention. But it seemed only those from Yuna City had witnessed it in its entirety. With her grandfather's influence in the city, outsiders would find it difficult to glean the truth, allowing Yi Lingming to rest easy. "It's all right, teacher. After all, I haven't even attended a junior magic academy yet. Jumping straight to the Magic Academy may be overwhelming for me." The hall fell silent. Just then, Yi Lingchen's deep voice resonated, and the great hall quieted down. "Congratulations to our students from Yuna City for successfully navigating the gray space. This marks our city's first time." After a few formal words, Yi Lingchen descended to converse with the 3 guardians. However, the individuals who took over speaking showed no sign of cessation, leaving Yi Lingming uncertain how long she had been listening. Her eyelids growing heaved. At last, she jolted awake. It was nearing conclusion. "Now, let us welcome our outstanding students. Yi Lingming, Zier, Yi Lingtian, Yingfeng, and Xiangyang." Yi Lingming and the others hurried forward, whispering to Yi Lingtian along the way. Tian, what kind of rewards do you think the temple will bestow upon us?" "If we must speak of rewards, the experience points we earned can be exchanged for many wonderful items at the temple. It's also possible that, as the first group from Yuna City to conquer the gray space, the temple has prepared some additional rewards for us." Yi Lingming absorbed Yi Lingtian's words. Her anticipation grew that they would surely receive something valuable, perhaps magical scrolls, until the temple presented each of them with a large red flower to wear. Concluding the awards ceremony amidst applause, Yi Lingming felt somewhat pacified. Our temple is indeed quite generous. Oh, don't say that. The temple believes that spiritual rewards far outweigh material ones. Esteemed mages, please hold on. The temple master has summoned you. Just as Yi Lingming and her companions were about to depart, a staff member from the magic temple rushed over. Hearing that the temple master had invited her, Yi Lingming was not overly surprised, suspecting it was likely related to the three guardians. Before Yi Lingming and the others could respond, Gus beside them leaped with joy, clearly having guessed something. After all, what teacher wouldn't he want their students to attend a higher institution? You three little ones, listen closely. Once you meet with the temple master, be sure to perform well and strive for a special recruitment opportunity. At this moment, Yi Lingming was still uncertain of her grandfather's stance, and thus, she could not make any promises as she complied and departed. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at the door of a room, which served as the reception area of the magic temple of Yuna City. Here, though not opulent, it was undoubtedly the most luxurious space within the temple, representing its dignity. Ming Ming, you are here too. Upon hearing the call, Yi Lingming turned to find Yi Ling Tian and the others approaching. Yes, Tian Tian, do you know why the temple master is looking for us? Yi Lingming feigned ignorance. I'm not quite sure either. Let us go in and find out. Led by the staff, they entered the reception area, and despite Yi Lingming's speculations, she could not help but gasp upon seeing it in person. First, her gaze was met with an endless forest, a narrow path leading deep into its embrace. As they ventured further, the refreshing scent of nature enveloped them, the forest exuding a serene and mysterious aura, with the fragrance of flowers and the melodies of birds lifting their spirits as they turned a corner. A breathtaking sight met their eyes. It was as if they had stumbled upon a secluded paradise described in ancient texts. This space, naturally formed by towering trees, featured stone tables and floral seats. Merely lingering in this place bestowed upon them a sense of spiritual cleansing. Esteemed students of Yuna City, please take a seat. Before anyone could react, enormous flowers burst forth from the earth, each petal morphing into shapes that conformed to their individual sizes. Cradling their bodies, Chapter 81. Step by step at first, the group was apprehensive about damaging the flowers, but upon closer inspection, they discovered that the flowers' resilience rivaled that of ordinary rock. Even more astonishing was that despite their robustness, the flowers were soft and comfortable. This revelation allowed everyone to settle down with ease. Not long after, as magical energy surged, a massive magical star array emerged, and the figures of the three guardians materialized before them. Seeing this, Yi Lingming and her companions quickly rose and bowed. We greet the three esteemed seniors. Ha ha ha, these little ones are quite polite and no need for excessive formality. I've merely stepped out for some fresh air and to scout out promising students for the academy. Yi Lingchen nodded, beginning to introduce them to the group. These three are recruitment teachers from Winter Crystal Academy, Shanshang Advanced Magic Academy, and Luoju Advanced Magic Academy. Of course, this selection was mutual. They could choose their preferred academy, and the academy could then decide whether to admit the students. At this moment, Yingfeng and Xiangyang were utterly stunned, realizing that their highest level of cultivation was merely that of intermediate mage. In ordinary circumstances, guardian-level mages wouldn't even spare them a glance. Yet here they were, conversing amiably with four guardians. Yingfeng exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. Should I bow to them right now? Xiangyang chimed in, let us do it together. The others were left bewildered as the two began their perplexing display. Esteemed teachers, we bow to you. With a series of thuds, they prostrated themselves. We are deeply grateful for your kindness. As students from three academies, we find it challenging to choose. If any of you teachers are willing to take us in, we shall be eternally loyal. This left the three guardians in a quandary, pondering why these two were deviating from the norm, and they all turned to Yi Lingchen for guidance. Yi Lingchen instantly understood and waved his hand dismissively. No worries, we are all on the same side. Feel free to express yourselves however you wish. While the three guardians were troubled by the two students' antics, Yi Lingchen, as an observer, saw through the entire scene with clarity. Yingfeng and Xiangyang may appear to be simple-minded and reckless, yet beneath their rough exteriors lies a depth of cunning. Initially, Yi Lingchen had stated that students would choose their academies first, after which the academies would decide whether to enroll them. This arrangement seemingly placed the choice in the hands of the students, but in truth, the ultimate authority rested with the academies. However, due to the commotion created by the two, it transformed into a situation where three academies were vying for their attention. This way, no one would be offended, and the dilemma of choice was elegantly sidestepped, a true win-win scenario. The expressions of the three guardians were serious, clearly indicating their uncertainty about how to proceed. Their primary objective in this gathering was to recruit the student who had topped the rankings, followed closely by those who had successfully navigated the gray space. Each guardian possessed only one special recruitment quota. While Lingming and her peers were merely students of a junior magic academy, and securing even one special recruitment slot was already commendable. Ultimately, Yingfeng and Xiangyang were accepted into the Sacred Magic Academy of Shunshang and the Advanced Magic Academy of Luoju, respectively. Upon observing that the other two had made their choices, the enrollment officer from Dongjing Academy, Yu, turned his attention to the remaining candidates. He had been quietly observing Lingming. Had he not witnessed her exceptional performance in the gray space, he would have found it hard to believe that this seemingly harmless child was the same individual who had decimated elven beasts within that realm. "What is your name?" "Hello, teacher. My name is Lingming." At this, the enrollment officer from Dongjing Academy was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Lingchen. "He is from my family." Lingchen clearly understood the thoughts running through Yu's mind and promptly offered an explanation. "And this one?" Yu then directed his gaze towards the final student, who had reached the rank of intermediate mage. "Oh, no wonder. It turns out to be a member of Lord Yiling's family. Truly, heroes emerge from youth." Although Yu's words suggested admiration, he inwardly lamented the situation. The reason the other two enrollment officers had accepted Yingfeng and Xiangyang was due to their high magical aptitude. Thus, by accepting them, they had effectively passed Lingming on to Yu, as a favor to himself. However, none of the three anticipated that Lingming was indeed a member of the Yiling family, and Yu could think of no justification to persuade her to forsake her promising future for his academy. After all, there were strict hierarchies among magic academies, and the institutions represented by the three guardians were relatively inferior in status. Yu occasionally glanced at Lingchen, who wore an expression of deep regret. What a predicament! Lingchen's cultivation was evidently superior to his own, which left Yu feeling quite vexed. He had traveled a great distance only to find that not only had he failed to recruit the top candidate, but the ordinary students had also been claimed by the other two academies. "Teacher Ho, I actually wish to choose your esteemed academy." Just as the atmosphere was about to turn awkward, Lingming's voice shattered the tension. Hearing this, Yu's expression softened somewhat, momentarily leaving him in a daze. "Oh, Teacher Ho, we are immensely grateful for your willingness to come to Yunicheng for recruitment. As a guardian, your personal visit on our behalf has truly honored us. How could we possibly decline?" Lingming's eloquent words unexpectedly shifted Yu's perspective. "No, in truth, given your capabilities, you have ample opportunity to attend those higher-ranking academies without feeling compelled to choose out of courtesy. Teacher, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. The reason I did not agree to your invitation immediately is that I have a small request, and I wonder if you might grant it." "A request? What sort of request?" "Perhaps you are unaware, but I entered the grace space as an older awakened student." An older awakened student. The three guardians were taken aback, realizing that this young individual had not received any training from a magic academy. Yet, despite this, she had managed to achieve the top rank in the empire. "Teachers, you must have guessed my request by now. Indeed, I have just completed the entrance examination for the Junior Magic Academy in Yunicheng. If I were to transfer to Dongjing Academy now, I would find myself among students who have already undergone training at both junior and intermediate levels, while I would be starting from scratch, making it difficult for me to integrate with them. Therefore, I wish to proceed step by step, completing my studies at the junior and intermediate levels in Yunicheng first, and should your esteemed academy not find me lacking, I would then humbly wish to join." "Ha ha ha, quite clever indeed. Despite your tender age, you navigate matters with impressive acumen. In that case, I shall refrain from saying more. I will personally oversee your enrollment when the time comes." Chapter 82. Kill me? Thank you, teacher. Once the three teachers had finalized their respective recruits, they engaged in further conversation before preparing to depart. Before leaving, Yu approached Lingming once more, providing her with the location magic for Dongjing Academy and even handing her the school emblem directly. If she completed her studies ahead of schedule, she could report to the academy at any time. With the departure of the three guardians, everyone returned to their preparations for the impending academic journey. As Zi'er had no place to go, she was settled by Lingchen in the magic temple. As the personnel within the temple dispersed, this nationwide examination came to a close. Grandfather? Noticing Yi Lingchen's prolonged silence, Yi Lingming tentatively called out. Though she frequently traversed between home and the temple, the paths felt somewhat unfamiliar. Yi Lingchen gazed into the distance, letting out a sigh. You have yet to awaken your magical attributes. However, you are unlike others. Because of your inheritance, when you do awaken, it shall undoubtedly be the grass attribute. Upon awakening your attributes, all prior magical knowledge will be reshaped and endowed with new power. Enhancing your magic significantly, the inheritance will also manifest extraordinary abilities within you. Thus, you must exercise utmost caution. You need to always remember the mission you bear. Yes, grandfather. Even if you had not chosen Dongjing Academy today, I would have ensured you were accepted. Why is that? Yi Lingchen shook his head and fell silent, hastening his steps toward home. Before long, they arrived at the Yiling residence, where Yi Lingchen led Yi Lingming to his room. This room was all too familiar to Yi Lingming. She had previously come here to read when she first obtained her magic book, inadvertently discovering Yi Lingchen's small treasury, nearly causing a catastrophe. Upon entering the room, Yi Lingchen did not pause, making a beeline for the treasury. Grandfather, my level is still quite low. I do not need such high-level equipment. This. Yi Lingchen's body stiffened, causing Yi Lingming to collide gently with his back. Grandfather, could you please not stop so abruptly? Yi Lingming rubbed her head and spoke weakly. Before school starts, you shall remain here. I will arrange for someone to manage your meals and necessities. I shall teach you every night. And you will review and consolidate your knowledge during the day, after which I will check your progress. What? Yi Lingming was taken aback by Yi Lingchen's sudden announcement, momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean? Are you too moved? To become a mage, to become powerful, this is a journey you must undertake. During your time in the gray space, how many times did you wish to use the unsealing scroll? Yet in the end, what caused you to lose consciousness? Although you currently possess the rank of a special level mage, most of your abilities stem from the inheritance of the Elven King, while your physical strength is merely at the mage level. In the future, as your magical power grows rapidly, if your physical strength does not keep pace, not only will you be unable to inherit the throne, but you might also be overwhelmed by your own immense magical power. If you can endure the training over the next 2 months, your physical strength will see significant improvement and your magic will become more solid. Though Yi Lingming understood this was for her own good and was able to accept it, she still felt somewhat discontent. Observing her reaction, Yi Lingchen offered her reassurance. If you meet my requirements before school starts, I will unseal your latent magical power to the intermediate mage level, as expected. Upon hearing Yi Lingchen mention the unsealing of her magic, Yi Lingming instantly perked up. It's a promise. It's a promise. Do you think your grandfather would deceive you? Unbeknownst to Yi Lingming, what awaited her was nothing short of a grueling training regimen. Yi Lingchen waved his hand, wielding his staff, and a torrent of magical energy emanated forth, causing magical star formations to unfurl in concentric circles around him. Yi Lingming felt as though the space within the room had expanded several-fold. Surrounding the star formations were 18 smaller formations, each tethered to the larger formations like chains binding the space. An array! Yi Lingming exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the significance of what lay before her. Arrays were among the most practical and powerful tools in a mage's arsenal, while they might lack the raw power of forbidden spells. In terms of practicality, arrays were unrivaled. However, arrays often featured complex structures and required considerable preparation time, which rendered them somewhat obsolete in the current mage-centric environment. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Yi Lingming's admiration for them. Grandfather, you cannot do this. Moreover, this magic book was given to me by my uncle. You cannot simply take it. Ah, my grandson is indeed astute. Come, let me see your strength. With that, Yi Lingchen raised his staff. And 18 green orbs of light shot forth, merging seamlessly into various magical equipment. As the orbs entered the gear, the 18 pieces of equipment sprang to life, soaring into the 18 star formations. With the completion of this process, Yi Lingming found herself momentarily disoriented. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered that she was now in the midst of a forest, surrounded by an array of extraordinary flowers and grasses. The air was perfumed with their fragrant essence, accompanied by the melodic chirps of insects and birds. This magical formation possesses the capability of teleportation. But what purpose does it serve for me? Yi Lingming tentatively took a few steps forward, and as expected, after merely 10 strides, she felt an immense force halting her progress. The distance she had traversed was precisely the span from her previous position to the door. Coupled with the striking resemblance of this scene to the reception room of the magical sanctuary, Yi Lingming was further convinced that she remained within the confines of the room. Upon grasping this reality, a sly smile crept onto her lips. "Grandfather, is this what you referred to as training? Seeing through this illusory environment?" Indeed, remaining composed amidst chaos and maintaining clarity in the face of danger is crucial for swiftly assessing one's circumstances based on past experiences and present changes. However, true training transcends this. I hope you are psychologically prepared. The voice of Yi Lingchen echoed from all directions, yet devoid of any emotional inflection. "Grandfather, cease this theatrics. Unleash whatever tricks you have. What suffering I must endure." The speed was so rapid that even Yi Lingming, endowed with the mental prowess of a mid-level mage, scarcely had time to react before the blade plunged into her chest. Chapter 83. Have I reborn? The excruciating pain that followed compelled Yi Lingming to accept the harsh truth. All of this was undeniably real. There was no despair, no regret, only bewilderment. She could not fathom why her grandfather would take her life. In this world, she held no defenses against him. Yet, this very person, who had just moments ago been imparting wisdom, now turned against her. This betrayal was beyond her comprehension. She would rather believe in an invasion by demonic forces or an unforeseen mishap with the teleportation array. But such notions were evidently unfounded. Yi Lingming's certainty that her grandfather had indeed struck her down stemmed from the fact that a large hand tightly gripped the hilt of the blazing sword. A hand that had previously caressed her head and cheek. Grandfather. Yi Lingming acutely sensed her life ebbing away. Yet, what she felt was not merely the relentless pain and the fading of life, but rather the crumbling of her beliefs and consciousness. Why? With the utterance of this word, Yi Lingming could no longer sustain her body and fell limply to the ground in that fleeting moment of descent. Memories surged forth in her mind in a hazy recollection. She seemed to see two figures, reluctant to part with an infant entrusted to an elder, leaving only the remnants of tears upon the swaddling. From that moment onward, there had only been this elder and a sweet figure in her life. Yet now, this very person who had accompanied her thus far was the one who pierced her heart. The first lesson of life, trust no one. Yi Lingchen's voice resonated, but it was unlike any she had heard before, devoid of emotion. It was this very tone that brought her a strange sense of acceptance. "Grandfather, your first lesson is truly vivid and unforgettable. I shall remember it for a lifetime. However, it would be more fitting to call this the final lesson." Yi Lingming was perplexed by Yi Lingchen's actions. Nevertheless, regardless of his motives, he had nurtured her to this point. If he now sought to claim her life, so be it. It seemed that apart from her grandfather, no one else had left a significant mark on her heart. Alas, no longer would Sister Tian have anyone to bully. Zier, brother can no longer safeguard you. I apologize, little spirit ball, for not evolving you back to your original form and instead dragging you into this mess. Memories surged like a tidal wave, as the image of the sword penetrating her chest crystallized in her mind. With great difficulty, Yi Lingming closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. "I will wait for you." A voice emerged, as if whispering in her ear, yet also resonating within her mind. Yi Lingming felt an uncanny familiarity with this voice, though she could not recall its origin. At that moment, her mental faculties began to wane, her consciousness growing increasingly hazy, until her last vestige of willpower led her to the source of the voice. It was a stone. Hadn't I placed it within the magical space stone? How did it emerge? This stone seemed to be a reward from the gray space, yet it was unfortunate that she had not thoroughly examined it before facing death. Wait, that's not right. The reward from the gray space should have been the Xingwei gem, which is golden, so why is this a blue stone? Where did it come from? Could it be Yuer? Yi Lingming's eyes flew open, memories flooding back in an instant as a blue figure flickered before her. This blue gem was radiating with vitality and magical energy, striving to sustain her consciousness and mend her body. Suddenly, the desire to live surged within her. Yi Lingming was engulfed in darkness, her consciousness fading completely. She seemed to drift in an endless void for what felt like an eternity, a darkness without end, filled solely with profound solitude and fear. Is this the sensation of death? It is truly unremarkable. All of it is deceitful. There is no paradise, no divine beings. Death is simply death, and nothing more. Time became an enigma as a distant point of light emerged, compelling Yi Lingming to glide towards it. The point gradually expanding. Ultimately, she found herself enveloped in the brilliance, warmth flooding her being, and the pain dissipated. Familiar scents returned, the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds greeted her once more. She stood unharmed in the very spot she had just been teleported to. Hastily lifting her garments to inspect her chest, she discovered it intact and exhaled a deep sigh of relief. The events that had transpired were utterly bewildering, leaving her in a state of confusion. Have I been reborn? Or was this merely a dream I experienced during my teleportation? How absurd, if that is the case. Then Yuer was also a dream? Yi Lingming quickly retrieved the blue gem that Yuer had gifted her from the magical space stone. Upon seeing the gem, despair once again enveloped her. This gem, once brimming with an oceanic force, now, despite its radiant appearance, had lost its essence, resembling an ordinary stone. A troubling thought began to take root. Everything that transpired was indeed real. This gem had expended all its energy to save me. Having tasted death once, Yi Lingming was reluctant to accept this reality. Perhaps the gem's energy had been depleted within the grace space. After all, it had shielded her from the final assault. Though Yi Lingming endeavored to reassure herself, she cautiously advanced once more. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps, and once again, that familiar force emerged, blocking her path. In a fit of defiance, Yi Lingming shouted the words anew. Grandfather, is seeing through this illusory environment what you deem training? 1 breath, 2 breaths. Yet before Yi Lingming could utter another word, the voice she yearned to hear yet dreaded echoed once more. Indeed, remaining unflustered amidst turmoil and maintaining composure in peril allows for swift assessment of one's circumstances based on past experiences and present changes. However, true training transcends this. I hope you are psychologically prepared. No? Yi Lingming screamed, her resolve hardening. Grandfather, I shall not train any longer. No, I will train, but let us pause for a moment. Shall we? These words erupted from her. Nearly a howl, desperate for Yi Lingchen to hear. A sword hurtled towards her, its blade a deep crimson, ablaze with fire. So swift was its trajectory that even Yi Lingming, with the mental acuity of a mid-level mage, could not react in time before the blade pierced her chest once more. Chapter 84. Refining the heart. No. The sense of helplessness as history repeated itself, the crushing blow of being slain by her grandfather, the intense pain, and the collapse of her beliefs relentlessly assailed this boy, still not yet 8 years old. Yi Lingming's gaze remained fixed upon the hilt of the fiery sword, her focus drawn to the large hand gripping it tightly. The rapid changes overwhelmed her, leaving her unable to think clearly. With a swift motion, Yi Lingchen withdrew the sword, and Yi Lingming collapsed to the ground. This time, there was no blue gem to save her. Not even a moment to contemplate, as she plummeted into darkness once more. Was this truly the end? To her astonishment, shortly after plunging into the abyss, Yi Lingming discovered a point of light. Before she could float towards it, the light emitted a tremendous force, drawing her in. After a dizzying whirl, she found herself in a vast palace, seated upon an enormous throne, revered by throngs of people, not only humans but also a multitude of ethereal beasts. This scene seemed strangely familiar. The vision shifted again, and Yi Lingming stood upon a battlefield, gazing upon a lifeless body. Hadn't she visited this place while unconscious in the grace space? However, last time she had arrived alive. And now she came as one who had perished. Upon closer inspection, the corpse was none other than that of the figure she had seen on the throne earlier in her previous fainting spell. This was the one who single-handedly battled countless demons, enduring until the very end to protect the flickering lights of countless homes, ultimately detonating his staff in a final act of defiance against the fiends. Succumbing to death. Yet this time, the scene differed. A multitude of mages and spirits surrounded him, safeguarding their king. They had traversed the continent, gathering treasures and spirit stones, successfully repairing the staff, channeling the collective belief of the realm to awaken it, and revive their sovereign. Ultimately, their king wielded a staff, leading his people to vanquish the invading foes. Yi Lingming gazed at this staff, a symbol of the faith of the masses, becoming somewhat entranced. Under the illumination of the sun, the staff radiated a dazzling brilliance that was utterly mesmerizing. The intricate patterns etched upon it meandered like the threads of history, exemplifying nobility and opulence. It epitomized the highest authority, capable of governing the fate of all things in the world. It was the insignia of kingship and a symbol of dominion, instilling reverence in all who stood beneath its formidable presence. Time flowed swiftly, and the pilgrims who reverently approached it were replaced in waves, as it and its master became mere echoes of the past and history. From that moment forth, the existence of the accompanying staff was established. Why am I witnessing these visions? Yi Lingming felt the scenes growing increasingly vivid, and the staff becoming more substantial. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp the staff, only to find herself truly holding it. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the surrounding space began to fracture, splintering like a shattered mirror. When all settled, the sight before Yi Lingming rendered her momentarily speechless, as she found herself resurrected, unscathed. Unlike the previous occasion, the array set by Yi Lingchen was now fully revealed, with 18 pieces of magical equipment suspended within their respective astral formations. The staff she had grasped earlier turned out to be the focal point of the entire array. This staff was one she was intimately familiar with, being the very branch she had discovered in Yi Lingchen's secret vault. This staff could merge with her magical space stone to reveal its complete form. But why was this staff chosen as the focal point? Each of the 18 pieces of magical equipment surrounding her was of legendary caliber, surely superior to this staff that required her magical space stone for activation. Yi Lingming scrutinized the staff more closely, astonished. The last time she had seen it, it had appeared as nothing more than a withered branch. Now, much of its outer layer had peeled away, revealing hints of a vibrant green core. The life force contained within was boundless and overwhelming, continuously infusing itself into Yi Lingming through the gaps left by the shedding bark. Even the previously exhausted blue gemstone began to recover gradually. Yi Lingming hastily summoned her mental energy to scan her body, discovering that she bore no injuries, and her condition was even more robust than before. The various phenomena before her, combined with her earlier experiences, led Yi Lingming to a realization. Regardless of how her grandfather had treated her in the past, she was not only alive but had also experienced significant growth. Thus, there was only one possibility. The intent to kill was a facade. The true purpose was training. Having grasped this insight, Yi Lingming felt a wave of relief wash over her, dispelling all negative emotions. "Come on, grandfather, what comes next?" as she exclaimed. Her gaze remained fixed on the flaming blade hovering above the focal point. It was not that Yi Lingming was afraid. Rather, she was merely being prudent. The flaming blade remained motionless, suspended above the astral formation, and Yi Lingchen's voice did not resound. Instead, a voice reminiscent of that within the realm of grace echoed. "Congratulations on passing. Refine your heart. Indeed, you are truly my grandson, Yi Lingming." Upon hearing this voice, Yi Lingming instantly transformed, unable to maintain her composure, revealing herself as a child who had endured much suffering. "Grandfather." Sob sob. The figure of Yi Lingchen materialized, extending his hand toward Yi Lingming's head. Just as his hand was about to touch her, the magical space stone emitted a flash of light, and a tender green figure appeared, standing protectively in front of Yi Lingming. Yi Lingming felt her magical energy rapidly depleting, followed by a cascade of magical skills: flower blade, explosive seed, petal dance. In an instant, countless razor-sharp petals and explosive seeds filled the confined space. Observing this scene, Yi Lingchen merely smiled knowingly, without making any overt movement. A beam of light shot forth from the staff. Its speed was such that the swarming petals appeared to freeze in its wake. "Little spirit ball, quickly evade." The light's velocity was so swift that Yi Lingming had no time to react. The magical skills of the little spirit ball were effortlessly obliterated before this radiant force, which ultimately struck the little spirit ball. The little spirit ball was sent flying, rolling across the ground until it finally came to a halt upon colliding with the edge of the array. "Little spirit ball." Yi Lingming dashed toward it, hastily scooping it up to assess its injuries. However, as soon as she lifted the little spirit ball, it darted forward, positioning itself defiantly before Yi Lingming in confrontation with Yi Lingchen. "Minger, you truly have acquired a remarkable spirit." Chapter 85. Magical equipment training partner. Yi Lingchen's words only served to solidify Yi Lingming's suspicions. Indeed, all that had transpired before was a ruse. grandfather is truly formidable. Once training concludes, I shall ensure he faces a grand misfortune. Humph. Yet, what captivated Yi Lingming even more was that, before the flaming blade could pierce her, the little spirit ball had unhesitatingly shielded her. This deepened the bond between Yi Lingming and the little spirit ball. They were no longer mere master and servant, but partners, comrades sharing life and death. Little spirit ball, grandfather means no harm. He was merely honing my skills. Upon hearing Yi Lingming's words, the little spirit ball regarded Yi Lingchen with one eye wide and the other narrow, clearly still skeptical. Why, little one, do you doubt? Do you think that if I had transformed that healing spell into an attack, you would still be standing here? Upon hearing this, the little spirit ball realized that despite being struck by that beam of light, it had not sustained any injuries. Instead, it had been restored to its peak condition. The little spirit ball blinked its large eyes and leaped toward Yi Lingming. I'm sorry, little spirit ball, for putting you through this. Boo-hoo-hoo. Master has suffered. By the way, grandfather, weren't you surprised when you discovered I had a spirit? You can blow up the Lord's residence. What is so astonishing about having a spirit? Once I sealed your magical energy, it had no power to use, so I didn't pay it much mind. After all, it's your little secret, of course. I didn't intentionally expose it. It revealed itself of its own accord. Yi Lingming felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, realizing she had unwittingly become a jester. She had thought her deception flawless, only to discover that the spirit had been too disdainful to bother speaking. Well then, let us save any further words for after we finish. What lies ahead is the true trial. Yi Lingming yearned to inquire how Yi Lingchen had made her experience that sensation of death so vividly. But time was of the essence. As she spoke, Yi Lingchen's figure began to fade gradually. By the way, I have completely lifted the seal on your magical energy. I hope you can endure. If you succeed, even if I were to seal your magical energy in the future, you would still be able to face challenges with ease. Yi Lingming distinctly felt the shackles within her dissipate as an overwhelming surge of magical energy coursed through her body. A supreme mage. Had Yi Lingming entered the realm of grace with her current strength, she would have been capable of sweeping away all opposition. Yet, such an act would undoubtedly draw the attention of significant powers, which was precisely why Yi Lingchen had sealed her true capabilities. Of the 18 pieces of legendary magical equipment, 6 had been passed down through the family. It remained a mystery why these 6 legendary magical artifacts lacked magical attributes. The remaining 12 were acquired during my travels across the continent, obtained from various guardians of magical attributes. I believe they will serve as your finest training partners. Understanding these attributes now will prepare you, so you will not be caught off guard in the future. As Yi Lingchen's voice gradually faded into the distance, Yi Lingming entered a state of readiness. Come on. Having already faced death, I refuse to believe that anything could be more terrifying than this. Yi Lingming began to examine the 18 pieces of magical equipment, or rather, 19. The staff remained at the center of the array, yet Yi Lingchen had referred to it as merely 18. Yi Lingming observed that among the 18 pieces of equipment on the periphery, 6 without attributes were enveloped in a glow, obscuring their true nature. The 12 with attributes were clearly discernible, showcasing their respective powers: water sword, fire blade, dragon wing, electric hammer, ice bow, insect staff, poison staff, and demon staff. The 4 attributes of grass, earth, stone, and ordinary served as defensive magical equipment. Just as Yi Lingming completed her observations, one piece of magical equipment soared into the air. It was the water sword. This sword bore some resemblance to Yuer's blue sword, radiating a resplendent water blue hue. Intricate veins intertwined and converged upon the hilt, reminiscent of rivers flowing into the sea. As the water sword slashed through the air, a blade of water shot toward Yi Lingming. Reacting swiftly, she dodged, and the water blade struck the spot she had just vacated, carving a deep gash into the ground. Seeing Yi Lingming evade, the water sword continued to swing, unleashing a barrage of water blades toward her. Yi Lingming activated her magical shield, nimbly evading the onslaught. The rain-like water blades struck the air, failing to hit their mark. The flora in the space was sent flying, and soil and stones were scattered everywhere. In the brief pause of the water sword's assault, Yi Lingming quickly channeled her magic, and a pair of transparent wings began to form on her back. Before long, the wings solidified, and Yi Lingming infused them with magic. Soaring into the sky, Previously, in the realm of grace, Yi Lingming had only needed the power of a 7th-level magical apprentice to control magical wings. Not to mention that I have already attained the cultivation level of a grand mage. Although Yi Lingming has only glanced through the flying spell a few times in the magic book, she has still managed to successfully employ it. The wings formed from her magical energy consume a considerable amount of power during their condensation, and the energy expended during flight is several times that of magical wings. Therefore, it is customary for those who reach the grand mage level to first procure a pair of magical wings. However, it is evident that Yi Lingming does not have that privilege at this moment. Upon witnessing Yi Lingming take to the skies, the water sword seemed momentarily stunned and ceased its assault, prompting Yi Lingming to laugh heartily. I am waiting to fully master the prowess of a grand mage. And you? What are you waiting for? For death. Yi Lingming's words stemmed from her previous discovery of the water sword's inadequate offensive power. The fire blade she encountered earlier clearly possessed the strength of a guardian, and a late-stage one at that. In contrast, she felt confident that she could withstand the attacks from the water sword. Previously, she had to risk her life to achieve results, but now, it was evidently a test of her combat capabilities. If these magical instruments could still annihilate her, it would serve no purpose. Thus, the strength of this magical equipment appeared to be on par with her own magical prowess, akin to that of an early-stage grand mage. Isn't this my home turf? Ha-as Yi Lingming tossed a stone into the air. The 7-colored diamond sword fell into her grasp. Have you forgotten the terror of being dominated by it? Chapter 86. Water Sword Trial. Indeed, the moment Yi Lingming grasped the 7-colored diamond sword, the water sword retreated as if it were a mouse fleeing from a cat, clearly terrified. Ignoring all else, Yi Lingming swiftly flapped her wings and charged at the water sword with the 7-colored diamond sword in hand. As Yi Lingming bore down upon it, the water sword could no longer maintain its composure and began to flee in a panic. Little spirit ball, block its path. Do-do-de-loo. The spirit and the mage share magical energy, which means that the little spirit ball also possesses the cultivation level of a grand mage now. The pointed ears of the little spirit ball emitted 2 beams of light, intertwining and forming a hexagram. With the infusion of magical power, a magical star formation emerged. A magical light shield was summoned, blocking the water sword's inevitable route. Boom! The water sword collided solidly with the magical light shield, and seizing the opportunity, Yi Lingming lunged for the water sword. Just then, the branch staff at the center of the formation emitted a low hum, causing both the 7-colored diamond sword and the water sword to tremble simultaneously. To Yi Lingming's astonishment, the suppression of the water sword by the 7-colored diamond sword vanished, while her own sword felt a subtle pressure. How could this branch staff possess such a high grade? It was capable of suppressing the 7-colored diamond sword. Fortunately, the branch staff merely lifted the suppression on the water sword. It did not take any further action. Very well, this way you have no excuse to claim that my victory was unearned. With the suppression lifted, the water sword's combat power surged dramatically, each attack resembling a colossal wave, leaving Yi Lingming struggling to respond. Within these waves were countless sharp blades, relentlessly slicing against her magical shield. Yi Lingming transitioned from offense to defense, yet bolstered by the magical power of her grand mage status, her magical shield was not easily breached. For a time, both she and the sword found themselves in a stalemate. The water sword seemed to recognize this and ascended into the air, conjuring numerous blue magical star formations. Countless water columns shot forth from the star formations, all targeting the same spot on the magical shield. The intensity and speed of these water columns were reminiscent of Yi Lingming's critical strike attacks, causing her magical energy to dwindle rapidly. Even so, it was still insufficient to break through Yi Lingming's magical shield. Seeing this, the water sword unleashed a new technique, pointing its blades skyward and manifesting countless water swords, akin to a peacock fanning its tail. Under the relentless assault of these water swords, cracks began to appear in the magical shield. Yet the water sword's barrage showed no signs of abating. The water sword etched patterns in the air, and before long, a colossal magical formation was completed, as the water sword soared into the center of the formation. The water elements in the vicinity frantically converged towards it. Witnessing this, Yi Lingming's heart sank. She wanted to intervene, but it was too late, as a gigantic water sword slowly rose from the formation. This sword was so immense that it seemed capable of cleaving mountains asunder. Despite its size, it exhibited remarkable agility, hurtling straight towards Yi Lingming, magical shield, magical light shield, reinforced shield, golden cicada escape. Before she could unleash her skills, Yilingming felt a thought firmly locking onto her. It's over, I've been targeted. The golden cicada escape failed, and Yilingming could only brace herself as the massive sword descended, shattering the reinforced magical light shield. The giant sword landed upon the magical shield with a deafening screech. Yilingming sensed her magical energy surging out of her body, and even if she exhausted all her power, she might not withstand this attack, so it would be wiser to conserve her energy and find an opportunity to evade. Without hesitation, Yilingming dispelled her magical shield. As soon as she withdrew her shield, an inexplicable scene unfolded. The water sword immediately dissipated the giant sword, only to conjure countless water swords to continue their assault. Observing this, Yilingming released her magical shield once more, but the moment she did, the water sword summoned the giant sword again, leaving her with no choice but to retract her shield. Oddly enough, whenever Yilingming withdrew her magical shield, the water sword would again disperse the giant sword. Could it be that defensive magic was prohibited? Was she simply destined to endure these blows? It is well understood that while mages are formidable, they are inherently fragile. For instance, even a grand mage could be slain by a high mage if they do not employ a magical shield. Connecting the dots from Yelingchen's previous remarks and her current situation, Yilingming began to piece together the puzzle. If I can't defend, then I won't. Yilingming flapped her wings, skillfully maneuvering through the storm of swords. Despite her utmost caution, facing such relentless attacks proved daunting, and she found herself accumulating numerous wounds. Below, the little spirit ball was also pursued by a throng of water swords. Had it not conjured a vast bamboo forest, it might have already perished. Even so, it persistently sought opportunities to cast healing spells on Yilingming. Do. With such a companion, what challenge could we not overcome? Thus, one mage and one spirit, amidst the rain of swords, managed to withstand the onslaught for over 2 hours, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing in a pool of blood. At this moment, Yilingming's body was devoid of magical energy, with countless wounds adorning her form. Were it not for her formidable vitality, she would have surely perished from such grievous injuries. At this juncture, the branch staff at the center of the formation ascended into the air, and the surrounding withered bark shed its layers, revealing the staff's true appearance, majestic and dignified, evoking an instinctual desire to prostrate in reverence. The staff's apex radiated waves of colorful light, and the battleground, ravaged by conflict, began to rejuvenate. Soon, the scents of flowers and grass, alongside the chirps of insects and birds, filled the art. As Yilingming lay upon the ground, her body gradually began to heal, wounds closing and scabbing over, her magical energy and condition swiftly restored. Yilingming did not perish this time, nor was she confined to the dark room, nor did she encounter any more bizarre visions. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of the sky and clouds. I said over. Before Yilingming could comprehend her situation, a swish echoed as the space around her became searingly hot. Upon closer inspection, she beheld the fire blade hovering ominously above her. Chapter 87. Body refinement. Gazing at the fire blade above, a sense of foreboding welled up within Yilingming. Surely, you aren't planning to have all 18 of you take turns tormenting me, are you? Sizzle. The searing heat of the fire blade, each strike met with a resounding crack, inflicted immense agony upon Yilingming. The 7-colored diamond sword, held defensively across her chest, could only barely fend off the attacks within this formation, having lost its absolute suppression. Yet, against the burning and the intense heat, she found herself utterly helpless. After just a few strikes, the temperature reached a terrifying level. In this dire situation, before Yilingming could react, the little spirit ball had already cast a magical shield around her. With the shield in place, the surrounding heat was instantaneously kept at bay, granting Yilingming a brief respite. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Why hadn't she utilized the magical shield earlier? A troubling thought crossed her mind. Oh no, little spirit ball, quickly remove the magical shield. Just as Yilingming had feared, the fire blade in the air summoned a colossal magical star formation, from which a gigantic fire blade began to emerge. The oppressive force and temperature radiating from this massive fire blade were terrifying. Even within her magical shield, Yilingming struggled to breathe. Fortunately, upon hearing Yilingming's command, The little spirit ball swiftly dispelled the magical shield, causing the yet-to-materialize giant fire blade to dissipate as well. It seems my speculation was correct. The previous death was a test of the heart. Now, I cannot defend myself, which must mean this is a trial of the body. However, please don't keep pushing me to my limits. I fear the shadows it may leave behind. For the next 2 hours, under the relentless care of the fire blade, Yilingming was subjected to an unending barrage of attacks until she was left battered and unconscious. The branch staff at the center of the formation once again levitated, and a surge of vibrant life energy poured forth towards Yilingming. The vitality was immense and boundless, enveloping Yilingming completely. This life force was not merely healing Yilingming. Rather, through continuous infusion and consumption, it aimed to achieve the transformation of her very essence. Before long, the life energy dissipated, and Yilingming opened her eyes once more. Without hesitation, she sprang to her feet, grasping the 7-colored diamond sword. Her gaze fixed intently on the pair of dragon wings that stood in the 3rd position. Through her previous experiences, Yilingming had grown accustomed to this peculiar training method. However, the dragon wings before her did not attack immediately as the water and fire blades had. This rare opportunity afforded Yilingming a moment to breathe. With her mental focus locked onto the dragon wings, she began to probe her own body, curious about how she had survived after perishing multiple times before. This exploration left Yilingming astounded. She observed that the magical powers within her, previously fragmented due to sealing, had now completely fused as a result of the prior battle. Her skeletal structure and meridian pathways had become significantly more resilient. Her external senses, reflexes, and vision had also sharpened manifold, indicating that Yilingming had gained a preliminary mastery over her extraordinary mage abilities. Indeed, my assumptions were nearly correct. Since this is so, let us proceed. The dragon wings seemed to comprehend Yilingming's words, slowly ascending into the AI art. As the wings rose higher, they began to expand in no time. The originally few feet long wings had grown to a staggering 30 feet. With a mighty sweep of its colossal wings, a streak of light traced the outline of a great dragon in the air, gradually solidifying as magical energy was infused. Roar! Soon, a living, breathing dragon appeared before Yilingming. The dragon stood over 20 feet tall, its wingspan reaching a terrifying 30 feet, its entire body a shade of earthy yellow, exuding an indomitable presence. The dragon, suspended in the air within this compact magic circle, imparted an overwhelming sense of grandeur. The winds generated by its flapping wings equated to the force of an advanced mage's attack, presenting Yilingming with considerable difficulty. Through her prior trials, Yilingming had realized that mere defense was not as effective as striking while defending. As the saying goes, attack the enemy's weaknesses. Before the dragon could launch its assault, Yilingming charged forward. Stinking dragon, taste my 7-colored diamond slash, clang, bang, boom. The 7-colored diamond sword struck the dragon, producing only a crisp sound, while the massive dragon claw slammed into Yilingming's chest, sending her hurtling away. Yilingming collided against the edge of the magic circle before finally coming to a halt. She felt a surge of warmth in her chest, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. Using her sword for support, she slowly rose, wiping the blood from her face, and charged at the dragon once more. Clang, bang, boom. The outcome was predictable. Yilingming was once again sent flying. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating it is to attack without fear for my own safety. Thus, Yilingming, like a moth drawn to a flame, repeatedly charged at the dragon, only to be knocked back time and again. The dragon's formidable strength rendered Yilingming unable to breach its defenses, yet its offensive power was restrained to the level of an advanced mage. After countless attempts, Yilingming was once again thrown aside. Her body was now drenched in blood, and even her bones had been shattered by the dragon's blows, unable to support her any longer. The 7-colored diamond sword fell just inches away, yet her hands could not grasp it. Yilingming lay on the ground, her eyes fixated on the sword. Concentrating her mind, she began to manipulate the 7-colored diamond sword, transforming it into a critical strike as her will directed it. The sword on the ground slowly morphed into the desired shape. Initially, Yilingming approached this with a mere sense of trial, for her mental prowess had yet to reach the level where she could manipulate objects from a distance. The dragon, sensing Yilingming's exhaustion, let out a mighty roar and charged directly at her, conjuring a massive spiked rock in its maw. The immense pressure from its bulk caused Yi Lingming, already prone on the ground, to become embedded in the earth. Confronted with the approaching dragon, Yi Lingming felt no fear. Instead, a smirk graced her lips. Just what I was waiting for, boom. The critical strike gun, infused with all of Yi Lingming's magical energy and mental focus, struck the dragon's chest with deadly precision. Chapter 88, 3 Staves. The critical strike gun, containing the full extent of a special mage's power and intent, was formidable enough to pierce even the defenses of a dragon. Moreover, this was a meticulously calculated strike. Each of Yi Lingming's previous attacks had laid the groundwork for this final blow, targeting the same spot on the dragon's body, forcibly slicing open its hide. The only miscalculation was her severe injuries, which left her unable to support herself. It was this combination of strategy and fortune that enabled the culminating attack. The critical strike gun roared forth. A beam of light compressed from magical energy and intent, piercing through the dragon's chest and embedding itself into its heart. Though water is gentle, it can still wear away stone, as the final strike was unleashed. Yi Lingming could no longer endure and succumbed to unconsciousness, her fading awareness registering the anguished roars of the dragon. Compared to her previous encounters, this time Yi Lingming had sustained her most grievous injuries. Yet paradoxically, it was also the time she felt the most exhilarated. For the first time, she had seized the initiative. Yi Lingming began to scan her body with her mental powers, and sure enough, she found that her abilities had once again advanced significantly compared to before. She could not believe that being struck by this magical equipment could lead to such growth. It was highly likely that something had transpired while she was unconscious. If not, how could her previously grave injuries have vanished so completely? This was not to mention her earlier 2 deaths, which she had felt quite vividly. If she could be revived after dying, healing from injuries was hardly a stretch. It is essential to understand that mental power differs from magical energy. It cannot merely be enhanced through effort. The 3rd tier is not a rigid requirement for the advancement of magical energy. Even guardians, without immense fortune and effort, remain at the 3rd tier of mental power. The levels of magical energy from 1 to 6 correspond to the tiers of mental power from 1 to 3. Yi Lingming was elated at her mental power breaking through to the 3rd tier. If wielded effectively, it could potentially surpass magical energy in efficacy. The 1st tier, Clear Mind, enhances one's spirit and intent beyond the norm, achieving tasks with half the effort. The 2nd tier, Heart Probe, allows the user to probe their own body and conduct simple external explorations, discerning various auxiliary and charm spells. The 3rd tier, Object Mind, significantly expands the range and duration of external probing, enabling control over objects and a basic influence over the consciousness of others. This was a tremendous boon for Yi Lingming, who was destined to have her magical energy sealed in the future. Contemplating this, Yi Lingming released less than 10% of her mental power, completely enveloping the entire magic circle. Before she could revel in her accomplishment, Yi Lingming leapt to her feet as if jolted by electricity. As her mental power radiated outward, she discovered that the 3 staves in the 6th, 7th, and 8th positions were floating up and down before her, seemingly admiring their prey. Yi Lingming's sudden movement caused the staves to sway, as if displeased, yet they showed no inclination to attack. Observing their lack of aggression, Yi Lingming's tension only heightened. After all, the unknown is the most fearsome of all. Neither Yi Lingming nor the staves moved, remaining in a tense standoff. Yi Lingming scrutinized the staves before her with puzzlement. Why were the insect staff, poison staff, and demon staff positioned at the back instead of the electric hammer in 4th place? Not only were they out of order, but 3 had appeared at once. Yi Lingming was astonished to see that the dragon wings, previously golden, had now turned gray. Could it be that I successfully defeated it? The staves remained suspended in place, showing no indication of aggression. This time, with 3 staves present, could this be a test of my magical skills? Although she had removed the seal and possessed tangible special mage strength, along with a fair number of magical skills, she had yet to awaken her magical attributes. Magical skills without awakened attributes were akin to unfinished products. Once her magical attributes were awakened, all her skills would be reshaped. What, then, was the purpose of engaging in a magical skill duel with the staves? With confusion, Yi Lingming switched the magic space stone to staff form. Special mage intermediate magic, Flower Blade. In an instant, a flurry of crimson petals floated forth. silently advancing toward the three staves. Each petal was a sharp blade. Had Yi Lingming possessed her current strength during her initial visit to the magical forest, she would have faced virtually no opposition aside from the final spirit elephant. However, what transpired next left Yi Lingming dumbfounded. The petals capable of annihilating spirit wolves melted away like snowflakes before even reaching the staves. What? Could it be that the power was insufficient? The same magical skill can be released with varying degrees of potency. After all, it is unnecessary to exert the force to kill a cow to dispatch an ant. Thus, magical skills are categorized into ordinary, intermediate, and advanced powers. Of course, to unleash an advanced potency, one must first achieve the rank of advanced mage. Seeing that the intermediate power had no effect, Yi Lingming concentrated her magical energy once more. Special Mage Advanced Magic, Flower Blade. Yi Lingming once again unleashed the Floral Blade, a formidable high-level magical skill, whose power far surpassed that of intermediate abilities. The sky was filled with countless blades of petals, dancing gracefully in the gentle breeze. The collision of petals produced a sound reminiscent of wind chimes. As they fluttered through the air, seemingly capable of severing light itself, bright and alluring, they nevertheless exuded a chilling brilliance. Chapter 89. Speed Training. Countless petals enveloped the staff, incessantly slicing and strangling. Observing the scene before her, Yi Lingming mused that even if she could not inflict damage on her opponent this time, she could at least breach their defenses. However, contrary to her expectations, once the floral blade subsided, the three staffs remained perfectly intact, floating in place without any signs of damage. This left Yi Lingming perplexed. If this was a test of her magical skills, shouldn't there be some sort of response? How could she discern the strength of her magic? Regardless of the power of the magical attack, the effect dissipated upon contact with the staffs. Could it be that she had misunderstood the objective, and this trial was not about magical prowess? The three staffs clearly exhibited a defensive rather than offensive nature. Surely, it could not be a test of physical attacks. It was only due to her unintentional transformation of the colorful spatial stone into a prismatic diamond sword that she had resorted to close combat, as she had initially possessed no magical skills. Yet, she was a mage. Was it not absurd for a mage to engage in melee? Before she could voice her grievances, Yi Lingming thought of her little companion. Zier's accompanying staff could also transform into a sword. She wondered how Zier was faring in the magical sanctuary, if she had grown accustomed to it. It seemed that Yu, whom she had encountered in the end space, also wielded a sword. What on earth was happening in this world? Why must mages resort to close combat? Resolute, she decided to wield a melee weapon. In an instant, the staff in her hand transformed into a prismatic diamond sword, and Yi Lingming charged forward with determination. The power of a grand mage surged forth, her will firmly locking onto the three staffs, ready to react at the slightest movement. Taste my blade. As she neared the staffs, Yi Lingming leapt into the air, aiming her strike directly at them. Uncertain of the staff's strength, she anticipated that they would not be weak, judging by the previous three magical artifacts. Indeed, the moment the diamond sword made contact with the staff, it reacted with astonishing speed, vanishing from her sight in an instant. Having failed to land her attack, Yi Lingming executed a backflip to swiftly distance herself. Upon gaining some space, she realized she found herself in the center of a formation, with the three staffs surrounding her in a triangular formation. Once again, the scene fell into a stalemate, until Yi Lingming broke the silence by charging towards the bug staff. Just as she was about to strike, the bug staff vanished once more, reappearing at a distance, causing her attack to once again meet empty AI. Why Yi Lingming had anticipated this. Prior to her attack, she had used her will to lock onto the bug staff, realizing that it did not simply disappear but rather teleported. Yet this was not teleportation in the conventional sense, for it left behind a trace of movement, indicating that the bug staff's speed was nearly indistinguishable from teleportation. Approaching the bug staff, Yi Lingming cautiously extended her hand. I understand now. This trial is meant to train my speed, or rather, my reflexes. With clarity of purpose, Yi Lingming grew bolder. Through her earlier trials, she had discerned that the three staffs not only possessed incredible speed but were also immune to attacks. Yet they did not retaliate. Yi Lingming once again approached the bug staff, slowly reaching out to grasp it. Just as she was about to make contact, she swiftly closed her hand around it. The staff's cold touch registered for but a fleeting moment before it evaded her grasp once more. Curse it, just a fraction too slow. Without hesitation, Yi Lingming swiftly positioned herself before the bug's staff. Feigning nonchalance as she glanced around, then, seizing the opportunity, she acted decisively and captured the staff in her grasp. Got you now. At that moment, Yi Lingming noticed that the formation point of the bug's staff began to glow the instant she seized it. Before she could comprehend the cause, she felt an unsettling change in the staff's texture point. One moment it felt soft and squishy like a fat worm. The next as hard as a beetle's shell. Then prickly and unbearable, and then, an array of complex and indescribable sensations coursed through her, prompting Yi Lingming to instinctively release her grip on the bug's staff. The moment she did, the staff instantaneously teleported away. And the formation point dimmed. Why has it dimmed again? Must I grasp all 3 staffs simultaneously? Puzzled, Yi Lingming approached the poisoned staff, methodically taking hold of it. Just as she had suspected, the moment she grasped the poisoned staff, its formation point illuminated. Delighted to have her hypothesis validated, Yi Lingming dashed toward the bug staff. As a grand mage, she traversed the distance in the blink of an eye, extending her hand to seize it. This time, it seemed far too simple, a stark contrast to her previous trials. Yet before she could revel in her success, Yi Lingming suddenly felt a moment of disorientation, her hand reaching toward the bug staff, freezing in midair. While an ordinary person might not think twice, Yi Lingming, as a grand mage with a heightened awareness of danger, felt a sharp sting, a piercing sensation emanating from deep within her brain. Indeed, upon probing with her will, she discovered that her body had been infiltrated by several toxins from the poisoned staff. Had she remained oblivious, it might have been better. But this realization left her feeling dizzy and weak, as though she were on the brink of death. Reluctantly, she released her grip on the poisoned staff, which vanished like a fish slipping back into water. The staff left her hand, but the toxins within her body remained, compelling Yi Lingming to sit down and expel the poison. Fortunately, her time grasping the poisoned staff had been brief, and the toxins were merely ordinary. Before long, they had all been purged from her system. After regaining her composure, Yi Lingming rose once more, having devised a strategy during her brief respite. How could 2 hands grasp 3 staffs at once? The solution lay in gathering them together, allowing both hands to simultaneously seize the 3 staffs. Previously, she had noted that the staffs, upon escaping her grasp, teleported to the farthest possible distance from her. Thus, she simply needed to capture them and then run to the furthest point from the gathering spot to release them. With a solid theory in place, she put it into action. As expected, Yi Lingming captured the bug staff and sprinted to the farthest distance from the demon staff before letting go. The next moment, the bug staff reappeared at the position of the demon staff. Chapter 90. Rebirth. Yi Lingming approached the poison staff and executed the same tactic, successfully bringing the 3 staffs together, where they hovered in a mesmerizing dance. Yi Lingming solemnly stepped before the trio, first gesturing with her hands to ensure both could simultaneously grasp all 3 staffs, then engaging in mental preparation. This time, she had to succeed. Failure would mean starting anew. Taking a deep breath and gritting her teeth, she swiftly lunged forward. The sound of creaking echoed as Yi Lingming successfully grasped the 3 staffs. I did it. So simple. Yet, her triumph was short-lived. Unlike before, the formation points of the 3 staffs did not illuminate brightly. Instead, they glowed gradually, one flicker at a time. Grandfather, you've tricked me again. In this predicament, Yi Lingming found herself in a bind. Neither releasing the staffs nor holding onto them seemed viable. As her body began to succumb to the staff's effects, the dizzying sensations from the poisoned staff returned, her consciousness gradually blurring. Even so, she clung tightly to the staffs, refusing to let go, though she lost track of how long she endured this torment. At some point, it felt as though what she held was no longer 3 staffs, but rather 3 venomous scorpions. Whether due to the poisoned staff or the bug staff, Yi Lingming sensed countless insects crawling over her, gnawing relentlessly at her flesh, her organs, even her bones. The agony of 1,000 ants gnawing at her heart and the torment of 1,000 more eroding her very bones. Such suffering would break an ordinary person within a minute. Yet Yi Lingming endured for 2 full hours. Those 2 hours felt longer than a lifetime to her. The relentless biting devoured her flesh, siphoning away her magical essence. The pain, the despair, was a dual torment of body and soul. Yi Lingming felt her willpower begin to fray, and she hastily summoned the remnants of her mental strength to shield her consciousness. As long as her awareness remained, she could not be deemed defeated. Yet the staffs seemed to anticipate her thoughts, and the insects crawling upon her began to morph and grow, eventually transforming into malevolent demonic creatures. These fiendish beings, upon seeing Yi Lingming, pounced upon her like wolves upon a lamb, tearing apart her willpower in an instant. Ultimately, overwhelmed by the relentless assault of these demonic entities, Yi Lingming lost consciousness, but in that fleeting moment before darkness claimed her, her grip on the staffs tightened even further. At that moment, within the array, Yi Lingchen stood beside Yi Lingming. Though he made no move, the anguish reflected in his crimson eyes spoke volumes of the torment Yi Lingming endured, a constant stab to his heart. At this moment, Yi Lingming gripped 3 staves tightly in her hands, her entire body drenched in sweat. Her tightly shut eyes and furrowed brow revealed the immense suffering she was enduring. What kind of illusion have you 3 conjured for my grandson? If anything happens to him, I shall eradicate you all. Under Yi Lingchen's menacing threat, a melodious female voice emanated from the poisonous staff. Why, Yi Lingchen? Although our strength has significantly diminished, we can still exert ourselves to reach the power of guardians. Are we, the 3 guardians, to be afraid of you? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingchen's lips twitched, and his staff paused momentarily in midair. With a series of shattering sounds, his terrifying cultivation pressed down upon the 3 staves. The previously aggressive poisonous staff became considerably subdued upon sensing Yi Lingchen's power. So you have been, humph, and what of it? In the past, with a mere flick of my wrist, I could have made you vanish from this world. The glorious era has ended for thousands of years. Do you still believe you reside in those times? If you dare to act recklessly, humph, with that, Yi Lingchen raised his staff high, and a magical star array rapidly formed, from which a massive furnace emerged. Observing this scene, the poisonous staff appeared anxious, its tone becoming exceedingly meek. Lord Yi, I was merely jesting. Your grandson has already passed the trial? Oh, Yi Lingchen replied, skeptical. Even in such a state, he clung to us. From that moment, he became our master, and we shall surely repay him with our lives in the future. We have reforged his body and purified his essence. He has undergone a complete transformation. With his current physique, inheriting that fellow's throne is more than sufficient. A complete transformation. How excruciating it must be. Ming'er, the legacy staff at the center of the array, radiated a profound life force, mending Yi Lingming's body. Although Yi Lingming experienced this transformation within an illusion, those images were intentionally crafted by the staves. In reality, her body was genuinely metamorphosing, evolving, and reorganizing. After a prolonged period, Yi Lingming awakened once more. As her consciousness returned, she immediately sensed something amiss with her body. It was a sensation akin to shedding the mundane and undergoing a complete rebirth. Powerful, resilient yet nimble, Yi Lingming threw a punch forward. Hearing the sound of air being sliced, what has transpired? Was she not besieged by the summoned insects and demons? Ah, the staves. The staves had long since vanished from her grasp, and Yi Lingming hurriedly glanced toward the heart of the array. Upon seeing all 3 staves hovering there, aglow with light, she exhaled in relief. It seemed she had passed their trial. What awaited her next? Yi Lingming also noticed that the previously dim dragon wings were now glowing brightly. She wondered what this illumination signified, whether she had passed their trial or if it meant something else. Just then, the dragon wings within the array soared into the air, transforming once more into a colossal dragon. This is not right. Why is the dragon returning? Did I not already battle it? Shouldn't it be the turn of the thunder hammer? Soon, Yi Lingming's questions were answered as the hovering dragon beckoned with a claw, and the thunder hammer shot from the array directly into its claws. The dragon raised the hammer high, and the heavens instantly darkened. The once serene sky erupted with thunder and flashes of lightning. What? It can play like this? The dragon let out a mighty roar, flapping its enormous wings and ascending into the sky, lifting the thunder hammer above its head. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning struck the hammer, transforming it from a dull gray to a bright silver, entwined with numerous arcs of electricity. Chapter 91. The battle with the dragon. The dragon had already posed a formidable challenge for Yi Lingming. Now, Equipped with an enchanted weapon, how would she contend with it? The dragon, having absorbed the power of the lightning, roared and charged towards Yi Lingming. With no other choice, she drew her radiant diamond sword. Warily watching the dragon above, before she could make a move, the dragon swung the hammer down with a tremendous force, sending Yi Lingming hurtling backward until she collided with the edge of the array. Her hand, gripping the sword, felt numb from the impact, the sensation lingering and even creeping up her arm. This is bad. It's the electric effect from the hammer. Yi Lingming swiftly locked her arm in place to prevent the lightning from invading. The dragon circled in the air before launching another assault, and Yi Lingming raised her sword to defend once again. Boom! She was sent flying once more. However, this time, she summoned her magical wings, stabilizing herself in the air. Wait, why is the dragon's attack power so drastically reduced compared to before? Even with the legendary magical equipment, its power seems diminished. The previous two attacks barely reached the peak of a special-grade mage's strength. Had Yi Lingming employed defensive magic, she would have sustained no injury at all. Tentatively, she conjured a magical shield, and the dragon did not unleash a finishing move like before. Was there no longer any limitation? Even the dragon's cultivation seemed confined to that of a peak special-grade mage. Ha ha ha, if that is the case, what have I to fear? Yi Lingming flapped her magical wings and soared into the air. Confronting the dragon, frustrated by its two failed attempts to subdue her, the dragon let out a series of roars. It then began to circle in the air, seemingly sketching a magical star array with its wings. This sight astonished Yi Lingming. This wretched dragon can wield magical skills? Indeed, the dragon did not disappoint her. Soon, a series of cracking sounds emerged from the earth, and with one final crack, a small head poked out from a large earthen sphere. An infant earth dragon. So this large earthen sphere was a dragon egg. With the continuous cracking sounds, numerous small earth dragons emerged into the sky. Roar! At that moment, the dragon let out a mighty roar, and the small earth dragons surged forth as if commanded. They opened their tiny mouths and unleashed a torrent of earth and stone towards Yi Lingming, momentarily encasing her magical shield in a layer of debris. Boom! Yi Lingming unleashed her magical power, forcing the stones and little dragons away. The show is over. Now it's my turn. Gripping her diamond sword, Yi Lingming dove into the horde of small dragons, weaving through them. With each swing of her sword, one small dragon would crumble into dust. The dragon in the sky, witnessing this, began summoning more earth dragons, this time without needing to first gather them into a sphere. They flew directly from the ground, filling the air with small dragons. You are not the only one who can summon, little spirit ball. Do. At Yi Lingming's command, the little spirit ball was summoned. Do. It conjured tender green orbs of light, devouring one small earth dragon after another, quickly clearing a space around it. Well done, little spirit ball. Yi Lingming praised, transforming her diamond sword into a staff. Intermediate magic of a special grade mage. Flying leaf blade. Whoosh, 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 puff, puff, puff. To Yi Lingming at this moment, the summoned small earth dragons were no different from paper constructs. Wherever the flying leaf blade passed, the small dragons burst apart, and soon, dirt rained down from the sky. Witnessing her summoned earth dragon horde being obliterated in such a short time, the dragon grew increasingly agitated. As it roared, the magical star array spirit emerged behind it. The dragon opened its massive jaws once more, and a gigantic dragon head emerged from the magical star array, also gaping its enormous maw. Roar! The dragon and the illusory dragon head roared in unison, their combined dragon's roar overpowering the thunderous claps. A tremendous gust of wind blasted Yi Lingming toward the ground. Yet, this roar was far from the extent of its power. The sound was laced with a formidable mental assault, striking directly at the heart. Even the little spirit ball below clutched its head in distress. Of course, such effects only affected those with lower mental capacities. Yi Lingming had already achieved a third-tier mind state. For her, this deafening roar was little more than an annoyance. Pointing her staff, a streak of light shot forth and entered the little spirit ball's head. As the light flowed in, its pained expression rapidly faded, and it stood resolutely on all fours, glaring angrily at the dragon above. Have you reached the third tier in mental capacity? You dare to use such tactics against me? Yi Lingming ascended slowly, the terrifying mental aura radiating from her. The trees that had collapsed due to the dragon summoning earth dragons began to levitate. Their branches shed, transforming into sharp wooden spikes. Yi Lingming drew her hands upward, and the wooden spikes shot up into the sky above the dragon. With another wave, they flew like shooting stars toward the dragon. Roar, roar, roar. Each wooden spike imbued with Yi Lingming's magic carried explosive power. In an instant, the explosive sounds mingled with the dragon's roars, echoing throughout the space. Previously, Yi Lingming had to risk her life to barely create a breakthrough. But now, the dragon's body was riddled with spikes. The dragon's furious roars reverberated as it raised the thunder hammer and lunged at Yi Lingming. Under normal circumstances, she would have chosen to engage in a long-range battle, gradually depleting the dragon's strength until it was defeated. However, at this moment, Yi Lingming sought to best the dragon in every aspect. Brandishing her diamond sword, she charged forward, and the sounds of clashing weapons, dragon roars, and her own battle cries filled the air. In the air, two figures, one large and one small, collided and separated, only to clash once more. Logically, such a scenario would likely lead to the defeat of the magician. Yet at this moment, the wounds on the dragon's body multiplied. The furious dragon, in a fit of rage, unleashed two beams of light from its eyes during the clash. Fortunately, Yi Lingming's mental fortitude firmly locked onto the dragon, allowing her to evade just in time. However, her clothes were still scorched by the beams, leaving a charred mark. You damn dragon! Attempting a sneak attack, with no intention of holding back, Yi Lingming waved her hand, and a massive boulder hurtled forth, crashing squarely onto the dragon's back. Chapter 92. Still not enough practice. Previously, Yi Lingming had been concerned about the electric currents from the hammer penetrating her body, thus sealing her arms. However, given the circumstances, she decided to cast aside her reservations and unsealed her arms. In an instant, the power of electricity surged into her body like fish diving into a pond, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her. While every attack would be influenced by the electric energy, she believed that without restrictions, defeating the dragon would be a matter of mere moments. Bang, bang, bang. The diamond sword relentlessly struck the electric hammer, and Yi Lingming grew increasingly emboldened, while the dragon began to feel the urge to retreat, nearly losing its weapon on several occasions. Of course, Yi Lingming was not without her own struggles, although the dragon's attacks were unlikely to harm her. The electric attributes of the hammer were insidious, invading her body with every collision, leaving her in a state of numbness. Fortunately, the electricity merely dulled her senses and imposed slight constraints on her movements. With physical clashes, magical exchanges, and aerial maneuvers, the combat between the individual and the dragon turned the sky into a tumultuous battleground. Ultimately, the dragon could no longer withstand the onslaught and flapped its wings to create distance. Soaring toward the center of the ice bow formation, grasping the ice bow with a claw, it began to gather power without a moment's hesitation. Were this to be spoken of outside, few would believe that a 7-year-old elite magician could force a dragon-wielding legendary equipment into such a state of apprehension. What's wrong, little dragon? Are you afraid? Melee, magic, flight. None can compare to me, and now you resort to ranged physical attacks? Had it been in the past, Yi Lingming would have found it challenging to cope with the current situation. However, not long ago, she had created the third form of the magical space stone, the critical strike gun. As the dragon charged its ice bow, Yi Lingming's colorful diamond sword transformed into the critical strike gun, also beginning to gather power. With the support of her elite magician-level magical energy, if she compressed it all into the critical strike gun, even an ordinary elite magician would stand no chance. Yet, facing the dragon before her, Yi Lingming dared not be careless. After all, when confronting a guardian-level dragon previously, she had also compressed all her magical and mental energy, yet the outcome remained unknown. Perhaps out of caution, or perhaps to amend previous regrets, Yi Lingming retrieved an elite magical scroll from the magical space stone. This scroll contained no inscribed magical skills but merely stored an amount of magical energy equivalent to that of an elite magician. Previously, Yi Lingming had wondered why Yi Lingchen had accumulated such a plethora of blank scrolls without any magical inscriptions. Now, these scrolls proved their worth within her critical strike gun. The dragon ready to unleash its power from below. The formidable ice attribute magical equipment even caused the temperature of the surrounding space to drop. Whoosh! the dragon finally released its arrow, which soared like a bolt of blue lightning, freezing the air in its wake. Boom! The critical strike gun also completed its compression, unleashing a powerful strike that shot forth like a fire dragon. Bang! The two attacks, one ascending and the other descending, collided in midair, shaking the entire space, erasing everything in the point of impact and producing a deafening sound that reverberated through the soul. The shockwave from the explosion even sent the dragon's massive body flying. Fortunately, Yi Lingming reacted swiftly, diving toward the ground and creating a large hole to evade the catastrophe. Yi Lingming had initially estimated that even if the critical strike gun fell short, it would not be by much. Yet upon probing with her mental energy, she realized she had underestimated its power. The ice arrow, imbued with an unstoppable, freezing aura, began to shatter from the front to the back under the might of the critical strike gun. In contrast, the attack from the critical strike gun continued onward, crashing into the downed dragon's body. Roar! The anguished roar of the dragon echoed throughout the confined space, lingering endlessly. Such a powerful dragon was thus vanquished by a single shot from the critical strike gun. Indeed, the amalgamation of all her magical energy, combined with the power of the elite magical scroll, proved insurmountable even for such a formidable dragon. At that moment, the branch staff reappeared, its abundant life force once again lifting Yi Lingming, bestowing not only physical recovery but also enhancing her magical and mental energy. Yi Lingming felt utterly revitalized, as if undergoing a profound baptism, with her body, soul, and spirit becoming exceptionally clear. Floating amidst this boundless life energy, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Perhaps fatigue had finally taken hold, and she drifted into a hazy slumber. In her dreams, Yi Lingming once again encountered the staff. However, this dream was fleeting, merely showing the staff soaring toward her, prompting her instinctively to reach out. Yet before she could grasp it, she awakened. Upon awakening, Yi Lingming could hardly believe her eyes. She had narrowly escaped death and remained conscious. Yet she had unexpectedly fallen asleep. The branch staff only ceased its release of life energy after Yi Lingming awoke, but by then, the concentration of life energy in the space had reached astonishing levels. Yi Lingming, not one to be coy, sat down to absorb this energy, even if she did not quite understand why this humble branch staff could emit such an abundance of life force. Thus, she settled cross-legged to begin her cultivation, with the small spirit orb guarding her, and the absorption of the last vestige of life energy marked the conclusion of her training. Now, Yi Lingming felt exceptionally rejuvenated. Her state of being surpassing mere words. If one were to find a term, reborn would be the most fitting. Next, Yi Lingming raised her head in the center of the magic array, one hand holding the staff and the other pointing skyward, awaiting the arrival of her next trial. What? Still not enough practice? A voice, ancient yet filled with warmth, echoed. As the voice resonated, the surrounding scenery, along with the magic array, began to dissolve, gradually reverting to the appearance of a study. Grandfather! Upon hearing this voice, tears streamed down Yi Lingming's previously defiant face, as if an endless stream of grievances and hardships sought to be expressed. Chapter 93. Is it over? Before Yi Lingming could voice her myriad grievances, a large hand descended upon her head. Just feeling the warmth of the palm, Yi Lingming understood that her grandfather already knew everything she wished to convey. Everything Yi Lingming had endured was witnessed by Yi Lingchen. The initial heart-refining was, in fact, the simplest yet the most challenging. Had it been Yi Lingchen, he likely would have crumbled under the pressure. Grandfather. Tears glistened in Yi Lingming's eyes, yet she fought to hold back, unwilling to let them fall. This identity was undeniably tempting. Everyone could potentially kill you to seize your abilities. Thus, you must grow stronger, not only for the throne but for your own life. Yi Lingchen spoke with profound meaning. Then turned to the 18 pieces of magical equipment stored within the study. Though be precise, there were 19 pieces, as the branch staff had already been put away by Yi Lingchen. It wasn't that he was unwilling to show it to Yi Lingming. It was simply because the life force emanating from the grass attribute inheritance staff was too alluring. Although no one in Unicity surpassed Yi Lingchen in cultivation, it was wise to remain cautious. As some powerful beings might wander about seeking opportunities, of these 18 pieces of magical equipment, 12 were acquired from the royal family of the Life Empire, while the other 6, which lacked attributes, were obtained during his travels. The royal family? Grandfather was so formidable in the past. All 18 pieces of magical equipment were legendary level, and aside from the 6 attribute-less pieces, each possessed considerable intelligence. You have passed their trials during your previous training, and they have recognized you as their master. What? Does that mean I am invincible? Yi Lingming could hardly fathom the spectacle of sweeping through everything while wielding 18 pieces of legendary-level magical equipment. Just as she began to envision this, Yi Lingshan poured a bucket of cold water over her. Are you truly imagining that you could stride through the world with these 18 pieces of magical equipment? Setting aside the immense magical energy required to support these 18 pieces, do you even possess the ability to protect them? With your current strength, you could be considered invincible at the elite magician level. And with the enhancement of the equipment, you would have a fighting chance against star magicians. But what if you encountered a guardian-level magician? The only outcome would be your demise and the loss of your equipment. A single piece of legendary magical equipment would attract prying eyes. How much more so for 18 pieces? Therefore, until you earn my recognition, these pieces will remain with me. Not even one will be given to you. The magical space stone you possess is sufficient for your current needs. This magical spatial stone can also be regarded as a unique accompanying staff. It did not condense at the moment your magical powers awakened. Rather, it was formed at the moment of your birth, and it remains solely by your side. No one else can take it away. This is precisely why I entrusted the family's wealth to it. I initially believed it to be merely a magical spatial stone, never anticipating that it could transform. To the outside world, it is an accompanying staff. However, I firmly believe it transcends such a designation. Thus, I find it more fitting to refer to it as an accompanying spiritual artifact. If it 1T be given, then it's simply 1T. There is no need for further explanation. Yi Lingming pouted and murmured to herself, Minger, what are you saying? Sensing Yi Lingshan's disapproving gaze, Yi Lingming was instantly drenched in cold sweat. I said, Grandpa, I have only fought with the 8 magical equipments, the water sword, fire blade, dragon wing, charge staff, poison staff, demon staff, electric hammer, and ice bow. How is it that 18 pieces of equipment recognize me as their master? Because the initial heart refining was crafted from the illusionary space created by those 6 attribute-less magical equipments. As for those defensive preparations, they are even more intriguing. This trial is divided into heart refining and body training, with body training further split into defense and offense. The ones you mentioned are all offensive magical equipments designed to hone your defense, and their settings far exceed your capabilities. I never expected you to have defeated that dragon. Those defensive magical equipments, considering their defense was inferior to that of the dragon, thus acknowledged your attack. Hiss, I miscalculated. It turns out I wasn't supposed to fight the dragon, but rather to endure the blows. So, Grandpa, since the trial has concluded, can I begin my vacation? It has ended. I know the trial has ended. I meant my vacation. As Yi Lingming spoke, she gestured, fearing Yi Lingshan would not understand her meaning. It has ended. You have spent over 2 months within the illusionary space created by these magical equipments. Today is the day for new students to report to the Magic Academy. You are going to be late. What? I barely just entered. How could 2 months have passed? Can you guess how long you were unconscious each time? Yi Lingming, refusing to believe, rushed out of the room and stopped a servant, asking, What day is it today? The servant was momentarily startled, nearly spilling the food he was carrying, but relaxed upon seeing Yi Lingming. Oh, it's the young master. You finally emerged. Today is the opening day of the Primary Magic Academy. You mustn't be late. What about Sister Tian Tian? Of course, she has gone to school. She has searched for you countless times over the past 2 months. When you see her again, be prepared for a scolding, Yi Lingshan teased from behind. The thought of that sweet figure sent a chill down Yi Lingming's spine. All right, you go ahead and be busy. After dismissing the servant, Yi Lingming turned to Yi Lingshan. Grandpa, I'll head to school first, so I'm leaving. It had been 2 months since they last met. She wondered how Zier and the others were doing. Oh dear, I almost forgot in my haste. You mustn't forget, during this vacation, you transformed from a magical apprentice into a special grade magician. If this gets out, the higher-ups will surely dissect you for research. Let us say you have the cultivation of a mid-level magician. While that is quite remarkable for a newcomer, within our Yi family, it can only be deemed as mediocre. Grandpa, is it appropriate to speak of your grandson in such a manner? Chapter 94. I am waiting for you. Yi Lingming realized she could not evade the matter any longer. and since Yi Lingchen had permitted her to train, she recounted everything that had transpired. After hearing her explanation, Yi Lingchen's face was filled with incredulity. A spirit beast emerging from your magical spatial stone. Could it be an accompanying spirit? Although Yi Lingchen had his suspicions, he refrained from jumping to conclusions without evidence. You are indeed bold. From now on, do not conceal anything from me. The origin of that spirit must not be disclosed to anyone else, if anyone inquires. Simply state that I took you to the magic forest to capture it. Understood, Grandpa. Yi Lingming lowered her head, appearing like a contrite child. Very well, off to school with you, but do not mention that you are my granddaughter while outside. But Grandpa, I am already a special grade magician. I won't bring you any shame that I know. I just fear you might cause trouble and require me to clean up afterward. Once outside the gates of the Yi residence, Yi Lingming intended to head to school. She glanced at the sky. The sun was just rising, and the air was still thick with lingering mist. It seemed early enough that Zier had not yet gone to school. She would first visit the magic sanctuary. In truth, with Yi Lingming's current abilities, she could directly scan the magic sanctuary. However, she reasoned that using her mental power to probe the sanctuary would likely attract the attention of the enforcers within. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she chose to walk there instead. One must admit, the location of the Yi residence in Unicity is quite favorable. Although not within the inner city, it is situated along the same main avenue as the Lord's Manor and the Magic Sanctuary, making travel exceedingly convenient. Yi Lingming walked briskly, bouncing towards the Magic Sanctuary, where the streets were bustling with people and vendors calling out, as it was breakfast time. The delightful aromas of various breakfast foods wafted through the air, tantalizing Yi Lingming's senses. How fragrant! I truly don't understand why I rushed out without having breakfast. Hiss, wasn't it that the breakfast just prepared by the servant I stopped earlier? How did I not notice at the time? Although Yi Lingming had been nourished by the life force over the past 2 months, as a little foodie, nothing is more enticing than food. After patting her pockets, she reluctantly abandoned the idea. Perhaps next time. If Zier leaves, it would be a wasted trip. The Yi residence and the Magic Sanctuary align in a straight line, but with the primary Magic Academy of Unicity situated in a triangular formation as well. Before she could take 2 steps, Yi Lingming heard a commotion. Why are you here again? Go away. Don't linger at my doorstep and disrupt my business. Ever since you first came here, my business has suffered. The speaker was a rotund middle-aged man. Boss, I'm just standing on the roadside, far away from you. The speaker was a chubby child, around 6 or 7 years old. Little brat, mind your own business and go play somewhere else. I am not a little brat. I am a student of the primary Magic Academy in Unicity. I am a magician. Upon hearing the chubby child's declaration, the proprietor's tone softened somewhat, though he continued to shoo them away. Yi Lingming, uninterested in such trifles, perked up at the mention of the school's name. She hadn't expected to encounter a classmate, a small child standing up for justice. She decided to take a look. At this point, a crowd had gathered around the argument, and Yi Lingming had to leverage her physical advantage to squeeze through. Let me see what's going on here. Upon observing the situation, Yi Lingming could no longer remain calm. Zier? She saw Zier sitting sorrowfully on the steps by the roadside, about 2 yards from the stall, gazing forlornly at the other side of the street. Oblivious to the surrounding clamor, her purple eyes were slightly reddened. As soon as she spotted the figure rushing through the crowd, her demeanor transformed, and she swiftly dashed towards Yi Lingming. Brother, you finally came. As she ran, tears that had spun through her eyes burst forth, tracing arcs in the air. After a moment of comfort, Zier calmed down, leaving Yi Lingming astonished. Why was Zier so distraught? Had someone bullied her again? Zier, did someone bully you? Tell me. I'll make him pay. Zier shook her head as she wiped her tears. No one bullied me. Her response left Yi Lingming even more perplexed. Then why are you here? It turned out that Zier had been waiting for him. Yi Lingming, filled with remorse, spoke tenderly. Zier, I'm sorry you had to endure this. By the way, why didn't you come directly to the Yi residence to find me? At least you could have learned about my seclusion. Zier lowered her head, seemingly overwhelmed by endless grievances. No, I can't go find you. I'm afraid of bringing you bad luck. Who told you such nonsense? Don't pay it any mind. From now on, I will protect you and ensure no one bullies you again. I thought you didn't want me anymore. Tears that had just dried up in Zier's eyes fell once more. Never. Those simple 2 words held immense significance for Zier. At that moment, an unpleasant voice interrupted. I say, you two little brats, go cry somewhere else. Don't disturb my business in front of my stall. The stall owner continued to bellow at them. Adhering to her principle of keeping a low profile and avoiding trouble, Yi Lingming ignored the vendor, taking Zier's hand and leading her away from the crowd. After all, it is better to spend time doing things one enjoys than waste it on such individuals. Observing Yi Lingming and Zier depart, the stall owner's expression turned smug as he spat dismissively. Humph, just a couple of wild kids. I thought they were someone important. Yi Lingming felt Zier tremble slightly. While being scolded was inconsequential to her, for Zier, who bore a troubled lineage, those words were akin to a knife piercing her heart. They are all about to depart. Why do you still prattle on? The onlookers around cannot bear it any longer and begin to chastise the vendor. We are standing here now. Are you going to drive us away as well? Xiaopeng steps forward once more, standing up for justice alongside the passers-by. Yes, indeed. You are the one obstructing the roadway, and yet people are keeping their distance from you. The vendor, faced with such a multitude of accusations, is momentarily filled with ire and turns to grasp a kitchen knife. Chapter 95. Your father has been beaten. Most of the onlookers are merely there for the spectacle. Realizing they might become the main attraction, they hastily retreat. Don't leave. He is only trying to intimidate you. He wouldn't dare to act violently. What is this, a meddlesome little brat? Aren't you afraid? The vendor strides up to Xiaopeng, brandishing the gleaming knife in his hand. I am a magician and I stand for justice. Why should I fear? Young man, you are not the only magician here. My son has awakened his magical powers this year as well, though you are not without strength. You are still newly awakened, akin to the combat prowess of a 17 or 18-year-old child. If you rely on those powers, I advise you to leave swiftly, the vendor declares, swinging the knife forcefully. If one isn't enough, then what about me? An indignant voice rings out as Yi Lingming approaches, holding a staff in one hand and leading Zier with the other. Yi Lingming had no desire to intervene, but the vendor's insults towards them as wild children crossed a line. While Yi Lingming could endure the slander himself, he could not allow it to be directed at Zier, his loyal companion. If an ordinary person could bully her, how would they fare against formidable magicians in the future? Moreover, with a future classmate defending him, it would be unreasonable not to take a stand. I had no intention to offend. Yet you persist in your aggression. Today, you must provide us with an explanation. The vendor, glancing at Yi Lingming's staff, feels a flicker of fear. However, upon noticing that the crowd remains, he realizes that if he were to apologize to these children now, he would never regain his pride. Do not think that I fear you simply because there are many of you. Even two cannot match my strength. With that, he reaches for another knife from the stall, cursing under his breath, adopting a threatening stance. Yet what transpired next rendered him utterly silent, leaving him frozen in place. Surrounding Zier, circles of purple energy began to materialize. As she grasped the air, the energy coalesced into a cylindrical purple crystal. As the purple aura extended upwards and downwards, a crystal staff appeared in Zier's grasp. With a wave of her staff, an indescribable pressure enveloped the onlookers, making it difficult for them to breathe. The vendor, however, perceived the young girl before him as if she had been magnified 1,000-fold. As her staff touched the ground, he felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, forcing him to prostrate himself. The might of magical power is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Regret flooded his mind, but such feelings are fleeting. As the pressure dissipated, the vendor rose, gasping for breath. His earlier arrogance vanished without a trace. How could he still view Yi Lingming and the others as mere children? They were akin to a flood or a beast. Apologize. Yi Lingming stepped before the vendor, his expression calm. Apologize to her. Yi Lingming shouted vehemently. This bellowing caused the vendor, who had just regained his footing, to fall back to the ground, momentarily speechless. Brother, let's go. The vendor's state suggests he will not recover quickly. Had I known this would be the case, I would have acted differently. This is the power of a magician. Even the most novice magician is beyond the reach of an ordinary person. As for the vendor's claim that newly awakened magical apprentices are comparable to 17 or 18-year-olds. That is true, but that only pertains to defensive capabilities. Which magician would allow you to approach them so easily? Even against an ordinary person, a newly awakened magical apprentice can easily overcome an adult male. Let alone Zier, who wields a staff of her own. Yi Lingming did not leave immediately. Instead, he raised his staff. The surrounding crowd instinctively began to retreat. Magician's magic, group healing. A small green circle formed around Yi Lingming. Although his magical power had been sealed to mid-level magician status, diminishing the effectiveness of his skills, it was still more than sufficient for healing ordinary individuals. The onlookers, enveloped by the group healing spell, experienced the oppressive sensation brought by Zir dissipate, and their physical conditions improved significantly. The vendor, who had been on the ground, gradually stood up under the influence of the group healing. Thank you all for stepping forward. Regardless of your motivations, your willingness to stand up for justice deserves my gratitude. I am a freshman at the first Junior Magic Academy of Unicity this year. If I have caused any inconvenience today, please feel free to come to the academy and find me. Xiaopeng's eyes brightened upon hearing Yi Lingming mention that he too was a student of the first Junior Magic Academy of Unicity. He was about to respond affirmatively when he hesitated. Wait, I still have unfinished business. I need to attend to that first. You all go ahead. We will see each other at school. Yi Lingming scratched his head. Puzzled. This fellow was clearly about to agree. So why did he change his mind? Never mind. Let us head to registration first. As the three departed, a shadowy figure stealthily slipped away from the back of the crowd, vanishing into the street in the blink of an eye. Soon after, a magician clad in a light blue uniform arrived, a law enforcement officer from the Magic Temple. There are magical fluctuations. What transpired here? The surrounding crowd explained that it was merely a conflict involving new students from the Magic Academy and that everything was now resolved. Even the vendor, the center of this incident, nodded in affirmation. After inquiring with several witnesses, the law enforcement officer departed. At the entrance of the first Junior Magic Academy of Unicity, a figure rushed in, blocking a student preparing to enter the school. Hey, why aren't you at home watching your family's business and have come here instead? This figure was none other than the earlier shadowy individual, panting heavily as he spoke. Yuanzi, your father has been beaten. The person named Yuanzi momentarily failed to comprehend. Your father was beaten? No, I'm serious. The newcomer proceeded to explain the events that had transpired. Chapter 96. More money needed. Yuanzi stood before the academy entrance. Gradually regaining his composure, I am alone against three individuals. Even if my initial magical power is at level 5, I would likely struggle against 3 magical apprentices. Calling for help now would be too late. Surveying the surroundings, Yuanzi noticed a few figures chatting and laughing as they exited the academy. An idea he deemed brilliant flashed through his mind, and he approached them with a smile. Haha, hello, fellow students. Are you new this year? What a coincidence. I am too. May I ask what you all are up to? Picking someone up? How many? A flicker of wariness crossed Yuanzi's eyes. Point 2. What are you up to? Upon hearing there were 2, Yuanzi sighed in relief. Here's the thing. I plan to teach a few people a lesson. Although I can handle them alone, I prefer to dominate the situation. So I'd like to ask you to help me intimidate them a bit. Upon seeing An and the others exchange glances, Yuanzi quickly added, Of course, you won't even need to lift a finger. Just stand behind me looking fierce and occasionally assist me. After hearing this, An and Guangzhou exchanged incredulous expressions. Realizing there was someone even more shameless than themselves, An waved his hand dismissively. We're here to pick someone up? Not to play along with your theatrics. Step aside. With that, Guangzhou's 2 henchmen shoved Yuanzi aside. How ridiculous. Not only shameless, but also fatter than I am. An sneered inwardly. I'll pay you. Yuanzi's face flushed as he mustered the courage to utter those 3 words. At this, An and his companions halted mid-step, but only for a moment before continuing on their way. 200 magic coins. Their movements paused again, yet they still paid him no mind. Each of you 200. More money is needed. An's response was akin to a speeding carriage that suddenly made a sharp U-turn, crushing Yuanzi. Although An and his companions claimed to be picking someone up, they held little hope. Today marks the official start of the school year. Registration had concluded yesterday. An had endured a long wait for Yi Lingming, only to learn at the Yiling residence that he had entered seclusion, while Zir's whereabouts remained unknown. After explaining the situation to Degussy, they were able to secure registration for both individuals. Had it not been for their outstanding performance during the examination, failing to register on the designated day would have meant the academy would not accept them. With today being the start of the school year, there remained a chance that Yi Lingming might appear, prompting An to wait at the entrance while enjoying the scenery of the academy. Unexpectedly, he ran into Kuang Zhao, who had brought his two lackeys along after learning the situation. Unexpectedly, I encountered such an intriguing situation. Originally, An intended to decline, but adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities. He began to negotiate the price with the other party. How much more? It's important to note that 200 magical coins represent the daily income of an ordinary person, which is no small sum for Yuanzi, who has just awakened her magical powers. 500 each. On, appearing rather nonchalant, extended a hand. What? Is there such a way to raise the price? Yuanzi's face was filled with shock upon hearing this. 500 each for 4 people amounts to 2,000. When Yuanzi awakened her magical powers, her family rewarded her with 1,000 magical coins, and with the red envelopes from relatives and friends, she now possessed just under 3,000 magical coins. To spend nearly all her savings in this instance felt like a heart-wrenching decision, yet thinking of avenging her father, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Fine. 500 it is. Splendid. I see you're a wealthy fellow. Hand over the coins. Yuanzi reluctantly produced her storage pouch. Oh, by the way, this 500 is merely for standing there. Should you require our assistance, that would be an additional 1,000. What? Are you extorting me? Yuanzi, already having second thoughts, wished to avoid further dealings with An. I don't. An interrupted him before he could finish. I say, my friend, what era are we in? Still clinging to methods from centuries past? As he spoke, An produced a gleaming magical space stone, which, unlike Yi Lingming's, was a standard magical space stone, containing a small internal space solely for storage. You wouldn't happen to be short on funds? Would you? I'm not asking for much. A few hundred is truly beneath my notice. An offered the magical space stone to Yuanzi, indicating he should take a look inside. Confused, Yuanzi accepted the magical space stone and peered within, only to find it contained a staggering 10,000 magical coins. Here, let me transfer it to you. Yuanzi stiffly raised his hand and transferred 2,000 magical coins from his storage pouch into An's magical space stone. Upon receiving the money, An's expression transformed, becoming quite amiable, even somewhat obsequious. Boss, you're truly generous. From now on, we'll be your underlings. After you finish, we'll consider the transaction complete. Boss, are you not considering taking on additional tasks? Absolutely fair and worth the price, and no need. Very well, if that's the case, then it's settled. I want to ask for more money, and regardless of what happens next, this payment is non-refundable. An added as a clarification. Rest assured, there will be no additional charges, nor will there be any refunds. Yuanzi gritted his teeth in response. An wasted no more words, collecting the payment and arranging the 4 of them neatly behind Yuanzi. At that moment, An felt a wave of satisfaction. The magical space stone and the 10,000 magical coins were both acquired through experience points exchanged at the magical sanctuary's grace space. Just then, Kuang Zhao poked An's flab with his finger. Hey, fatty, is this really the right way to go about things? Kuang Zhao spoke earnestly. Didn't we reform by following Brother Yi? An shot him an exasperated glance. Let me ask you, was yesterday's roast duck fragrant? Fragrant. Then stand still. Chapter 97. Let him experience the harshness of society. Meanwhile, Yi Lingming, accompanied by Zier, strolled towards the academy, engaging in lively conversation, seemingly with endless topics to discuss. You have no idea how enormous that dragon was. Anyone else would have been petrified, but not me. I approached and landed 2 solid punches on its head, bringing it to submission. Zier, listening to Yi Lingming's clearly embellished account, continued to smile and praise him. Brother, you're amazing. Why? Yi Lingming bashfully scratched his head. Hee, I suppose so. If I weren't formidable, how could I have followers? Zier obediently nodded, appearing engrossed in Yi Lingming's narrative of his training journey. So what happened next? Brother? What became of the dragon? Eventually, it was made to submit, and I rode it through the skies for several laps. Wow, that's incredible. I want to soar atop a dragon too. Wait until brother. Once I become powerful, I shall procure a dragon for you to ride. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Lingming had unconsciously assumed the role of an elder brother. Wonderful, Zier responded with a smile, this being her first genuine smile. As the saying goes, joyful moments are fleeting. Before they knew it, the academy's gates loomed ahead. Wait for me, a voice called out behind Yi Lingming, belonging to the previously indignant fatty. Classmate, why haven't you reached the academy yet? Ive already devoured 5 baskets of buns and rushed over. Yi Lingming compared Fatty with An in his mind, noting that in terms of physique, they were likely indistinguishable, and yet he managed to run so fast. Although Yi Lingming and Zier were chatting merrily, his mental focus remained vigilant, covering a radius of 10 zhang to guard against potential threats. He was acutely aware of Fatty's rapid approach, as well as the presence of An and his companions at the academy gates. We meet again, classmate. Perhaps we've been walking a bit slowly. By the way, may I inquire your name? I'm Nanmen Kai. Nanmen Kai? What an unusual name. Do you have a brother named Beimingguan as well? This name struck Yi Lingming as particularly peculiar. Nanmen Kai, accustomed to others' reactions to his name, was not surprised. My surname is Nanmen, and my given name is Kai. How fortuitous. I too have a compound surname with a single name. I am Yi Ling, and this is my sister, Zier. Yi Ling and Zier, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to our time as classmates. That essay given. While Nanmen Kai appeared simple and honest, his thoughts were quite astute. He had noticed the emotional discord between Yi Lingming and Zier earlier and had wisely distanced himself until their mood stabilized, avoiding the risk of an unsuccessful interaction. Once the two were on the verge of reaching the school, he approached to introduce himself. With that, shall we proceed to register together? Yi Lingming extended an invitation to Nanmen Kai. However, upon hearing this, Nanmen Kai looked taken aback. Wasn't registration yesterday? Today marks the start of classes. What? At the academy gates, Yuanzi suddenly realized a critical issue. The informant only mentioned 3 individuals, one of whom was a girl. Yet, he had no idea what they looked like. What if he mistook someone for them? Sometimes, one truly wishes to slap oneself. At that moment, Yi Lingming and his companions arrived at the academy gates. What are those fellows up to? Yi Lingming questioned as he observed An and his group standing rigidly. Zier shook her head in response. I have no idea. Yuanzi felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Yi Lingming and his companions, but then anxiety washed over him. 3 individuals, 1 girl, all matching. But what if they're not them? Yi Lingming had evidently noticed Yuanzi and began walking toward him, prompting Yuanzi to become even more anxious. No matter. I'll take a gamble and just ask. Stop. Did you get into a quarrel with someone today? How did you know? Yuanzi's eyes brightened. Was it a chubby breakfast vendor? Upon hearing this, Nanmen Kai immediately guessed who they were referring to, his anger boiling over. What breakfast vendor? It's just a lousy stall. So what if we argued? He even threatened to stab me. Yuanzi, hearing this, was elated. Aha, it's really you. You 3, kneel down and give me 3 kowtows each, or prepare to face the consequences. Yi Lingming and his companions watched with amusement, quietly observing Yuanzi's one-man show. After Yuanzi delivered a lengthy monologue without receiving any response, he became furious and unleashed his 4th-level apprentice magic power, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. Ha ha ha, are you afraid now? But it's too late. I'll make you pay the price. Sometimes, it's best not to speak too confidently. Be cautious of your own tongue. In response, Nanmen Kai also revealed his own magical prowess, also a 4th-level apprentice. Yuanzi's heart sank. What luck is this, to encounter someone of similar strength right off the bat? Though shocked, Yuanzi maintained a disdainful glare. You're still too inexperienced. What of being a 4th-level apprentice? You cannot escape your fate of being beaten. As Yuanzi spoke, he tilted his head back, indicating that the quartet standing straight behind him were his allies. Upon seeing this, Nanmen Kai merely shook his head and smiled. What? Are you starting to rely on your friends? Once I deal with you, taking care of them will be no different. Watched the scene with interest and turned to Guangzhao. Do you see any resemblance to the vigor you had back in the day? Guangzhao's expression darkened. I warn you, if you bring this up again, I'll beat your flab right off. You see, why so serious over a joke? Just as Yi Lingming approached, sensing an impending conflict, he walked toward An and his companions. I say, gentlemen, what is going on here? As Yi Lingming approached, An dropped his pretense and swiftly ran towards him, exclaiming, Woo-woo, Minggu, you've finally emerged. An briefly recounted the events that had transpired, eliciting a remarkably expressive reaction from Yi Lingming. After 2 months apart, it was evident that he had matured significantly. Subsequently, Yi Lingming turned his gaze towards Yuanzi, who was locked in a standoff with Nanmen Kai. Realizing that he was indeed the son of the stall owner and was seeking vengeance for his father. Let us allow him to experience the harsh realities of society, he remarked. Chapter 98. The teaching building Nanmin Kai and Yuanzi continued to exchange barbs, while Yi Lingming and the others opted to engage in casual conversation nearby. Have you broken through to become a magician? Yi Lingming suddenly inquired. He scanned Kuang Zhao and the others, noting that Kuang Zhao had reached the 9th tier of magical apprenticeship, on the verge of becoming a magician himself, and a wonder, he had become more subdued in An's presence. It appeared his skills were not as advanced. His two subordinates were both 5th-tier magical apprentices. Yi Lingming recalled that when they were in a regular school, one was at the 1st tier and the other at the 2nd. Achieving the 5th tier within a year was quite commendable. While everyone marveled at An's prowess, it was only An who sensed something amiss. Brother Yi, how could you discern my level at a glance? Only high-ranking magicians can perceive the strength of lower-ranking ones. It is impossible for a low-ranking magician to gauge the power of a higher-ranking magician. Yi Lingming smiled faintly. After 2 months of seclusion, I've fortuitously broken through. I am now at the mid-level of magician. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. It's still you, Ming Gu. Kuang Zhao silently rejoiced that he hadn't clashed with Yi Lingming to the bitter end. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. By the way, what is Z'er's current level? An asked. I don't know, came the response. Is this the power of the accompanying staff? An mused. If even Yi Lingming could not discern her level, it meant that Z'er's abilities surpassed even his own. Witnessing the reactions of the group, Yi Lingming understood why his grandfather had sealed his magical power. If he were to reveal his status as a top-tier magician now, he would likely be taken away for research by tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yuanzi and Nanmin Kai were still locked in a tense standoff, both appearing ready to devour the other, yet neither made the first move. Are you two actually going to fight? Yi Lingming suddenly clapped Yuanzi on the shoulder from behind, startling him so much that he nearly fainted. And you think you can avenge your father? You'll need a few hundred more years of training for that. Nanmin, let us go. Yi Lingming's words. Nanmin Kai withdrew his magical energy, casting a disdainful glance at Yuanzi as he departed. Wait, we're in the middle of a fight, Yuanzi exclaimed, taken aback by Yi Lingming's sudden intervention. Yi Lingming, wishing to avoid a series of troublesome incidents right as school began, chose to ignore Yuanzi's flustered state and led the group towards the academy. Hold on, Yuanzi shouted after them. The others slowed their pace but continued onward without responding. Yuanzi felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with this scene, a mix of embarrassment and anger washing over him. That fat guy. You retaking money and not delivering. Upon hearing this, An became indignant and turned to retort. What do you mean I'm not delivering? I've done everything I was supposed to. They just saw through my plan, and I couldn't help it. You wouldn't agree to pay 1,000, and now you're upset because 500 didn't work. Yuanzi, in his current state, was truly at a loss, having lost both his dignity and his support. Just wait. I'll bring my older brother here, and you're all finished. Yi Lingming frowned at this remark. He genuinely wished to avoid trouble and preferred to cultivate in peace. The thought of Yuanzi involving more people urged him to speak up. I advise you not to come. First, you won't be able to defeat me. Second, I have no desire to cause a ruckus. Yuanzi, unable to heed any counsel in his furious state, stormed off after delivering his bold threats, seemingly intent on finding reinforcements. An scratched his head. Why is that little fatty so fierce? By the way, Minggu, how did you end up with a grudge against him? What did you do to his father? Yi Lingming shrugged. I merely intervened to prevent someone from bullying Z'er. Perhaps someone exaggerated the situation. Kuang Zhao expressed his concerns. What if he really does bring someone? He is fierce, and you're fierce too. Can even the most powerful newcomer surpass a magician? An, growing increasingly adept at trading barbs with Kuang Zhao, was on the verge of a retort when Yi Lingming interrupted them. From now on, if you have any questions regarding cultivation, feel free to ask me, but don't congregate in large groups. We wouldn't want others to think we're forming factions. I missed yesterday's registration with Z'er. We should go find Teacher Degus to explain the situation. Upon hearing this, An hurriedly stepped forward. Mingo, I noticed you weren't there for registration yesterday, so I spoke with Teacher Degus and have already registered you both. You can head to class directly now. Well done, An. You've made significant progress over these 2 months. Hee, just doing what any comrade should. An blushed at the compliment. The group made their way to the classroom, with Yi Lingming taking in the academy's scenery while observing its layout. Truly, it was a magic academy. Even the most basic of magic academies in a small city boasted an impressive array of facilities. The campus area was nearly equivalent to that of the ordinary school Yi Lingming had previously attended, which housed 5,000 to 6,000 students. In contrast, the Junior Magic Academy only accepted about 30 students each year, meaning the total student count was roughly 100, a staggering disparity of 50 to 60 times. No wonder everyone aspired to become magicians. The initial gap created a chasm that would only widen over time. Eventually, the group arrived at the classroom, which turned out to be an entire teaching building. The school featured 3 teaching buildings, corresponding to the first, second, and third years. The building, with its blue stone and purple tiles, exuded a sense of grandeur, its peaked roof resembling that of a magician's hat from a distance. The interior of the teaching building integrated various functions such as teaching, cultivation, experimentation, and accommodation. Unlike the typical classroom setup with one room accommodating dozens or even hundreds of students, this building emanated a relaxed and comfortable ambience at first glance. The main entrance was centrally located, with a massive arched door adorned with intricate runes and totems, like a portal to an unknown world. It was hard to fathom that such an edifice was designated for just over 30 students. The entrance required magical energy to be opened, prompting Yi Lingming to extend his hand, gently channeling his magical energy into the door before pushing it open with force. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a grand hall, spacious and majestic, supported by 2 rows of massive stone pillars that held up the lofty ceiling. The ceiling was adorned with enigmatic magical patterns that astonishingly radiated magical energy. Rows of seats formed a curved arrangement in the hall, with a large podium at the front, evidently marking the future classroom.